S&P 500 gapping up and actually just trying to get another push to the upside here. We'll take a look at NASDAQ, also strong this morning as traders await, you guessed it, Nvidia earnings. This is the biggest event of the earnings season, certainly not one to miss. Expected to report at 4:20 p.m. and you can catch that report live on this show with myself, Sean, Obi, and Brendan. So certainly stay tuned. Now, in terms of what we're looking for heading into the market, worth noting, just getting a bit of a pullback here on the NASDAQ. We've had comments all morning from some trade representatives with U.S. President Trump, including Trade Representative Greer, currently speaking, it looks like, I believe, in Fox Business News about China and tariffs. We also had Scott Bessent yesterday, who was, of course, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, asked about these tariffs as well and the possibility of tariff refunds. With the State of the Union last night from U.S. President Trump. Another catalyst I want to mention quickly as well, just keep an eye on some of these lithium names, as Zimbabwe Mines Minister suspending export of all raw minerals and lithium materials. CRCL just pulling back in a big way here, but one of many earnings names on watch. So much to look at today, Sherry.
Good morning. There is a lot to talk about, guys. A lot of earnings names in focus. We've got Lowe's reporting, HP. Also this morning, Lucid with another tough quarter. They're down on the morning circle, as Adair mentioned. First Solar down 15.75%. Kava up almost 10%. Tempest AI, Hut 8, Workday. There's a bunch of names to talk about today, Adair.
Of course. So much to look at here, guys. I think Nvidia, of course, on a lot of people's minds, but yesterday we had that AMD Meta deal as well. And I think PayPal is another name that's going to be back in focus now 2 days straight with some kind of acquisition report, both of them from Bloomberg. What are you two looking at today? We're going to say hello to Sean and Obi.
Oh, hello. Always good to have Obi here. Welcome back. Obi filling in for Neil today. It's his daughter's birthday, so he's taking it off. And Adair doing a great job filling in for Brendo there. So we have a couple of different situations. And are you you're joining us for the recap for the Nvidia earnings?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, well, there it is. Yeah, good. So that's good. Obi will be joining us tonight. Yeah, let's talk about good earnings yesterday, last night as well for a few different names. You guys are just getting some circle shares short, so that should be good. We'll have to see how that trade winds up pairing out for us. Crypto battling back a little bit, back up to 66,000. I stayed awake for the whole State of the Union.
Really?
Believe it or not. Yeah. It's pretty good. I don't know. It was pretty interesting. A little bit of back and forth there near in the middle and yelling and screaming back and forth with both aisles. But no, it was pretty good. I enjoy watching some of that theater and hearing some of the talk, and it was a fun one. And not too much market moving events, I feel like, last night. Adara brought up AMD. That's nice to see a little bit today, up another 0.7. So that should be doing really well into today's trade. Nvidia as well. Back up to 194, looking like it wants to break through that 195 area. That should be good. And then I actually have written down as the top trade idea for myself, and it's going to probably break soon, but Coinbase. Right now, what? 164. Oh, that must be some dark pool printing there. But yeah, 169, looking to break through 170 right here is Coinbase. I think my chart's not really updating right now on Coinbase. We'll figure out what's going on with that. But yeah, lots of interesting names to trade today. We were going to talk about Circle, also financial names as well, SoFi, JP Morgan, things like that back on watch for yet another day, and should be a good one here. Tesla 410. We had a good trade yesterday, breaking Tesla 400.
Yeah, no,
so that was a good trade last night or yesterday during the day, and we'll see if we can do something like that today. What's on your mind this day?
So it's definitely been an interesting week here, Sean. We saw coming into the week some crazy action off of that Citrini report.
Yes.
Where literally, how much dollar volume did this guy move?
I
Not
can't
specifically that guy, but like people, you know, it was
probably
a lot of
Anthropic wrote that article.
Funny enough, it's like I was watching some of these names like Oracle, where I'm just like, where is this really going? And funny enough, the next day just swipes right back to prior day's opening price as if nothing happened.
Yeah.
So definitely some unusual selling coming in on Monday across the board. I was just like, is this fear mongering? I understand that. Like I read a decent chunk of the article. Most of it, I just gave it to Claude, and I was like, hey, can you summarize this? Summarize this.
Give me the doomsday report.
Yeah, exactly. It was like talking about like 2028, and I'm like, oh my God, people are really, really scared they took it. I guess they took it seriously. Whatever
It was what, 38% down they predicted about the S&P or the NASDAQ or whatever it was by 2028.
The Dow Jones dropped like 800 points. Yeah, a lot of things happened. Decent reversion here on Oracle, so I'm definitely watching that. We're getting a gap up here once again. So it's just like anybody and everybody who basically thought that this selling wasn't over and got short, got swiped up yesterday, pretty much closing near in and around opening range highs. And guess what? Today, we're gapping up a little bit higher. So that 150 could be interesting. We're kind of knocking on the door of that on Oracle. Some of the other names I was looking at, I think it was LNC. This one was a sleeper, Sean. This one was the one I was looking for to take the continuation, because I looked at a few of the banks, a few of the financials, the ones that were affected by the Citrini report, and I was like, all right, which one of these is not like the other?
Right.
And yesterday, so you can see this is what happened on Monday. Very, very programmatic selling.
Yep.
This is definitely a seller on board, and then closes near pretty much at the low. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna take a look at this one for continuation. Funny enough, it does come into end of day range highs before the selling kind of steps right back in. But we did get some relief and a reversion back in coming into the end of the day. But yeah, let me know what you guys are watching when it comes to that Citrini report, kind of thematic that's happening right now. I know
we've got a big one tonight. We've got CRM.
Yeah,
tonight.
CRM. CrowdStrike was another one that got pretty much absolutely rocked.
The whole space.
Could not catch a bounce. So here's the thing. Unusual selling. Well, say that you didn't know what the news was. Unusual selling coming in on Monday. The question I asked was, how many of these could actually bounce? How many of them actually showed some strength? CrowdStrike was one of the ones that could barely bounce. So some of them I'm looking for that leg, consolidation leg. Something like Oracle, which I was looking for continuation, absolutely not. We're looking distinctly different here on Oracle with that leg down, swipe up, and then gap up on the day today in the pre-market. So Oracle, by far one of the more interesting ones of that theme that's going on right now. So IBM saying good-o. Yeah, definitely IBM is on watch here. IBM kind of similar. It did catch a bit of a bounce here, but guess what? IBM bigger picture, man. Take a look at this. It's coming down pretty aggressively, breaking this consolidation, coming back into some of these lows from September, and then pulling back into some even earlier levels here. So I'm definitely watching this one very closely, because honestly, this looks a little too far too fast, but we'll wait and see if and when that bid comes in, if we can.
It was that whole COBOL. I don't know enough about it, but
yeah,
it was.
So yeah, they were like, COBOL modernization, and I guess IBM's a big player in
like a legacy in that space. Yeah. I see a lot of people putting into the chat your ticker, right? We just ran through a bunch of them. So this is what we want you guys to do. Put in $ Goog, Circle, Nvidia, Open Door actually had a move yesterday as well, Obi. A lot of these names, there's SoFi. So, you know, if you're in the chat, you just put a $ in there, Microsoft, someone just put Open, someone's putting SoFi, and then we'll just add it up, you know, and we'll see where, ooh, pairs.
Pair. Nice.
That's the pairs trade for today.
Exactly.
You know, long and short. Kawartha Dairy.
Yeah,
man,
some cable.
The snow last night there. I don't know. We got a little bit of snow in this morning. It wasn't the greatest. Let me see how much. About that much. Yeah, okay. I think that's probably a little bit more than there was, but yeah, no, I had to shovel a little bit this AM. So it's I feel like it's supposed to get to 1 or 2 degrees though. It's supposed to get pretty warm either today or tomorrow. Yesterday, so we'll be okay. Yeah, yesterday was. Frigid is a great word. That could be the word of the day or week or season, it seems like. It's been a cold one for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the weather's coming in. We're coming into summertime. Things are getting a little volatile, you know, up and down.
Summertime, yeah.
Warm last week, almost summer. And then yesterday we get like -10 all of a sudden, and then we're back to warm again.
Late February, almost summer. Yeah, that would be really nice if that was happening. You got me all happy. I like those thoughts right there. SoFi up almost 4%. So there goes SoFi here. Another name that, again, Citrini. Like, this guy's taking everything down. You know, SoFi had worrisome in the banking sector as well. We saw Charles Schwab go to the downside. A lot of those credit card companies, that's a little bit of a different situation there. But, you know, people talking about maybe bypassing some of the credit facilities and whatnot. So, yeah, nice to see a little bit of a bounce back. And we mentioned Neil was talking about XLF, how that was tanking over the last little while as well. What's JP Morgan up today? Nothing. All right, so XLF's had a nice move on the daily chart, and this is something that, again, like you're an investor and you don't want to take single stock risk. You can, definitely see this was 56 high back just at the beginning of the year, down to $51. That's 10% in the banking ETF. You get it all the way back to like November of 24 right there. So, good opportunities in XLF as well. And the winners keep on moving, right? Caterpillar, Lamb, all these names, J&J, Procter & Gamble. This whole sort of like, if you can explain the business and what they do, then it's probably doing okay right now. And so Caterpillar's upside, FedEx continues to move and march higher as well as the transports keep going. So again, if it's a business you understand and maybe one that's been around for a while, it's probably working right now in this environment. So, all right, it's 8:10. Wow, we just killed 10 minutes there. That was pretty good, Obi. Let's go back over the desk. We should have, actually, I looked today. There is, I believe, we have Luis coming on too. I wanted to say, I didn't think there was any economic numbers. We just have, excuse me, a bunch of Fed speak. Fed's barking at 10:40, Schmid at 11, and 1 o'clock, Musalem coming through. So not much going on there, but we do have Luis coming later on around 8:30 to talk about some, mid to small cap names, and we'll see if there's anything running around today. So LRCX. Yeah. All right. I don't. If I look pale, it must be the lighting because I feel pretty good, and I need to get some sun though. That is for sure. The wife wants. I want to go on vacation, but the wife, like, we're just so. We don't even have a free. Honestly, we don't have like a free weekend until I think it's July right now in the calendar, and it's just
3rd, maybe.
May 3rd.
May 3rd.
May the 4th be with you. Why? What's up with May 3rd?
I think there is a.
Did you look at my calendar?
No, I was looking at.
Oh, there might be holidays. Yeah, no, for sure. But it's just like we've committed to a bunch of things, and a lot of it is kid related. So we're trying to do the best.
April 3rd is Good Friday.
Well, yeah.
May 25th.
Right, yeah. Well, there's Easter. Easter's coming up, and all that kind of stuff. I think maybe April of some sort. Neil's going to. He always goes every year to. Spring training.
Right.
So that's, I can never take off March break. Thanks, Neil, because he does it every year. So I got to pull my kids out of school. My kids got to get less educated because of Neil, This is the problem. All right. Fine by me. Let's go back over the desk. You guys have any vacations planning? I heard, Sharif, you were thinking about a cruise or something. I heard that a little while ago.
Katina, man, the thing about the cruise is you've got to like march to the beat of their drum. They've got, the disembarking on certain days. So I think I'm going to go to Punta Cana. I was actually looking at Mexico yesterday, Katina, man, because of all the rage that's happening. I figured I'd get myself a good deal, but they haven't dropped quite yet, so.
Money thing. Joe did. Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing, but then I was like, because I saw that they almost got chopped in half, some of those prices. But then
exactly.
I was thinking, like, I don't know, is it worth going there with all that sort of strife going on there? It's probably a great deal to do it, and nothing's going to happen. But did you say Punta Cana on purpose?
Yeah, Joseph gave me that.
Okay, no, because that was funny. I like that. I never heard that. I think I'm going to go to Punta Cana. So I've been to Punta Cana. It's really nice. I think the wife and I went there pre-kids once, and I might have gone in my heyday as well at one point. So, yeah, I like the Dominican Republic for sure. You have any vacation? You sometimes go down south to see the family. Sometimes Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago. I don't know. There was a wedding that I was supposed to go to in Cancun. The tickets are definitely looking much better.
Grab it right now.
Yeah. Some of the boys that got those early, oh boy, definitely. I think they're down like about 50% from what they were like.
That's what I was saying.
Ago,
yeah, I saw some deals like $1,000. Like all you
like
could eat, drink.
Yeah, exactly.
Flying. No, that was to stay somewhere. The flight's probably a couple $100.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I think I was looking at them literally last night. Funny enough, I was looking at because I saw this video of like a bunch of people on the beach, and then there's like smoke.
The fire, like they're blowing up
happening
buses.
like across. And I'm like, okay, that doesn't seem.
I just love the life. Like, talk about privileged individuals, right? Like, I'm thinking and I would be one of those guys on the beach as well. Like, people are on the beach sipping margaritas, pina coladas, this and that. Meanwhile, like the city's on fire and you can see it. It's like, okay, well, anyways. tough. I hope everyone's safe over there. We're just having fun about vacations, but it's very serious stuff over there in Mexico. So we hope everybody is safe with that. And I think it was just the Puerto Vallarta location there that's under stress, and it was because they actually, I guess they got the leader of the drug cartel or whatever there, and so I better stop talking or else this is going to get out of hand. All right, let's go back over to the desk and talk to Darren Sharif.
We're definitely going to be discussing some Nvidia in a minute, but first I do want to mention this catalyst here coming through with Uber and Joby. This press release coming out right at 8 a.m. saying, quote, get ready for takeoff with Uber and Joby. That's right. Uber Air is going to be a new product here powered by Joby. Apparently, Joby is expected to carry its first passengers later this year in Dubai, and this will be a nice milestone for the partnership between Joby and Uber. I know you're interested in this whole eVTOL space, Sharif.
Yeah, I'm involved in this name, guys, full disclosure. So riders are going to be able to actually book these Joby eVTOL flights directly in the Uber app. It's the airplane, or the, let's call it the eVTOL that Joby is using here, is designed to carry a pilot and 4 passengers. It goes up to about 200 miles per hour and has about a 100-mile range. The aircraft uses tilting propellers, so they're kind of sound dampening, so you can operate within the, the regular ambient noise within a city. And they intend to expand their service to major global markets. We're talking about New York, we're talking about LA and Japan, but starting out with Dubai.
Nice milestone there for these two companies. And speaking of, milestones for companies, Nvidia, with its earnings report tonight, we already mentioned this. I do think it does bear repeating. We're going to talk about this again during the rundown. But guys, Nvidia, here's a look back at what they reported for Q3 2026. They did beat revenue and EPS, and they grew revenue by 62%. We're expecting roughly 66% year-over-year revenue growth for this quarter, Sharif.
Yeah, and here's what we're looking for, guys. We're looking for a $1.54 EPS on around $66.1 billion in revenue. That's what we're guiding for the current quarter. We'll have to see how they do. Data center revenue, which is the bulk of their revenue, is expected to come in at about more than a little bit above $60.5 billion, with full year expected a little bit below 214. But one thing that I'm personally going to be listening to is the cost of RAM and whether or not they're factoring that into their projections. A lot of the products that Nvidia sends out are completed servers. They have GPUs, CPUs, as well as, of course, NAND, DRAM, and the price of those have been going up markedly, Adara. So I want to see if any margin compression happens. We know that their margins are still in the mid-70s.
Nvidia, what's your guys' look?
I just wanted to say, so we will talk about Nvidia. I'm interested in that Joby talk, because the thing about Joby is it's 10% short float. Okay, so that's something that could get this stock going. I'm a little nervous about the actual business there with Uber, and I'll tell you why. Because 4 people is not a huge amount. I mean, obviously in a car, they take in 1 person. It's just, I wonder about the margins on that, but I think it's great to introduce these kind of eVTOLs into the market and make it mainstream, right? So I'm actually, I know, and thanks for Sharif for disclosing that he was in this, but I think it's a good name to possibly get in. I mean, you are now starting to base out right here $9 to $10. And the interesting thing about Joby is that we didn't cover, guys. They report tonight, Adara. So Joby tonight should be on watch, and it will be for us, as we'll be covering it all live here. But this is a good little level. It goes all the way back to January of 25, this $11 break. Now you get news with Uber. And, this is not a disruption. They're not disrupting anything. They're just creating like a new sort of class of travel. And I don't know, I could see it. You mentioned in New York there, I could see getting from Manhattan, whatever, to Uptown or wherever you're located there. I feel like if you have enough money, and I don't know how much this is going to cost, but obviously I think it, again, probably for the privileged, I would think, on this. But convenient, I think there's definitely a market for it. I know Neil sometimes takes his private helicopter into work and things like that. So, and that's expensive. You got to pay for a pilot. You got to pay the gas and all this kind of stuff. So it's nice to see Joby here doing it all for you the right way. So I do like that look there today, and I think that's a good story. And I'm probably, looking at this maybe on the watch list and put it on the sticky note, because, back in here into the 200 period is about $10. So I think a fall back into 10, and then maybe we get this thing going. Joby up 6% right now. Yeah, good look for Nvidia. I have Nvidia written on the sheet as well today, but what were you thinking here. It's a little top heavy near that 195. I feel like.
So I think I'm going to be looking for. The question is like, how well are they going to be? We know they're going to be.
Right.
We know they're going to do well. Is the market going to digest? What they report, and those are some of the questions that I'm asking. Like, are they going to, is it going to be above expectations? Are they going to blow it out of the park, or is it going to be as expected? Whatever. But that 193 to 194, I've been kind of pointing this level out here multiple times, and it's just like whenever we've come in here, even we attempted to break out of this, got to 200, 212.15 is the high, pulls back in, and then finds resistance here just in and around this 194, 192, 193. Within that area, every time we get up there, it keeps on getting sold off. And we saw that trade come in earlier this week on Monday. We'll just go down to a 15-minute chart here. It comes up, breaks out, pushes up into that 193 level, breaking prior week's highs, and then supply just steps right back in. Similar story yesterday, couldn't really get past some of those prior day highs either. But today, with a little bit of a gap up and trading above prior day's range, and it's earnings eve as well, maybe on the report is when we can finally blast through some of this resistance, and that seller lifts. But I have no idea. That's what I'll be looking for, to be honest. And ultimately, I want to try to take inventory into 200 if it'll let me. But we'll see what happens. Sometimes some of the best moves they're just going to swipe off of that earnings report. So. Yep. I know a few of you love to trade earnings. So good luck to you tonight for sure. And I'm expecting some good moves. Maybe tomorrow we come in and we're holding above that 195 to 200.
Well, that was that last time we broke above was on earnings, then we faded right back out. So I'm with you on that one. I think it'll be. We always have those polls up, and we say like what to expect. I would say like a beat and then a fade is what I would think for Nvidia. You could get up to that 205, 210 area, then we'll see what the market thinks about it. Most reports, many reports this earnings season have followed a very, very similar fate. And you could get that today, and we're going to be talking more about it. And I know Circle's a name that you've been studying as well, and you are looking at. And I know a few of you have gotten shares short on this. So I wanted to say, like, part of the Trader TV Academy also is being prepared, right? And I mean, the Trader TV Academy is now live. You guys can go grab that. We'll be talking about that very, very shortly. But, being here's Circle. Why is it still on Joby? 11, 12% short float, an earnings report that no one really expected to put out these kind of numbers, up 20% right now. So what I was getting at was preparation. So if you're looking short, you may have to borrow some from your broker. So we've had to do that around here. So many of the traders on the floor today looking short, or at least if you're going to trade Circle, you might as well pick up some shares short as well. Like, even if you think the long is in, if this thing pops, 25% or something, then, you may be looking for that backside for the short there. So anyways, Circle, a name, very cheap to borrow, basically free here. It's just you got to make sure they're loaded in your account. When I first started, they used to call them bullets instead of short requests. So it was like, because you needed it loaded, basically. Anyways,
I like
funny.
that.
Yeah, I like that too. It was always called that. So man, give me some bullets on Circle. Okay, let's go back over to Joe. He's got the options look. Let's see if there's anything going on there.
Always something going on in the world of derivatives here, Katina, man. Let's take a look here at AMD. Yes, yesterday signing a partnership with Meta. So we want to see what we got going on here with the options activity. We're going to kick things off with that $210 strike price. This is where we're going to see some substantial open interest and volume. Keep an eye out on these zones, guys. 13,000 in the OI sector and volume around 14,500. Open and close contracts, that is. And you can see the bid in the ask sitting around $20 there, guys. And relatively expensive, $800. And then we're going to see an increase in at-the-money IV as well. So your Vega metric starting to see a slight increase. But what I was surprised about is how little delta exposure you have here, considering, and then your gamma also relatively light as well. So we'll keep an eye out on those. And AMD, for me, use AMD. I personally like to trade the vehicle AMDL. Moving forward, PayPal with the strong spike up yesterday in the latter half of the session, looking at that $50 mark and seeing some substantial open interest and volume in around that range and at that specific strike price. 25,900 there, guys, and 29,400 as open and close contracts. Delta, Really surprising as well, too. So a very cool delta metric, your gamma exposure relatively cool, and then your at-the-money IV, you're going to see a slight increase there at 70.6%. A lot going on here this after the close, so we'll keep an eye on some Nvidia, and surprisingly so, I didn't see the increase in open interest through the strikes, the call strikes that I was looking for. So we'll see how we react. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a substantial move here after the bell, guys. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Very much there, Joe. The one that interests me, Sean, is that AMD for sure. We saw that crazy kind of gap up here. This move happened yesterday in the pre-market off of news that Meta might be getting themselves a little bit of an AMD stack there. So interestingly enough, 227 highs, swipe up, beautiful, beautiful reversion of just over 50% of that swipe up. But I like that it held up. It held up pretty decently, kind of absorbed, digested that move, and we got some maybe price, short-term at least, price acceptance in and around that 212, lower range 207s, and then we got all the way up to 216. So kind of, I have my eyes on this. If we can kind of break this 226, 227 high, maybe we'll see if it can get past prior day high as well. But AMD, definitely one of the top names on a higher time frame. Maybe, you know, I don't know if it's going to set up for an intraday trade today, but I'll definitely be watching this 216 level, Sean.
And I think when there's smoke, there's fire. We talked a little bit about PayPal over the last couple of days there as we and I actually just got lucky with it. I had mentioned going long there around $40. Just thought it was a little too depressed, and you know they still have that user base, and you know, new CEO looking like, I don't know, turnaround was not that the turnaround was possible, but if you look back, $40 was a pretty key level at one point there, and maybe I can throw you back a little longer there. But at the end of the day, it's a break through this 42, 42.50 area that now has got us to 48, and apparently a name like Stripe or some activist involvement here with PayPal. So another upside play here today. What about a pullback to 46.50 here, the 200 period moving average? We want to play dips and strong names. PayPal strong today. ES, actually I just put out the sticky note and I wanted to put the TQs and I didn't do that. All right, I'm thinking long today, you know, just overall market, just with Nvidia coming through. Stocks starting to go higher here. We got Palantir on the list. We got crypto starting to go as well. So NASDAQ up 0.4, ES up 0.3. So I like the long. So if we're going to look for stocks that are stronger than the market right now, you got PayPal relative strength with a good story underneath it. I like PayPal today, 46, 46.50 if we dip down into that area. And we could get that, right? And we also have a renewed takeover talk here with Netflix. I don't know if we might get to that story later, but Netflix and Warner Brothers there, Paramount, they're coming up with $31. We'll see if Netflix and if they can all, you know, be friends again here and figure out what's going to exactly happen with Warner Brothers. But I wonder if this name potentially, yeah, that's right, our charts don't show, boo. I wonder if this name potentially too has bottomed out right now and trying to break a little bit of a trend to go higher here on Netflix. So we'll watch to see that $80 mark going to come into play here today for sure on NFLX. So, all right, man, it's 8:28 right now. We should have Louis coming up around 8:30. But yeah, a couple of really interesting names there. Thanks, Joe, for those options. AMD looking real good off that move yesterday. I prefer PayPal, and I think Netflix has a move higher in it at some point off of this recent development with Paramount and Warner Brothers.
Getting to that Paramount Warner Brothers story on our rundown to kind of give it more time for everything that it needs. In the meantime, I do want to mention PYPL, which was brought up by Joe here. PayPal making a big move yesterday. This is its second straight day, or rather yesterday was its second straight day of intraday moves on a Bloomberg report related to a possible acquisition. This time here, Sharif, Bloomberg named Stripe as a potential acquirer.
They did, and JP Morgan. We'll get to some other names in a second. They're specifically targeting PayPal's Braintree unit, which is valued on, you know, in the informal markets at between 10 to 15 billion. That would add roughly about $700 billion in total payment volume to Stripe's existing 1.4 trillion. So that would be a nice accretion there. It's also Stripe, that is. It's it's also dominant in the B2B payment processing. So it would strategically make sense for them to pick up a B2C, business to customer. So look for that. But they're also, Stripe's estimated value at 159 billion is markedly higher than PayPal's 49. So financially, it would make sense. But some other names, Adair, that are being floated here: American Express, I don't know how to say this, Revolut, and other private equity firms as all possible suitors for PayPal.
We're going to have to wait and see if this acquisition comes to pass. It's worth noting Michael Burry also saying that he thinks that Shift4 would be a better target in that space than PayPal, which gave FOUR a move yesterday. Speaking of moves up, I do want to mention as well this Oracle upgrade. ORCL getting a nod from Oppenheimer this morning with a $185 price target, raising that rating to outperform. We're going to go head over to Luis in a second here. So we're going to bring him in. Thank you very much to Luis Barbado over here from Day Trade the World Barcelona, or Real Trading Barcelona. How are you doing today?
We're doing good. Thank you. Nice to meet you anyway.
Great to meet you, Luis. Let's dive in right into these small caps. There's a whole bunch of runners I'm seeing. I want to start here with XWEL. This is XWEL. This one was on our watch list this morning, I believe. Private placement news. Is this the type of stock that you'd be looking at today?
Yeah, we have a very, very, very slow market today in the small cap. Actually, we have only a couple of interesting stocks, and this is one of them. XWEL is popping up 120%. We have to take into account that this one has a bid price non-compliant requirement from the Nasdaq. So that means they have, I think, until 1st of June or 9th of June, something like that, to trade 10 days over $1. It doesn't look like it's going to happen today, but it's a very interesting moment to push the stock. They release some news. They try to do everything on their hands to push it through $1 and hold it there. We will not trade this one unless if it opens above VWAP, we will wait for some weakness and losing VWAP. But right now, we will not short this one in front of pre-market highs.
It makes a lot of sense, especially with that $1 mark that you mentioned there. Are there any other tickers that are on your radar for today? I know you mentioned it being a lighter day.
Yeah, we have Reto, RETO is the other one. We trade that one in front of the dollar. This one, it doesn't have a bid price requirement. Could have, if it would have, we could have hold over $1, but it didn't. So we went short against this $1 round number, adding when the VWAP was lost, taking profits here, and we will trade this one in front of the VWAP, short in front of the VWAP with the pre-market highs as stop, as hard stops.
Makes a lot of sense. Thank you for going over that one. I actually have a question as well about a ticker. I don't know if this is necessarily something you'd be looking at here, but RXRX, Recursion Pharmaceuticals, I believe Nvidia invested in them in one point a while back. They had earnings this morning. It's like a $3.80 ticker, bit of pre-market action. Is this the type of thing that you'd be looking at today?
Absolutely, you're right, but it's pretty already dead. The movements have happened like a couple of hours ago, something like that. But it's very, very interesting stock as well. It has some nice history charts and some kind of repetitive behavior. So it's one of the favorite tickers when it's in play in the pre-market.
It's definitely one that has moved in the past for sure. I have a question kind of more general, I think probably helpful for small cap traders, but traders in general. When there's a day like today, as you mentioned, when there's just not a lot happening, are you kind of looking for opportunities? Are you more sitting on your hands, waiting to see what sets up? What's your approach to these types of setups and days?
This is very important for day traders and more active day traders. We used to be here, and it's important to sit on your hands sometimes and do nothing. I mean, do nothing trading, but the trader, let's say like 10% of the trading is execution, but the other 90% is reviewing trade, coach with the other teammates, just relax, take the day off sometimes, you know. It's not a holiday, but it could be a day off today because there's nothing to do. But of course, always be expecting for a chance to come. Of course, the market until 10 in the night here in Spain, 4 in New York City, it's open. So we will have some chances, but be patient is very important. We also have some blue chips with earnings like Cycle today. We had AMD, a nice trade yesterday on AMD, for example. It is not our strong point to trade in blue chip, but if the chance comes, we take it, of course.
That's an awesome lesson just across the board. And that actually, I want to ask you a question about that. So given that, as you said, you're not really necessarily known for trading these blue chips, you prefer the small caps, I guess, what does it take for you to be interested in one of these blue chip names? And then what are you going to be kind of looking for to enter that trade?
You have to find an edge there. And like every day, we don't have an edge there. But if you have a lot of volume, some very, very important levels, some narrative behind the trade, as we had in AMD, with the popping up so much pre-market, losing pre-market highs on 216. So we were sure on that area, 215, 216, because we saw some narrative there. The market was weak, but AMD was overreacting to this news, so we took the short there. So a lot of things, and I believe the trader, we burn a lot of mental capital when we trade blue chips because of the level 2, because of the high volume, because of the way it moves. We believe we burn a lot of mental capital. So it's better to be very, very picky with the trades when you are trading blue chips.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, especially if it's something you're not necessarily doing every day. So with that in mind, with Nvidia earnings after the bell, is that the type of thing you'd look at, or more kind of seeing if it necessarily sets up how you want it to?
Absolutely. Tomorrow, if the movement is worthy to trade and the volume is there, but as I said, be very, very patient for some important levels with a very tight risk reward. Let's say very disciplined with the entry and exit points. When we trade blue chips, most of the time we trade like binary situation, like this is the target and this is the stop. When we trade the small caps, we are more flexible. We add into position, we cut the losses, we jump in again the trade, we are less selective on the execution. But when we trade blue chips, we are more selective with the entry, exit, and target price. So tomorrow, if it's very interesting because of the volume and prices, of course. If not, we will look for some sympathy plays within the sector.
It makes a lot of sense in terms of just kind of having approach to certain different types of stocks and sticking with that. Is there anything else you're looking at today, or anything else you want to share with anybody this morning, Luis?
Not looking so much today pre-market, as only Reto and XWEL. We will also check stocks from yesterday, like CDO. We have a very nice trade yesterday here in CDIO. We went short on those new highs because, as you can see, the history chart tells you it pops during the day, but we have during the day some very nice drop here, tanking like 50% again the next day. So we went short on these highs and take this very nice movement now. So today, because it has news as well, we will try to short this in front of highs of yesterday, and if it goes down, we will try to add into the VWAP.
Yeah, tons of lessons and insight there. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Luis Barbados over at Day Trading. Thanks again, Luis.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Fantastic stuff as always. Looking forward to more conversation with Louise in the afternoon. So make sure you guys come and check out the midday. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. And at the top of the list here, we have Kroger. You're down 1.38% here, with the price target being lowered to $68 by Wells Fargo. Also going from an overweight to an equal weight there, guys. And then First Solar down 15% here this morning. That is not a good look there. Price target to 205. Robert W. Baird giving that downgrade on FSLR. Let me double check something. Yeah, so that downgrade to 205 there, guys. And then Workday as well, going from a buy to a hold with the $155 price target by TD Cowen, down 8.88% here this morning. And then TAP, if you're thirsty this morning, some Molson. Coors getting the downgrade as well. $42 is going to be that target, going from a neutral weight to an underweight by BofA Securities. Now, on a positive note, we have Array Technologies, slightly negative here this morning, but getting a price target increase to $19 and by BNP Paribas. And then we have Enphase as well, to 2.3% to the top side, guys, going from a hold to a buy, and a price target increase to $57. Oracle positive this morning, 2 1/5. Price target of $185 by Oppenheimer, going from an perform to an outperform. So not too bad of a look there from Oracle. And then we also have Kava Technologies, guys, Telsey Advisory Group, giving them the nod. $85 is that price target. $85 to $88 there by Telsey Advisory Group. You're up 9% here this morning.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, the name that interests me, well, I mean, a lot of those do actually. Oracle on the come up is nice. You know, that's battling back. I think we think. Were you going to talk? Oh, you're going to talk about First Solar? Okay.
That's fine.
No, you talk about it. I'll go to Oracle. No, I was going to say I'll leave First Solar for Obi. He has a chart up there, so we'll leave that. But yeah, I was just thinking here, like, you know, with all these bond issuance and all this stuff, and you know, Google just had that 100-year. I feel like there is enough financing out here to support all these data center build-outs. I don't know. There's just something about it. Larry Ellison here going to support his company. Nice little upgrade. I'm just wondering if it's down. It just got hit too much here on Oracle. And we talked about this yesterday. I just can't remember what the PE was. I think we were thinking about this one near 20 right now for Oracle, which would be, and if it's anything less than that, then I think it is for sure a buy. Yeah, so there it is right there, 27 for Oracle right now on the PE. Q3 earnings in 12 days, Monday, March 9th. So, you know, it's always interesting when you get upgrades kind of out of nowhere heading into earnings. So, you know, potentially somebody knows something here, and maybe not, just a beat up name, gapping higher right there. So I like Oracle today on that move, up 2% against a market that I believe is going to be a strong one today. So I think Oracle on that upgrade, heading into earnings in 2 weeks. I like the stock. I think there's enough money out here to support the name. And I'm not too worried about the ability to raise capital and build out these data centers and support, you know, hopefully the big deals that they have underneath them. And if OpenAI is going to be a success, then I'm pretty sure Oracle can handle their business. So yeah, we'll look for Oracle for a nice move higher there. And I was going to choose for Solar on the downside, but that chart looks very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at it here, Sean, on a multi-hour chart. And yeah, it's a bit of a gap down here below prior support levels here. So we were supporting here in and around that 215, 214 area, all the way from January. Some of these levels showing up here as well from October of 2025 and maybe a little bit earlier as well. So yeah, most of October. Again, this was a resistance. Then it became into support. Then it became into support again. So definitely gapping below what I think is a bit of an interesting level here. I'm honestly looking for a potential continuation. They did not do, I guess the market didn't really digest their earnings report too well because aggressive selling off of the initial reaction, and then nice little bleed out there as well, coming in even lower in the pre-market session as of right now. So definitely one to keep a close eye on. Pre-market lows is 280, and I think that 200 could be well within range after maybe even before the open. We still have a bit of time here, but definitely something that I'm watching very closely for a potential push into 200. I think ideally, if it continues to hold VWAP here as it is, again, I like to throw on that anchored VWAP at the same time. So let's get rid of that intraday VWAP. That's sitting all the way up here. Again, more confluence at that 214 area here. So I'll be watching this one, 200 coming in potentially. That's what it's showing me. More sellers off of the open would just be more of the same on FSLR, guys.
All right, back to the desk.
And I like that you mentioned FSLR here, Obi, because I did want to talk about the solar space anyway over here, because it's interesting. We actually have a positive catalyst for one solar stock. That'll be Enphase, ZNPH, getting an upgrade from Jefferies this morning to a buy rating, raising that price target here to 57. Prior price target was 42. So nice look for ENPH. But as Obi just showed there for FSLR, not all is nice in solar. Certainly that report worth mentioning here, Sharif.
They did okay on the current report, guys, with adjusted EPS coming in at 484. That is up a healthy amount from the year prior, which was 365. Net income did also increase a little bit less than 521 million in take-home money. But despite the beat, the stock is down markedly here to start, as investors really focused on the weaker forward guidance. Let's talk a little bit about that guidance. They're guiding 4.9 to 5.2 billion. That came in below. That's for full year, by the way. They came in below the 5.28 billion consensus. Their module sales, they're looking at actually selling between 17 to 18.2 gigawatts. That also missed the street's expectations of 18.5 gigawatts. And the Analyst consensus revenue for the full year is 6.16 billion. So even at the top end of the range that they were guiding, that's a big miss there. The key issue, though, is their strategic underutilization of the Southeast Asian factories. That is according to the CEO. CEO on the call yesterday, and the management acknowledged there are customer headwinds, especially in permitting delays under the current administration, to be able to get those done, Adara. So we'll have to see how this one does during the trading day.
Now, lots of other earnings to talk about, of course, this morning. Some of these discussed in the rundown, some leading up to it. But in the meantime, I know you guys kind of already talked about FSLR. And what are your thoughts, I guess, in solar today?
Yeah, so we did have a look at it. I thought it was pretty interesting that we saw Enphase on the upside there, on the upgrade. So I'm not sure like why First Solar would be getting hit that bad and people expecting Enphase to put up a number. But for me here, it looks like a pretty decent opportunity to break through $52 if it can get going. I would rather fade this name because we did get the First Solar number, which was worse. And I mean, shoot, TAN, that's the ETF. Ooh, good memory, I feel like. Yeah, there it is, solar ETF. You know, I was like, is it Ray? Is it Sun? Or what is it? But it's TAN. And I mean, this has been also pretty hot, you know? So I don't, you know, for me, if I was to think about First Solar earnings ahead of earnings, I would have thought it was a pretty healthy look. I mean, the ETFs going to the upside. We had Sunrun was another name that we had talked about before with Brian Shannon, and it's a name that he had thought about potentially breaking out as well. And that didn't, looks like that didn't wind up happening, but you know, these were other names that, like, look at the consolidation here, Obi. When you're talking about a flagpole potentially, there's the move up, a little bit of consolidation. That doesn't look like it's about to break or anything like that, but just a lot of choppiness in a lot of these names. But you know, that TAN ETF, if you like the space, maybe this is something. I don't know. We talked about energy and that whole space. I know solar doesn't have like the gigawatts or anything behind it to actually power anything of significance, but it seems like these the ETF TAN seems to be going higher. Maybe there's some value in some of these names, and I think it would be Enphase might be one. You have another name right here. This name actually got kicked out of the S&P 500 2 years ago, but maybe it's making a battle back. Solar Edge.
So recent earnings here, Sean, on Solar Edge, that's SEDG, and yeah, kind of getting rocked on its earnings, pop and drop off of the open, pop on the reaction, and then off of the open, just sellers stepping right back into what seemed like a previous level of support here just from the prior week, coming into, I guess, when is this, Wednesday, February the 18th. But guess what? We're stair-stepping up, coming right back up. Yesterday's price action a little interesting. So luckily found something that might be of interest to me, where you have that stair-step action post earnings coming up into the end of the day yesterday, or majority of the day after the morning session. You can see nice little support here, very tight consolidation of 42s with a high of 43.28s. 43.40s was that earnings reaction high. So just going to a higher time frame. Yeah, some of these solar names definitely looking good, but distinctly different from First Solar. Again, FSLR, we just looked at this one. Distinctly different, aggressive selling, but maybe we'll see some interesting moves here. Earnings reaction low 208s. That's another level that I'll be watching. If we do get a pop, if we do get some bidding here, I do like the way that it closed into the after hours close there at 8 p.m. You can see here periodic lower highs, nice little flag action happening, and then 4 a.m. swap breakdown of that 212 area. Now trading using that earnings reaction low as a potential bit of area of resistance in the pre-market as well here on First Solar. So we'll see if this one shows up first on the blotter off the open.
You know a name that I like here that, I mean,
Hergé.
Yeah, pumping my own tires here a little bit because we did buy this name, you know, sub $90. So nice. It's been a nice move. But I was just thinking about it. Do you know they have a dividend? So you might want to hold Walmart over Target. There's no doubt about that. Walmart's PE 46, Target's PE 14. Whoa. Okay. Walmart. Hello. I don't even think, does Walmart pay a dividend? Let me just check. Walmart, do they, Sharif? Let me see here. Walmart, no, not really. 0.7 dividend for Walmart, 4% for Target. Right, here's flagpole, a little bit of a build-up right here. Looks like it might want to break out. So I've already gotten some out here around 116, 117, but looking for a break into this 125, 130 area for Target. We did get we got Walmart earnings. Did we get Target earnings or no? There it is. 6 days from now, March 3rd. Joby, I like the stock. Right there, getting a little higher here. Well, we'll have to see. Like, I know there's going to be the tariff talk and everything like that, and retail's had its ups and downs. But with a 4% dividend yield and a PE at 14, I think Target is something that is due for a breakout here as well. And look, Walmart's the belle of the ball. I mean, there's reasons why it has a 46 PE, right? Everything that Walmart seems to be doing is working out for them, including, I think an underserviced delivery, aspect to it as well as, oh yeah, that's right. It went over. I was like, what happened to the chart? It went over to the NASDAQ. Included in the NASDAQ 100 now. I think Walmart's a good look here as well, but I would prefer just on valuation. We saw Costco got hit on its valuation. I could see Walmart, people eventually getting tired of that PE and wanting to pay less and could sell it down. But anyways, I don't know why I switched from First Solar there or whatever to Walmart and Target, but I saw someone put in the chat there, and Target was 6 days away, March 3rd. I think that should be something to look out for here as retail coming back. Right now, that's the next part of it. I think there's like 84% or so of the S&P 500 reported. So big numbers tonight, Salesforce and Nvidia, but retail just around the corner there as well. So, all right, it's 8:50 here. Lots of good talk, lots of different sectors already today, man. We talked about some of the tech names, some retail, solar names. We got some small cap names with Luis as well. Crypto. I mean, there it goes, man. I have Coinbase. Oh, by the way, the sticky note is now out. Well, it's been out for a minute. And I had written on here Coinbase as being one of the top trades there. 170 breakout, potentially so that's the break long. If IBIT dips, we want that. But it doesn't look like IBIT's going to dip at all right now. So let's have a quick look. There's 66.5. Wow, that's a good move. Coinbase is probably already over 170. Yeah, boo. So there's the break there. I just like the key level of 170. So we'll see if we can touch some Coinbase today, if it gets involved, and then IBIT right here. I actually just noticed it when we were doing that little rundown. I was like, what other sectors could we talk about? And there goes IBIT up 4% as well. So, up 3%, sorry, just kicking it right here. Nicely up about $1.50 from yesterday's close. We'll see if IBIT can keep this momentum to the north side right now. Crypto just breaking through 66,000 again. So we'll be talking all about that. As it got a low as about 64.5. Or so right there. You're still holding on to Doge, I guess. But
yeah,
nothing major.
I mean, I've held through worse.
Oh yeah. No, I only brought that up because I know that was one name that you and I talk about sometimes.
I mean, Bitcoin, it's funny enough, remember I was talking about, like, it seemed like it was just yesterday. I was just like, you got to remember Bitcoin and the volatility, the ebbs and flows, and I measured out. I remember you were here as well. I measured out every time, every cycle. 50 to 70% pullback, 50 to 70% pullback. And I was sitting here, and people in the chat as well, they were like, oh no, but this time it's different. This time the governments are holding it. This time, you know how many times I've heard that? This time it's different. Guess what? I really don't care what anybody says anymore. I only like to listen to what the chart and the price action have told me, because at the end of the day, that is what I'm going to be following. So let's go to where do we think it's going, frame. Man? I'm just going to go to like a 3 month right here. You can see here like pullbacks. Like I can do this again, where you kind of measure it out. That's an 80% pullback, and that's in 2018. What about some of these pops from 2021 right here? Look at that, 77% pullback. Right? So that's within a range of how when this thing gets going, sure, it has aggressive moves, it has pretty significant moves, but on the pullback, we're about 50% right now, Sean. Mm-hmm. So I think we still...
So draw test, so where would that go? For 70, were we talking about 55,000, or what do we...
I mean, for 70%, if we were to say,
like, where might be a measured move?
Yeah, 70% would be about 33s. So
30,000.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was at 100, 125. No one's going to be talking about it 100K lower, right? I mean, that's usually what happens. People start talking about it, and things get going in and around the times where it's been having aggressive moves. A lot of people right here, 100K. They were like, oh, finally at 100K, which is an epic time if you've been watching this vehicle for many years. But it's just doing more of the same, in my opinion. I think so. Just looking at support and resistance, this kind of consolidation here was interesting. This was a 70K breakout, and I really liked this consolidation because we had a step up and these were prior highs here, and we were consolidating within that upper range of some of those prior highs. And again, I didn't know what it was going to do. I was just like, all right, well, if we crack lower, there's a defined level here right at 50K. And if we push up higher, there's the defined level here at that 70 to 74K as well. And you can see here, beautiful hold of that resistance turned into support here in April of 2025, but since then we kind of slam right through it, not really caring about that. So an increasing volume as well with some of the selling that's been happening. So I don't know, I can't tell the future, but all I can say is that there's been sellers on board for the past couple of months at the very least here on Bitcoin as it kind of pulls back off of that 100K. Then it was 75s that we're pulling off of right now. So we'll see this prior consolidation low right here, again, in and around that 50K level. We'll see what it does around 50.
Okay, so yeah, good little look there, and I think it's always important to go back, and especially when you have a relatively new name like Bitcoin that's not, you know, trading on earnings or anything like that. And what you said there about how forget about everyone's opinion, we just got to sort of think about what the chart tells you, because, you know, in sports and EA Sports, but they say ball don't lie, and
exactly.
if you you know, if the ball's out of bounds, it's out of bounds, and if Bitcoin has the ability to get you know, to have those moves 50 to 70% down, then let's not be surprised about that. I did dip by a little bit there at 66 flat. And I use IBIT as the vehicle to do that. And sometimes we get in trouble and say IBIT's not Bitcoin, but kind of is. It's just obviously it's not the same as Bitcoin. We understand that one is, you know, the physical and one is an ETF. And but if you're going to look at the prices, the only disadvantage, again, to anybody that's holding anything like a BMNR or an IBIT or ETHA would be another example, is, of course, that you have to, I don't know, I know you trade in Blue Ocean. I assume IBIT and all that is going with decent volume in Blue Ocean if you wanted to.
Yeah, every now and then it does some okay volume.
Okay.
I think this one is crypto related as well, right? IREN maybe, perhaps. I don't remember. Technology services, data processing. But yeah, so powering the future of Bitcoin and AI. So IREN sometimes in Blue Ocean does get some decent amount of volume and gives some great opportunities. IBIT every now and then, maybe, perhaps. SLV does some decent volume, but then again, that's a commodity that trades almost 24 hours. So yeah, even though, you know, kind of similar to Bitcoin, right? It trades 24 hours, but SLV gets some of the most volume in.
I was going to say that's really the only what I was getting at too, and thanks for going over the volumes and different names. But what I was getting at is just like, as we hold some of these ETFs, and if you're trading crypto, part of the story could happen over the weekend, could happen, and that's why, you know, the physical Bitcoin, you can just load up your Binance or, you know, wherever you're holding it, Robinhood, and actually physically get out of Bitcoin if you needed to. Meanwhile, you may have to wait for said market, depending on the exchange, to open up to get out of your Ethereum or your IBIT or whatever your Bitcoin if you're holding it on exchange. And the other thing would be, or off exchange. The other thing here would be MSTR as well. You know, this could be another big day. I wrote down Coinbase today to look at it, but I think that MSTR is another take today as well, right? I think it's risk on. And look, all I've been talking about is longs. This is now out. We got long Coinbase, long Nvidia, long Palantir, long Circle. It's all on here for today. I also want long futures, and I want long silver. So, and long silver's on here at $80. But there it goes, man. The ES now just breaking out through pre-market highs, so that's real good. And so is the NASDAQ right now breaking out as well. So we may like the long, but we're not long right now. We may have to wait for a little bit of a pullback. All right, man, it's 8:58. No Neil, no Brendan, no problem. Adara just killing it up there on the desk. We want to thank her for doing that. Sharif, obviously. Joe, thank you so much for all your input so far today. Obi, I mean, what a great, interesting perspective we have when Obi comes on. I love the chart reading as well. And unfortunately, you guys have to put up with me. But let's go back over. No, don't thank me for anything. Back over to the desk right now with said Adara and Sharif. Great morning so far here, guys.
Thank you very much, Shauna. Having a great morning myself, though. Someone who's not having a great morning might be David Tepper. CNBC reporting that David Tepper wrote a letter to Whirlpool WHR management saying that they have apparently destroyed shareholder value and they have not taken advantage of these new tariffs in the U.S. Worth noting, WHR is roughly 4.1% of Tepper's portfolio. So interesting look here for Whirlpool. We're going to get right into that watch list, though. How are these futures looking?
Let's look at the SPY, guys. 687 1/3 is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. Look at where we are now. We're knocking on the door of 690, 689.89. We're up 1/3%. But look where we've been rejecting off that level. We've been rejecting that 690 level since we lost it back on the 12th of February. So first and foremost, if we can get above 690, that's going to be our first level of resistance. We can get above it. We're looking at that clear area of 692.5, 691, 692, excuse me, as the second area of resistance. If we start selling off, we're looking at yesterday's closing print, 687 1/3, Adara, as support.
Let's get right into this morning watch list. Lots to talk about. Of course, today we're going to start with Nvidia in just a moment, but you know, there's tons of names, not always going to get into them on the rundown. So if you want to get involved, go to that link there, Trader TV Live, tradertv-live.beehive.com/subscribe. Definitely check us out for that morning watch list. There's also Sharif's morning note, which you can get if you are a subscriber of the channel. So check that out as well. In the meantime, we're going to check out Nvidia. This was mentioned earlier today, but it does bear repeating. Nvidia, the biggest highlight of the earnings season. As always, last quarter, they beat revenue, they beat EPS, revenue growth, pretty healthy here. Sharif, what's on tap for the company tonight, and what are you going to be looking for?
We are expecting, Adara, $1.54 EPS on revenue of $66.1 billion. They're expecting, obviously, a much larger number for the full year, a little bit less than $214 billion. The stock's only up 2% year to date, so it's been quite flat as of late. They've already pre-announced about $500 billion in revenue, forward-looking visibility over multiple years. Recent earnings beat as well, though. If you're looking for an aggressive move after market, they have been quite muted, even though the report has been quite strong. There are concerns, though, around hyperscalers developing custom chips. We have been talking a lot about this, whether it's Google, it's TPUs, tensor processing units, whether it's Amazon's Trainium, custom silicon, application-specific integrated circuits looking to eat into some of these margins. Adara, will have to see if they can maintain those mid-70 gross margins.
Nvidia, are you guys thinking long on Jensen Huang tonight?
I mean, I think
What? No, I know, but I didn't really like the terminology on that.
I thought it was a pun. I'm sorry.
It was a good pun. I just didn't want to get caught saying something like long on Jensen there, but I just said it anyways. There we go. I like it. No, there's no fail. It's fun, man. We're having fun. This is a fun show. But no, look, I have it written down as a long, and we had sort of talked a little bit here about what we could expect from this report. I think we've already seen CapEx, like it's $600 billion in CapEx already noted for this year through all the major spenders, right? And as I told you, Google, you don't have enough money? Fine, we're doing a bond sale, right? We're gonna raise funds that way. No problem, oversubscribed. They can do that over and over and over again. Oracle, like everybody is lining up for Nvidia products and to build this AI wave, right? And so I have no doubt that they're going to meet and beat whatever the quarter is. I'm worried, obviously, about the guide, and I just think that will there be a slowdown? That's not something that myself or Obi or anybody can predict. I would say there's not. And I think Jensen, like I said, is a man that speaks well to Wall Street. The last time we had earnings was right into here, and we gapped higher, right? And then that was a nice story. And then we were up there for 3 days, and then we fell back down and went into the same range we've been in for the last 8 months. So for me, very, very choppy, very, very range bound. But today you get the breakout. So I have it written down as a long. I mean, I have written down long 193 if we get that move back in. And that's just yesterday's close. So we'll look at that area right there. Or I thought a 195 break. Just play the momentum to the upside. You have VWAP gapping. What's up, Randy? How's it going there? Man, that coffee looks real good. Hint, hint. So this one, no, very subtle one, Randy. Very subtle hint. Only if you have a second. Don't worry about it. But anyways, 194, a little low there. We could base out and break. So it feels like we're building something up there. I like the breakout, but Obi and Adair and everybody watching, tomorrow's going to be a brand new day. Yeah, exactly. Every day is a brand new day. But in the world of Nvidia.
Yes.
So I was going to say, and we only speak for our own investments and things like that. but it's never a right thing to maybe make a prediction and put a bunch of capital into something the day before the report. We have no idea what they're going to report, but as far as a day trade is concerned, the volume will be there. It's already done 3 million shares. It's at a great little high level there of that 195, looking potentially like a breakout. But I know what you're going to say because it's something that you always say, and maybe I'm wrong. But that's a good supply zone up there near 195. So that's like an Obiism there. Yeah. So I'm interested to hear what your take is on potentially what Nvidia may do in today's trade.
So yeah, I'm definitely going to be watching this one closely. I don't know if a trade sets up that's somewhat playbook, then yeah, maybe I'll take a bit of a stab at it here. But you can see here weekly, definitely a bit of a supply zone here. We've been trying to push that level since December, Monday, December 22nd of last year. We got up there as well. October, we did break out going into, I guess, the prior earnings level here, or prior earnings date, which was, when was this? In the week of November 17th. So last year. So we did attempt to push, and we kind of gapped down, sold off a little bit lower, back into that 170s. But yeah, it's been in a range here, as you can see in the weekly, 195s, 194s, 192s, whatever you want to call it, down into 170. So coming into the day today, Sean, we see that it is holding above prior day's highs. So I do like that a little bit here as maybe some confluence for a potential push. Maybe it gets the bid gets front run into earnings. I have no idea, but different iterations kind of going through my mind here for a potential push. But you can see it is kind of holding above some of these prior levels. January 30th, that was the high there, and once again holding above a lot of this price action. So last time we were any higher was that earnings day here on November 20th. Yeah, November 20th. Was earnings day one last time, and you can see we got to a high of 198. So I think everyone's thinking the same thing. Will Nvidia get to and hold above that 200 level so we can make that leg a little bit higher towards those all-time highs? I think markets are strong. You can see that some of these tech names are kind of fluctuating as they have been kind of overbought over the past couple of years. But the market is strong. The SPY near highs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy. Cheers.
Let me get that. Boom.
Oh yeah, you got the bear mug. Okay, okay. Yeah, now we show everybody what your true ideas are, eh?
Yeah. Get your claws off my coffee. Yeah, I like this mug.
I have a feeling that that mug may come in handy with our next topic right there. Let's go talk about Circle. Got that rocket jetpack underneath it right now.
Crypto's strong in general, but I don't think anything is as close to as strong as CRCL. Certainly correct us if we're wrong here, but Circle, guys, massively to the upside. Nice earnings report, or at least nice earnings reaction for CRCL for fiscal 2025 and Q4 2025.
Revenue really benefiting here, Adair, from a 72% year-over-year rise in the USDC circulation, up to $75.33 billion, with total revenue from reserves climbing up to $733 million, adjusted EBITDA up 412% year-over-year, taking up that $167 million mark, and total on-chain, transactions in USDC also rose 247% year-over-year. Now a little bit shy, a tiny bit shy of $12 trillion on the year. And guys, USDC remains pegged to the US dollar and is backed by the shorter dated treasuries as well as US cash. And they made money on those treasuries, ironically enough, having to hold them as a result of regulations. But there is optimism still around stablecoins increasing circulation following the passage of the Genius Act. We'll have to see exactly how they do, but they received primary approval to establish a national bank trust. I think that was a few months ago, and they're looking at integrating that into their operations.
I think you guys are both looking at Circle today. One of you actually already involved in Circle, so I'm sure there's a lot to say for this one, guys.
Okay, Obi, I didn't realize you're short already.
I've been kind of dabbling in on it. I've mainly just taken some paper cuts here, getting short, watching it, getting a feel for some of this action here as it is pushing up into that 75 level. But yeah, decent earnings report, blowing it out of the park here. Estimate was what, 15.15, and then reported 0.43, so about 185% surprise I'm seeing here. So decent reaction on that. I guess opening up, it'll be gapping up into some prior levels. So let's just take a look here on the daily real quick, 1 day. See where we're getting ourselves into. So you can see here. Oh, that's that position from the picks there. But yeah, so we're seeing that it's just pushing up into this level right here. This kind of was support in and around that 75 area. Maybe some prior levels here at 64s. We already pushed past that, breaking out of that area on that earnings report that we got this morning. Pretty decent move here. You can see that's a pre-market level 73.5s. So 73.5. That's what we're trading at right now. In the pre-market, we got to a high of 74.65, so almost in there. We had this 1 day, which was very interesting as well, on January 28th, where we had that gap up and just got slammed right in. So definitely, this is a prior area that has shown that it was support. And then on retest, where we've gotten one retest so far here on that January 28th, we see that support turned into some resistance. So we'll see if there's more of the same here. Again, if we're gonna trade it higher, I think that some of this area does have to show us some conviction in terms of can buyers hold it above this level. But great earnings report.
Look, when's the last time? Yeah, great little look there. And yeah, it's funny because when you're a relatively new company, you got to be prepared for those kind of earnings reports, and we'll see where it goes from here. I don't know the last time I even put Coinbase on the sticky note, and I'm not even sure like what got me into this, other than I looked down and I saw Bitcoin trying to go. It was like at 65.5 or so, and I said, what name other than iBit will the viewers and myself potentially like to? Hey, there's a brain there. Like to trade. So I just said, crypto's starting to bounce. That's 4 days now downside. We'll see if we can get a bounce now for Coinbase. Also watching dips. That was on, not dips into for 131, 136. That was iBit 36 to get into, not 136. I'm going to edit that. But we were looking at Coinbase, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay. There goes Coinbase right now. And, we were looking at that 170 break. So it looks like 170 was a good area. I mean, we broke it. We went up to 171. We came back. We held 170 again. And now it's upside. Now we got help and support from the 25 period and the 50 period and VWAP. So, yeah, man, let's go. We like the bull run potentially starting now in Coinbase. Let's get this stock long and let's see where it winds up going. 175 right here on the daily. That's that break long right there. And there's some names that have been beat up, right? I mean, Coinbase is definitely going to be one of those. Coinbase was just at $420 back in October, down to 160 now. Obi, like you want to talk about something that's gotten super beat up, that would be Coinbase. And if you're going to go over here and just look, their PE right now, 36, pretty reasonable for a growth name like a Coinbase. So we're going to see where that winds up going. Another name to look at today, Hut 8 would be another name there. We had this mouse. We had Eric Jackson talking about Hut 8 not too long ago as well. This name he brought up, I think it was $40 to $45, now up to $60 in Hut 8, trying to get going here as well, breaking long, only up 1.69%. Doesn't have the following. I think this was, what is that, January? No, it must have been in here. I think this was the Eric Jackson move, 50 to 51 bucks right there. Then it faded and back up. Okay, so, looking to break through here. I think Hut 8 is another one of those plays that you have to look at if you're talking the crypto space. And then, we already went over MSTR and all that, but BMNR, if you're interested, that's up 6.5% today as well. And you want to talk about a name that's really gotten hit there on Ethereum. They've staked something like 3 million, is it 3 million Ethereum or something? So they've really built up quite the stake there. So if you do believe in ETH, do some work on BMNR because they're also getting higher. But for me, it's gonna be Coinbase. I like the name, 170. Let's sit there and see what happens on Coinbase 170, guys, today. All right, here we go. We talked about this earlier. I like Netflix. I like the live aspect to it. I like, we talked about sports, them getting into sports. There's that cool, did you watch that guy climb Taipei 101? I forget his name.
I saw the Netflix special.
That was it. Yeah, that was. Oh, the special. Or did you see him actually climb?
No, I didn't see.
Yeah,
I didn't watch either. But I saw that it was on
for
Netflix.
me. But that was. Can you imagine climbing something like that without Any harnesses?
Yeah, I mean, hey, man, shout out to people who take real risks, man. I mean, that is crazy. As traders, you know, we obviously love that as well. But yeah, I saw that and I was like, maybe you know, I'll save that for a rainy day. But that, absolutely wild. I think sometimes when I see that happening, my palms get sweaty just watching.
Oh, I couldn't. Like I was watching it. So the good thing about it is my son really wanted to watch it, and we were busy, so we. Couldn't watch. Oh no, it got rained out. The first attempt was rained out. That's what it was. So, and then the next one, we were busy the next day, so we watched it the following day. So I already knew the dude didn't die. So for me watching it, it was easy. But like if I was watching it live, I would have been like, honestly, even watching it, knowing the end result, it was too freaky. But anyways, all right, let's go back there. Did you guys happen to watch that dude climb that Taipei 101? That was pretty interesting. But anyways, Netflix. Here we go. Any looks back there for that particular episode or whatever it was?
I did not watch it or know what it was.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Sean. I apologize.
But Obi mentioned risk there. So with regards to risk, NFLX kind of took some by letting PSKY and WBD get into those talks for about a week. And it looks like this might be working against them because PSKY here, with an offer the WBD shareholders are maybe open to.
Popping it up from $30 into $31 per share, guys. Still remains an all-cash offer. The offer does include a $7 billion breakup fee if regulatory approval fails. Speaking of the breakup fee, Paramount's also agreed to cover the Netflix breakup fee with Warner Brothers, which is slated here at $2.8 billion. WBD's board is still reviewing the offer to see whether it's, quote, a superior proposal. That is a technical term. Netflix did agree in December to acquire WBD Studios for $27.75 a share. The deal, the Netflix deal, values the entire company at $72 billion, but when you actually look at the assets, it's $82.7 billion, of course, because they're not taking on the legacy media assets. If WBD deems Paramount's bid superior, Netflix will have 4 days to improve its offer, obviously issue a counteroffer. Paramount is seeking to acquire all of WBD, and this would unite two of the 5 largest Hedera movie studios, which is, of course, Warner Brothers and Paramount.
Certainly lots on the line, guys. Is Netflix or PSKY or WBD on your watch list?
Not on mine, but I do understand that it's going to be a popular name, and we had talked about. Now, I mean, it's on the watch list for sure. I shouldn't say that, but it's not necessarily one that I'm super excited to look at today with so much other things popping. But you know, we always look whenever there's good news and you have a little bit of a gap. You kind of look at that pre-market bottom to see if it's going to hold. I don't know. And like Netflix has had some crazy moves that really are hard to figure out. Like this was yesterday's open. Like what? 78 down to 75? Sorry, 2 days ago down to 75 and then all the way back. And this is yesterday's open as well. Moved back to 75, up to 77, back down to 75.50. And then, you know, so obviously a very, very news-based situation here. So I would just say, you know, I don't want to look at it early because something could happen early on. But if it does, this looks pretty good to me, 78 and change. So maybe a long down there. I don't really look at Warner Brothers or Paramount. I would say Netflix is probably the trade, and I would wait for $78, but not a name that I've been looking at throughout this whole sort of run. In my own personal account, most recently bought it in the mid-80s, didn't buy anything on that dip into the mid-70s. So I think it's a wait and see on whether or not this deal accrues and you know, how it looks once it even hits their income statement. They're going to wind up paying, you know, close to $90 billion for Warner Brothers if it winds up going through. That's a hefty price tag these days. So yeah, but it's another. I don't know if AI can really affect sort of the streaming aspect of Netflix, but I know Netflix was trying to get into gaming.
Yeah.
And I think they can use AI to their advantage to curate better lists for people, you know, force programming that people may want to watch. And yeah, you know, if AI, and we've seen some stuff with Nano Banana and some of these other opportunities to create content outside of traditional methods, right? And so if you have AI creating, they'll have like a hit. Like as far as I know, K-pop Demon Hunters could have just been all created using AI. Like I mean, shout out to Canada, by the way. That's the woman involved there, executive producer and creator, is from Toronto. So shout out to that. But anyways, I just feel like Netflix could be a beneficiary of this AI dominance. But anyways, I like the stock down here. Any technical looks for you on it, or?
Yeah, no, I think I'm watching that. I think it's funny that both of these are kind of fighting for that WBD. I was trying to look up a certain video that I saw just a few days ago, but there's a lot of these going around where you're getting that that professional studio-like production. And it can be so the video was like, oh, if there was a team of animators and a whole studio, this would have taken them, $500,000 in the course of over a month. And this dude in his basement and a couple of hours with I think C-Dance was a big one, the new Chinese AI video making AI. So C-Dance is absolutely solid there as well. I know some of the production that's coming out of it, but it's funny that they're fighting for WBD when I think in the near future, probably by the end of 2026, if these companies really don't get on that ball, they definitely will be left behind. But you make a good point. It's a streaming service. Like first and foremost, it's a streaming service. That's how they get their revenue from those subscribers. And even if they have productions that are coming in, regardless of from whether they're buying it from studios or they're making it on their own, that they're going to be the funnel that kind of provides those videos to the people. But yeah, a little bit of a gap up here, trading a little bit higher here relative to some of prior action in this week. You can see Monday coming in aggressive selling, and then trending up pretty much all day yesterday with that bit of a swoop into that after hours action. But yeah, I'm still watching. It's still kind of in range here. You can see here some prior resistance. I do want to point out bigger picture. This thing has just been selling on any and every news piece, but this could be something different. We got the first on the weekly, Sean. You can see here we've just been selling off aggressively. 134s broken down 114, broken down 105s, breaking below this 82 level here.
That's
as well.
A weekly.
This is a weekly.
So
chart.
we don't have any up weeks.
Well, last week closed a little green. So after multiple, let's measure these. After about after 10 red bars with somewhat of an increasing volume, you get a first little bit of a green week. Let's see if we're already breaking prior week's highs right now. So maybe we get that bit of a bounce, bit of a reversion off of this. I have no idea, but prior bars are, I guess, technically breaking off the open if we continue trading around 79s here on NFLX. So we might see that bit of a move there. I'm definitely watching.
I didn't realize that weekly chart. That's like 10 or so straight down weeks there. So, pretty nasty. You always think after a split, the stock should get some retail attention and start to go higher, but not true this time around for Netflix. Did you know who reports tomorrow? CoreWeave.
Oh.
So that should be, there's a lot of exciting names coming in the next little while. I saw someone put in the chat, CoreWeave tomorrow. That should be really exciting. Tonight, make sure you stay tuned with us tonight. We'll have the after party, the Nvidia Watch Show. Earnings Watch Party is on today. So join us at 4 p.m. as we'll go over Netflix. We won't go over Netflix. Nvidia, Salesforce, a couple other names hitting tonight as well. So get ready to join us after 4 p.m. Today. Oh, by the way, we didn't even mention this, and I don't know if there was a read or not, Andre, but start your journey today with Trader TV Live. I mean, I was actually just going through some videos right here with Trader TV Live. Look, this is Brendan right here. Stories from the trading floor. So okay, here we go. Here's Sharif right here. No, get this guy off the screen immediately. But anyways, it's talking. Look at this. What challenges did you face early on? Brendan just used the word dabbles right there. So, check out what's going on here. We're all talking about this. What was your first trading lessons? How did they shape you? I'm just glad I'm not wearing the same shirt in this that I am now. But anyways, get going with this, man. This is an awesome, well-produced, and look, like as you go, what keeps you motivated? Hey, there's my guy, Neil, right there. Next topic, there's Sharif, what keeps you motivated? How did you get started? Where did you get started? What's the most important things to learn? And guess what? This is just one of 4 lessons that you're gonna watch in the first syllabus, I guess, the trader's journey, right? Then we go introduction to the curriculum, then the PA market access, and the foundations of trading. And it's all to be found right here, right now at Trader TV Academy. So scan that QR code right there. Everything's up and working. get going with the Trader TV Academy. Sign up today, a format that we've all followed in our trading journey. That is the Trader TV Live Academy. All right, 7 minutes to go. I only mentioned CoreWeave because I saw this HPQ reporting as well. Let's go find out what they're talking about at the desk, and I'll pick up my pen.
Yeah, let's discuss HPQ out here with earnings. Not a bad report here. Looks like an EPS and a sales beat, but some of this guidance a little bit mixed or in line, Sharif.
Yeah, beat on the top and bottom line, as you said, Adara, with net income coming in at $14.44 billion, beating the $13.94 and growing at a healthy 7% year over year. That's where the growth year over year ends, even though they were profitable on the quarter, bringing in $545 million. It's less than what they brought last year, $565. More on that in a second. Basically, management is citing rising memory prices, roughly double what they were paying in the prior quarter, as some of the reasons that their margins are compressing. There's the surge in AI-driven data center demand is pushing up memory prices, as we've reported to you guys many times on the show, and HP does plan to address it. They want to raise prices selectively. They also want to work with lower-cost suppliers, and they actually want to reduce memory configurations, which could actually affect the performance of some of the servers they ship out. They're also looking at cutting, sadly, 10% of their workforce, as the interim CEO, Bruce Broussard, who was appointed after the outgoing CEO, Enrique Lores, moved to PayPal. They are looking, Adara, for a permanent CEO.
You'll have to see how that CEO search goes. In the meantime, are you guys searching for entries on HPQ today?
Yeah, no, I think this one definitely was not on my radar, but thank you for pointing it out. They're gapping down into some prior levels here. So going to the weekly, you can see here we haven't seen some of these prices since 2020, Sean. So yeah, a bit of a break of this very sideways action. 21, 22 couldn't really get anywhere, but I'll continue to watch this one. Maybe something Playbook sets up, and maybe we can catch some prints on HPQ.
Ooh, like that one. I just wanted to briefly talk about, and I know where you were just on HPQ, but you know, Nvidia's looking like it wants to break right now. And the reason why I want to talk about this is because it just hit. And of course, Obi, we know about this because we talk about it all the time. And you actually even have an alarm set up for the PM ones, but there's the imbalances just came out right now. So you're going to see these are all going to start to kick around just a little bit. There's Uber. I actually like Uber and Joby, man. We talked about that deal with Uber and Joby earlier. It's not on the board, but that's going to be one that we'll talk about as the day goes on for Joby. There's SoFi trying, whoops, that's IBIT. IBIT's with the sell, but that's okay. SoFi trying to get through 20. We'll see if that can happen. Just at 19.30 right now. I feel like it has a $20 ticket on it right now. We just talked about Netflix. There's Netflix with a 125 buy, right? So that's starting to get going. And these are all market on order, market on open order imbalances. So all these trades will hit basically right when the stock opens up on New York or NASDAQ, and then you could possibly see a little bit of a retracement back in. So there's nothing that's super significant here, but let's just say this was like 2 million on BAC. What would happen is you would probably, and it's a sell, so you would flush down, and then you'd get a print somewhere for 2 million, and then, you know, once that sell pressure is gone, we like to relieve that and then get back up to the upside. So for right now, this is what we're looking at. ZSL, of course, would be an SLV long. So this is a silver ETF inverted, right? So right here, looking at silver, we'll see if it can get a dip down. I wrote down $80 on SLV, and I know we're going to talk about metals next with lithium. So silver, if it can come back in a little bit, I like that trade. And then we wrote down 80. That's your 200 period moving averages in, and sort of the top range from yesterday. So I don't think silver gets down that low, but definitely something to look at today. 80, the very bottom that we want to buy. 81.50 is where your 200 period moving average is. All right, let's go talk about lithium. We saw some good moves in the EV space yesterday. Let's go find out what lithium's doing today.
A nice look for some of these names. I mean, now we have a little bit of a pullback. Here's LAR Lithium Argentina pulling back a bit. Another one to watch here, ALB, Albemarle, of course. Basically, these names gapping up after we had Zimbabwe suspending exports of lithium concentrates and other raw materials.
Yeah, and this ban is going to remain in place, Adara, until mining companies who operate in the country actually establish in-country processing operations. So reshoring the supply chain for domestic jobs is the objective here. The move does accelerate a prior plan that they had already in place, which targeted 2027 to end concentrate exports. But traders here are reacting to the potential tightening in in the global lithium concentrate supply. But let's be very clear about this. There's one country that is more exposed than all the others to Zimbabwe lithium. That is China. They have many different companies who have spent billions of dollars building out the infrastructure there. Shaanxi, Huaihe, Cobalt, and Sinomine are some of the biggest ones. So we're going to have to see how this affects supply chain and price, Adara.
Any thoughts on any of these lithium tickers today, guys?
For me, the big one, and I've talked about this, and I think it was like around $5 or $6, and I haven't looked at it since, and I haven't bought, okay, it's still the same price. I was going to say Lithium America would be a name that we've looked at. Oh, I guess it wasn't 5 or 6. It was between 4 or 5, where we had this nice base there. And yeah, wow, God damn, man. So many opportunities and so little time. And so little money. But right there, it's the money part's the problem, actually. Right there, 4 to 450, man, great little base. This looks like it's going to kick out back to the upside. Like, we've held 450 now all the way back to November, and with this market sort of turbulence that we've experienced recently, it's only going upside. So I would say LAC today up 5% off of a great base. There's also MP Materials has been a good one as well. As we know, the U.S. has a stake here. Okay, only a minute left. Was there anything that you were looking at, Obi, in this space? Or?
Yeah, just to LAC.
Okay, same one.
Okay. That's the first. Whenever anyone says lithium, I pull up LAC to see what it's doing, just because I have a bit of a past with it. Definitely doing some relative volume here in the pre-market session with a push above that $5 mark, which we got to yesterday. Very strong day yesterday. You can see towering volume bars, both in the morning and the end of day session there. But we'll see if LAC is going to give us some continuation on the day today as well. But yeah, only about 20 seconds there until the open. So
I have Palantir on my mind.
Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Obi. I have Palantir on my mind here as well, so we can have a quick little look. 129 to 130. We'll see if that can come through right now. 10 seconds to go here. Make sure you do scan that QR code, get part of the Trader TV Live Academy today. And now we are now open. So let's go, man. Always great to have Obi here, a little different perspective, a little different trading style, obviously, than Neil and myself. So we're going to look over and figure out what this trade looks like here today as Palantir down into 130 right now. I've written down 130 to 129 long on PLTR. Let's see if that can hold out. We can maybe start the little bidding right now. We had a good trade yesterday on Tesla when we started it a bit early. But now into VWAP, we'll see if we could take a bid. There's the 200 period moving average. We were just bidding 130.15s. We'll see if that can come in. If it does, then great for that. Nvidia, whoopsies, put Nvidia over here. NVDA, that was a name that we were looking at, that 195 breakout. It does not happen. It actually turns right around from 195. So we go to our note, we talk about a 193 potential there for Nvidia. I'm actually missed the boat here a little bit on Palantir, so I'm going to have to pay up just a little bit for PLTR. Buy some 60s right now. Very, very light, man. We just want to get started so we can watch it a little bit better right now. We'll go long at 130. Here goes Nvidia trying to break 195 though, Obi.
Yeah, I'm watching the Nvidia pretty closely here. Circle as well. Circle, I don't think, a little bit of a late open here on Circle. It's still kind of, tapping around here, but 74s. The spread is absolutely nasty there. There goes Nvidia. That was a tap of 195. No, we got to 90.
I'm trying to go long.
There it is. 195 is the high as of right now, but getting a bit of getting some sell pressure every time we knock against that door here. Is Circle open? Circle's still not open, dude. Oh my God. It reminds me of HIMS yesterday. A very, very late open, but 15 was a beautiful place to kind of get in, but you had to give it a bit of a wide risk. But again, these are the things. This is what happens with these NY stocks here every now and then, where the open is not the best. There's 75s pushing here on a Circle as it is definitely now open. 76s, absolutely crazy here. So let's see if some of that buying pressure can give us some dissipation, or we get some continuation here. 195 still knocking on the door, man. Cannot get through that 195. I think I'm just going to be patient with this one.
I'm going long.
Let it get through 195 and see. There's a lot of size there on 195 as well.
We
yeah.
I was going to say Palantir, man, we're already taking it. So there it is, props it up. We did it yesterday, we're doing it again today. We almost got $1 on, well, we did get $1, but we didn't take it. 131.50 it just printed out to, and we paid up for Palantir a little bit. So we'll take some out there. We'll see if it wants to fade back out. Yeah, man, the market is rocking and rolling right now. Our Coinbase, I guess, just got to wait for 170. So I'm still going to be bidding 170 on Coinbase. Maybe that can come in. Maybe it can't. We'll see on Coinbase. You're in circle, so we talked about that already. And then, yeah, Nvidia waiting for that 195. No, not at all. Nice little pullback right now into the downside here, Obi, for Nvidia as it just pulls back into 194. VWAP already broken, but 194, a decent spot. I'm going to try to buy a little bit down there. And again, just starting the buying, right? We don't necessarily want to get too much ahead of the prices that we like. We like 193 over there right now. Here it goes, man. Can we get to it with Palantir? We just went to 130, 150 again. We'll see if we can get that dollar club printing here a little bit there for Palantir. Coinbase, Palantir, Nvidia, Circle. You're already on that. And then silver. One more look on SLV. It's going, okay, there it is. We are now long on Nvidia. New trade alert right here. It's another one. Long right now. Nvidia, 124.20. As we get Palantir now, so we're going to wait for Nvidia right now. Long off the 200 period moving average right here. 194. We like it. It's Nvidia. Let's go.
Yeah, that Nvidia definitely had to be a little patient for that one. This circle is definitely chopping around. I'm just like, all right, cool. The action, honestly, I thought the pre-market was a little sketchy, but circle in the pre-market was much nicer to trade off of than it is as of right now here, right off of the open. Absolute craziness. If you guys are watching this thing, sometimes the spread opening up to like 30 to 50 pennies there, and when it wasn't open, it was almost $1 at times. So it did knock against 75, 76 is the high right now, as you guys can see. And then Nvidia as well. I got a little, I tried the short through some of those pre-market lows, and then it just slaps right back up. So I'm like, all right, cool. I don't know if it's going to chop around here. Market very, very strong as well. We talked about that HPQ. So anyone who was long definitely printed on that HPQ, because look at this price action, Sean. Right off of the open here, let's go straight to a 1 minute chart. Pre-market highs, bye-bye. Reaction highs, bye-bye, right there. So it goes all the way from 17 in the pre-market, opens at 17, $18 roughly, and then slaps up to 19. Now, beautiful reversion happening here on HPQ. Let's take a look at some of these other earnings names here. FSLR, how are you doing, FSLR? Again, one of my top ideas, not doing what I was looking for. I was looking for that potential continuation there. As I said before, let's throw that anchored VWAP back on here, and you can see nice little consolidation in and around that anchored. So let's see if sellers kind of step in here. This is the average weighted price here. So that is the anchored VWAP, anchored to the earnings reaction there. So that's on FSLR. LAC, we were looking at some of these as well. So I'm looking for where is the next trade. Circle's just chopping around this 75. I think I'm going to wait for it to calm down here before I get involved. But there is one that is unlike the others here, Sean, and that is Tesla.
Oh, what the?
Tesla at 420.
Okay.
Nice. 420.34 is the high as of right now on Tesla. Straight leg up. Pre-market consolidation was taken out there. Pretty decent day yesterday as well, where we kind of, chop in the morning, but higher highs and higher lows all the way into the close. And then this is what I really like. Holding some of those closing prices, holding that support in the pre-market session, and then boom, 411 halves straight to 420. What's up, Adara?
Big one.
I just want to mention here, no story really on TSLA. Only headline I'm seeing is apparently the company has filed a U.S. Patent and Trade Office appeal against Unibev over their CyberCab trademark. So TSLA, only story I'm seeing for this big move to the upside. As Sean alluded to, we don't have any economic data coming from 9:45 or 10. So no data from me. If you hear from me since then, it'll be either news or clarification. Back to you.
There, yeah, so we're so far so good, man. We'll do a little face slapper action. We've got Nvidia down there at 194. We got a couple outs here in 40s and 50s, so that's working out. We're gonna have to wait to see what Palantir wants to do. It's coming back in. We bought a little cheap down there at 130 at the 200 period, but I'm gonna wait for our sticky noted level down there at 129. So I'm just gonna wait now because the market's going one way, and you can see right now, Palantir going the other way. So we don't necessarily want to step in right now. Let this name settle down. It's only 937. Like, look, yesterday on Tesla, we had 398s. So, I mean, the fact that this went all the way to 418, huge move again here today. 418 now went up to 420 and then faded off of that level. Looks like it's trying to base out right now and actually get going higher. Google had quite the morning so far, and it was up and down. Google all the way down to 309.50, back up to 312. So they're boom, boom. Complete V-shaped recovery there in Google. So not really surprising, but that is what it's doing. First Solar right now, and this is why I'm saying it's always so hard new position right now. We just got in Coinbase. First Solar getting some back as well. Bad report for them, but what the heck? They were a 196 at the beginning of the day, Obi. You may want to look at this one actually. 196 up to 212 right there on First Solar. And we'll start the bidding now on Coinbase right now at 170 the whole market's trying to come back in. So some of these longs right now not holding out the greatest. Back over to Adara. No?
No, we got a
super chat.
CoreWeave.
Yeah, CoreWeave. Okay, we can, you want to look at that? I just got into Palantir right now, so I'm going to try to manage this right here. CoreWeave, remember, Obi and Nick W, reporting tomorrow is CoreWeave, but Palantir just came into 129, so I'm going to have a look down here.
So thank you for the super chat here. So CoreWeave, I guess it held VWAP pretty decently off of the open there. Slow trickle up in the pre-market session. Wasn't really seeing any crazy amount of volume here, even relative volume you can see below 1 times on a 5 period, but pulling back into VWAP, you can see every time it does that so far today, it's been kind of bid up. So maybe a potential continuation from yesterday, as yesterday as well, you had a pretty strong push into the end of day, and we're getting that continuation here once again. So decent volume, I guess, off of the open that I'm seeing here on CoreWeave. So thanks for pointing that out. Again, not really one of the main ones on my list here. I did get involved with a little bit
we're
of
rocking.
Oracle here. What are you rocking?
Yeah, we're rocking right now. There goes Coinbase. Coinbase is $1 in the money right now, so that's going to be a good trade. Again, posted up here on the sticky note today. Coinbase 170 trade of the day for me. We're up 70 cents now right there. And here we go, man. Also on this list, this name, Palantir 129. So we're long Palantir 129. We got a decent position here as well as that goes to 129.80s right there. And we'll start to cash out a little bit of Palantir on the upside as well. Just bouncing off of the 200 period moving average. Boo. Was hoping we would break that. We sit a little bit in front of it at 83. It comes completely to 130 and turns around. So a little early celebration there on Palantir, but there it goes. We'll take a 65. I'm also waiting again at 88 there. So if we can get that move, that would be great for PLTR as it's retracing completely back there to the upside. So all good, man, on this front right now as we got Nvidia, Palantir, and Coinbase. But it's all temporary, Obi, because if this market falls back in, we are very, very risk on right now with 3 very aggressive names. Back over your. Oh wow.
Yeah, Oracle.
You've got Oracle. Okay.
This thing is slapping around pretty crazily here. We could not hold that 150 off of the open, trading below VWAP, and yeah, some aggressive moves both ways here. Wow, on Oracle as it pushes right back up into 149. So I was just watching it closely earlier, kind of a slap down back through 148 and then bidding right back up. So very, very aggressive action here on Oracle. Now, again, this is a bit of a beaten down name at the same time. If you guys have been watching this on a higher time frame, we've been talking about it and some short reports as well on this one as of recent. There goes Circle. Circle is potentially headed for its opening range low, which is sitting at 72.39 here, but both the NASDAQ and the ES very, very strong here on the day, continuing to catch a bid. So the question I'm asking here is, who is the strongest of them all? And that's Softy and Tesla. I haven't been looking at Meta here. Let's take a quick look at Meta, and Meta as well, very, very strong. So kind of I think Meta was sold off aggressively. Was it on Monday? Yeah, on Monday, along with some of the other names here, tech names or software names, but catching a bit of a bid and catching a bit of a reversion at the same time. Here's those 72s on Circle. So it seems like it could not hold that 75 very well. There was a bit of a held bid here in the pre-market at 73.80s that I was kind of watching, and coming in into the open, I do kind of consider those sometimes as being as somewhat significant. So we are trading below that, but back into VWAP here on Circle. So maybe I can take a potential continuation, but I'll continue to watch that here as well. But what are you guys trading? I want to know. I'm curious. So throw it up in the chat. Oracle saying Sean Hazel. Yeah, I'm watching that as well, holding VWAP as of right now. Things could change though. First Solar was very strong off of the open, and now it's catching a bit of a pullback back into VWAP here.
Coinbase is like just really interesting because I keep panicking because I have shares here and the spread is not what I'm used to as far as like I generally will trade 1 to 2 penny spread. Like the biggest we'll get is like a name like an Oracle or something that might be a little off, or a Tesla that has a little bit of a bigger spread. So this is a little different. So I've topped out a couple times here at VWAP at 171. It was not going through. So we're long at 170.20, and this could fade out real quick, man. So we're gonna try to do our best here and try to hold on to this. But if it does break down, we have to be really aware that this is a name right now breaking through one. I was only going to give it to 169.35. Or so. This mouse, I got to do something about that. Here's 169, so right into here. Like if we break that back down below, I don't want to do 169.50. Let's go 169.35, or I was going to go 169.40. 169.34 break on this. We're going to get out. I don't know if you necessarily want to average into it. Let's see if it wants to work. If it does, great. If not, see ya later, alligator. All right, man, 56 cents in the money right now for Nvidia. We like that one, and again, that was basically almost perfect to what we wanted. We wanted it back down into the 200 period moving average. We get that gift. So there it goes. Nice move there for Nvidia. Still looking to buy 195 if it breaks long, right? I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind. Yeah, there's going to be some size there. I don't mind averaging into it if that's what winds up happening. We'll wait to see the size when we get there. So let's just offer a little bit more out in front of that level, and then we'll just go from there on NVDA, see if it wants to kick out a little bit higher as well. Palantir 129.30, interesting level to look at for PLTR, as right now it's trying to get through 130 as well. So, hey man, we've got nothing but winners on so far today. Coinbase, Nvidia, and Palantir, 3 for 3. And guess what? Coinbase, Nvidia, and Palantir all written on today's sticky note. You can go find that on X. So we'll go 3 for 3 on the notes, and almost the prices were hit. So, good day so far there today. Get some more out here at 130, and then just look for some other opportunities. You're short Oracle, so that's the only name that Obi's in right now, and the only name that I really like in Oracle short. We did talk about that a little bit earlier today. There's PayPal. More love for PayPal today, up another 2.5% as we talk about potential acquisition or something of PayPal, with Stripe maybe kicking the tires. We heard Sharif reported today maybe JP Morgan potentially interested in get some PayPal in their life. Unfortunately though, SoFi downside. I was hoping that I would look at this thing and we would maybe have breached that 1950 again, but it looks like we are not doing that at all. We're actually heading south side right there. Oh boy. All right, man. Yes, sir. Man, the net is elevated right now. There goes Coinbase. Let's go. That's $1 in the money on Coinbase. It's $1 in the money on Palantir. It's 40 cents in the money on Nvidia. So, we're really rocking right now. Let's see how high Palantir can fly right now. Out there, out VWAP. Next out, guys, let's go 130.50 for PLTR and give you guys, hopefully, a decent start to the morning as we go, man. Make sure you do scan that QR code, get part of Trader TV Live Academy, and see how this wild man learned how to trade. But there it is. Palantir now up, Coinbase up, everything working so far.
Yeah, no, this Oracle is getting a little sticky here in and around this VWAP. But yeah, shout out to anybody who is along, because the market continues to bid higher here, trading past what is this 25 threes almost there on the Nasdaq, and then 69.45s here on the ES. So second 15-minute bar, very, very green here, continuing that push to the upside as of right now. And yeah, 72 is coming here on Circle as well. So we're holding below VWAP, but I'm waiting. I'm going to be patient here. That 75 chop was absolutely intense, and pushing in and around that VWAP. Again, I'm gonna be a little patient. Let's see if we can hold. Sellers can hold it down with some distinction. Again, great earnings report, and very, very strong above this $70 level here as well. as well. Decent consolidation, and you can see stair step, stair step, stair step to the upside. 75 of false, a break there on Circle. So VWAP kind of broke here on Oracle, so I'm probably going to be long gone out of this one very, very soon as it continues to push up here. Again, market tailwind not really helping me out here at all, and it seems like that Palantir, Sean, is continuing to the upside. Wow.
We are now almost $5 in the money on these three positions. Coinbase is now $2 in the money as we write down we write down 170 on here. We write down 129 for Palantir. We write down 193 for Nvidia, but we get a little more aggressive with Nvidia and take that one. We are now really, really making some moves here as Palantir gets up to 131.20. Let's take out another piece now at 21 if we can get it. There it is. Shout out to 21 Savage. All right, man. Now Coinbase. There it is, 170. Booyaka! No Neil, no problem right there as we go slappy to the upside right now. One of the best mornings for myself. Although yesterday we had Tesla. Tesla was a big one. But I think my net might be higher right now than it was yesterday at this time because we're 3 for 3, and that's really nice to see that move. There's Coinbase, there's Palantir, there's Nvidia. I'm still waiting for Nvidia to break 195. We just got up there. I'll get aggressive with it. I crossed up to 195.15. Hopefully that will fill me. And then I was thinking, like, if we lose it, man, I've been really using the 50-period VWAP and all this as an indicator. So I think it's 50 cents worth of space. Okay, so that's going to be the plan of action for that one. Palantir, I don't even have a high side target anymore as we're taking out the day's high. So let's go here. 131.50s or so, but there it is, man. Huge move to the upside. Yeah, there it is. Here we go. This is kind of cool. I don't know if this is true or not. Every time Obi is with Sean flies. So there it is right there. So we appreciate that one right now. I'm feeling the vibes from my guy over here. So that's the thing. Like, all of his knowledge is just like morphing over here. And thank you for that. Although I was talking about being heavily long heading into all of this morning today. So yeah, wow. Okay, we are doing some damage now, guys. $2 Coinbase, almost $3 Palantir, $1 now on Nvidia, waiting for it to break. I'm gonna just put another offer out right there at 90s, or actually at 89s. Get that there on Nvidia. Now just wait for this break through again. So yeah, we're a little excited and just happy to be here, man. It's Nvidia earnings day. We've got Adara on the big desk. Sharif, you guys killed it this morning. I'm with my guy Obi over here. Joe's looking sharp over there. Got some great calls with the upgrades and downgrades. We had options today with Joe as well. We have the Academy that's really kicking. Want to thank everybody for helping us make that a big success. All right, Coinbase, next out, next out, forget it, let's hold it. All right, and then Palantir, we're going. Any updates on Oracle? I'm just waiting for Nvidia to break out.
I mean, it got above VWAP. Now we're kind of chopping around this underneath this 150 here, Sean. So kind of being patient with this one. Let's see if it kind of if those sellers that were there in the morning step back in, or do we get a clip of that 150 once again? And I'm probably going to be long gone before that potentially comes in. And here it is right here. So bye-bye. Thank you. Come again. 150 potentially coming in. This market is hella strong as of right now, so I'm not really too fond of some of the shorts that I've been taking. I'm trying to find something maybe potentially with the market that's setting up. Okay, wow. Okay, so let's go through some of these earnings names once again. Kava was the one to get long with. Again, market tailwind with some decent confluence here at the same time. So Kava broke out of its
come to my
high there.
I don't want to interrupt. You mentioned the size. Yeah. Look at this, man. 7 million shares or so on the offer right now of Nvidia. So Kava's a great name. I just want everyone to see this. Tons of shares right there on the offer of 195 for Nvidia. Obviously, we're long at 194, but we're going to take longer. There it is. There's the break, and I don't have it. So shoot. All right. There we go. Now we have it. Nvidia pulls all the way back. Let's see where we can get some out, man. It's bouncing around the 30s, bouncing around the 40s. Let's offer some out right now, and let's put this to the moon right now. Come on, Nvidia, let's break this through and get going right now on NVDA. Just a couple outs. We talked about we would only try to hold this 50 cents. We'll get out at 20% right now in the 30s, and now let this thing fly. We're long Nvidia right now. Notice that we didn't get long on the break. We got long on the pullback in, as there was like it takes a minute for all those shares to sort of settle out, and our quotes, definitely lifted off with that. But there it goes. It's Nvidia, man. And oh boy, man, we're having a good day today. It's $3 now, $1, $2, and $3 now on Palantir. And yeah, man, this is a name that we had written down here live for you. Here's the sticky note. I'm going to put the sticky note in the chat right now so everybody can go find it ourselves. There's Coinbase 170 long. That's 250 in the money. There's Palantir 129 long. That's 350 in the money. And then Nvidia breaking 195, which is right here. Possible break over 195 with a dip long into 193. Guess what? We got both of them right there. Thank you for the kind words. Someone on the chat there, I just saw it up there. They said, we got good chemistry, you and I, so I like that. Here we go. Palantir upside breaking through 132, 132.50. There it goes, man. Palantir, Coinbase, Nvidia. Katina Man's cooking, said Wendy's trader. Yeah, we're cooking a little bit, but hey, man, it's early days. Yeah. Oh, early time in the day. It's only 9:52.
Exactly.
We could get cooked at some point. Not Tim cooked or anything like that, but I like to getting Tim cooked, I don't know, does that mean that you all of a sudden like a billionaire? Anyways, Nvidia slowing down just a little bit upside here. Obi just stopped there at 195.50.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some, going back to some of these earnings names, definitely that market tailwind is on your side for the longs there. 95.50s coming in now on Nvidia. That break was hella clean there, and I think, did you cross, you had an order to cross into it? Which? That 195? Or
yeah, I remember I only crossed up to 195.15s.
Okay, and then it pulled back and got you then. Okay, yeah. That's pretty wild there. So yeah, decent breakout there. 60 pennies off of that break. Ooh. So absolutely clean. Dollar breaks back or what? I don't know. Kava was the one I was talking about earlier. Here, earnings day one, so decent continuation, but we already broke that earnings reaction high in the pre-market session, pulls back into VWAP, and then beautiful continuation there, holding VWAP as of right now. Workday was another name here that I did have on watch, and that one as well, Sean. Decent continuation off of open, decent hold of that VWAP level as well as
by the way.
Earnings reaction.
Yeah, Neil's just taking a day off. So Obi, Sean, Neil, all great hosts. I mean, we're actually really lucky to have such great talent surrounding myself all the time. Regardless of who's sitting there. We all learn a lot from each other. And I think that was one of the big points about the Trader TV Live Academy, right, was a lot of people have different trading styles, but the journey is the same, right? And so if you want to find out more about this over 65 plus years of trading experience all wrapped up into Trader TV Live Academy, so go check that out. But yeah, a nice move upside now for Nvidia, just breaking, man. And we wanted that 195. It is all about preparation, time spent, in the lab, cooking up your trades. And that's one thing that I really appreciated about Obi, lots of things, but you were the guy that was, when we had the trading floor, all the traders were like, let's go outside for a smoke or something like that after 4 o'clock or whatever they're doing, a coffee break or whatever. And I remember you were the guy that was like, don't turn the lights off. I'm downloading everything so you could back test, run it through your models, all of that kind of stuff. So, putting in the work is this guy beside me, that is for sure. So shout out to have Obi on the show. And that's part of what we talk about in the Academy, right, is the preparation, the discipline to do stuff like that.
Right.
And a good thing you're not doing that as much. Well, maybe you still are doing it now, but now with the price of RAM, and memory, those little Seagate disk drives probably costing you a little bit of money if you were to do that these days. Right there, but
no, I definitely should be recording more tape here, but I kind of slowed down on that big time. But I remember those days because it was like I would record literally the whole day, all day long.
It's like it's 4:30 and people are like, we gotta go.
Yeah, it'd be like this huge file, and I'm like, I would transfer it onto my drive so I could go home and rewatch it, and then it would be like a 20-minute transfer, 30-minute transfer at times, and I was just like, just hold on, give me like 1 minute, and then eventually, you know what happened? Eventually, you guys were like, okay, well, this guy, I guess, is not that bad. You close up. You close up gate whenever you're done.
Right. We left you here to close the shop.
So most of the times, I was the one closing the gate there. And then it's good times on the floor for sure. But I think it's all You know, over time, a lot of times while you're doing it, it might not seem like you're really getting anywhere. You're like, okay, well, I keep on watching this tape, but it's not really showing up. But a lot of the stuff that I'm able to kind of recognize real time now comes from, you know, watching that tape over and over again and being like, okay, well, this is what a held offer or held bid looks like on a large cap, right? This is what the breakout looked like, or this is what the opening range drive looked like, and the opening range breaks, how do they come in, and then, you know, just and the beautiful thing about recording tape and recording yourself trade is you're watching yourself make decisions as things happen as well. So not only are you studying the tape, you're studying yourself.
Yes.
Right, which is a huge thing. So it's just like, you know, that really kind of reiterates some of the decision making that you're doing during the day. And the beautiful thing about recording tape is like you can slow it down to really see certain things that
you can nitpick.
And then what I used to do is I would watch it slowed down, and then I would watch it sped up. Because there's a lot of tape. I watch it sped up, and then when I'd come in the next day and look at tape here and look at the book. Now again, a lot of people talk about, you know, the tape and the book kind of fugazi. You don't really need them most of the time. Very true. Very true. You know, I don't deny that. But it's within key places.
Yeah, exactly.
It's within key places that it does matter. You get to see some of the I guess footsteps. Or
so like the nuances of the tape, of the move. And I actually like to look at back test things, how they reacting, like you just said, key level breaks, right? That's why we had that 400 break yesterday on Tesla. It's why we have the 195 break is working out perfect right here. Nvidia doesn't have to hit right away, Obi, but it dips down. And this is why we have technical indicators on here. I've back tested this 200 period moving average. Does it work all the time? Absolutely not. Okay, but if you pick the right stocks at the right moment, you can get, you know, plays like that. So that was the dip buy, then there was the break. So Nvidia actually goes 2 for 2 on sort of the strategies today. It goes the pullback, and then it goes the breakout, right? But you don't know any of that unless you can study, you know, the charts and the methodologies that you're testing. And you're never right until you're wrong, basically. Like, you can predict whatever you want to, but at the end of the day, if you're batting 50-50 and have proper risk management, you can be a successful trader, being right 50% of the time. Actually, on some of the models I test, and I think you actually had talked about this before, I don't know if it was from a book or from your own studies, you can actually have a 20% win rate or something. And you know, if you're stopping out for $1 loss every time, but then let's just say, because I'm used 20%, $5 winners, then that will, you know, pair out, let alone share sizing. And if you can find A setups, B setups, D setups, whatever setups, those are the ones that you want to attack. So I just want to get just over to trading just real quickly. Like Palantir for me today, you know, it was near these lows. We talked about, you know, the ES and the NASDAQ really starting to kick, man. I really liked Palantir there today. It was already upside. The good thing about Palantir is it came right into sort of, not even yesterday's close, but just levels. Like I thought 130 is what we wrote down first. That was yesterday's high. So like, I'm definitely not the smartest dude around here. Probably if you're gonna go opposite of that. So it's just like, I found that level, and then I said, okay, well then what about 129 as well? Because it's Palantir, we can't just buy 130s and then stop out if it goes to 129.50. We know this has aggressive moves. So there's the buy, we save our, geez, man, this is now $4. We did this yesterday with a $400 stock. We took $10 or $9.50 on Tesla. This is the exact same trade, but much better. This is now $4 in the money on a $130 stock. So now we're, wow, what in the world? Okay, Nvidia just broke through 196. So there that goes right now to the upside. Coinbase, where are we? That is now $250 in the money on Coinbase. So, you know, it's just part of being well prepared and the market doing what you want it to do. I've sat here and gotten smoked on longs when the market completely reversed. So, you know, trying to get in and out of these trades as expected here. So far, so good. All right, call for Adara, so we shall go.
Really all that's happening now, guys, and what's been happening for the last 30 minutes, is just the market going higher. 692, a little bit of a resistance area here for the SPY as of right now. NASDAQ finding a little bit of resistance here at 616, but overall a little bit more strength when you look at these candles in terms of just straight upside than what we're seeing with that S&P 500. Tons to talk about today, of course. State of the Union happened yesterday with U.S. President Trump, longest on record. But also here, speaking of records, maybe we'll see if we get any broken here by Nvidia. Nvidia, Q4 earnings for fiscal 2026 after the bell. Don't miss it. Myself, Sean, and Obi and Brendan will all be here to cover that with you guys. CRCL is going to be on watch here as well. They did post a double earnings beat. Great gap to the upside, though, right now, just kind of chopping around. NFLX, though, certainly not chopping around. Nice, slow and steady upside movement for Netflix, as we do get the sense that maybe their bid for Warner Brothers could actually have a real challenge at this point from PSKY, who raised their offer to $31 per share. Back to you.
Where $3 in the money on Coinbase, $4 in the money on Palantir, and $1. So right now, as we get ready to talk about Trader TV Live Academy, we're sitting in $7+ again, what's up, Adam DeLuce there? Thank you so much again for your kind talk there. Okay, just 1 second, Andre. Okay, here we go. Now that Trader TV Live Academy is officially live. We are seeing many of you diving into these modules, and we want to thank you for that, and thank you for all the positive feedback as well. The markets move faster than ever here in 2026, as you can see by today's trading. Get the Academy is built for that modern edge. Get started on your trading journey today. The prices are starting here at $480 with an introductory offer. If you haven't joined the tons of traders right now, it's time. Scan the QR code or head to trade. This is important. TraderTV.academy and start building your foundation today. This is how we've all built our foundation, and you're going to learn all about it. I've already showed you some examples of these. There it is, the market story, market fundamentals. There I am again right now. We're talking P&Ls. We're talking everything in that. Wow. There goes Coinbase, by the way, 173.50 right now, just absolutely pumping. But there's that QR code. Sign it right now. I've made a post already on the news feed today for the Trader TV Academy about Nvidia, about this trade on Nvidia. So go in there, find it out. It's the Academy, and we're really excited for that release and want to thank everybody for doing that. Yeah, buddy, man, what a damn day so far. We're $2 off here on Nvidia, man. Our long was initially 194. We buy more. And Obi, what do you think about that idea? Buying more into strength, adding up, averaging up into your position.
I mean, a lot of people talk about buy low, sell high. And then I'm like, yeah, that works. But how about buy high, sell higher?
Yep.
That's what you're talking about.
Yep.
And that definitely works as well today, especially as you have that market tailwind. What's happening here? we got some Joey O with the fade in right here. Nice tooth, bro. Yeah, little chilly.
He's zoned out.
Okay, he's in the zone.
Hey, Joe.
He's locked in.
Joe.
He's locked in.
Yeah, there we go. I just want to make sure. Man, we got to tell this guy when he's on, man. I don't want, anything happening over here. Yeah. Sometimes you need to know when you're live on TV there. But shout out to Joe. And the thing is, why we showed that focus, man. This guy's looking at his trades, watching this market. And again, thanks to everybody for everything. Obi and not in position. We are totally risk on, man. Today, are you in position? No. Yeah, totally risk on today. Right now, we had mentioned that earlier, and I just want to say, where are some of the stops? Well, Nvidia right now is just mooning, so I'm just going to hold on now. No more stops. We don't have too many shares left of Nvidia, about 15% or so. Very light on Palantir now, as it's starting to break down. So we just got a whole bunch out there at 133. Like I said, sometimes you talk about average true range. That's a big move, man. $4 instantly up there for Palantir. So we're going to slow down on pumping our tires for longs right now. Coinbase, well executed, small piece out as well. So I'm going to try to hold these all back. Let's use our outs that we've sort of plotted on here. Let's go with the 21, the 20, how it's called. It used to be 21. That was from Max, I believe. Used to use the 21 period, and then I just altered it a little bit, went with the 25. So back down through 172. So it's actually 171. Let's go 171.79 right now. And my stop on this, I just canceled it, was 169.50 on this long. So this is bringing us $4 and or $3.50, and we only risked about 75 cents. So here we go. 171.79, 1979, a good year. Some people born in that year. All right, and I'll give you the hint. It's not Obi, okay, right now. But all right, so Palantir, same type of thing. What about getting a little bit more out if we break 132? So we'll watch out for that one. And again, our stop on Palantir was 128.79. So I'm always using these 79s, if you notice. All right, so 132 break. We'll get out of half of what we have left, just allowing these things to mature up, which they are trying to do right now. So, but anyways, yeah, here we go. It's Palantir. So, okay, you're back into Oracle. Do you want to explain? Are you seeing something over there?
Here's the thing. So you already know I like my reversions. So I'm like, okay, why did I say I was waiting? I'm trying to be a little patient. I got chopped up in some of the morning action here as well. I'm like, all right, if you're gonna run, I'm gonna let you run. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I'm gonna be patient and wait for a potential reversion opportunity. And you can see here, markets pulling back here as well. So finally, with some of that market tailwind on my side here, bit of a pullback. So first red candle on the NASDAQ and the ES potentially coming in here. So Oracle kind of works right away. And that's what I like seeing, something that you get in at the right moment and it just works right away. Those are some of the better trades for sure.
I want to address something. TTBBC, you are not limited in your geographical location for the Academy.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring that up because someone in the question asked, can we join the Academy if you're part of the United States of America? And the answer, of course, is yes to that. But okay, back over to Oracle. Sorry.
For sure.
We have to discuss the Academy.
I think that's a good thing about some of the content there is worldwide.
Yep.
You remember the older name was Day Trade the World.
Yes.
So literally the world.
Yeah, we have over 60 live markets.
Yeah.
Right now, including Saudi Arabian market, Dubai, everything.
Yeah,
like
I saw that email for like next month. Some of the entitlements are free, and I was like, wow.
Well, I guess I shouldn't have deleted that.
No, I'm just like, okay, I want to try out some of these markets if you're gonna give me.
Was there anyone that was interesting that you saw in there?
Euronext.
Euronext, okay.
Yeah, I was like, wow, that never happens.
And hopefully, I've been told, and we talked about, I think the last time you were on here, when you were trying to fool around with the options. So I was told sort of first quarter, so we're getting close to that.
Yeah,
so we'll patiently wait for that, Obi, as well.
Yeah, for sure. So, decent pullback here, finally coming in on Oracle. So, patience is a thing, and I like to kind of sit on my hands until some of those reversions do show up. And that's the thing with reversions. You got to wait. You got to stalk your prey. You got to watch it move, and then figure out when you want to take the snipe there as well. So, Oracle coming in potentially back into VWAP, but we'll see. The market just started to pull back. This is an aggressively strong market. 25,300 is the level that I'm watching here on NASDAQ as well. So we'll wait and see what we do with that whole dollar area here. But that Nvidia never looked back. That's crazy. I haven't seen a dollar break on Nvidia go like that's what $2 almost. Almost.
Yeah. And it went to one. Exactly. It started to pull back.
Never looked back. So if you had that edge A, that script order in for the push, shout out to you.
So you can read this if you want.
Jason Financial 133 coming in with the super chat. Thank you very much. Last year I had 2 winners long, Tesla and short IBIT. Probably 400 losers, but I made 59% because I pyramid my position size. Beautiful stuff there.
What does that mean?
So that's something I'm trying to get good at as well. If you guys know who the short bear is, he kind of talks about this a lot as well. So let's look at wow, Workday ended up being a great. Reversion as well here. So what's something that had like a V-shape price action recently where, it maybe trends up or sells off all day and then it kind of recovers that intraday?
Go ahead, Adara.
SanDisk yesterday, but kind of a more violent version of that.
Okay, so all right, cool. This is a little tough one here, but we can go.
Eli Lilly on the daily.
Lilly on the daily. Okay.
Yeah, cool. Back in December, it had a move.
One day.
Let's see if you can see it there. I mean, I don't know exactly what you're looking for. Right into there.
We can potentially.
Like it had a huge move up, then it faded back out there in December.
We can look at that here. All right, so we'll go to like an hourly, so we can kind of see some of those support and resistances forming. And I think was it this one here in July? This is the one you're talking about?
No. What I was talking about?
Oh, this one right here.
Yeah, I'm talking about this huge move up there in December.
So basically, if I can, hopefully I don't butcher the concept here. So what I'm going to do here is just look at, I know you love support and resistance levels, so we can just go in. What are the support and resistance levels that kind of stand out here right away? Boom, some of those highs, some of those lows as well. And then we can talk about potentially what my current understanding of pyramiding is. I'm still in the process of trying to get better, trying to be like, okay, well, how can I really effectively participate in this? So we had the move up, right? You had the move up, you let it kind of happen, and then you were coming back in. The reversion is happening here. So pyramiding basically is waiting for prior structures to test, and then adding into those, and then trailing your stop with that along the way. So you can see here some prior resistance, some prior support, some prior resistance, and then support, resistance, and support in that consolidation. So you can see on the way down, it gives you those lower highs into some of those levels, and you can kind of just use those as reference points to see that, okay, well, if we held that prior structure, that support now turned into resistance, and we can add into that and then trail the stop down to that prior high as well. So a good example would be, okay, maybe you initialize here and you're risking all the way up to here. You get short here, you risk up to here because that's the prior high, and then you wait, this pop holds this prior level, now you add into here, now your risk is up to here, and then it comes in, pops, maybe it doesn't get all the way there, but it's holding some of this prior recent structure, you add into there, bring that risk up into here, and then that's kind of like you're pyramiding, you're stepping into it as it shows you that it's going in your direction. So with that, what the great thing about that is, you will be the least sized in your losers because you get stopped out, and you will be the heaviest in the winners that are actually working. Good. So that's kind of that pyramiding concept there.
I like that talk right there. We heard some Stone Cold Steve Austin action going on there as you were talking about it. And Joe there today, and I don't know, do you want me to mention it, Joe, or do you want to show you Joe's screen, or do you have it up? I know you don't have your mic right now. If we have Joe's screen, it's Circle. Right there. So he took a piece out of Obi there. It looks like maybe he got stopped out that first trade, which is good risk management, it looks like right there. That's a typical trade for me as well. Excuse me, getting stopped out, frog in my throat, getting stopped out, then getting right back in on a fail break. So congratulations to Joe. That's one hell of a trade right there, my guy. So there it is, man. Joe doing well. And whenever I hear that Stone Cold, it's either Steve Austin's coming in here or I got to go over and figure out what my guy's doing over there. One of the best sort of front things in wrestling when that glass pane breaks and outruns Stone Cold, like Jim Ross. It's Stone Cold. It's Stone Cold. All right, if you don't watch wrestling, you have no idea. Okay, is that a call for Miss Dara in the back? Then let's go.
Hi guys, let's talk here. I have a couple of different headlines. I just saw this one coming here in GEO. This is a Geo Group. Supreme Court ruling apparently leaving Geo Group's contract revenue untouched. So it looks like Geo Group got a Supreme Court ruling in its favor. This headline just came through. What I wanted to talk about, though, was QCOM. Just be aware, seeing this note coming from BWG Global, which is saying that their supply chain contacts are seeing materially lower quarter-over-quarter shipments of premium Chinese smartphones using Qualcomm SoCs in Q1 2026. So it looks like we're going to get less smartphones on a quarter-over-quarter basis coming out of China with these Qualcomm SoCs in Q1. Back to you.
Very much, Dara.
All right, Qualcomm.
Yeah, so market did take a bit of a pullback here. That 25,300 catching a little bit of a bid as we begin to, print the next candle here. I think we got a super chat here by Jason Financial. Thank you very much.
Again,
him saying, perfect explanation. So I hope I did well to explain. Again, if you guys want much more detailed and a proper explanation by someone who is definitely a much better trader than I am, I implore you to check out the Short Bears video there on YouTube. Again, he was very young when he made that, I got to add the pleasure of meeting him as well one time in those Miami meetups. So that was pretty awesome there as well. So
I wonder if people would want a Trader TV Live meetup.
I think they would.
I don't know.
I think they would. Yeah, definitely. I think we're definitely slacking in that aspect.
Yeah, you should organize
of thing. But yeah, no. There goes the market here. 25,300 pullback right here. So.
I've already talked about some of the levels. I mean, you're short, so that's going to be good on a market pullback, obviously, as we go. It looks like Palantir is still holding out. We took advantage of that move right there higher on PLTR and was able to get out just another piece. So we're getting lighter and lighter on everything here as this day continues to go through. So that was Palantir. Just a little talk about Nvidia as well. We talked, I mean, it's changed, but we talked about that 25 period moving average again. And the reason why, I studied the 50 and the 200, and then this is VWAP is sort of this blue line there. And it was just half. So I was trying to find a level, and shout out to Adam in the chat there, Mr. Adam DeLuce. And part of my problem was not holding things long enough, and I had to give myself a reason to try to do that. And so I've just mentally been trying to hold, and because I have been here for too long, 20 something years, and then, breaks long through there. We've seen so many times the retracement back in, like Obi said, like, wow, that move went clean on Nvidia. Normally you don't really see that. You'll get the, I've actually, I don't know if you heard me say this before, but it was like the break and fake. I kind of like coined that term a little bit because there was a time there in November, December where it felt like anyways, a lot of stocks were breaking and then just faking. It was like, boom, sorry, all the way back down in. So able to get out, and now I don't even have another stop for Nvidia because I said I'd sort of let them roll. But we have like less than 10% left of this Nvidia position. I don't really like what's happening now. So I'm just gonna push offer, enter, and get out. There it is. We end our trade at the 50 period moving average. It is, well, my number one P&L name today will be Palantir, but not far behind is this Nvidia trade. And so, what goes up doesn't necessarily need to come down, but we'll take advantage of that. And I don't normally trade this style into earnings anyways. So we'll take advantage of Nvidia and some of that Momo behind that name.
I'm always looking for Momo.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I asked you. That's why I asked you about averaging up.
Yeah.
Because if the momentum is there in the name, you're kind of okay.
It's an art. It's
risky though, right? Because you always feel
it's risky because like a lot of here's the thing. You've seen me do it multiple times as well. It's just like adding to a loser. The psychology is a little bit different, and I think a lot of people find it easy to add to a loser than adding to a winner as well. And then you got to kind of train yourself, getting uncomfortable doing that for a little bit. But over time, it's just like, okay, well, that's something I'm trying to work towards as well. And pyramiding is exactly that. It's adding to a winner so that, it makes sense. You will be in your biggest size on the biggest one. So you can lose a lot and it won't matter. And that's how some of these players, they can make hundreds of millions of dollars with a 20-30% win rate.
I mean, that example from, I think it was Jeff was, I think he's probably exaggerating, but he had mentioned 2 wins, 400 losses, and was still up. So I think that's probably an exaggeration, but again, very. So on that note, man, I get out more of Coinbase. So we're gonna drop this if it breaks through VWAP now, 171.50 for Coinbase, right there. So we'll just do that. 170. We can get out a little. Let's just do that right now. 171.50, fine, good enough. 171.49, we'll mark it out if it breaks it. We have less than 5% left. We have less than 5% left of everything right now. So less than 5% on Palantir as it's pulling back, less than 5% on Coinbase, completely out of Nvidia. Maybe we got out of that a little too early, but that's what we're doing right now. So far so good here. As it's only 10:20, lots more to come through right now. And there's Obi right now, 152 on ORCL. So as that goes, there it is, Obi. You'll do this for you. There's a dollar club there. And I know you're looking for more, so we'll wait to see what winds up happening there with Oracle and my guy to the right of me, Obi. Okay, Adara, she's got an update here for you guys. It's 10:20. Let's go find out at the desk from Adara.
Shout out to our friend Luis Barbado. It's a small cap recap, and this first name is one that was on our watch list and also one that Luis discussed. We got about, I believe, $2.2 million market cap for this name, roughly 4 million share float. Again, these details are on our Trader TV Live watch list, but regardless, XWEL, ticker XWEL, trading higher here, revealing a roughly $31.3 million private placement. Let's talk here about RXRX. As I mentioned earlier this morning, Recursion Pharmaceuticals, formerly involved with Nvidia in terms of Nvidia. I had previously invested in this name. They actually posted a double beat this morning, so good earnings look for RXRX. Last but not least, a name that has certainly been discussed on the show and has rallied in the past, KIDZ, Class Over Holdings, announced the publication of an industry white paper on, I guess, the tutor studio platform industry. So nice look there for KIDZ. Back to you.
There to Luis, and we want to thank him for joining. And I believe Luis will be on the midday show. I don't know if you know that now. He comes on the midday. Or was he on when you were on the midday one day? No, maybe not.
No.
Oh, he was, right? I thought so. He'll be with Joe and Sharif today around, I don't know what time, 12:30, noonish, 1. So we'll check him on 1 o'clock. Thanks, Adara. She's always on point back there. Thank you for the small cap recap. And I mean, let's just look at big cap names just real quick, and then we'll get right back to trading as we'll watch Obi's positions work out for him. And we start to get out as by the way, Palantir is now $4. Palantir is going right back up to the upside as is every name now. All right, and well, maybe not every name. GE, RTX, Broadcom, Micron. So it's really nice to see the electronic technology sector starting to go today as we just patiently wait for 4 o'clock. Is it 4:20, I think, Adara, or when does Nvidia pop? Do we know?
Always 4:20.
4:20.
Always exactly on time. 4:20.
Okay, perfect. So we'll be there.
I was gonna say I want to kind of trade it, but
why not?
That'd be awesome to trade it for you guys live off the reaction. But yeah, no, I think we're gonna be closed orders at.
Yeah, they turn them about quarter after 4.
4:15 ish.
Yeah, 4:15.
It was interesting to see the kind of price action that happened.
Okay, so yeah, great. I just wanted to bring that up just in case you guys were interested in our watch party. We do have a Trader TV Live watch party happening tonight for Nvidia earnings. So stay tuned for that. Utility name, we could check out some of the gold plays and whatever that's potentially around today. Utilities, oil names there. It was interesting to see this sector downside. I think they were a little down yesterday as well. Procter & Gamble, Coke, Pepsi. As it feels like the NASDAQ being down 5% here, getting a little love now from its all-time highs. NASDAQ down 5%. So some of these names, just a little bit of a rotation out right now, out of some of these, there's a term going around halo right now, heavy assets. Name. So if you can I sort of talked about if you can hold it in your hand, it's been working, right? So retail, we talked about some movement up in Target as they're reporting next week, now down 0.5. Costco, Amazon working. So it looks like a lot of these AI-based names trying to work today. Finally, man, nice to see this space starting to kick, right? I mean, a lot of us are invested, whether or not you like it or not, in financials, ETFs and whatnot. XLF is actually having a nice recovery day today as well, as some of the pain in that trade has abated just a bit. We can go over to JP Morgan. I'm assuming it broke back through 300, so not a bad assumption there, as there it goes. Through $300 now again, back up through 301, 301.50. We'll see what's going on there with JP Morgan. Did SoFi bounce strongly off 19? Not really, man. We're only at 19.20 here as we'll wait to see what's going on there with SoFi. And we're just noticing Palantir's right back up to these highs. That's what I was sort of hitting keys for there. Let me just put an offer. We'll get an 18 fill now on Palantir as it's right back up near its highs one more time. So yeah, PLTR doing work today, that's for sure. My number one PL name, we don't have any losers on board now. We've got Coinbase, we've got Nvidia, and we've got Palantir. So we'll ring the register there on a 3 for 3 kind of look early. It's only 10.25. SMR, I mean, this could be a bottom pick trade. You know, another name here that's really got beat up in the energy space. And of course, this is nuclear small modular reactors right here for SMR. And the name of SMR, do you know the company name?
No, I don't.
Yeah, NewScale. So it's kind of funny because they got SMR, the small modular reactors, but it's NewScale. And they're right down here at $13 as well. So watch out. This could be a nice little mover, as well as a quantum space. Maybe moving around today just a little bit. So, all right, any updates on Oracle? Have you been getting out, or what's going on?
Yeah, so I got some off at VWAP there, and you know, doing okay to kind of maybe build a little bit more back into it here. Like I said, I do want to work on my pyramiding. That was one of my main goals for this week, and I guess mainly for this month. I don't think it can be you know, mastered in a week. week. But one of the main goals for this month is just getting more aggressive with those winning positions and letting those losers kind of get cut as fast as possible. But let me know what you guys are up to. So here, I kind of not the cleanest, but this was my attempt a little bit at a quick pyramiding on this scalp. Initial position on the break of that trend. We pop. I should technically really be getting it, watching this 152. That was kind of this chop from before, and getting it in a little bit closer. But it is slightly spready at times, anywhere between. Sometimes it's 5 penny spread, sometimes it's 15 to 20 penny spread, and the chop is kind of I consider that a little bit part of that as well. When levels get taken out, like I'm looking at the absolute shares here on Oracle, and you can see that on 151, 58s, there's only about like 50, 60 shares. So if I'm getting in and out, I'm definitely taking levels out at certain times, being like, okay, well, it might not be as liquid as it seems. So the chop is kind of 15, 20%, 20 cent chop there on Oracle if you're really kind of push into it in any direction, really. So what I did was it came into that 152 and some change, and the seller stepped back in, so I added there. I guess target was in and around that VWAP. So we got that VWAP as well. Something I was watching at the same time was that market tailwind market. That second red candle went red to green, and we were catching a little bit of a bid here as well at the same time. So I did okay to kind of try to add some more in, but if we're gonna chop around here, 151 halves and bid back up along with the rest of the market, I don't want to necessarily stay involved for very long. So that was a quick little scalp there. But where is the next trade is what I am asking here. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. I love my reversions. So I'm going to be patient. That's kind of one of my main playbooks. And there's different nuances, different types of reversions all over the place. You can have the reversion of the reversion, and I like my quick scalps as well. I would consider this a scalp as well. I wasn't in there, like the time in the trade was what, from 10:06 to 10:21, so roughly about 15 minutes, and then totally out at 10:26. So about a 20-minute trade overall. And there are times when people ask, well, how long are some of your average trades? It really depends. But when it comes to some of the best reversions, I like to look for symmetry. And symmetry kind of means that the chart will do the opposite in a similar fashion to what it was doing before. So a good example, again, it's on a much higher time frame, is Netflix and Meta as well on a daily chart. So if you take a look at this one, on a daily, this was a textbook reversion on Netflix here. Is this on the weekly? This was 2022. Yeah, right here. So it's a little cleaner on the weekly. There's a lot of gaps here, so a lot of aggressive selling here in 22, and you can see a little bit of symmetry here. It took about let's say it says here 322, say about roughly 250 to 300 days for that selling to finally kind of dissipate, and then to get all the way back up. Here, I guess it says about 600. So it's not always like perfect, but somewhat of a symmetry there on the daily chart. Let's go to a weekly. You can see it much nicer here. Look at that, absolutely beautiful. And I guess this is not the best example. This was taking the elevator down and the stairs up, but Meta as well. One of the names here, Facebook. So this one a little bit better there. So selling kind of happens across, was it 420 days, nice. And then the buying also happens around 455. So a lot more symmetrical here in terms of the reversion, but you can see a lot of the selling happens very, very quickly on something like on this move here. And the breakout on both these names after 100% reversion, like this was the place to get in on Meta. These were those, I guess if you want to call them COVID or pre-COVID highs, and when we finally got back to them, we have never looked back. And the same thing on NFLX. Was if there was a place to get long, it was that 70, now this is split adjusted, that $70 level, and we got all the way up to a split adjusted price of 134. Now we're coming back into those 70s, which is very interesting to me. So if we break back below this, I think it could be very interesting, Sean.
Yeah, we're just looking here at Coinbase. I'm just trying to get in and out a little bit here of the stock one more time, because you're well nicely in the money right now on Coinbase as it gets up to 174. And just another little talk here, because there goes Palantir up again. We take a 134 now on Palantir as some of these names just keep on getting higher and higher here. Sorry I took so long there. I was trying to get an espresso out of the old machine there and kept on. I pushed jug of coffee by accident.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and I was able to stop it, but
Nice. Just gonna hit the cancel
right there. I know you don't. Do you want an espresso?
No, I'm okay. I got.
Yeah, I was
my
gonna say you
green
never
tea
normally
here.
do. I should have asked you before I ran and got one there. So salute to everybody. Nice and hot. Right there. So, yeah, I appreciate that talk there, GD fellow. But yeah, it's a nice move, man. We're now $9 in the money in total here. And we would have been even better on Nvidia, but we did get, I stopped myself out there. I honestly thought the market was potentially going to break right there, but instead we hold the 50-period moving average. So definitely a missed opportunity there, but we only had 5% left. Same thing in all these trades. So upside here, we'll see if we can hold on. Still doing well, man, even though we have smaller pieces left. Let's look for something else. Coinbase, silver. All right. What's going on with silver right now? Let's have a quick little look here. 81.50, 81.60, potentially pulling back here is silver down to the downside, 81 bucks. Okay, so I wrote down 80. That's not going to be a thing. But for me right now, it looks like we're actually pulling back right now on silver. So if you guys were to ask like a potential opinion here on SLV, for me, it's kind of simple. I would think short at this point, breaking underneath VWAP, underneath the 200 period. It's definitely a dangerous short, I would say, because of the levels that we're in right now on this. You know, you could break this 80. You might want to wait to see if we're able to break 80 before we get too excited about it. But that would be a trade that I'd be looking at right now, would be a short of silver if we can get anywhere near 82 or so to average, just to get a better price. You know, I mean, going short right now, you're kind of in the middle of that position. So like middle meaning like 81 being the bottom and sort of 82 where I'd like to short, so 81.50. We're gonna have to give it a breath here to see where SLV goes from here. But that's not a horrible idea. Look, today I thought it was risk on, man. I mean, the NASDAQ started to go a little bit. We were up 0.3 or 0.4 heading into Nvidia earnings. Looked like a good opportunity to go risk on today, and that's what we did. We took 3 longs. All right, AMD, with NVIDIA breaking higher, we did see NVIDIA dip down, but AMD also dips down. And look, I don't think just because NVIDIA is coming out today, I don't think AMD is dead in the water by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, a good report from NVIDIA should also help spike AMD. I feel like that is something that could easily happen tonight as well. Just more talk. We got that big deal yesterday with AMD and Meta. So AMD does have, you know, teeth in this game for sure, right? And I would say that any violent move down, we got a nice buyback into 200 bucks there yesterday for Advanced Micro Devices, and then that story hits. The good thing, and I know this is not a Mag 7 name, but the good thing about Mag 7 stocks or big cap stocks like this that are in the space, at any moment you could get a story that really, you know, rockets these things back up to the upside, because the only thing that we're really going to beat them up for apparently is CapEx. And then what we talked about there, anything software related right now seems to be getting hit with Anthropic and all these bots that are being put out there, thinking that all these jobs are all of a sudden going to be like wiped out of nowhere. We'll see if that is the case or not. CRM today, nice move back higher here for Salesforce. Nice to see that move, as I know that was one of the names that was a little dead in the water for a couple minutes there, Salesforce, and still might be. Their report coming tonight should be definitely an interesting one, to say the least, there for CrowdStrike for CRM tonight. Salesforce, what's up, Randy? Hope you're doing well. CrowdStrike was another beat-up name that you and I talked about, or you talked about actually earlier, and nice. You saw a nice bounce. You talked about relative strength yesterday in CRWD, and so there it is today. It does break below that 350, but then catches a bottom. The name that I invested in yesterday, or was it 2 days ago around lunchtime, was Palo Alto, and it's kind of hovering around the same spot as it was previously, so not much going on there for Pan W in the spot. So we'll wait to see if Palo Alto wants to get back up to the upside. I don't believe that any of these Claude bots or anything are going to be dramatically affecting anything that we see in this space as far as cybersecurity, but been wrong before. And some of the things that these AI coders can build maybe are going to surprise us. So maybe the cybersecurity space is one that's in trouble. I did want to look at Google because it was going lower today for some reason. Okay,
wow, look at that.
Yeah, Google right now fading
That's nice.
off this market move. So not really sure about this trade there, Dara. Was there any specific stories for Google? Because with the NASDAQ up 1%.
So earlier today they announced, I guess they were able to kind of stop some hacker, one of their divisions. That's very unlikely why this is moving. I'm not seeing anything new. That's again, only story I saw on Google was that hacker thing. It was on our watch list. I'm not seeing anything since then.
Okay, yeah, I mean, so there it goes. Google downside right now, going oppo the market. So definitely an interesting name to take a look at. Palantir still cruising, and so is Coinbase. So, what the? Coinbase is 175, my guy? Okay, I'm just going to punch out a little bit here at 30s. Okay, well, we get it. There goes Coinbase, man. Nice cooking to the upside there, coin. Let's see where that winds up going right now. But that's basically all that I'm looking at. And it's 10:37 right now. We do have our morning show to get ready to go. Our afternoon show following. 11 to 2 o'clock will be Sharif and Joe, and they'll be talking about some options with my guy Joe over there. We do have Luis Barbado coming on to talk more small caps. And of course, make sure you do scan that QR code. Talk all about Trader TV Academy and get going on that. Lots of areas, journaling. Our whole journey into the world of trading begins with Trader TV Live Academy. Grab it right now with that QR code.
Yeah, thank you very much there. I think it's pretty decent here. Some of the moves that we've been getting here in the market. Wow, there goes Oracle once again. So talk about pyramiding. Guess what? Yeah, I did get out, but this was maybe another retest of those lows. Market's coming in as well. So I'm like, all right, cool. I was watching this 151 halves, and I was like, okay, well, this might go a little bit lower. One might go a little bit lower. Boom, slams into 151. I'm like, all right, well, there goes 50 pennies. I'm like, okay, it's okay. It's not too late. It's not too late. We talk about, buying higher and selling even higher. I also love selling low and buying even lower as well. So, same kind of concept there as the market takes a wee little bit of a pullback here to the downside. But no, that Palantir continues to push higher. So distinctly different here on Palantir there, Sean. So shout out to Sean for being in that banger of a trade. But I'm asking you guys, what are you guys trading really? Because, everyone's playbook is so different. Farm trader saying reloaded. What are you reloading, bro? I want to know. So let's see what people are saying. Nvidia, bad. What is Nvidia up to? Nvidia is still holding that 195 pretty well. But yeah, a little bit of a chop here. Nothing too crazy. Pulls back into VWAP. I guess the place to buy, Sean, was that VWAP because it only got to 195.15. Beautiful test of VWAP. Opening range high holds as well. That's all the way down at 195 clean, but that's only 15 pennies away on something like an Nvidia. That's pretty much a test of opening range highs, and if it's confluence with VWAP, I like that as well. But again, I think the bigger picture here, the most recent bigger move was that pullback into VWAP, giving you about 0.5% from 196 down to 195 is about $1 down on that one there. Let's see what else you guys are talking about. OBAI apparently. Let's see if this one is obeying any sort of price action here. Our Bond Inc. A lot of people have been talking about this one as of recent. I guess in the pre-market it was a little bit of something, and I think it's been running over the past couple of weeks. Yeah, there's some relative volume. What did that day do? Whoa, hello. So recent IPO, I guess. On this one, catches some volume on Tuesday in the pre-market here. Decent move there. Goes all the way from $3, $4, all the way up to $12. Beautiful fade here as well. Some of these pre-market small caps, I think there's definitely a lot of edge there, and something I'm definitely looking into after I finish working on a few other things. But right now, we got the recap with Darren.
Let's talk about these sectors. Electronic tech, interesting because the major components are very strong, smaller ones not so much. Nvidia, Apple, Broadcom, and Micron, the four largest components in the sector, doing quite well, while we do have some weakness in the likes of GE, Boeing, and Northrop Grumman. If you go to tech services, though, this group is all in all much stronger. Palantir up 4%, Netflix up 5%, Microsoft up 2.5%, Meta up 1.5%, Oracle with that upgrade from Oppenheimer up 3%. As Sean mentioned, Google underperforming its friends in that sector, though. Finance, strong across the board. Retail trade, Amazon looking good, as well as TJX on earnings day one, but low, trading lower on earnings day one, and HD on earnings day two, finding some weakness as well. If you look at some of these sectors that are weaker across the board, you've got energy, minerals, transportation, process industries, industrial services, utilities, health tech, and for the most part, producer manufacturing, though these kind of semiconductor-associated names like AMAT and LRCX are actually trading higher. Now, I do want to mention health services here. Consumer durables also strong, but health services, pretty weak yesterday. Today, pushing higher, a little bit of a rebound for UNH and the like in that health insurance space. Back to you.
Health insurance, we talked a little bit about that yesterday with UNH and whatnot. Like, whatever Palantir had for breakfast, man, I want some of that, like, pretty much immediately. This stock is now up $5.50. So we're up $12 now in these two positions. Like, I don't know what crypto's doing right now. I don't know what Palantir's doing, but I like a lot right now. And we'll just do smoking. We're on one today, that is for sure. There goes Palantir through 135. Like, what is even happening? I mean, this is just explosion right there to the upside. And I guess just beat up too much. Someone likes it today. Maybe you'll hear about Cathie Wood or somebody coming in on that one here later on today. We'll find... Hello. Come on, Cathie. Like, I mentioned her and she wants a phone. Like, she sees we're working here. We'll talk about that a little later. Oh, God. Right here comes Randy again right now. I don't know if we're going to have Warren Buffett here calling out pretty soon, as he likes XOM. Randy likes XOM, getting some oil space action right there. But, yeah, there goes Palantir up 5% and Moon City right there. And then here goes Coinbase. That's also up $5 right there as well. And it's just all found right here, right now on the sticky note. Coinbase, Nvidia, Palantir, and Circle long at 70. That Circle never came in. That was just a hope and a pray, but there's silver as well. So Coin 170, check. Nvidia 193, break of 195. Bang, bang. And then Palantir 129 to 130, bang, 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 bang. Right there, as that's exactly, and it's about following the plan. And we all talk about it, Obi, all the time. Like, we could be wrong. And when we're wrong, and we stop out. I think we've shown many examples of that throughout the time. Today, I didn't really have any stop outs, but here's the plan. There's 130 start, there's 129. The stop was in at 128.79. So if this was gonna go down, we were gonna lose 50 cents or, well, 50 cents on that look, about $1 there. So we'd lose about $1.20 or so on the position. So as it matures up, it's a good trade there. And sometimes you're wrong and you get hit, right? But that is what, it's all about. And people are going to hate me for this, but, Team Canada played a better game than Team USA, but Team USA gets the golden goal. And they're the ones raising the trophy and deserve to do that. But sometimes, the market will get the best of you, and sometimes you'll get the best of the market. And regardless of how well you're prepared or how dead on your levels are, it just takes that one trade. And we had that good example from Jeff there, and that's why I use hockey as an example. It's that one goal. Boom, you win. It's these one trades. Boom, your net is where it needs to be. And, there it is with PLTR, Nvidia, and Coinbase today. All just really worked out for us to benefit. Robinhood at 70. That was a name that we should have took, man. We talked about Robinhood down there at 70. I talked about it yesterday, breaking that level. And then now today, nice upside, up 4% for Robinhood. And again, Obi, this looks like a potential coil up down there. Would like to see a capitulated volume spike or something, but definitely looking like it's trying to base out down there. I think Robinhood, if the financials can settle down, and everything's an if, but that would be definitely somewhere to look. And I feel the same way about PayPal as about Robinhood. Not moving forward, but just the base. Like, we based out right there. And I think if you were to go long somewhere in the mid 70s, maybe a little lower than this, and give yourself to that low wick of like 69.50, feel like you can definitely, get a little bit more risk to reward than $6 right now on Palantir. If you're right, you're probably going to get a 90 or 100 print, and if you're wrong, you take a 10% haircut on that one. So, but yeah, I see there, yeah, Hellebuck. I saw the State of the Union last night, and President Trump had them all out. Hellebuck's their goalie. Who stood on his head, and he got like a Medal of Honor or something as a goaltender of the United States. So shout out to him. 2 or 3 time Vezina Trophy winner, which is the best goalie in the NHL, is the Vezina Trophy. So that's a big strength of the U.S. is the goaltending. So shout out to what a great game. It was a great game to watch that. Both that and, although I didn't see the women's game live, both games were great to watch.
Artemis in the chat saying that, USA won because the goalie stopped 41 shots on goal.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
And not only that, so the expected goals, so there's all these metrics and all that kind of stuff. The expected goals was 6.3 for Canada and 2.7 for United States based on shots. Like we had
different stats.
We had the best player in the world, Nathan McKinnon, miss an open net. So like that's like a 99% chance he makes it, right? But again, pressure and everything like that, it all builds, right? And pressure busts pipes, as they say. That's what it is, and he's a great goaltender.
Yeah, no, I think
that's hockey, right?
The kind of stat that you said, it only takes 1 goal. Sometimes when you look at like your yearly P&Ls, you see that majority of that comes from like, let's say the 80-20 rule.
Yes.
Say majority of those gains come from maybe like 10 to 20% of your trades overall, and so that's an interesting thing to kind of note and being like, okay, well, most of the money is made probably just on a handful of trades during the year, right?
I believe that to be 100% true.
Yeah. For example, like I know you guys smashed some of those IPOs.
That was exactly the example I was just going to use.
Like they don't come very often, but when they come, you exponential sizing. Right, you're not using everyday kind of size on those things, and those opportunities, because those opportunities don't come, and because they have, there's definitely some edge there as well. So
like Coinbase right now, we're $12 in the money on these 2 trades. So just like if you use max volume, max share size, you could be done for the whole month, right? I mean, it's just like sometimes you find these trades, sometimes you don't. What's up, Adara?
Before we talk about money, we must talk about Iran. J.D. Vance, Vice President of the United States, apparently currently speaking on Fox News, saying that he, quote, hopes Iranians are taking negotiations on Thursday seriously. So once again, more kind of will they or won't they with these tensions between Iran and the U.S. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But just be aware, it looks like J.D. Vance is currently still talking, as far as I understand, on Fox News. Let's talk about this U.S. dollar. DXY still running into that resistance just above that, or just around, that 97.8 level. 98 very much still elusive here for the DXY. But I mean, if you look at this daily chart, still these higher lows with a relatively flat top from a technical standpoint, going back to that base we made on January 27th. And again, that base had to do with some concerns that the U.S. Fed and the Treasury were going to be intervening or try to look in here to intervention for the Japanese yen. Let's take a look here at the CME Fed Watch tool, because there's really not any economic data to speak of today, tomorrow, or really, today and tomorrow. Today is Wednesday. But on Friday, we are going to get some PPI prints. That being said, regardless, March 18th, 2026, that is now less than a month away from the next Fed meeting, and 98% of participants are expecting rates are going to be held steady. Now, if you go ahead to April here, got about 84% of participants expecting no cut. June, and this is interesting, guys, June, we're now even seeing the majority still expecting no cut. At one point, the majority was expecting a cut in June. That's no longer the case. If you go forward to July, that's when you start to see the majority expecting at least 25 basis point rate cut. As we get more details, of course, and as things evolve, this is very likely to change. But interesting to see that June rate cut now getting pushed back maybe to July. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to check out the Trader TV Academy. And right now, we're going to get more insights from 2 of our traders.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Interesting rate cuts back there to June. So, yeah, July, sorry. Yeah, we were hoping that maybe we could get one even potentially in March. But, yeah, still to be determined there with these rate cuts. And, again, data will be king, right? I mean, as data comes out, we'll be able to see how that all looks. And, the appointing of new Fed chair there, Kevin Warsh. We'll see how that starts to kick out again. That's May, I believe, right, Adara, that he takes a spot?
Yes, but there is also the issue that certain members of Senate and leadership are saying that they might not even vote to pass a long wash until all of the legal hubbub with Powell is cleared.
Okay, so hubbub, their legal terminology. But yeah, that's the whole thing, is that Lisa Cook still, right? I mean, all this stuff needs to get all settled out still. So that'll be interesting to see. The Fed should have an interesting year behind or in front of them moving forward right now. Okay, some more outs on Palantir. I'm getting basically ready to clear everything out. Out on Coinbase, out on Palantir. $13 now in the money. On these two positions, and we got out of Nvidia a little too early right there. But we got to figure out, one of the most important things.
Yes.
All right, so yesterday we had tilapia, which apparently wasn't that bad. I don't know.
I went and got some pizza, so.
Yeah, okay, so you got pizza. I had
usually
the
the
salmon.
playbook these days.
Adara, I heard in the background, wasn't a big, huge fan of the tilapia yesterday. The salmon was good, though. Wow, Nvidia might break 196 again. But today, we do have what's for lunch, and it is the symbol China. Right there. We are looking at lemongrass grilled chicken, spring rolls, rice, mixed noodles, and green salad. So lemongrass chicken should be good, I feel like. Spring rolls, I don't know if we've had them here before, probably okay. Mixed noodles and green salad. Okay. That's what's for lunch, and it,
that's good.
Should be okay. Yeah. I liked yesterday, the big piece of protein there with the salmon. You a fish fan?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I love salmon, for sure. One of the favorites.
Tilapia
when done well.
A little questionable sometimes.
Yeah,
the salmon's perfectly fine.
The salmon has been good. Okay, so that's that, man. Palantir, Nvidia, that's what we're dealing with. You're not in any positions. Is there?
PayPal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there anything you're looking at here as we get ready to go?
We know that PayPal's been kind of moving around with buyout rumors. Funny enough, I think the first day the 45 level was a beautiful short here. It came to my attention when it got halted, and I was like, I looked up the news, and I'm like, okay, well, why is this moving around? Did someone actually place a bid? And you know what the news was? No. That they're talking to banks.
Okay.
Okay, and I was like, all right, cool. 45, great kind of a level. Just I like to work with 45 every now and then, and 45 ended up being a little bit of resistance. Next day, it comes out that they might be in, or Stripe might be taking a look at them, and then it slaps up to 47 halves. 250 above that 45, and then catches some resistance there as well. Today coming into 48, you can see here a beautiful break of trend. I should have been watching this one a little bit closer here, because again, when I go in and just draw a simple trend line, however you want it. You want to draw it from both of the lower points, maybe to this point right here. That was the pullback. However you want to draw it, right there. Boom. You can see when that trend does break. When that VWAP does break, we consolidate underneath. We break through opening range lows. I think that's also a great place to get in here, 47.20s. And I tried a quick little piece right here, because this is where it kind of chopped and caught a bid yesterday. I was like, if we're going to break down, I'm willing to kind of look to take it a little further, but keep it extremely tight, because if that breaks down, I'm looking for it to go right away. But again, it is a very extended to the downside from the high a day there. Even from the break of trend, you can see we're down about $1.80, which is roughly about 3.76% to the downside off of the break of that bid. So when that bid was gone, decent seller stepping in. And again, market tailwind is definitely on the side of the sellers here as we kind of consolidated. I talked about that 25.3. We tried to bounce. We kind of look a little weak, and now we're looking to attempt to break down with only 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left in this? No, that's a 3-minute candle. Never mind. 5 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to come to a close here, and we're breaking down through this level. So maybe potentially a bit of a reversion happening here on the Nasdaq. The ES still has a little bit to go here. 69.30s is that prior low, and both of them bidding pretty decently from the morning session. But you can see here the Nasdaq, so tech, a lot more aggressive of a bid here on some of these tech names. So let's take a quick look at what was, or who was the culprit there. And right away, we kind of covered them before. MSFT, Microsoft, showed the utmost strength as we got through 400. 400, bit of a false break through 400, and then pulling back. Sideways consolidation on this one. I know Meta was pretty strong as well. Let's see how that one's doing. Wow, beautiful. When that bid is gone, we revert right back to VWAP. 650s, 651s are the highs right there, and currently trading at 647s on Meta. But when you look at some of the other megs, they're not really doing that much of a move. These were pretty aggressive moves on both Meta. I guess Tesla was one of them as well. Tesla did pull back pretty decently, more than 50%. But you can see Apple, decent bid, but percentage-wise, not in the same area as some of those other ones here. So Tesla was a big runner here in the morning, but you can see this was the better reversion as we pulled back over 50% of that opening drive here. Even gave you a potential chance here at VWAP. This is a 3-minute chart, maybe finding a bit of a base here at 413. So I'm still waiting. I'm watching. PayPal is now on the radar for me when it comes to chips. I guess people were talking about ARM maybe potentially being nice. Micron was also one on watch today, and you can see kind of lost that bid and broke all the way down, maybe potentially coming into opening range lows all the way down here at 425s. But the open price, I think, is that 930 candle. The 930 candle opening price is 426.50. So coming back into open, SMH, you can see here almost a full recovery here as well on SMH. And that is the semiconductor ETF. I want to also take a look at SNDK, because a lot of people are watching this one as well. You can see a whole lot of nothing, because it's just trading within its range here, doing absolutely bupkis, Sharif. So, the bigger picture move, maybe a little bit of relief, maybe a little bit of, chop, but you can see that on the weekly, it's holding extremely, extremely well here. 725 highs, all-time highs on SNDK, and these RAM prices they just continue to kind of hold, man.
I don't even know what to think. There's SNDK, there's WDC, there's Seagate Technologies, and of course, I think the one that a lot of traders, and I actually called this yesterday. I was like, I really feel that Micron is one of the names to look out for in tonight's earnings report for Nvidia. I mean, if the AI race is still on, I say if, it still is on. We know that Nvidia is going to hopefully indicate demand. And when they do that, Micron, you need memory for all these GPUs and for all these applications. So it's like there is really no stopping. I mean, even though it's up so dramatically from their lows, right? I mean, we talked about this yesterday, where we were just a year ago, if we're going back to February, this was an $80, $90 stock, picking whatever day, all the way to 427 right now. So you're up like 4x right now over the year on Micron, let alone SNDK and Western Digital. I mean, some of these names really explosive moves northbound. And what else to expect when that's the issue? This was $50 up to $650. So come on, man. You're up 10, 11, 12 times on these names. And we did get a short report. I don't know if you saw that yesterday on SNDK.
Citron,
that's
right?
Yeah. So that was part of this little move down right there yesterday, 693 down to 640. So we actually got clubbed, I think 7 or 8%. Give that today. So you're down about 10% in 2 days. So yeah, I think the glut will come eventually. It is kind of a perfect market. Like when there's demand, obviously supply is going to run out. And when supply runs out, what do these companies do? They just push their machines a little faster, a little harder, get those supplies out. Then competition comes in, margins start to squeeze. And the heyday of these names is probably over, but still continues to work out. And what I mean by that is, like, I don't think we're going to go 5 or 6 times from here.
Right.
But still definitely a good spot to put your risk bets in on the RAM space. Okay, Obi, always a great show, man. Thank you so much for hosting. We'll have Neil back tomorrow, but Obi will be with me today from 2 to 4, and then join us from 4 to 4:30 with the After Hours show, where we'll talk all about earnings. The Nvidia watch party is now on. Scan that QR code. Get involved with Trader TV Live Academy as well. That's Obi. I'm Sean. Thank you so much, Adara, today. Thank you to Luis. Luis will be joining these guys on the midday show as well. So for me and Obi, that's it for now. Over to the midday show. Thank you. We'll see you guys then.
Try to take this thing one more time.
Boom.
大家好，他的名字是 Joseph， 我叫 Sharif。很高兴认识你，美女人。Oh, I did it well today. There we go. No stutter, no nothing. What's going on, everybody? Let's say hello to everybody in the chat. I hope everybody pseudo understood what I said there. Shout out to Jody. Shout out to Donkey Trader. I grow fighting. I haven't seen you in a minute, man. Callum Mitchell Miller, Black Hawk. We got Mohammed Naeem, which means smooth in Arabic, by the way. Mprex, Adrian, Patterson. We got Juan. We got Pete. We got Chemical City Kid. Shout out to Mr. Optimistic SoCal, like that. Shout out to Lee, the conductor, Dad for FPV. We got Metacow, like that. Sahil. We got Stock of Money. Shout out to Jay Koingi and Adam James Abroad, aka the prickly one. Shout out to Jacques, Aaron Trader, Notorious Dinkelberg, Pyro Fireworks. Yes, Nvidia is breaking. D. Westermeyer, look what he said to you. Joe, you have taught me a lot about options, made 10 times daily goal on 22 AMD puts. There you go, you're getting love from Mr. What do you call it? Mr. Midwest himself. Buffalo Soldier, Cass Minty, we got Pizza Gang, we got Melinda, we got Radia, we got DR Valorant, Zinvesting.
You know I love you. You know I love you, right?
Absolutely.
You gotta plug into Unity, Mike.
Oh, you know I plugged.
Do you see where I got that one from?
Yeah, you did, because I did that to you yesterday. Shut up. Hosann, LRMR. What? Yeah, it was funny because I didn't stop the stream. Look at it's like still going and I can't hear myself. So that should have been my first tip that I wasn't plugged in. We got Rook, Mike Learn. Shout out who else, man? Let's see, Winnie the Pooh Guru and Heart to Heart Media. Good morning, Joseph.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's had a pretty good start to the session. There's been some high quality opportunities, and I hope some of you got to take advantage of them. I'm watching Circle. No, oh my God, just pull the trigger. Just pull the trigger. No hesitation, nation, man. We got to just take those trades. It's not hydration nation right now, even though we got our tea going on. Aside from that, guys, I hope everyone's had a fantastic morning. A lot of opportunity. Bitcoin continuing to climb here. A nice steady uptrend. Circle has been a little bit more difficult to navigate. We'll get involved with that here momentarily. Nvidia, Katina Man taking advantage of that one earlier this morning. But let's get right into some of these trades. We're going to kick things off. And I believe I only traded 2 names here this morning. And we're going to start it off with Nvidia. Excuse all these dark pool wicks. I'm not going to eliminate them all. But I was long here, and I'm like, you know what? I believe that we can break this 195 mark, even though there's substantial size on the options chain. I get a pop up into there, and then this move back was just too aggressive for me. I had to take the break even, stop out, and I didn't re-engage. Frustrating myself, but that's okay. Because then we go over here and I'm like, you know what? We can't allow that to happen twice. All right, we made the mistake once. We're not going to allow it to happen again. Just re-engage. So sure enough, what do? I'm thinking circle short. Obi was thinking the same thing there earlier this morning. And I'm like, all right, let's get involved. We started to form a double top on the lower time frame. So this is where I first was thinking, I'm like, oh, okay, we're testing this level. So you can see here on the 1-minute chart, we get that push up, failed to construct a new high. And then on this move, I'm like, all right, let's see if we can break this support level of $73. Sure enough, it does an additional grab, but what happens? Shreve, we were just talking about this. Establishes an additional lower high. And I'm like, all right, let's get involved in this one more time, and see if we can get that move to the downside. And we were fortunate enough to participate in that end. I had literally 4 times the amount of shares on this position than what I had on this one.
Okay.
So we got that move, and then I got stopped out a fraction right here, but I did reload somewhat aggressively what I had on this position. I added back for the crack of the low of the day, but that wasn't the case. It came back against me, and I'm like, oh, that's no good. So we give back a little bit of realized and my unrealized. So it is what it is, but Circle definitely being our better trade on the day. We're still holding on to green, but we're looking to put on some more risk here, guys.
All right, guys, got to tell everyone something. Everyone, the wait is absolutely over. We are now live at TraderTV.Academy. We've done the work, Joey, to get the platform ready. So now it's actually your turn to step inside. It's time for you to no longer just watch us trade, but to actually learn the foundation we built everything on. An introductory offer of $480. Scan that QR code or Visit tradertv.academy now to get started. Shout out to the great folks. Okay, it got disconnected. Shout out to the great folks there in the back end who did a lot of work on this project. We are super pumped. It was myself, Brendo, Sean, Neil. We were all involved in this. We all had to, we've all been doing this for a while, so we've kind of given you the exact, process that we've gone through, everything kind of that traders have to learn, the ropes. Kind of that's what I'm trying to get at there without giving everything away. All right, let's get down to work. Sorry, guys. Something caught in my throat. All right, here's what I'm watching, guys. Sorry I didn't get a chance to put the tickers on. Let me put them on one at a time here. XWEL, looking good. It has kind of, I don't want to say it's broken structure, but it's looking double top-ish. That concerns me. Moreover, it's double topping at a key area, that 150 area. So that's going to be on lookout for me. Whether or not this ends up being a double top, I'm looking here for a neckline break of the double top at around 120. I want to say 120 to 125. Ironically, though, Assassino, it's the same area that I'm looking for support. Reason is because that's the top end of the range of the initial bull flag. We get the breakout Katina Man at 9:30, and then we consolidate for, I want to say, maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and then we get the big breakout at 10:05. The top end of that range, as you can see there on the chart, it's $125, but it's also support here for this range. So I am kind of concerned that a loss of 120 to 125 breaks us down and we go sub $1. So XWEL, and you can see over there on the left side of your screen, this was moving in the aftermarket. So either an earnings name or a catalyst in the aftermarket, I don't care, okay, when it comes to these small cap gappers. We're gonna look at the technicals and the technicals only. Shout out to Grunfeld, who pointed out LRMR. This is a buy program if I've ever seen one. Geez, Louise, I know I say that a lot, but sometimes they're just so pronounced. This one had a great day yesterday, mostly in the pre-market when it caught that bid right at 7 a.m. Seemed to find resistance at $4. $4 is nothing to LRMR today, blowing through 4 right at the open there on the 9:30. The market on open orders come, and they come fast and freaking furious with a 574 high of the day. This one is so strong. It hasn't touched the 10 exponential moving average once since the breakout at 9:30. It's just been a symphony, a sea of higher highs and higher lows, and there it goes into another high of day of 575. I'm going to need a pullback of some sort to maneuver into this, but we'll see. And then look at this one, Joey. It's called C-Cup. C-Cup. And it's up 43%. Yeah, well, 43% over here, nothing to sneeze at. We're going to put in the ticker for C-Cup over here. And this one is a derivative. So it's a circle derivative, right? And let me just give you the exact amount that it's up. So it's 200%. 200% daily exposure to equal 80% of at least net assets. Okay, so they have 80% of their net assets in circle, and then I guess 20% is elsewhere.
I love on that one.
He's coming that one pretty quick. 347. 340 seems to be the actual technical resistance level, but the high of the day is 347. It breached VWAP momentarily and then was able to retrace right back above. So C-Cup in focus today. We're going to keep an eye on that. CRGC, I'm pretty sure this is similar, if not the same. Let me just have a quick look here. Yeah. This is for the investment fund. Fund seeks result of what? The characteristics of a combination circle. So this is another circle one. That's why they look so close. So CRCG, and then C-Cup are basically both circle 2 times leveraged ETFs. And then you have Triple C. Let me just make sure this has nothing to do with circle over here.
Henry Cejudo, eh?
Triple C. I know there's a lot of C ones. No, this is Intelligent Solutions Holding. It found an aggressive bid right off the bat. In fact, it looks like it was moving earlier at around, I want to say 9:25. Looks like it broke out before the open. In any event, it seems to be putting in a bit of a rounded top now. That concerns me. I'm a buyer likely at 610. Let's see if it makes its way down to VWAP. I don't think it'll be a buyer at 6. I kind of will insist that it hold up at around 610 because that's where VWAP is. That's what I'm looking at there, Joey. Not a whole lot to choose from, but I didn't really have a full look through the watch list. So if there are any, Danny Patel. Danny Patel, yeah, no love, eh, Joey? Okay, yeah, we read through the messages now.
What's Patel saying? He's not giving
I
you
don't know
any
what
love?
you're talking about, Danny, in terms of no volume, brother. You're talking about maybe CRGC, this one here, a little bit light on volume. I think we've got decent volume, 730,000, 400,000, 300,000, all shares per 5-minute candle, which isn't too bad. Let me know what you mean there, Joey. But what are you looking at, my man?
All right, good stuff. I'm involved in here. I'm involved in some TQQs. I don't have any of the size that I really want. I'm okay with averaging into the volume-weighted average price. So I'm going to put on some more size.
Good call.
If we do get that pullback, all right? So we'll keep our eyes out on that one. I was thinking about adding a short here on Circle, but that doesn't seem to be the narrative on today. This was it, and then now we're continuing to climb higher. Bitcoin was on my radar. Didn't participate in the long, and then you've seen what happened to us on Nvidia. This is Devin Haney, paper hands, that one there. So that's unfortunate. We haven't pulled that one out of the hat in quite some time. Sure.
I can't wait to see that guy get dropped again.
I don't even know. Does he have a fight anytime soon? No, yeah, obviously he's scared. I mean, Ryan Garcia said he has PTSD. So from the previous fight. So
he caught hands, bro.
He got beat up.
He charged him with assault.
Yeah, that's
so
crazy.
Sad.
That's crazy.
Sad.
So TQQs, guys. And he's suing his girlfriend for all the gifts. Did you see that? He bought her probably like $300K worth of diamonds,
Hold
purses,
on,
and
Devin
stuff.
Haney bought his own girlfriend.
Yeah,
I thought you said Ryan's girlfriend.
No, and now he's suing his girlfriend for the gifts back. So. Yeah,
it just keeps getting better,
Yeah, it
brother.
just keeps getting better. Anyways, aside from that, guys, we were talking about CCC earlier. I know you guys were talking about that one. TQQs is what I have on my radar. There goes Circle to the top side, guys. So we are fortunate enough to participate in the short. And then we have Nvidia and IBIT, which seems like it wants to continue its grind higher. If there's going to be any form of a pullback, I'm going to be looking for that in the latter half of the session, probably around 2:30 or even 1:30 to 2:30. I think is when we start to see those pullbacks. Now we're starting to get what we want here in the TQQs. If we hold and construct a higher low, then that's going to be a good opportunity for me to add. If not, my size is so small that I have no issues with taking a stop loss south of the volume-weighted average price. Adair, what do you have for us?
What I have for you guys here is a update on WBD and Netflix. I'm seeing reports that a coalition of attorney generals sent a letter to the Department of Justice about the Netflix Warner Brothers Discovery merger, saying it could be, quote, disastrous, and asking the DOJ to subject the proposed merger to a review. So again, coalition of attorney generals here, sounds like they're not too happy about this potential merger between Netflix and Warner Brothers. As we know, we've talked about this earlier today, but yesterday, PSKY actually raising their bid for WBD, getting the positive attention of WBD shareholders. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. I mentioned before, I think it's still a weight that's holding, that's kind of wearing onto Netflix's shoulders. So that stock may not see any form of a sustained move until this is all cleared up. And it may take significantly longer than what we're going to anticipate. So I see some people, my boy Charlie, saying, hey, Joe, flip that to short. That's okay, Charlie. I'm going to continue with this long here. Even though we do have Amazon breaking down, it might add a little bit of a push and pull here, which might not be a good effect. But we can see that some of the names that I like that are climbing higher, right, we're experiencing a pullback right now, and that's totally fine, but Apple continuing to climb higher, Nvidia putting in a new high of the day, Google not performing overly well. Ooh, Gorev, where's my guy at? Gorev. This could be a pretty good print right here. Let's see if this works out on Google. Tesla, how have you been performing? Looks like it wants to sell a little bit, but a strong opening drive. I like our chances of holding on to this long here, and then Meta, it's starting to form this downward channel. And I wouldn't be surprised if at some point this breaks, right? So you have this channel being established, and if you happen to sit on the backside of this, then maybe a continuation to the top side. So not too bad. What has Broadcom been up to? Starting to slide, but I'm going to keep my eyes on Google because this is a pretty quality, no, never mind. I don't like that as much anymore. Moving forward to some of the smaller names, I know BMNR and MSTR have been performing pretty well today, obviously climbing with Bitcoin. Circle continuing to climb, as we mentioned that on multiple occasions. Now, this is the name I want to pull up here, CrowdStrike. So some of these SaaS names, CrowdStrike starting to somewhat recover, but if you look at the daily, it's been getting destroyed and not very much of a strong bounce right here. I'd look at this more of a breath, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Well said, Joey. So C-Cup is blocked on our system. It just doesn't do enough volume, so we won't be able to trade that specific, what's it called? Circle derivative or ETF, whatever you want to call it there. I'm looking here at LRMR. Here we go. We're in at 54s. We're looking for a reclaim. It just touched the 10 EMA on the 5, and there it goes through 63. Now we've got 54s on. Let's post on this one. I'm looking for a move, try to challenge that 577 Hive day. Now, I didn't execute on XWell because it's still in that range. I feel like I should be picking it up here and giving it about 10 pennies or so, and that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna drop the order down into the 120s. We're gonna give it a little bit of room. What do we got? We got 32s. Okay, so let's go ahead and post and see if we can get something possibly. There it goes right up. Okay, good. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. It's still in the range, so I should probably look to establish some money-filled dip trades. I'm talking below the 30 penny level. That seems to me where the money fills are coming. At least that's where they've been coming since, I want to say, 1035 when we dipped into that level. So let's go ahead and post just a little bit below that 30 penny level. I'm not going to go too far below, just try to put the odds on my side here. So we're in a couple of trades now, and there goes LRMR. It took out all my orders, 69 included. Let's go ahead and post at 73. It's not immediately challenging for that high of day at 77, and that's where I'm going to put the next profit taker into that high of day. So by definition, to get that top profit taker, we're going to need a high day touch. We don't need a high day clearing for now. We're going to need a high day touch. So let's keep an eye out on this one. LRMR looking real good to the tune of 53 1/3. XWell, what's that thing up? Okay, so XWell is the leading gapper in the market far and away. It is up 257% coming from the closing print yesterday. I don't even know where the closing print is. It's so far south. For 30-something pennies, 38 pennies. So reclaiming the dollar, or claiming the dollar, I should say, in the aftermarket yesterday, got up to about $1.10 and then dropped back down when all was said and done. In the aftermarket, it closed out at 98 pennies. I don't know where it traded in Blue Ocean. I'm just talking about the regular, aftermarket regular trading hours this morning. It sells off a little bit in the pre, then that 935, 930 candle comes in and all hell breaks loose to the upside here on XWell. It's bull flagging. It doesn't mean it won't be without bamboozlement, right? Dropping down, probably stopping people out. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. LRMR treating me well here into the high of the day. It goes again. We got everything filled except the 77s, which is that high of day test. We go ahead now and we're going to post at 88s and see if we can break, number one, the high of the day. Number two, can we get up into that level, and what kind of selling are we going to encounter there? So a couple of trades on at the moment. Both small cap gappers, true to form, of course, Joey. But we're going to look to be executing, guys, possibly here on Circle. Because when you're up 23% on the day, I'm not saying you're a small cap gapper, but you're clearly very, very strong and trending in a way that I like. I will have to deal with the spread right now, though. It doesn't look too bad. 4 pennies, 10 pennies. We're going to keep an eye on the spread here on Circle and then kind of decide how I want to weasel in. But that's what I'm looking at right now. All right, let me call out a couple of other ones because my man there, Commodity King, did call another one earlier. Double XRP. It is light on volume. It had a bit of a tough day on Monday, consolidative day yesterday, and a good recovery day today. But as you can see on the black charts here, it is sparsely traded. It's okay. XXRP has done on the day 1.57 million shares at $4.73 at 11.20. It's not great, but it's not bad. It stays on the side chart. RYAM looking good. Shout out to, I forget who mentioned this one to me, but thank you for mentioning it. 820 it looks like, or give or take. It broke out. I guess that's when the news catalyst came in. Again, guys, I don't care. There's the bull flag, and there's the 930 continuation above the 875 pre-market high. And when all was said and done at the high, no, well, it's not done. We're still intraday. 1034 high. It's coming back in to that $10 area. 10 EMA on the 5 is around 1010. I'm looking for 10. Let's see how this one does. RYAM, not a bad look. It is up on the day, 41%, having traded a little bit less than 4 million shares. Looking a lot better than some of its counterparts, though, Joey. So that's what we're looking at there. And there goes LRMR taking out my 77 print. There's a new high of day on this one. It is 82s. Shout out to the year I was born. I'm old AF. I get it. But I like the number 82 in the same way that I like number 25, Joey.
You like 25?
I like 25.
All right, 25. I think, so 16, I wore 16 my whole life.
West, y'all, sorry, brother.
Yeah. Well, we can't forget West, y'all.
Yeah, he's the one that called out RYA.
We'll hit this for West,
my bad,
y'all.
brother.
Mike P. DeRider, currently on 4 accounts in the chat, too, so you're not going to miss out on Mike Philip DeRider. Then we have Michael P. DeRider, and then who else?
Mike P. DeRider. I love
This guy's
him.
comical. Yeah, I mean, there you go, 4 accounts in the chat, just in case. You're not going to miss that guy, that's for sure. In all seriousness, what was I going to say? I was going to mention something, but it totally slipped my mind. Maybe I'll come back here momentarily. But aside from that, guys, the T-Triple-Qs, I told you that we're involved in this light work. We want to add substantially right at VWAP and see if there's any forms of indecision. You have an aggressive pullback here in Nvidia, so I wouldn't be surprised if we really start to see some momentum pick up to the downside here in the T-Trips. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on, the T-Trips, man. Let's see what else we got going on. What is Tesla up to? Google did put in a nice print. Oh my God, and I was like, I was kicking this one to the curb, and then here we go, almost 10 minutes consecutive to the top side there on GOOGL, a nice 5-minute hammer candle. It's as it's currently recovering, holding the NASDAQ up as Nvidia slides, Google starting to rebound. What is Apple up to? Hovering around that high of the day, so not a horrible look whatsoever. And then you're starting to get a bounce here in Amazon, and what is, oh my Lanta, here it is, 647, a nice print, that channel. Let's see if this channel is going to be breached. If so, there could be a good opportunity. So I like what I'm seeing right now in a recovery on these big boys, because what does that mean? I'm in the T-Triple-Qs. We can get involved. We
Joey.
can put in some more shares, and we can look for a continuation on today's earlier trend. I think that's going to be the case. That's why I'm putting where my money, where my mouth is, and I'm going to post up at a lower price just with the majority of my size to see if we're going to get that rebound there, brother.
There goes LRMR taking out all the levels, taking out my orders, 605 high. We wet the beak, 599. It's a 605 high. Now the question is, Joey, we need to get more size in there. This one feels good. Look at this one, Joey.
Oh, bang.
Look at that, right up the bottom.
Hit this
You know
one.
what I mean? That was a 10 EMA on the 5, guys. That's why it's bottom wick there. It quickly glanced at the 10 EMA and then rocketed right back up. But guys, Circle continues to go. It is now up 24%. I'm gonna have to put CRCL on the watch list here because C-Cup is not tradable. 76.35. We just got into the high of the day. This thing is a freaking monster at the moment. I'm going to be looking to execute here. I'm not exactly sure how, when, or with what size I'm going to be executing. I don't know if I want to wait for a 75 drop. It's far and away. It's getting really far away from $75, but that's kind of 75.50, 75 is the area breakout that I'm gauging, but it's at 76.35. So I'm going to need to wait for a deeper pullback, but it just keeps making highs. It just keeps going. 76.49, circles on the rampage to the high side. I wonder what the short float is on this thing, bro. Let's find out from Perplexity.
Perplexity.
Show yourself, Perplexity. It just got into another high day. Short float on CRCL. Show me. Let's go, Perplex. Now, this stuff is usually about 2 weeks old, give or take, but it gives us a last. Okay, short float of around 11.7 to 12.5 with around 2 days to cover. Recent short interest updates showed that around 22.75 million shares are short, representing about 11.71% of the public float. How old is this information? How old is this info? Hurry up. We're doing a show here, bro.
And
We're doing a show here, Joey. January 30th, 26. So it's up to a month old. So you never really know. Probably a lot of people have been blown out now because, well, we'll have to look at the daily chart. In any event, up almost 25% here. I'm looking for a possible entry on it, but not at these levels, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Shout out to my boy Dragos over there in Chicago, one of my favorite American cities. Well, I've only been to a few of them, but it's going to be at the top of the list there for me. So shout out to my boy Dragos, a big fight fan as well, too. We like that one, guys. You can see we're getting a little bit of a pop in Nvidia. People are asking me short Tesla, but I'm just thinking, what is the overall market doing? Meta's getting a sustained bounce. What these prints, where's our guy Gorev Los Polios? Check this out on the 5-minute. Let's go back here so we can get VWAP in our data and we can actually see what we got going on here, because this is a massive teller of where this specific print is laying.
The teller.
And okay, yeah, that's not accurate whatsoever, I don't think. So yeah, a nice bounce right there. And this is what we were talking about earlier, the channel break. And then now you're on the backside of this trend here in META. And it's the exact same thing here with Google, a nice sustained bounce. And I like our chances for a potential breakup here in the TQQs. We can head maybe towards the high of the day if this strength is sustained. But we need a lot of the participants to obviously to move together and move in tandem. So there it is, NVDA starting to slowly recover, forming these higher lows, and this is what we want to see consecutively throughout this trend if it's going to hold up leading into the earnings report. With that being said, you know what we're going to do.
What are you going to do, Joe? We're going to look at the sectors?
No. Almost, my boy, man. Yeah,
Sacino, he's quick with it. I got to tell you, man, Sacino's markedly improved, man.
On the keys
he's
there.
Quick with those. He knows where everything is now,
Get this guy punching hotkeys in there for me, because I have a little hesitation on some of them. But here it is, guys. Let's pull up NVDA. And this is what I was thinking here. I mean, this $200 mark's starting to grow, but before we even breached 195, I'm like, oh, okay, this isn't good. I wasn't in love with this. I thought that we would see a little bit more of a rejection, but you can see that these contracts are now currently underwater. Now at $200 also, where that's starting to go in size, 109,000 contracts with 57,000 open and close on today's session so far. And we're leading into the earnings report. We were talking about the expected move yesterday. It's sitting around 7.9%. We'll double check a little bit later on in the day, but that's why I got my eyes on NVDA, and that's why I'm going to stay within the T-trips and see if we can get a nice move to the top side and get a retest of the high of the day. Other than that, guys, it's been cool. Circle has been the most definitely my better trader on the day, keeping us green. This was an ad that didn't work for us, and that's totally fine. But initially, we get stopped out of our initial position, and then we're fortunate enough to catch a couple of point move to the downside there in Circle, as it is also now around its high of the day too, Sharif.
All right, sounds good, Joey. We just got into Circle at 53. I'm looking for a hold of current bar low. I'm charting on the 1 here. So prior bar low, no, just opened a new candle. So the 1126 candle, the low of which was 27. The 1127 candle, the low of which was 28. So it held higher lows. There's a seller here in the 60s. There it goes, taking out all my orders. Look, not all. Waiting for 88s. We've got 53, showing 76. Let's see if we can test that 83 high of day again. It's a good move here for Circle into the $0.75. It is finding resistance at the $0.75 right now, in and around this area. So 70, 75, 77. Give or take. Let's see if this one can kind of test the high of the day. I'm packing the patience. We'll see what we get on Circle. I'm still holding here, by the way, some on XWell. It's still within the range, but I don't know how I feel about this one at the moment. I'm going to give it a little bit of time. We're going to give this one some time, but I am a little bit suspicious here of XWell. If there's one positive thing that I can say about it, it is putting in higher lows on the range. Right? So if you're looking for the kind of the trend pattern, it feels like it is putting in some higher lows. So that's what I'm kind of looking at now. We'll see if Circle can also hold up. It's losing the $0.50 pretty quickly here, but you know, with the spread the way it is, we're going to pack the patience and keep an eye out on that one. I also want to work right back in to LRMR because it's holding prior bar low, and that's usually a good sign, especially when you get in to a key technical resistance level like the whole dollar or $6 level. So let's see if this one can kind of work its way back up into that 605. I just want the trade on Circle to resolve here. I feel uncomfortable trading these. I got to tell you the truth. Because it's just not my moat, right?
Yeah, are you short Circle right
now? No, I took it
okay.
long. I made some money on it.
Okay,
but
that's good. Yeah, it's a little
I just feel uncomfortable trading anything other than small cap gappers. I just cut the crap, okay? I haven't done it in a long time. I think it's going on a year and a half. I don't even know how long, but it's been a minute. And anytime I'm involved in one of these names, I feel like, I don't really know what's going on.
I added a little here in T-trips, but nothing much. I just doubled it up. Oh, no, I just wanted to mention that there, just in case it does get a little bit of a break. Nvidia is starting to test. Circle, like you mentioned, Sharif, is at the high of the day, and I'm glad that we didn't re-engage in the short. We took a couple of attempts, and then the signals that I was looking for just didn't display themselves. So there's no reason for me to get involved just yet. And I'm not going to plan on shorting Bitcoin or anything at this point. This is a steady channel to the top side. I think that some of these pullback plays are going to be later in the session. So you have to be really patient and sit on your hands for quite some time. I'm talking 1:32, 2 o'clock, even to 2:30 before you even get somewhat of a pullback. But then you can see, like, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 5-minute candles are all red here. So that's not very much in a steady channel to the top side. So it's really tough shorting this right now, regardless of what the signals are displaying themselves. I've seen a couple throughout the lower time frames that are like, okay, hey, maybe we should take a little bit of a chance here. But so far, they just keep getting blown past. So if it's done it once, twice, and even thrice, then you might not.
Obi thrice, yeah.
Obi thrice, then you might just want to avoid it. You know how I go, guys. 3 attempts at the plate, right? Like, and then it's either you're not in sync or your thesis may be wrong or your timing's off. And with that being said, you just jot down essentially what was going on, and then you come back, you reflect, and then you give yourself a little bit more time to take those entries on the next opportunity. Adara, what's going on?
We have some kind of interesting comments from Fed Schmidt, so I'm going to start with those. Nothing super market related, but I do think worth noting as we do await now roughly 3 months away or so from that transition of power at the Fed. Fed Chair Powell is going to be having his term ended, and Kevin Warsh has been nominated to replace him. So Fed Schmidt speaking on this a bit, saying that the Fed system has, quote, layers of independence and that politics do not enter Fed policy debates. Furthermore, saying, though, that Powell is a patriot who wants to do the right thing for the nation. These are his words. So Fed Schmidt speaking very highly of Fed Chair Powell in his final months as said Fed Chair. I want to talk about CRCL briefly to kick off the crypto segment. There's going to be a lot more discussion of this, I'm sure, during the afternoon rundown, so definitely check that out at 1 p.m. But in the or I guess the news rundown segment. But in the meantime, in CRCL, nice $2.7 billion here in revenue and reserve income for 2025. Net income actually slightly red for fiscal 2025 for Circle. They did report a loss due to its IPO, but adjusted EBITDA and a nice look for both the quarter and the year. This infographic isn't even on X yet. It'll be posted later today, so you guys are getting a sneak preview. Now, Bitcoin, BTC, knocking on the door here of 68,000. Looks like we actually made a high of day of 68,100, according to TradingView. We're taking out not only yesterday's action, but all of Monday's price action. We're nearing on taking out the entirety of even Sunday selling. So let's see if BTC can continue to push higher. Most recent level of resistance here would be Saturday's high. That's around 68,700 more or less. So we're roughly 600, 700 points away from that right now for BTC. Let's see if it can continue pushing higher. Ethereum, nicely above that 2,000 level, taking out probably the last week or so of price action. So ETH and BTC both rebounding in a big way. Back to you.
Something I'm not comfortable doing.
Yeah. And you don't want to get mad at the fact that you did it after you're
exactly.
like, oh, no,
because then you end up making money on it. You're like, oh, fantastic, but you know, could have went the other way, right?
Exactly. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, this thing's absolutely monstrous, and there goes Nvidia up to 196.65, a new high of the day, as it's just helping drag the market up with us. SoFi saying commodity kings. This guy's the ultimate shout-out machine. Shout. Let's see what SoFi is. Yeah, I mean, that's looking pretty good here too, brother, as you're heading towards a key resistance zone. That $19 mark, I swear this name was like around, I thought it was around. Okay, yeah, so 17 bucks. A nice print right here on SoFi. That's not horrible whatsoever, but we talk about these trend line breaks, right? So it may take some time, but it's looking pretty optimistic right now if you ask me. So there's a nice little move on SoFi to the top side. The market's somewhat strong here today. What's our good friend Robinhood up to? A break of trend. I mean, this is waterfall-esque type price action. Now we're starting to form this consolidative zone around these lows, considering we were down 56 to 60% here in this name. So a nice little break, and this is some form of relief, even though it's not much whatsoever. You're only up about 10% off of these lows, a little less, Shreve.
Yes, sir. LRMR continuing to go here. We're going to keep an eye out on that. And by the way, I was able to find, so I had two Circle leveraged ETFs. One was C-Cup, and the other one is CRCG, the one on your screen. C-Cup is blocked on our system, CRCG. I guess maybe it does a little bit more volume and therefore it's not blocked. So we're going to keep an eye out on this and I'm going to look to execute on CRCL on CRCG. Alas, we take our first L of the day, Joey. XWell breaking down below the range. It is now on, you know what, whose list? If you've been around, you know. Look, I'm going to give this one another look at the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about that $1.15. In and around $1.15, $1.10. Okay, so we're gonna give this one the. We're gonna leave it on the side chart for now because it's up big, right? It's up 230%. So this could be on a lot of people's radars and could make its way back. So leave that one. And it doesn't feel good getting out bottom wick there, but hey, you gotta put your stop somewhere. And it looks like it's recovering. Yeah, John, I responded back to you. Have a look at the chat, brother, because I was just asking why it was moving because there's no catalyst, but I'm assuming it's because of Nvidia. John is talking about SMCI. And SMCI is up nicely, 4% on the day. I don't personally see a catalyst, but again, we know that it's Nvidia earnings day. There's some power, Supermicro Flex AI compute for grid demand. Supermicro is collaborating with C-Power Energy and Bentos to integrate AI compute infrastructure into demand response programs. The company has completed a joint demonstration in which grid market signals were routed through Bentos orchestration platform and SMCI GPU servers, enabling rapid workload adjustments to support electric grid flexibility. That's the catalyst there that I'm seeing. You know, it looks like it's being received well by the market here. I've got really nothing more to say about that, though. Yeah, I'm trying to work back into here LRMR because look, it's holding the trend. So what I'm doing is prior bar low ends the trade. Okay, if it loses prior bar low, I'm out. Prior bar low is 592.5. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna give it right there, and we'll give it a little bit of room. So let's see if it holds prior bar low. It's putting in some topping tail candles as expected in the 6. So we'll see what this one has to offer, and we'll also be looking at the one I just mentioned there, CRCG. This is the Circle leveraged ETF. It's 2 times leveraged ETF. Let's see if it can kind of work back into the high. Look, you're gonna have to size in substantially here on CRCG. It doesn't move, you know, with the same vigor as C-Cup was. So you're looking for pennies here off, for example, the breakout area on CRCL, $76. On CRCG, $206. And the high of the day on CRCL, 77.37. The high of the day here is 213. So definitely a little bit tougher of a mover there. But we're going to keep an eye out on that one. Oh, just got stopped out of LRMR. It did lose trend, so we will give back a little bit there, but I'm going to be looking for more on LRMR at around 575. I'm probably going to put some money fills into the 80s. Let's go ahead and wait there. I'm going to wait at around 88. See if we can pick up some at 88, and I'll be looking to defend the 10 EMA on the 5, which goes into that 75 penny area. So let's go ahead and wait right around there, and I'm gonna put all my orders to shadow the level that I like. Front running it, of course, as I typically do, to try to pick up some in the area of illiquidity. What else? There is VIR as well. I've said very little about this one. It's not the biggest mover on the day, and it definitely got shellacked yesterday after having a great day Monday. Look what this one did at 5 o'clock on Monday. Closed out at around 725. By around 6:57, it was up 82% to 1350. It gave back almost the entire move, not quite. Yesterday got into around 950. Today we're back up 1082 high. Definitely an inside day relative to yesterday's price action, but VIR will be in focus 1082 high. VWAP on VIR around 10 and a quarter, 10 EMA basically right here at 1050, 1049. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one as well. Just got into here LRMR on the dip. I'm looking for a little bit more and a move back into 6. So that's what I'm looking for there. Anything else? Let's have a look. Man, my goodness, WDC's up 9.5%. LITE, guys, that photonics company, these are microchip names, up 8%. A lot of strength in some of these, lesser known microchip semiconductor names. So keep an eye out on those. And Bloom Energy. Oh, Bloom Energy, you golden goose, you beauty. Another all-time high on the OG Bloom Energy. It's a gift that keeps on giving, Joseph. Where the hell is my chart? Show yourself, chart.
There it is.
I got to look all the way back there, Joey, like a crazy person. Yeah, there goes Bloom Energy into 178.50. That's the high, showing 177.20 now. Look at this bottom. Look at the wicks on this. Wait, can you tell there was resistance here?
Yeah.
And then look at like the other way. Look at it dropped into 143 this morning. Look at this, man. The price madness on Bloom Energy continues. But hey, man, it's still going, and as long as it's going, we're gonna hold it, Joey.
Absolutely, I love hearing that, my boy. Yeah, who is this individual? Press play tunes, like the stream, guys. Thank you very much, much appreciated. Let's listen to some Easy E. When you guys put me on screen, I had that Easy E bumping. Yeah, just trying to get in the groove and in that flow state. So yeah, that's what we got cooking on. We got the English breakfast tea as well. If anybody was curious on what we got going on here, the English breakfast. But aside from that, you can see that we're in some TQs. We doubled it up right here. I wanted to get some more involved to the point where my average would be probably around 35s or so, a little bit less. But that doesn't seem to be the case as Nvidia is putting in a new high of the day. It's buying these micro pullbacks essentially on Circle right now, Sharif, as that thing is now put in a new HOD. Phenomenal stuff. Bitcoin looking like it's forming a bull flag at this high end of the range as well too. I like what Obi says, and I completely agree. And sometimes when it's just a strong trend, you have to do that. With that being said, if we're going to buy high and look to sell a little bit higher, what we have here on IBIT is this consolidation zone. You want to give yourself a little bit of room here, just in case it does do a liquidity grab and then continues its climb higher. So I got my eyes on Bitcoin, sticking with the same three names, man. You know how it goes on the old notepad here. I know you guys can read everything that I got the Taylor Swift lyrics on there and everything. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. So no, obviously being highly sarcastic, but no, it's just formulating and just trying to come up with a game plan here this morning and see if we can find anything cooking. We were fortunate enough to get that Circle trade working for us here. And then I seen IonQ put in a nice print, but I don't know if I'm going to try to take this short. Yeah, no, it's closed as a green one. So this is what I'm thinking. You have a double top here on IonQ, but look what happens on the lower time frame. Pop off to the top side there, so not too bad of a move. And this is telling me is a defense, right? So even though we have the inverted hammer candle on the 5-minute time frame right here, as soon as you get that pullback and then you see some form of defense step in,
bro, Circle's ripping, Joey.
Yeah, it's going. Are you in it?
Yeah, we're back in, man. At the third of a dollar, there goes Circle into 78. We got 77.34s. It is really going, guys. This is a small...
I was thinking about buying it too. Would you get in at 77.34? Nice.
I did, yeah. I did because I gave it to 77s, Joey. I saw the strength. It had a doji candle. The candle prior to this one on the 5 was a doji. Let's see if we can take out here some in front of 78. It's not immediately. Give it to me as a result of the spread. There it goes into 99s. It's still not giving it to me, dude. So we're just going to take it here. There we go. So we'll take 96s.
There you go.
Circle is really going, and so is Xwell. Circle's on the rampage to the high side here, guys. Very, very strong. Get it, Joey. Very, very strong at the moment here on CRCL. But there goes Xwell. Limit up, guys, is 160 on XWEL, showing 58s. Very strong. Ah, man, I got bamboozled out of this one. That sucks. Xwell is insanely strong, man. I'm also in LRMR. Pardon me. I'm looking for a hold here on LRMR. It's going to have to hold at around 75 pennies. We've got, what do we got? We got 82s on at the moment. It's dipping against me, and I did add into this one, so let's be careful. But there goes Circle into another area high. We're going to hit it, Joey. We're going to hit it, bro.
Yo, look at this thing go. It's absolutely parabolic right now.
Oh, it's really going. The breakout is on right now on CRCL.
Look at the volume step in, too, bro.
It's picking up, man. Good call on that, actually. Yeah, I know you're about that life, that volume life. Circle, very strong, guys. Be careful trading this, though. It's a volatile one, but it looks very directional right now. Very, very good on CRCL. We're going to look to get in a little bit more here. But for now, I really want to manage the trade on LRMR as I'm out of the money and I've sized in. Joey, what do you got?
Same narrative here, man. This is slowly starting to work for us. We were talking about that curl over here in the T-triple-Qs. And I mean, we have Nvidia at a high of the day. And this is this is me thinking out loud, right? So essentially what we have here is some of the larger participants. Here's Apple, a strong trend to the top side. I mean, you do have some pullbacks. We're experiencing that right now. Microsoft, relatively weak. But when you have that pullback and the market is holding up, and then you have a participant like, a company like Nvidia that's continuing to climb higher, right? And then these start to formulate a bounce. There goes Google. So it's just a matter of time. It's just a lagging indicator, essentially, that, hey, we might find somewhat of a pop in the overall market. And that's what I was thinking. Because considering they're selling, these tech names don't always trend to the downside. And when they do, it's relatively weak. But I don't feel like that's today's session's narrative, okay? So when we get that bounce, sure enough, what's going to happen to the overall market? You're going to see a bounce and a breakout of key support levels, key resistance zones, and then that's when you get that test of the high of the day, which we're currently almost at. And by the way, I don't have a fraction of the size that I want on this trade. Right, so it's unfortunate. I should have got the lower end of the range or right at the volume-weighted average price touch. But I do like our chances if we continue on this pace. Then I do like our chances of potentially testing that high of the day. I don't care about the size that I have right now, so I'm just going to diamond hands this all the way to the target, and that's at 70s. Okay, so the smaller size, larger move. Go Nvidia, says Los Polios. That's correct. Boosted Red Sport. Can we put a poll up on Nvidia earnings?
Already done. Fabian's on the way to do it, man. He asks, he gets, bro.
He's already ahead of you. Can I ask what the poll question was?
It's about Nvidia earnings, Joey. So
okay, well, I got to wait. I guess I got to be like everyone else and wait there. You guys are awesome, Joe. Love the breakdowns, brother. Thanks, Florida man. Transplant, appreciate you. Hey, you're a positive individual, too. It must be something in the water there in FLA. We love Florida, and we love Chicago as well, too. Dallas, not so much, but that's okay. We love Texas. That's okay. I'm obviously being highly sarcastic. There's people, and we love the States,
that's a risky one, Joe. You don't know who's on the other side of the screen, brother.
Yeah, we love Dallas too, baby.
We love Dallas.
Where did I go to? Terry Blacks. Shout out Terry Blacks. I've been there. So shout out to everybody in the big Texas. But aside from that trade, way to go on Circle. Nice trade there. You're out of it now.
We're out, man.
We're still in the T-triple-Qs, and this is the breakout on Bitcoin. Oh, guess who's putting in a new high of the day? You guessed it.
Who?
It's BTC.
That's crazy talk right there. Guys, XWell is doing the dance with absolutely no underwear or pants at the $1.50. Pull is up, guys. We're talking about Nvidia earnings in the chat. We'd love your opinion. 4 options. Nvidia, the question is, Nvidia earnings beat or miss? Beat and rally bullish. Beat but sell, priced in. Miss, AI slowdown. Mixed, guidance matters. Give us your opinion. I'm going to say beat. If there is one here that I could say beat but does nothing, that's the one that I want to say. So I'm going to vote.
So you're saying staying within the inside. You're saying inside move essentially.
Joey, look what he's done every time. I think like for the last year and a half, or give or take, right? They crush earnings. They beat on current report. They beat guidance, and we dilly dally. Right? Because it's $4 trillion.
I mean, it typically does stay within the inside move here. But any form of surprise, right? Any form of surprise for Nvidia, we've been consolidating.
Can I say something to you, though? The area is so thoroughly covered that I don't want to say all, because that's not, but we have an idea of what's coming. You know what I mean?
Like, I see what you're saying. So it has to be a super surprise, right? It's like a super surprise.
And that's super hard to get around the market because there's so many different supply chain angles that all report, and you have analysts covering this angle. I don't know, man.
Nvidia might grind to $200 today.
Oh, yeah. I can get behind.
I think we might grind to $200 today. There goes a nice stroke. Grinding.
I love that song, bro.
But yeah, there it is. A nice little pop-up, but then we're starting to come back in. As you can see that we did put a new HOD. There goes Bitcoin HOD as well, too. So, I mean, the overall market is relatively strong. There's no ad opportunity for me right now. I'm not going to chase it if it does establish a new lower high. But look at this cup formation here for all my individuals. Like, it's just a slow curl over, and that's why I was trying to get in at the lower end of the range. I started slow, and then I happened to get in the middle of the range, and then now we're starting to grind a little bit higher. So let's see if we can test that HOD in a strong breakup, but we need the big boys to participate. Joe, you ready to call BTC bottom yet? No, I'm not. I think this is just a strong rally right now.
Should we show them the chart?
Show them it.
Should we show them the chart?
Pull it up.
Well, we're going to show them the chart. But first, we got to go to Adair at the big desk. She's got news.
All right.
I'll be very quick here, guys. Just letting you know Fed's still speaking, saying that, quote, we're in a pretty good place for the job market, but that the Fed has work to do in the inflation side of the Fed mandate. So once again, saying that he's not too concerned about the job market here, but that there is some work to do with regards to inflation. Now, we know a lot of the Feds who have been more on the hawkish side as of late are saying that these concerns about the employment situation are overblown, and that, you know, the biggest issue here is inflation. Fed Schmidt really echoing some of those more hawkish commentary, or I guess undertones there. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Guys, watching LRMR to breach prior bar high and continue the uptrend off the 10 EMA. I'm looking for a re-entry on this bad boy here, but I'm trying to pack the patience. I'm not looking for a technical perfunctory breach of prior bar high. I'm looking for a decisive move to show me, yes, the buyers like that move off the 10 EMA on the 5, and here's the proof in the pudding. They're participating by moving this up into the low, into the mid-90s. We'll see what we get. I'm looking at getting in here. I'm also keeping a close eye on XWell, as that seems to be defending the $0.50. We're going to get in here on the well, and we're going to give it to the 1145 prior bar low, the low of which is 148. That means we go a little bit below that. Now, we could get bamboozled here on this one because we're still at the $0.50. There it goes into a new high of day. I always worry when we get into a new high of day that profit takers, well, they're going to be taking profits. And, you know, we'll get caught offside on a big move down. That always concerns me. I've been caught in a lot of them, Joey.
Not profit takers taking profit.
No,
man.
it's crazy. What do you mean? Profit takers taking profits. Those animals,
Joby.
right? So we're taking some moves here. Some of them unfilled. I'm talking about some of my beak wetters, my orders. There's a seller here at 60, guys, that I don't like. The seller at 60 is a staunchy little bugger. Seller now at 59, 58's now aggressive selling. Are the buyers going to step in? The answer is no. We're going to get out, flatten out here. Looking for another move back in. Let's see if we can clear 60. We clear 60, I get back in. Look at that drop into 45. I had a feeling, seen way too many of these small cap gappers. You know, they get into highs, and then all of a sudden, a couple of things. As I mentioned, the profit takers, they be taking profits, but the shorts, they like that high day look, right? They're looking to move into that level as well. So watching here, that's a bamboozling candle that just manifested there on the 5. Let me show you guys on the black chart. Assassino, I don't like the look of this candle, man. It's a little high, a little low, and now it's red. You know, Assassino, he's like, why do you keep involving me in your technical analysis here? But one day, Assassino, you're going to become the one of the best traders because you watch. I know you watch intently, and I always ask him every day. I'm like, Assassino, are you punching into this? Are you punching into that? He smiles and nods, and he's like,
even though
very polite,
on the side,
right?
on the side, he probably is, man. He's probably got the most stellar portfolio out here.
Hey, there you go. He just left. Shout out to Katie Saunders, 4631. You asked for it, you got it, Katie. Shout out to Katie. Thank you for joining Joey and I on the midday. But yeah, XWell, I've seen too much. No, I'm kidding, of course, guys. But we're going to keep an eye here on XWell. But this is the bamboozlement I did expect, hence why I flattened out quite aggressively. So that's what I'm keeping an eye on, Joe.
All right, I'm involved with some Tesla. There goes the TQQs. I'm not in love with this trade here on Tesla. But there it goes, a nice move to the top side. We'll take that one there for sure. Who is it? It's our friend. It's our good friend, Deirdre. But yeah, nice look there, guys. Let's take a look at where I'm involved here on Tesla. I haven't traded TSLA in quite some time. You guys know that I've been swaying away from some of the big names, but with the market continuing to climb higher, I'm like, hey, let's get a little participation trophy here going on in Tesla. So that's working for us right now currently. And then we have the TQQs as well, but just not enough size in this position that I would like or am I satisfied with. So we just have to take a little bit more. Who is it? Yeah, Katie Saunders, what's going on? We mentioned you. I hope you're having a fantastic day, whether you're just sitting back, relaxing and watching or actually trading yourself. I hope everything's going good or you got other things going on. But glad to have you and glad to have everyone here in the chat as well. There goes Gorf. SPY already well above high of the day while the Qs are lagging. Yeah, I mean, if we get another leg up here in some of these big boys, so what we'll do is when I'm looking at here on Teslas, I've seen these prints on these around the lows, but we have this trend line that we're continuously running running into. If I'm fortunate enough to be, I'm positioned really well, because as soon as it breaks that low, then I just get out of the trade. No issues, right? We give back some realized gains, that's fine. But also, if I'm fortunate enough to get a breach of this trend line, I think we can make that move back towards the volume weighted average price. And as I'm saying it, the market's starting to pull back here. Circle is really strong, so just go with the flow on that one for now. Don't go against the grain. Let's see if we can get a sustained move. I would love 65s in TSLL, and I would love to get into 5170 on the TQQQs as we are starting to pull back. So it's not the best look. No. See, look. So here it is. We sit in this trade for quite some time, and then we just give back a big portion of it. That's a nice bounce back up. I like that. So we have signs of strength, okay? So we had this consolidation. We break that. Now we're holding this level, but I just have a hunch. Now that we've formed this shelf, I think that it might break a little bit lower. Then you want this retest of 46 to hold. And if that isn't the case, considering I'm so far in the money, or I wouldn't say far in the money, but I've been holding on to this for quite some time, there's no point in me taking a loss on this trade if it does come back aggressively, all right? So we do need a lot of the bigger participants to really kind of start moving in tandem as Meta's starting to climb higher. That was a beautiful print. Google getting a small pullback here probably helped dragging the overall market down with it. And what is Microsoft up to? Yeah, it's looking like it's going to curl over as well, too, guys. So we'll hold on. We'll diamond hands this. Good trade. My turn, says Charlie Tapp. Well, I didn't take anything off, Charlie. I'm still sitting in it. I'm just slowly watching the unrealized gains dwindle away as we sit through these pullbacks. But that's the nature of the beast, right? We have to sit through those. I don't want to get out too early. There goes Bitcoin, a new high of the day, so a strong rally. And I mean, on the grand scheme of things, this isn't anything crazy. And if it does really want to go, there it is. Look at the volume step in on Bitcoin. Oh, wow. If I wasn't in two positions already, I really like that. And I was just about to say, this thing can take a monster leg up if participants really do step in. And we're starting to see that displayed right now on the 1 minute time frame as volume really, really kicked in on that specific print, guys.
I'm really interested to what the hell is going on with the coin today? Why is it so strong? Like what's going on?
I mean, it's been getting decimated for.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, like if we like, come on, here, let's pull it up here.
Let's pull up
and see what we got going on from the daily. I mean, from an intraday standpoint, it looks fantastic. This isn't horrible, right? You get a $4,000 day, some indecision prints holding at base. That's not bad whatsoever. But I mean, we're down 60%, my brother, man.
Yeah, of course. I'm not arguing that, of course. Here's an interesting article. Where is it? When did this one come out? This came out super early, like 9. Data from Sentiment show that in November 2022, aggressive rate hikes and the collapse of FTX pushed Bitcoin to 15.7. Is that accurate? Did Bitcoin drop to 15.7 in November of 22?
Yeah, let's find out right now.
Yeah, we were supposed to show the chart. We didn't end up doing that. Let's find out.
We pulled it up,
Here,
man.
hold on, bro. Really? Weekly. Here it is, Joey.
Got it?
Yeah, we got the weekly right here. So the weekly of November 2022,
Tesla.
right? So that would, bro, it did hit. Oh my God, look at that, bro. Look.
Yeah.
It's 15 and change. I forgot, man. I don't know why I was thinking we bottomed out at 20.
Oh, really? Yeah. It got down there, man.
I forgot about that.
I remember I had an opportunity to buy Bitcoin at like 20K and I never pulled it. Well, I bought a little, but I didn't buy.
Bought a little bit. Yeah. Thank you, Assassino. Coin launch stocks trading today. Interesting. Thank you for that, Los Polos Hermanos. Thank you. We'll talk about coin in 1 second. Shout out to Roof 224 $4.99 super chat. He's dropped money in the chat. You guys should do a live trading venue tour and meet and greet. Other than that, appreciate you always. Oh, brother, I would be so on board for that to go. You know, some of our biggest markets, of course, they are in the United States. We're talking New York. We're talking California. We're talking Florida. Brendo, those are our biggest markets, right? Those are the three that are those are our biggest markets. I'd love to do that, obviously, but we'll see exactly how that all goes.
I think a lot of people would make the trip down to Toronto in the summertime. That is, I wouldn't.
Yeah. And that's another thing that we've been mulling around for I think years now about doing a meet and greet in Toronto for viewers, and we've had
at your house.
This guy, bro, I love it. We've actually had a lot of viewers come and visit the studio. They're usually always like long-time viewers, and they always arrange with us ahead of time. And Yeah, it's been great to meet so many people.
Yeah,
man.
a meet and greet at an actual spot, like a venue where we could go there and just sit down, have beverages, and shoot the ish.
Shoot the breeze, baby.
Yeah, their breeze much better.
Breeze,
than
yeah. Party, yeah. Shout out to Hinsey, my man. You know you look like you can get down. Shout out to the Hinsey. Say that again.
We have to ID you at the door though.
Okay.
Mike Peter Ryder. I don't know if he gets in or not, to be honest.
Mike Peter. Say it again?
Happening now.
Happening now, all right, yeah. Adara is waiting at the big desk, and it is 12 o'clock. It is noon. She has happening now, but because Neil has the day off, guys, I know you guys are going to be upset about this one, but there will be no lesson of the day today, back again tomorrow.
Here's the NASDAQ, slightly lower high here on the 15-minute chart, but the S&P 500 looking distinctly different. So this is one of those days where the SPY and the NASDAQ not necessarily behaving the same way as one another. And we talked about this during Sector Watch this morning. Well, a lot of the larger tech names, mostly Nvidia, which we'll get to in a minute, are actually performing really well today. Some of the software plays are rebounding, but other names like GE, Boeing, and that tech space are kind of struggling as well. Let's talk here about Nvidia. They report earnings after the bell tonight. Check that out with myself, Brandon, Sean, Obi. 4 p.m. Eastern. Nvidia usually releases their report at 4:20 p.m. on the dot, and they're expected to do the same today. Now, with here Nvidia, here's just a look at their quarterly revenue growth on a year-over-year basis over the last 5 years or so. As you guys can see, growth has slowed. We are expecting roughly 66% year-over-year growth for revenue this quarter, so that would represent kind of more of the same. You know, it's not more of the same, though, is CRCL pushing sharply to the upside. Great earnings report for Circle, which I'm sure we'll get more into on this news talk in the afternoon, for lack of a better term. Check that out around 1 p.m. So we're doing to Fed Schmid actually just commented on stablecoins as well, saying that stablecoins is like Venmo on steroids. So interesting take from Fed Schmid. He also spoke about his dissenting votes in the October and December 2025 meeting, saying that those were not decisions he took lightly. And furthermore, Fed Schmid saying that he thinks employment's in a decent place, but there is still work to do in inflation. So hawkishness continues to come from our friend Fed Schmid. Let's get over to our friends Sharif and Joe over at the midday.
Yeah, Circle.
Yeah, I just want to mention, shout out to the OG Darwin. Anthropic acquires Vercept. Thank you for that, Darwin, as always. Anthropic is in focus, guys, and they have a bit of a beef right now. Let's cut the crap with Pete Hegseth meeting, what's that guy's name, Claudio something or another, yesterday. Basically, the idea here is Anthropic doesn't want the Department of Defense using its AI technology for certain things, and the Department of Defense, if you believe the reports, because we haven't heard it from them directly, you know, they're basically either threatening to cancel that $200 million, it could be, yeah, $200 million contract with them, or they may actually designate them critical to the supply chain in the way that they do with companies that are, you know, secretly owned by Chinese or Russian owners. But this should be very interesting to watch. Of course, Anthropic has been in the news a lot lately, most of it really good. Well, it depends on what kind of perspective you're taking. If you're in some of the software names or some of these legacy names like Cognizant or IBM, you probably hate Anthropic right now because it's decimated your positions. But if you're, you know, more forward-looking and you're thinking more of the technology side, you probably like it. In any event, Anthropic in focus, Joey, we're definitely going to be covering that, even though it's not publicly traded. You know, it definitely has effects on the market, right?
Right arm. Yeah, absolutely.
Circle going, guys.
Yeah, Circle's still going. There goes Tesla. We were fortunate enough to catch that break, and we were talking about the trend line break, and we experienced that on Meta as well, too. We were talking about that, and I said, I can't allow this one to slip away as we started to form this base, and the market has been pretty strong here today. And then, sure enough, we get buyers stepping right in here on TSLA. So this has been a pretty good trade here for us as well, too. So we're fortunate enough to be in this, and I still have about 35 to 40% of the position. So not too bad. Now we're waiting for the TQQs to head in towards the high of the day. So 1576 on TSLA was the high, and we were fortunate enough to take some off on that front. Here it is on the 5-minute and the higher time frame. Look at the volume really kick in there, guys, on the LTFs. And we're talking about the lower time frames when I refer to that. Look how much, so we're sitting at around an average here, and then boom, sure enough, as we break out, it really steps in, and that's exactly what we want to see, and that's what was telling me hold on to a little bit more size. So when I first started piecing it out, it was like 5%, 5%, 5%, and then as we breached the volume weighted average prices, when we got into a little bit more of size, and I'm still sitting on approximately 30%, as I mentioned on multiple occasions. And there goes a new high on Tesla, and that's exactly what we want to see on TSLA. Let's go. Yeah, let's take a little bit. Oh, whoa. We don't want to hit the wrong button there, my friend. So let's see if we can catch this fill at this new high on TSLL. We're gonna post up at that specific zone. What price am I at here? 76s. We're printing 77s, and I got no fill with Ante. But there it is. I think it's only a moment of time. If as soon as we hit the bid, boom, there it is. A nice fill. You mentioned IonQ, but you didn't look at QBTS today. What's your take on QBTS earnings in less than 24 hours? We can take a look at that for sure. And there's a star-studded lineup tonight. Wow, Tesla's really breaking out here. I wonder if it's going to drag the Qs to exactly where we need it to. So this is a really nice move. Let's take a look at some of the quantum names, even though we got a lot going on. Circle's pulling back a little bit. Bitcoin giving back the majority of its move there. But what we will do is anything for my good friend 2NY. So there's IonQ starting to pull back in. This is what I was referring to here. On the double top, that was a nice little print. And then where else you said QUBT? What do you got going on over there? Well, give me one more second there before we get into your trades there, Sharif. QUBT, yeah. Well, no, you're dancing. When you're dancing, I know.
No, I'm going
in the
like this.
Oh,
like
okay.
this. And if you know, right? I'm getting annoyed.
Oh, is that an app? That's what my boss. That's what my boss used to say to me. App.
Yeah.
When I was a kid. But anyways, aside from that Portuguese individual, a great guy, Fernando. Shout out to Fernando and Firmao. But there it is, quantum computing, a nice steady uptrend up and to the right as Tesla is continuing to climb a little bit higher.
Continuing, eh?
Sir.
All right, guys. Still, man, XWell is not treating me well today. It keeps holding this range. I got stopped out again of XWell, that piece of crap. All right, so we're one trade away here on XWell from removing it entirely. Let me focus here on LRMR. I see a rounding pattern, a slow rounding pattern off the 10 EMA. I think this is the one where I really should be sizing in for a decided break of 6. It kind of cooled off a little bit with that 6 breach. It comes into the 10 EMA. It starts putting in some higher lows and some higher highs. Let's get a little bit more into this one. I don't know why my keys is just not letting me do it. I'm trying to go, but it's not letting me add. Interesting. Yeah, there we go. I like the way that LRMR is starting to curl. It's curling at a key technical area with the 10 EMA on the 5. It's putting in higher lows and higher highs. So I've added into this position. I should focus on this one as opposed to XWell because XWell has been a little too bamboozling for me. But we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Let's see if we can make some good moves here on LRMR. Lemon Family says LRMR on second level looks like it has a path to 6. Yeah, well, it's only about 10 pennies away from 6, Lemon, and it's also been above it on the day, got to 610. That's a high of the day. So I've got a bit of a bias here because of how it's shaped that it really retests 6 again. Whether or not we get bamboozlement along the way, you know, your guess is as good as mine. These small cap gappers are what they are. What do we have on? We have 89s because we added into the highs, but we're going to pack the patience.
Sorry to interrupt you there, brother, but there's something going on here in the overall market. Look at this volume spike. I'm curious if that's going to be translated on the SPY as well.
Something happened,
yeah, something happened for sure. And with that being said, I'm going to remove half of my position here on the TQQQs because I don't know which direction. Okay, all right. Yeah, we didn't want to do that. So yeah, I don't know which direction this volatility, what am I doing here? I don't know which direction this volatility is going to be spiking towards. So there's definitely volume stepping in. All right, so we caught that fill. We're fortunate enough there. Oh, my Frex is good, by the way. I was just, yeah. It's nice. I don't know. I just kept, I hit it. Yeah, no, it's just good. So I actually reduced my cross as well to 8 pennies. Yeah. So,
oh, nice. That's pretty well. Because for what you trade, that makes sense for sure.
Yeah. So I was just saying to Sharif and Obi, I'm like, hey, I need this key, and Obi's like, yeah, my Frex, he smashes it, you're in automatically, you'll hit, and it'll hit any gateway. And I'm like, all right, I need this because I'm missing too many opportunities on the factors. I can't post it up, and the spread is wide. Like here in this TSLL, this is a different scenario. So I'm not going to get that filled, but if I was using my Frex gateway key, it would have been filled instantly, okay? Super chat. Hi, Mr. Sharif and Mr. Joe. Thoughts on CRM earnings? You want to take a look at CRM?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's take a quick look here. I'm just dealing with this position. Let me just deal with this LRMR position because it looks like it might be breaking trend here. So that is a little bit of trouble. I'm just going to put my stop on this one, and then we'll have a look at Benioff and company to see what we're expecting today after the bell. Let's just go ahead and do that, and we'll go all the way down here for this amount of shares. Actually, we're going to go for that amount of shares. Good. So that gives me an opportunity to add a little bit more into that level. All right, let's take a look here at CRM. So obviously CRM has been decimated as of late, but it really hasn't just been as of late. CRM has been taking a hit basically for a while. This is the weekly chart, and we got to all-time highs on the week of December 2nd, 2024, the high of which was 378.45. We've lost 200, and in fact, we got into 175 this morning. We'll do a little bit more TA when we get back from Adair.
I want to mention here, MSFT on watch. White House reportedly planning on hosting both Microsoft and Anthropic in March of 2026. So MSFT, not much of a move there, but maybe appearing at the White House soon. Back to you.
And here is the chart on CRM. So you can kind of see the lower highs are unbroken here. And that is obviously a problem because we also lost that key level of technical support. Look how long we were using that 230 area. 230 area was resistance back in the middle of 2023. Then it was support early to mid 24. Again, support back in early to mid 25, and all through 25. That 230 was a 230 level was a staunchy area, but we gave it up. We gave it up in mid-January. That's the break there. That was a 230 break. That's the week of the 12th. Yeah, the 12th of January, and we ended up decidedly losing it the week of the 26th, and we really haven't looked back. So if we do get a move up on CRM, first level I'm looking at for resistance, 200, psychological resistance, right? But if we really catch a bid, I'm looking for 230, between like say 225 to 230, a range, right? That's a key level of resistance, formally support. Now, from the fundamentals perspective, I feel like CRM has been getting disrupted from before the software Mageddon was even a thing. It's been getting disrupted for a while now, and you could see this consolidative range on the weekly from essentially late March of last year to when we gave up the level in mid-January of this year. That's a consolidative range with, again, 230 as support, and essentially, give or take, 270 as resistance. There were times where it breached that, it got into 290, but it was quick to drop back below that level. And I think the market was looking to digest obviously the price, the fundamentals, and I don't see any positives, at least for the moment. What I'm going to be listening for is what management has to say about the disruption today. Which company was it that mentioned it on the call? Give me 1 second here. It was mentioned by a company on the call who's been getting disrupted as well. Let me just take a quick look here, refresh my memory. Wasn't HP going down? No, wasn't First Solar. Kava, Tempest. Was it Tempest? No, it wasn't. Hot HUD 8, Workday. Basically, another one, WDay, who's been clipped, right? Management pushed back against concerns that AI could displace HR and ERP software, and leadership emphasized growth initiatives over margin expansion alone. So essentially, you know, the analysts on the call, we're not going to let them off. They really want to know exactly what you plan to do about these sort of AI tools that are being released by Claude and others as a disruptor to your moat. And so I'm going to be listening to what Benioff has to say, because he's been talking about agents this, agents that. It's literally agents that are disrupting his business. So unless he's going to bring it in-house and somehow monetize it in a way that the market likes, I don't like the fundamental case. That's just my opinion. And the technicals, that's not my opinion. The technicals are crap, right? And we've seen that. So what's your opinion about this whole CRM situation?
Yeah, I agree with everything that you have to say. There's a massive disruption coming into Benioff's company, and it's been going on for quite some time. Even though he's backing it, he's like, hey, Agent Force is fantastic. We're gaining new clients, but the street just doesn't like it, and it can't seem to get out of its own way. So I think one thing with CRM here is you want to look at some substantial growth, but I just don't know. This name is down 48%. You have to wait until that print to come out. And he always speaks optimistic about his business, obviously. Excuse me, on the earnings call. So I'm going to keep an eye out on Benioff. Speaking of, let's do this right now, considering we got a couple things that we can go through. Oh, we don't want to do that no, do we? There's a couple things that we can go through. We're going to kick things off with the best performing sectors here today. And then we're going to get into some expected moves. We got a new high of the day. I don't know why the bid didn't hit 80s right there, so I didn't catch that fill at 80s there on TSLA. But Bitcoin pulled back and then established a new high of the day. You have Circle hovering around that neck of the woods, and then 197.42 on Nvidia. So keep that in mind. Moving forward, let's see what we got going on in the tech sector leading the way, and I think Nvidia has a big part to do with that, and Tesla's starting to participate as well. Then we have the financials finally getting somewhat of a recovery and a breath, up 1.3%, and then we have the comm services up a third of a percent. Now, as for the bottom three, materials, consumer staples, and energy, okay? And then we're going to look at this star-studded lineup that we have for the earnings report. I definitely will be looking into playing some of these after the bell, that's for sure. Does it want to load? No, great stuff. Thanks for embarrassing me. But moving forward, we'll pull up another source because we have plenty of those. I would love to pull up Trader TV research, but unfortunately my X account, it just freezes, so we don't want to freeze while we're doing it live there, Sharif. So we're gonna have to take a look at something else and head over to our calendar. What we got after the bell here today. I'm going to kick it off with the king of the chips. That's Nvidia. Then we have Salesforce, The Trade Desk, Snowflake, IonQ, Synopsys, Array, which I believe was on the upgrade or downgrade side here this morning. I did that. I don't remember. Great stuff. New holdings as well. So there's plenty. Zoom Communication also reporting after the bell. So there's going to be a lot going on this evening. And with that being said, there's going to be a lot going on tomorrow morning. And there's going to be plenty of opportunities that we can take advantage of. And this is exactly what we want to see. Exactly, it's fight now, Assassino. One more thing before we send it back to our boy Sharif. We're going to take a look at some of the expected moves on the big names, and we're going to start off with Salesforce. We'll go over IonQ, and then most definitely Nvidia. Nvidia, what do we got? I believe it was around 7-point-something%. 5.5. 5.5% expected move, high of 208, 186. Supply zone at 200. Keep an eye out on that specific area. CRM. Also reporting after the bell, high 8.7% expected move, high of 206.23, low of 173.21. All right, and one more IonQ. What do we have here?
Get him, Joey.
10.4% expected move, high of 37.38, and a low of around 30.36. We have a super chat. Pop it up there, Assassino.
Ooh.
All right, I got to read this first. All right,
Who's it from?
It's from Danny Boy.
Okay. That's funny.
Okay, it's a serious one. A hypothetical for you boys. With memory getting more and more expensive and the threat of it cutting into margins, how hard would it be for Nvidia to decide to expand into that sector? I think that's something you can.
That's a great question. I don't personally know if they have those ambitions. Right, we know that I don't want to call them a one-trick pony because they do networking as well, right? And we've seen the importance of optics now in the networking, hence why I gave you that trade, guys, LITE. Have a look at that chart. They do photonics. But the point here is, I don't think Nvidia manufactures anything, right? They rely almost exclusively on Taiwan Semi, so it would come down to, again, capacity, ability to produce. But I think that the main players are who they are right now. It is Micron, it is, what's it called? Micron, Samsung, and SK Hynix. I personally don't know whether Jensen's looking at that. I don't recall him mentioning anything about that, but what I did see today is in HPQ, their report, they're looking at getting a little thrifty. They're looking at sourcing some RAM from other less expensive sources, albeit, on lower quantities, because it is eating into their margins. So that's as far as I can give you on that. I don't know if Nvidia has those ambitions, but one thing that I will know, that I know for sure, is I'm going to be listening to Jensen and what he says about the cost of RAM eating into those 70-some-odd% gross margins he's been touting since basically, you know, the AI boom took off in early 23, late 22. Yeah, because one of the reasons Nvidia has the multiple that it has is because of its gross margins. They are eye-watering for a physical product, and we've been saying that for a long time. Mr. Loveshack, they don't make their own memory chips, and scale is hard. Agree completely. I know they don't make anything, Mr. Loveshack. Everything is sourced. Not everything, but a lot of their products are sourced to Taiwan Semi. Zen Zombie, since Neil is not here, can we create a comedic sector for Danny Boy regular? I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, brother, but your boy Joey likes to, you know, drop a couple comedies every now and again, so maybe he can, you know, take Neil's
I think Katina Man's the funny one.
He is the funny one, yeah, absolutely. Katina Man's always killing it with the jokes. But yeah, to answer your question, I mean, I have no idea if Nvidia has those ambitions. I'm sure if they do, they'd have to disclose it, obviously, because it's going to require fundamental CapEx. That's, of course, if they're going to produce it in themselves. But yeah, I personally don't see that. Do you see that? You think they're getting into the memory game?
I mean, this guy's into the EV game. I wouldn't be surprised if eventually he expands, right?
Fair.
Sometimes good expansion can be good. We got to get you to start watching the brother. I can't watch the Premier League. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't enjoy I barely watch hockey. Didn't watch very much.
Crazy.
I think I probably watched a couple minutes of football this year, if that. And hockey being my favorite sport, man. It's just combat sports. I don't got time to watching other people. You know why you want to know the honest truth? Why I stopped watching football and a lot of hockey? Because I'm like, what am I doing here, sitting watching these people who make millions of dollars when I'm trying to do the exact same thing myself?
You need a little bit of relaxation.
But that's what my UFC is for, right?
You know, the Prem is in North America.
Yeah.
The tradition in the Prem is you wake up Saturday morning.
But that's when you're off the bed. Saturday, Sunday morning, you got to be at the gym, and then you got to do things other than that.
The gym.
In the morning, then you come back and watch.
It's either or, right? So it depends what time City's playing and Arsenal playing, and then if I'm going to go see my old man, what time Liverpool is playing, right? So I focus my gym sessions around those bad boys. I love the Prem, man. I think the Prem.
No, he didn't. Warm Cohen. No, he didn't. He did not. He didn't get robbed, brother.
Who?
Someone Warcrom said Patty Pimblett got robbed. No way. He didn't get robbed of anything other than maybe he got a bum whooping. Other than that, you get robbed of nothing.
My man.
And you didn't win that fight. It wasn't even close. But aside from that, guys, we're going to look for maybe some ad opportunities here on TSLA. There is some indecision prints here on Tesla, but they're slowly starting to get blown past. And this is an aggressive move to the downside. I don't even know how much size I have left, to be honest with you. So I'll just remove the bid that I have right now because it didn't want to get filled. I don't want to hook these keys up to Frex, but we missed that 1580 mark. So that would have been a nice out there just to take a little bit more. So what you're saying is that you watch the UFC because it's quick and doesn't take, exactly. Well, I mean, UFC usually starts around 6 and goes into the evening, but at least I can see some form of, I mean, it's dog versus dog out there, and I think that's just what I like about it. Joe would be in the Olympics if it wasn't for the hammy. Yeah, imagine. I mean, I'm way past that prime, and I'm by no means am I any form of an Olympic athlete, that's for sure. Shreve would be in weightlifting, if anything.
What?
If you were going to make the Olympics. Deadlifting or squatting. Is that an Olympic sport?
Yeah, of course. Well, I'm not a powerlifter, though.
No, not powerlifter.
No.
You know what I said should be in the Winter Olympics? GT snow racing. It should be. No,
like
I'm saying
car
it should.
racing?
No, GT. You know a GT snow racer?
Yeah, like car, but it's cars?
No, do you know what a GT snow racer is?
No.
No, the little things. Yeah, no, it's like.
I need to pull this up.
Yeah, pull up a GT snow racer.
Let's find
I think
out
that
right
would be
now.
the best event of all time.
Why not?
Like you just get those boys on the hill, right?
GT.
GT Snow Racer.
What the hell is it?
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I know this, bro. Are you kidding me? We all grew up with
exactly.
I just call this a sled.
So I think that should be in the Olympics, and like you could have a kind of a Mario Kart effect with it.
We already have that. There is a bunch of that. There's bobsleds. There's that luge.
But it's not like a full-on race. Like everybody goes at once.
Yeah.
That's boring. We want everyone going at the exact same time, right?
Your boy Joey Obbs just keeps coming up with great ideas.
What was my other great great idea the other day that I mentioned. I said you shouldn't take. I mean, that was $1 million idea. I forget it already. So tells you what I know. Tesla's starting to come back in. We're still hovering around the highs on the TQQs. We didn't take anything out yet. Bitcoin putting in a new high of the day around 38.95, and Nvidia up to 197.56, guys.
All right, man. XWell is just all sorts of bamboozling. It holds the level, it breaks out, drops back down. A lot of topping tail candles, guys, in south of 150 on XWEL. So I really feel like the shorts are really earmarking this 150-ish area as a level of a key level for them to get short. So I'm trying to build a position here, but I don't know if it's the right thing to do. As you can see, I've been chopped up, break even, lost a penny, break even, gain a penny. So it's super choppy here. All the while, Circle just keeps making higher highs and higher freaking lows. There goes Circle, man, into 61. We're going to get in here. Let's see if we can kind of break out above this level and make some money on this one. Let's post here at some key levels on CRCL. I'm looking for this one to touch, 80. We're so close to that 80 level, so let's just pack the patience on CRCL and see what we can get. We've got a 3-candle red setup after 1 candle that was red at 12.05. The 10 EMA on the 5, which has been quite respectful of, showing 78.75. So let's keep an eye out on that. Otherwise, I really don't have much. LRMR, we're out of the money on here. I'm looking for that one to hold up. Prior bar low on Circle is essentially 79, 79.06. So I'm going to be looking for prior bar low to hold. Let's go ahead and throw in that stop right now so we can manage any damage that does come down from that. So yeah, that's really all I've got, right? Looking for Circle to kind of test the highs, move into that 80. 80 could be a good short area. I have no idea, but this thing's been a rocket ship, and it just keeps making higher highs and higher lows, Joey. Let's not get caught offside here. Sorry, me? Okay. Absolutely, guys. So just give me a sec. Joe, can you take over for a second?
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. It's Berto, there, hockey, football, and then later is when I got into kind of boxing. Yeah. I mean, guys, Trader TV Academy, make sure you guys go and check it out. If we can get the QR code up in that bottom right-hand corner there, Assassino, that'd be absolutely phenomenal. Just go and check it out, guys, and see if it's for you. And I'm sure it's going to be for a lot of individuals, especially if you're newer to trading. You got to start somewhere, and at some point, it's just like, okay, when you don't know where to start, we're giving you that good opportunity.
We're going to scan that QR code right now.
Scan that QR code.
You get that QR code, we're going to show them. We're going to do it live, right? There you go, guys. Super easy. Scan that QR code. Shows up. Achieve financial freedom by mastering your habits. I can't stress that enough, man. Habits, I don't know about how you operate, but my day, I think for Monday to Friday, every minute of my day is spoken for in a routine. So I get up at 5 a.m., I follow the exact same, almost the exact same routine to when I go to sleep at like 9:30. So for me, routine and discipline are just part of life.
You're a man of routine for sure.
I'm super routine. And so I feel like I've had success in those parts of my life following the routine. It stands to reason for me that would carry on in trading, especially if you adopt the right routine, right? Doing the right thing. So I think that's one thing that the campus program, the academy program, all really drive home, Joey, about getting the right routine, getting the right kind of
And Natalie asked a great question. She's like,
is
it just for beginners or is it good for intermediate individuals?
Oh, goodness, it's good for
beginners. It's across the board, right? Like Obi's been here. Obi's been trading for 6 years. Sharif, you've been since COVID, you mentioned?
May 2nd, 2022, I was in this room.
No, but when did you start your trading journey?
It was a little bit before COVID.
Yeah.
It was actually August 2019.
August 2019.
Yeah, I started trading, and then COVID hit off in North America, in March.
And then for me, I was January 1st is when I full-time started trading of 22. All right, so it's across the board. This is This is a field where you never stop learning. There's always something new because there's always a different scenario going on, and there's always new documentation, new data that you can collect and look forward to. So from a beginner to an intermediate to a pro, just being around like-minded individuals is one of the most important things, I think, in my opinion. So yeah, just check it out, and I'm sure you won't be disappointed. There goes the market. Yeah, we're starting to come back in here a little bit, guys. We did take some out of the TQQs. I'm going to probably get stopped out, break even the remaining amount of my Tesla shares, which is totally fine. I don't even know how much I have left. I'm assuming maybe 20, 30%. But then let's take a look at the TQQs. So just go and check that out, guys. We took some off the top here. We still have a little bit of breathing room, which isn't horrible. We like that. We didn't have as many shares as we would like, but aside from that, the trades have been working for us.
Nice,
Circle is definitely by far the biggest winner here today, and we're going to stick with that. And I got out of the shorts, fortunately, at the right time. So I'm really thankful for that for sure. A nice move to the downside, but it's been a steady grind higher. Any micro pullback. Again, if you don't like it, it's like, hey, micro pullback. And if you're like, hey, I'm going to get the long on this somewhat pullback, you're putting the odds in your favor because look how the trend has been, and then look at the tape as well. Keep an eye out on the tape. It's just steady green flushes. So anytime any form of selling steps in, it's immediately defended, and then you see people offering higher and higher. So keep an eye out on that one. This field is hard as hell, but so much more satisfying than my normal office drops as KT for the win.
Oh.
A lot of people feel like that.
Yeah.
Now listen, when it comes to trading, you're gonna need a level of discipline that you've never, ever experienced. All right, like you're gonna have to be more disciplined than you've ever dreamed of in order to find success. And you're gonna wanna find that from extremely disciplined individuals like Sharif mentioning his day-to-day routine. That's the only way you're gonna succeed. Any lapse, it doesn't matter, right? Like you can be having, I'm gonna give you guys a real example. You can be having a stellar year, and that one lapse of discipline can erase a whole year. IBIT contracts, all right? So I'm telling you, discipline throughout the whole year, a span of 1 month, one lapse in that, and gone. Same thing with the trader I was using as an example. He's like, hey, he lost a bit. He was down $1 million. He was down $1 million. Wow. Had built his account to multiple millions. Was having fun with it, obviously. Lost $1 million in that brief lapse over a span. Like I'm gonna say brief, but over a span of time, just gone. So the discipline cannot be more emphasized, in my opinion.
All right, shout out to the floor. Yeah, first of all, I definitely agree with you there, and I think you speak from experience, and we all do. We've all been clipped. Nobody's been spared. CDIO.
No one.
Pardon me?
No one's been spared.
No one's been spared. Are you kidding me?
Been spared.
CDIO, guys, looking real good over here. Shout out to Fluffy Hippo. You've been printing tendies. All right, sounds good, Fluffsters. I hope you print up many more. Good on you for that. Just give me a second here. I just have to adjust some stop placement. Give me a sec. So there we go into that level. I'll be looking to add around into there. So let's look at CDIO. I need to adjust my stop though on Circle. So going to keep an eye out on that. Let's go just below into right there. And then we're going to go stop placement there. There we go, Joey. So do some damage control around that level. And that is for 23. Okay, so we'll say, can you take over first?
Yeah,
because I got to do the math. Yeah.
So I got out of the Tesla trade here, guys. 22% remaining on that stop out. Pull it up here. I could just always just switch the chart. But a nice move and a nice breakout. We talked about the breach of that trend, and then we were fortunate enough to get that move north of the volume-weighted average price. Moving forward, we'll head over to the TQQs. I got my eyes on Circle, looking to participate. I mean, now we're at this 12:30 mark. We've been grinding for quite some time. Let's see how deep these pullbacks are going to be, and if you have buyers, start to step right back in. We'll head over to the TQQs and see what we have going on over there. It's not on the NY. You're good?
Yeah, I'm good here.
And here it is. 1 second, I'll send it to you.
No worries.
There is some indecision prints that are starting to display some strength, so that's why I'm sitting on it. I only have half the position remaining. My average dropped a little bit, but nothing substantial considering here. We wanted to get in at the lower end of the range, but that's fine. We'll take it at a breach of 62, and our primary target's going to be 70 here.
All right, let's look at CDIO for the OG. Fluffster, Fluffy Hippo. Yeah, this is a good looking chart, Fluffy. It's, again, you know, it's sporadic volume. that it's kind of been suffering from, with these outsized candles, 262,000 shares on that one, and then 234, and then you get a chasm here with some single digits, 6,000, but that's all right because it holds structure for the most part. And look at this 410, I want to say 405, 410 breakout area. Great breakout, comes back in, gives you the test into that area, and then makes another high day. So CDIO looking actually quite good here, and thank you for calling this one out. It's just about which one I'm going to replace. We're going to replace that one. Okay, so we'll put that on the side chart. I like the breakout area, Fluffy, for a possible retracement. 450. Sorry, 450. I'm going to say 440 to 450 is a buy zone because it looks like the topping tail candles the closing prints all are around that 440, and then the 10 EMA is around 445. So I certainly like this. I hope you print up multiple storms on it. It looks like you already are. All right, we're going back live here on CRCL. We're looking for a move to test the high of the day. I just got stopped out again of XWell, so XWell's driving me nuts. I'm not trading that one in anymore. Looking for LRMR to kind of head back into the highs. This one treating me a bit better. We just got the beak wet at around those levels, and I'm looking for a move into 6 to try to test 6 again. Looks like we found a little bit of support here below the 10 EMA on the 5 on LRMR. But the problem is we're still putting in lower highs. Let me show you guys what I mean by that. And so this creates a bit of an issue here on LRMR. So I'm going to be watching what this candle, the one that just opened at 1235, how it acts. If we can get above prior bar high, the high of which was 586.5, we can get above that into the 590s. I think we're breaking structure. Well, in a good way, of course, breaking the trend line. So here it comes into 85. I'm looking for a move into the low 90s, high 80s to kind of show me that the buying's stepping back in, but you never really know with these ones. So that's what I'm focusing on. I'm focusing on Circle as well. Circle has a seller here locally at the $0.50. We've been kind of rejecting the $0.50 for a while. I did get that doji candle in, off the lows, and here comes 50 again, seller at 51. Let's see if we can take out more here. We've got, what have we got on Circle? 26s. There goes into 55s. We're printing on this one. We're up nicely here on the circled one. Let's take out a little bit more. Into 55 it goes. We got shares here on Circle. That's the thing. So I need to be wetting the beak in order to make sure this one doesn't drop on me. So now we've got 79s on Circle. So we've exhausted the previous shares at the higher level. That gives me a bit of room to breathe easy here on the circled one. Let's see if we can kind of get back. My bias here is 80. Okay, but there seems to be a lot of staunchy selling assassino at the 2/3 to half. So that does concern me here. So I'm going to have to continue to wet the beak on this one because, well, I don't want it to go against me. There goes, not XWell, certainly not XWell, but LRMR. So this one is in the 90s now. We have shares on this one as well. So let's go ahead and wet the beak here and take some profits as we watch Circle drop down back into that 2/3 level here, Joey. So I'm packing the patience, trying to do some good things here with LRMR and CRCL. But CRCL continues to disappoint me at around that $80 area. Can't seem to shake the sellers at the 2/3 to $0.50, brother.
All right. I think so. It's Bertossi. I think it does have a little bit of an influence here. But here we go, guys. Circle. It is starting to form that base up here at this top. I like it for a couple, maybe more liquidity grabs. The longer we consolidate up here, you want it to have multiple attempts, and then you want to try to catch it on the far side. And that's why I'm going to be looking at somewhat of a real brief lapse in buyers stepping out of here around 230. Okay, so I'm going to be keeping my eyes out on that one. Here's the TQQs heading right back towards the high. This is exactly what we want to see. I didn't re-engage here in Tesla. I don't have too much confidence in it. We can draw our trend line. We can adjust it now because we have a higher time frame and we have more data that we can go off of. So here we're starting to form these lower highs. We didn't get that attempt of this higher high. And there's also a supply zone, I believe, at 420. We were talking about this, I believe, on Monday. I brought this up on the options chain, which we're going to take a look at right now. And these are really important to know. So that $200 mark is not yet achieved on Nvidia, but the 195 is now substantially underwater. So this is, okay, 415. Where did we get to a high up here on Tesla today? I hate that I always have to go back. Oh, watch it, Tesla, and see what we got going on. Or is a high 419. Where was this high? 416.88, and then now you're starting to see that downwards pressure step right back in, okay? So we'll keep an eye out on these strike prices. 420, oh, that's today. We don't want this. We're going to go to next week. 420 substantially higher, and then 415 not too bad. But today, you can see why we're starting to run into some defense zones. So, all right. So, I mean, man, oh man.
What happened?
Do we just buy? Like, it's like, hey, get a
Circle's
get
back
small,
up, baby.
Yeah, get
Right
small
back
size.
up.
Are you in? No, you're
We
not
just
in
we
it.
just went the beak there into the highs at 70.
Are you in it right now?
No, I just
Oh,
took
you
it
got
out into
everything
the highs
out?
there, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm watching for that 80 break
Yeah, I
because
think
it's
it's
been
going there.
consolidating for a while at like a little bit below 80. 79.79 is the high of the day. There it goes into 82. Circle is back moving in the same way that LRMR is back. We got 72s on LRMR. It's showing me 96s, and we did add shares into this one as well. The trend is breaking here. I should be adding into this position, not taking off. Joey, what did I tell you about these setups here? What did I say about these ones?
Oh yeah, that trend break for sure.
That is the A plus setup on these small cap gappers when they get into a key area of technical resistance. I'm talking about either, a resistance level on the chart or these whole dollar levels. They continue to make lower highs, and then the trend breaks, and then you get a decided break up. But I was telling Joey that I have to be careful for that lower high. Right? So that lower high you'll have advanced notice of, because in this candle, either will close red or even if it closes green, the subsequent candle will make a lower low. And so that's how you're able to know, okay, this might be setting up a lower high top. And so that's what I was saying to Joey. I'm like, I like them as AA plus setups for exactly that reason. You have foreknotice, unless the bottom drops off, of that impending lower high. And so this is kind of what I'm talking about here on LRMR. I feel, especially the last month, 2, 3, that these have been the money setups in the world of small cap gappers. I could be wrong. I don't have the exact data to back it up. Not like I'm packing with data, but just anecdotally and how I've been trading this, these to me have been the quality setups. And if they are going to be quality setups, then it probably behooves me to get them in with size. So prior bar low, I just finished pontificating about how you had advanced notice about the lower high. Prior bar low is 81. We're in 81. We could be making a lower high now. So here's the deal. We've got 69s on. We're going to say 74 is the out. I'm not going to allow this to come against me. So if we get 74s, I'm gonzino, and we're going to put it in for the amount of shares that we have, right? But I'm looking here, Joey, for a breach of the low of the prior bar low. If we don't get that breach of prior bar low, then I've got a bias that we probably run up, hold the prior bar low, and then move in. So we'll see exactly what we get here. Anything below 74, I'm out. I've got 69, so by definition, this will be a profitable trade no matter what. Joey doesn't like the pop quizzes, Sharif. Sorry, bedrock painting. He already knows what I'm talking about because I literally told him on before the show. The Katina Man has returned. How was the gym, brother? It's good. Aces? You got a headache. Did you? Okay, I had one of those the other day. The Katina Man is now $14. Sky, bro. $14 in the money on coin. He's almost 15. He's pumped about that, needless to say. Shout out to John Del Segno. NVTS is Pumpy Cheeto Festival. I like the characterization. Say less, my man. We're going to look at NVTS for you because you are John Del Segno and you're the OG. Oh, this is a great looking chart, John. You kept calling this out earlier. I just didn't want to What do you mean? This is a good chart, Fabian. NVTS in the $10. That is the high. John, say less, my man. This one's going up on the side chart. No matter what, we're gonna do it right now. We're putting that on there. Look, no, I typed it in wrong. NVTS. Calm down, Sharif. NVTS up 20 and almost 3/4. $10 resistance there. It's showing 990. The high of the day is 10 on the dot. Yes, it is 10 on the dot. So let's look here for an entry on NVTS. The technical levels to me are the 10 EMA on the 5, which is 980. 980 area, also a breakout area if you're looking at the closing prints here at the double top at 950 and then 955. So NVTS is a good looker here, brother. Who are we going to take off here? We're going to take off double XRP, even though that's been a good look on the day. It's been a bit of a slow mover. So NVTS works its way onto the side chart, Joey. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. And circle, dot, Now I have my cootie shot. Into the high of the day goes circle.
Why'd Janice say that, Katina, man? Why'd Janice say that?
I don't know what's happening. Oh. The Katina man, I have no idea what's happening. I don't know. I don't know, Fabian. I don't know what's going on over there. But there it is. Shout out to LPK T5N. I'm assuming you're talking about my little soliloquy there. Circle, circle, dot, dot. Crouching, tiger hidden rally. I unblocked it, but I like you. Streamlabs, he's a little uptight.
I don't know if that deserves a block. You know what I mean?
Well, Streamlabs has its own personality.
Okay.
You don't want to upset the AI.
You know who also has their own personality?
Who?
Nightbot, because Mike P. DeRider was asking if Nightbot was getting.
Dude, I even talked to Fabian. I'm like, can we take Streamlabs off such an aggressive moderation? He did. He put it on the most lax.
Oh yeah.
But
okay.
It still has its own personality and feelings about what should be said and shouldn't be said in the chat. Zen Zombie, damn, I'm stupid. It took me until today that Sean and the Katina Man are the same person.
Wow, how long
it's okay, brother.
Who said that?
Zen Zombie, the Katina Man is right there to my right. Fabian,
how long
we
you
can
been
get
on
him
the
in.
channel, my boy?
There he is, Sean Katina. That's his name. And he's been the Katina. You've been the Katina Man for a little bit now, a couple of years, right? Since I was born. This guy's killing me. I've been calling him the Katina Man for a couple of years, right? I think it's been a couple of years anyway. Yeah, it's been a couple of years.
I don't know, I just said something.
Get him, Joey.
Well, I don't really have it. I was going to ask Katina Man for his spring roll, but I think he ate it. So other than that, that's like,
it's gone, bro. It's been consumed.
I heard that it was gone.
It's been consumed, my boy. Yeah. So let's get back to you hating on soccer in the Premier League.
I don't hate on them. I feel like there can be. Listen, I know everyone needs a
Don't you like to zone out and just chill and enjoy a sport that you like? I'm not saying you like soccer, bro, but
Shreve, I have a hard time. My brain does not rest. When I zone out, it's fight nights, right? Like UFC Saturday night and stuff like that. Other than that, unfortunately, my mind is always running.
All our minds are running, but that doesn't mean you're in an anxious mood. You're like one of the least anxious people.
You don't know what goes on.
I get that. Right? I'm not in your head, but I'm saying your outward disposition does not denote that.
Yeah, that's
if I can put it that way.
That's fair, but trust me, I don't know. I just can't go. It's hard for me to say, nor do I really want to say it here either.
Okay.
It's just really hard for me to I get it. So I have my one thing, but I can't be dedicating a whole Sunday or multiple nights a week to watch the Leafs and stuff like that. Yeah. I find that there's
you're not even watching hockey no more?
No. I'm not. Bro, a little bit. I think I maybe watched 2 or 3 Leafs games this year, and they've lost every single one. So I have no idea about that. So for me, it's just I'd rather just find a way to take that next step. So instead of me focusing on something that essentially it's entertainment, but I don't gain anything from it.
No, really. There's nothing gained there.
There's nothing to gain.
No, only thing that I really do gain is soccer acumen.
Yeah, that's your sport though, and that's your entertainment, right? Like you watch soccer. For me, I'm just not spending all the time watching the sports like I used to.
And I do with my old man
gaming,
too.
And gaming is hard. I play chess more. There's nothing wrong with gaming because it helps your cognitive functions, I believe. But I think I'm not going to say too much of it, but you don't want to build. You know how you never lived this life, but I had friends who took GTA more serious than actual real life, and they're like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, don't you really want to build this in real life? Like it's the ultimate video game, like we're playing right now, right? So it's just don't put so much effort into GTA. There's nothing wrong with going on it for an hour or two, whatever, to kind of unwind and stuff. But building a life where GTA is everything.
No.
You know what I mean?
That's crazy talk right there. No, he's speaking sense right there. Fluffy, why are you starting shit? Leave him alone. All right, man. I'm sorry, Fluffy. I'm just asking the man. Adam, biggest sport in the world. Truer words have never been spoken. Shout out to Adam frickin' Deleuze. His name is All Class Adam. And having shouted out Adam now, we're going to go to Adara at the big desk.
Take a look here at ORCL. Other names on watch here include Google and Amazon. None of them really moved on this except for Oracle. Oracle and Amazon getting kind of a similar pop here. But long story short, Fox News reporting that Amazon, Google, and Oracle are all to sign data center agreements, or data center pledges rather, with the White House. So again, Amazon, Google, Oracle all set to sign some data center related pledges / agreements at the White House. Now we already know they're going to have Microsoft reportedly coming to the White House in March on data center and AI related issues. We also have Meta reportedly set to head to the White House as well in March. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, we're looking here just at some of the names on the side watch list. We're looking at crypto. Katina, man, have you taken a look at the coin, brother? It's working its way back up, possibly into 70 here, man. Yeah, 6 2/3% in the world of green. Ethereum up 11 3/4. The hot garbage strategy up 9%. Solana, Katina man, up 12 2/3. We know the Katina man is involved in that. Maybe it's time to buy a little Solana here, man. We were just at 200 bucks. This thing's got cut in half.
What's it at right now?
88.58, up 12 2/3. Remember we were talking, you and I.
$88?
Yeah, but this thing was at 200, right? I think all-time highs was in and around 2, right, if I'm not mistaken. Solana, right? 250, Katina man verifying there. That's interesting. Palantir as well, boys and girls, up 4 2/3. Good look for the tier. It's off the highs, though. Rackspace, let's not forget that. That's the company that has that deal with Palantir. RXT down 4% today. So, you know, that looks like it's winding down on a possible trade there, Joey. What else we got? Let's bring in the side watch list over here. We'll go through it, see what any outsized names that are having a good day. A Snowflake up 4 1/4. No idea why. CD, what is this? This is on my fintech watch list. This is too small to even mention. MSOX, okay. So the weed names, they're high again. MSOS up 4, MSOX up 8 2/3. But when you look at some of the actual equity names, Tilray looking like crap, up 0.2. So you're not really seeing it in the equities, you're seeing it in the ETFs. mRNA up almost 4%. Moderna, not a bad look. Reddit up 3. What else we got over here? FSLR reported earnings in the morning? What was it yesterday? Let me have a look over here. Let's flip to the 5. So reported earnings after the bell yesterday, and the market has not rewarded them at all. Mixed report, we'll get to that in a minute. It's going to be on the news segment. Let's flip to some of the other names that we're keeping an eye on. Energy weak today. USO down 1 1/4. You're seeing weakness in almost all these oil and energy names. The airlines, a mixed bag. Cruise lines, a mixed bag. And then there you go. You're getting a recovery, albeit very light today on banking. We saw the XLF. We saw JPM, Schwab, Goldman, Bank of America, Citi, Morgan. They all got murked these last couple of days thanks to Claude, and that's why we were talking about Claude. You know, maybe they're not tradable, but they are certainly, everything they're doing is affecting some of these market names. UNG back up again today, 1 3/4. How's my cat doing? We're flat today on cat, up 0.13. Deere getting clipped 2.5. How's Cummins doing? Cummins has been a rocket too, guys. Also benefiting from that. What's it called? Generator trade for the data centers that we've been talking about. 2-year backlog for generators, by the way. Flat on the day. Yeah. So some names you're moving, Joey. Decent day on the market.
Yeah.
I can't really complain too much.
I'm gonna have to grab another spring roll there. We're gonna take a little bit off.
Let's address this here. Set it to Jonathan. $2 super chat. Katina man, I have shorts on triple Qs. Can we crash? Well, Katina man is not on right now, but we're gonna let him answer you in the chat if you can. Katina man, that was Jonathan there with a $2 super for you, brother. He's asking about, of course, the triple Qs. Katina man, an avid trader of the triple Qs on the show. You guys see him doing it live every day.
I think can we and are we are two totally different
Those are two different
questions.
things.
Yeah,
Well
exactly.
said, Joey. Well said.
So you got to ask yourself that.
Oh. Ask yourself a lot of questions.
Yes, sir.
How's silver doing today, Joe? We put that bad boy on the morning note today. It was up 2 and change in the morning. Silver up 4.20 on the dot. Silver's catching a bid, boys and girls, into the high of the day goes. It just got into the high of the day, 82.43. It feels like it might be a flat top break here on SLV through that high of the day. Look at that. It recovered pretty nicely here, right? Look at that. Yeah, it dropped down right at the open, holds at 81, Joe, and then here's that flat top that we've been dealing with. 82.5, man. That's a staunchy level there. Can we look at the options on SLV to see if there's a put wall at 82.5?
Yeah, we'll take a look on that one there, brother. Absolutely. And I'm pretty sure there is some size expiring this week in that neck of the woods. Not 82.5. I mean, nothing really. Drave up into 85 where we have 10,100 contracts at that specific area. So we might continue to climb a little bit higher. But I know GLD, was it last week? It was either last week, I can't remember. It's slipping my mind now. But GLD had massive size at a specific strike price. Was it 85? Yeah, 85, there's a lot there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we head into that neck of the woods. There's SLV, but yeah, I think let's go to today's expiration cycle. What we got going on, 85 is where we're going to see the most size.
Pardon me?
No, I'm just talking. I'm talking now. You said the headline there.
Yeah, that's Adair put that headline there. Alphabet's Google to test changes to search engine results after EU antitrust charges, sources said. Another day, another meddling in American big tech by the European Union.
Yeah.
I'm just used to it. I wake up in the morning, I shower.
If there's nothing going on in the EU, then it's like, what's going on today?
Yeah, my man Zion Lala. Shout out to my man Zion. Shout out to Luis Barbado. He explained the trade on XWEL with clear details in the pre-market when it was at 84 cents. I'm gonna take that screenshot, Zion, and I think Luis may be on shortly, and we're gonna show him that. So shout out to you, and thank you for the kind words, Zion, obviously for Luis. We're so happy to have him on. And if he's going to be on in about 5 minutes or so. Guys,
I didn't see him on the schedule.
Well, he wasn't on the schedule last time either. He wasn't in the calendar, but I do anticipate. We'll see. Guys, if you have questions for Luis, and it can go both ways, long and short, these small cap gappers, tag myself or Joe in the chat. Let us know what your question is. We'll pass it on to Luis, of course, and we'll have your question addressed. So make sure to tag us, though, because there's a lot of different comments that come in the chat. We can't read them all. And it does help, obviously, in isolating that one. I got back into LRMR. It's holding trend, but it keeps putting in these higher lows. Lower highs. So it's above the 10 EMA. I feel like I need to give it to prior bar. It keeps popping up into 90s, into the mid to low 90s. It's putting in lower highs, but it's got higher lows. So here's the deal. We're going to give it to the 1245 candle low, the low of which is 576.5. So let's go ahead and put that in there, and we'll just give it the old college try. See how we do on this one, Joey. What do you got, brother?
Same thing here. We just took a little bit more out there on the TQQs, guys. I didn't build into any of the size that I really wanted to. We had about like 4. You want to grab me a quarter, a half a spring roll? Thanks, brother. Yeah. All right, thanks, man. Appreciate you. Team man ate his. No, I'm obviously joking, man. You don't gotta grab me that. But no, aside from that, guys, I wanted to build into a lot more at the lower end of the range or closer to the volume weighted average price. So I have nothing on here. I had 4 times the amount on TSLA and substantially more on the circle trade. So this is what I'm really looking at here. We'll take some more off. 5170 was going to be that primary target. So we were fortunate enough to sit in that trade, but just not enough shares on these ones. Tesla we're not going to complain about because it's continuing to grind. This was a nice trade there on TSLA as it broke through that support, that resistance zone that we were referring to earlier, and then the volume really kicked in. And then you had an aggressive pullback here. It never came back to my break even, just trailed it before we got out, but then you're slowly forming that channel back towards VWAP. 2.66% here on TSLA, so cut that in half, and sure enough, that's what you got on actual Tesla, all right? If there's anything else, see, this is the rebound that I was referring to earlier, is that Apple. So Apple wasn't doing much, and then boom, You have that pullback, you bounce off a VWAP, and then you almost establish a new high of the day. But then Microsoft really turned things around. Okay, so you bounce right off of VWAP, and then now you're slowly grinding towards HOD. And if Amazon is slowly starting to, it's not doing too much. So there it is. If this gets a move back into VWAP, you can see maybe an additional leg higher in the TQQs, and then Meta. So put in a new high of the day. Past 15 minutes, it has been pulling back, but helping keep the market up. And that's what I'm talking about. And Sharif says it all the time. I'll say it all the time. It may sound like a broken record, but if you're not watching what I have in these top 7 names, 8 names, and you're thinking of going short or going oppo the market, and these are all climbing higher, good luck. Right? Like, good luck. You have to really keep an eye on what these guys are doing. And I remember, I'll pull it up here momentarily after we come back from Madeira, is that I was watching them a couple of sessions ago, and then sure enough, we had Nvidia ripping out of the gate, and the Qs were lagging, and I was looking at some of the other big names, and they were all ripping. And I'm like, all right, this is my green light to go on the TQQs. Adair, what do you have?
I mean, both Sharif and Luis Barbato, I have an interesting name for both of you guys here. It is a smaller cap play by the name of Light Path Technologies. This one pushing higher here after, during an investor event, announcing that they're going to be quadrupling their guidance. They're expecting to go from a $30 million run rate to a $100 to $150 million run rate over the next 3 years. Again, investor event for LPTH, revealing that the company has quadrupled its revenue run rate guidance. Back to you.
But then I heard the crunching of the...
There goes LRMR trying to test $6 again. Here it comes. It has had a lot of trouble with $6, Assassino. So, we want to celebrate a little bit here, but I know Luis Barbato is in the house. We're excited to have him on. A lot has happened since he was on with Adair and I in the morning. So let's bring him in. There he is. Luis, good to see you again, brother. First, let's start with the most important thing. How is the weather in Barcelona? I hope it's a lot better than here.
Yeah. It's pretty okay as usual. It's around 16, 18 degrees, something like that.
So when does beach season start in Barcelona, Luis?
Well, it's up to you, but usually you can have about like from May probably to October, something like that.
It's nice to live in a nice climate. I like that. Let's start off with your trades. I know you were looking at some names this morning. How was the day, and what did you trade today?
It was very, very quiet day, but I will ask you some boom emoji as you use, because we call this trade very clear on XWEL. We said if it breaks 85, 86 cents, we shouldn't go short, because a couple of things. It was a bit non-compliant bid price, so they will try to push it over $1 as it happens. So we saw this 85 cents break, then $1 consolidation, very tight consolidation, and it's holding pretty nice. I think we will see few days over $1. You know, the rules are 10 days trading, 10 consecutive business days, trading above $10. So it was a very nice call to go long. We couldn't short it anyway because expensive locates, but it's not that we would short it at least until 150, 140.
I got caught up on this, Luis. I want to take your opinion on this one here. XWEL was trouble for me. I don't know how you feel about this one, but there is a seller here at $1.50 who was pretty staunchy. He was very convicted. I mean, we got above $1.50 a couple of times, but you can see it was very short-lived into 162, dropping now, kind of losing a bit of the trend. Unbroken downtrend, Luis, locally here from that topping till candle that we put in at 1150, lower high, lower high, lower high, keeps kind of putting in that lower high all around that 135. There seems to be a buyer in the low to mid 130s. Would you be looking at the current setup, stay clear, go long, or go short, just given the current setup on XWEL?
For me, it's an avoid ticker right now. If you go long, you have at least a very tight stop, 135, 132. That should be your stop loss. But it's trading above VWAP. It's holding some volume. So longs are getting more likely, or the squeeze short is getting more likely, let's say after 8:30 in the afternoon here in Spain, sorry. So 2:30 there in New Jersey time.
Okay, the other one I want to bring to your attention is LRMR. I'm sure you probably saw this already, up 62%. This one is also struggling with $6. So this one is a good winner for me on the day, but we seem to be, I don't know how you feel about this, if I can kind of bring in my black charts here. I am a little concerned about the lower high setup here. We were kind of putting in this unbroken lower high. And then we kind of topped out with this candle over here, which broke trend, but funny enough, it rejected at $6. What kept me in the trade, Luis, and why I'm still in it, is even though we rejected that $6, I was analyzing the lows, and the lows are still higher lows. So to me, at least, the buyers seem to be in control, even though the sellers are coming in again and again at $6. What's your look on LRMR?
Well, first of all, I can say you're very technical. Everything you look, it's very technical, which is very useful, of course, but take into account all the other things. This is a 60 million float, more or less, around 60 or 80 million float shares, and it's 85% institutional ownership. So it moves different than the rest of the small caps where we have below 30, 40, 20% institutional ownership. There is not so many shares available in the market to trade, so the movement is a little bit more linear, more not so with so much noise up and down. So that's why we avoided, most of us here in the office, we avoided the short on this one because of the high institutional and the higher float as we see usually what we like to trade. So for us, it's not a short, of course. I think the trade on the long side is done. If you want to check for another long, it might be tomorrow if we break highs of today, as it happened in the 4. As you can see in the chart, when we broke yesterday highs is when the stock was getting accelerated, getting a little bit of speed up here when we broke 4. But now probably you will have to wait until it breaks 6, and it likely will happen tomorrow, I think.
So just quick question, a follow-up for you, Luis. Joseph has a question for you. But you mentioned institutional interest there, the fact that there's a lot of institutional interest or ownership in LRMR. How are you able to determine that, Luis? What methods do you use?
Well, first of all, you check the float. You go to Dilution Tracker, which is the most, let's say, reliable source for these kind of things. And you check here is 85 million shares float, 85% institutional ownership. And it's also easy to borrow. So that means if you are long bias, as you are, you feel more comfortable because there will be more shorts on the wrong side if the stock it's moving up because it's easy to borrow. So institutional ownership, higher float, and easy to borrow tell us at least not to go short until the exhaustion is really happening.
Great information. Thank you.
Fantastic stuff. Hey, Luis, how's it going? We're going to start things off here. I think this is a fantastic question, and I want to hear your opinion on this as well. But this is coming from one of our viewers here, Leanne. She asked you, how did you identify this stock Xwell, and how did you find them before the spike off of the open? And my question to you, I'm going to add a little bit onto that. Is it not necessarily finding the spike before the open, because that's obviously hard to predict, but is that just also setting yourself up with being at the right place at the right time?
Yeah, well, we created a scanner for this. So we have a scanner that tell us, well, you can define whatever you want. For example, I have gapping up more than 20% with high relative volume on the last 5 minutes. And we have a scanner for pre-market, and we have a scanner from after the market opens. So this will tell us any movement above 5-6% with high relative volume on the last 5 minutes if it's breaking new highs of the day. And this one, it will be pre-market. Anything that gap up over 20%, and you have all the metrics you need here. You have the float, you have the sector, you have the volume pre-market, the gapping up, and everything. And once you have the stock, you check the chart, check dilution trackers, and check all the fundamentals that you need to know to long bias or short bias the stock.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. And then one more question here from myself. Now, I'm curious on how much, I know you have your scanner, but I actually have up the IWM here. I'm curious, do you correlate that with how potentially some of these small cappers may move? I mean, if the IWM is tanking or if it's ripping, do you avoid it maybe if it's continuing to climb higher? Or what kind of correlation do you have with your stock selection and this ETF?
mainly no correlation, because what we are looking at are stocks with very, very high relative volume with very strong catalysts. So it's exactly you're looking for, you spot the day that their correlation is not there because it has so much volume and has so much news on it, so important news that the correlation doesn't matter so much. So it's not about that. If you trade one specific sector because it's very hot that day, it could be any sector, then you look for sympathy plays, like we used to call it. You look for different tickers that are moving a little bit delayed from the others. But when it's not about one particular sector, but you are trading only one ticker, then it has nothing to do with that.
Exactly. So you're looking essentially for the decoupling from the overall market, individual movers, and something that's just kind of living and operating within its own space, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, Luis, I just have one quick question for you. One thing that I've been noticing a lot, these small cappers, they have a great day. They're up 60, 70%. And then, I keep them on the watch list on the side. So you come the next day and they're opening red. Is that a specific trade that you look for? Perhaps, a reversion trade subsequent day. Can you kind of elaborate maybe on how you trade these day 2, day 3?
Yeah, it's one of the setups we work, which is called the first red day. We are looking for a stock that has moved up 1, 2, or 3 days. Then there is a shift of interest to other stocks. We can check, for example, CDIO yesterday, CDIO. You see that there was a third day moving up, and then we call it the shift of interest. So the volume on the small caps moved to another ticker that it was moving up very sharp and with a lot of volume. So that means all the money, all the traders go to look this stock, and then we see this retracement, hard retracement on some stocks. It was, for example, this one, CDIO yesterday. We took a nice trade here, as you can see, short and all the way down. This guy as well, short, adding more on the backside, adding more. So this is one of the kind of setups we look for the first red day. A ticker that has moved up 1, 2, or 3 days, we're looking for this shift of volume to other sectors, other tickers in play, and then we go short on this one.
That's a great response. Thank you, Luis, for that. Thank you for coming on, and thank you for setting up XWell in the morning. I want to send out some love from Zion Lala, who actually super chatted to thank you specifically for your analysis on XWell. You set him up for a good trade, and we couldn't thank you more, Luis. Anything you want to mention, Joey?
No, that's it. I like the beard trim, too. It's like
it's looking good, Luis. All right.
Looking good.
Enjoy the weather and have a great day, brother. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, mate.
Take care. All right, there we go. NVTS is moving. John, you were absolutely right. It just got into the high of the day of 1025. Good look there for the OG John Del Segno. But this is kind of what I was asking Luis about. Look at the bamboozlement on XWell. It just keeps luring you in. I didn't get in this time. But here's the deal. Breaks trend, but comes right back down. But this one is changing its tune just a tad. Why do I say that? I'm not cruising for a bruising, I swear. But now it's putting in higher lows, consecutive higher lows, ever since the candle at 1250. So we're the better part of 20 minutes now holding those higher lows. You could give it to prior bar low, or you could just stay away from it completely, just topping tailed off 150. But what is important to me here is it didn't lose the bid. It continues to put in higher lows despite the fact that it topping tailed and rejected that key area of technical resistance. I'm going to be looking possibly here for XWell on a move back up 150. We're going to pack the patience, but we are late, Joey. We are late right now because we got to start the lesson. The lesson of the day. I'm thinking like this is 2 years ago, bro. We got to start the news segment. So let's get right down to work. Let me load up this bad boy here. We don't want this one, Joey. We want the one I marked up. There we go. And we want to put this off a screen that I do not need, right? So we're going to throw that over here. What do we got over here? ETSA. No, ETSA means bupkis. Of course, Zion, no matter what, brother, you know, we would have put that to Luis even if you had it. So thank you very much, Zion, for that. JC Money, I got into XWell at 139. We'll see. I'm wishing you the best, brother. Goes without saying, I hope you print up multiple storms on your side of the screen there. Ready to do it?
Yeah.
We're going to talk a little Nvidia. This one might be reporting after the bell today.
Maybe.
It might be a big deal. It might not be a big deal.
Nothing may happen.
Just the most valuable company in the world by market cap, $4 trillion, up 2% today, ahead of earnings, of course. Make sure to catch that with us. We do have the market recap show on tonight. It is Brendo, it is Adara, it is Sean, it is Obi. Neil's off today. They're all going to be taking you guys through the earnings report, so make sure you were with us after the bell. Kind of an important report. And here's what the market's expecting, Joe. We're looking for EPS to come in at $1.54 on revenue of $66.1 billion. Data center revenue, which is, as we know, their AI segment. Look at this, Joey. 60.7 of the 66.1 coming from one of the segments. What about crypto? What about gaming? They don't even matter anymore. It's all data center and nothing but, man. Fiscal full year revenue is projected to come in at $213.8 billion, and they're already eyeing $72.9 billion for fiscal Q1. That's what we're looking for there. For the guide, despite the strong fundamentals of the stock, in the morning was up 2, now it's up 5.5% year to date. They've already pre-announced, though. This is kind of why it's so well covered, this stock, that we kind of already have an idea of what their future revenue is going to be, because they've already announced $500 billion in revenue visibility over multiple years. Recent earnings beats as well, and we talked about this, Joe, have been met with very limited upside reactions, as expectations have been quite lofty. They remain extremely elevated, but there are concerns here, especially around hyperscalers developing their own chips. We've been talking more about this. We've been talking about Broadcom, the Marvells, the Trainiums, the TPUs. Some of those are collaboration between the two companies. But those chips could mean that the hyperscalers stop buying as much, not stop, but stop buying as much of Nvidia's GPUs. We'll have to wait and see, of course. Major AI spenders include, obviously, a lot of the usual suspects: Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, collectively, Joey, looking to spend $650 billion in investments in 2026. And the key focus, for me anyway, one is always going to be China.
Yeah.
Let's cut the crap. But today, we have a bit of a different angle that we're going to be listening for. We're going to be talking about memory prices.
Memory prices and how much that's going to affect margins.
There you go.
Yes, very much so. I think we mentioned this early. This name is so well covered. Sharif mentioned this, and I think it's a fantastic point. It's just that at what point is surprise really going to step into it and make us exceed that expected move, which we're sitting around 5.5%? Anything can happen. But this is one of the names that's been consolidating for quite some time, and surprisingly so, you're only a couple percentage points off of that previous all-time high, like 7%, when you have the likes of Microsoft, which is down 20%, heading into bear market territory. You have Tesla down substantially off its previous highs. So out of the mega cap names, we're still holding up. Yes, we've been in this lengthy consolidation, but if we're gonna go by the playbook and by the rules, is that the longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout can happen. I think this is one of the names, even though we do trade it from an intraday standpoint, it's something that if you don't have in your portfolio, you can miss out on substantial gains, in my opinion. So I'm gonna stick with the own it and trade it narrative. And I'm gonna add the and trade it narrative, because it is definitely that vehicle.
There's my man. Let's talk about Amazon. The head of their artificial general intelligence lab, AGI, gone. They're reorganizing. David Luan, he's head of Amazon's AGI lab, artificial general intelligence. He's leaving the company less than 2 years after joining. Luan announced he will depart at the end of the week to, quote, cook up something new, signaling, of course, that he might be doing something independent. We'll have to wait and see. He was tapped in the December 2024 when Amazon led or formed its newly minted, I guess, AGI lab in San Fran. The lab focuses, of course, as we know, on long-term research bets, including advanced AI agents and, just broader artificial general intelligence ambitions. The AGI group released the Nova Act agent last year, expanding Amazon's Nova model family. Nova Act is positioned to kind of compete with OpenAI's ChatGPT, Anthropic's Claude, Google's Gemini, basically looking to take on the big players. And his departure could slow execution in high-level AGI initiatives, at least for Amazon, so we'll have to keep tabs on that. Last year, Amazon reorganized its AGI division, placing it under Peter DeSantis, who's a 27-year company veteran, as well as senior VPs in AWS. The FTC, though, Joey, they opened probes into the AI acqui-hire deals, including Amazon's Adept transaction. And that's what basically this dude, David Luan, he was hired via Adept acqui-hire. So I don't know how much that factors into your analysis, but looks like talent's leaving. And this time it's not leaving to go to Meta.
No, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's... Talent is leaving, Sharif. As for Amazon AGI departing, or the head of the AGI departing, never really good. But I mean, we talk about one thing that I think is weighing on this name, Sharif, for some time, aside from AWS, because we know that the monster that it is that what it is, in my opinion, is just the tariffs with the e-commerce, because they have so many imports coming in from China. So I think like once... I know they say it's a one-time fee, but the street's not going to look at it like that. I think it's continuously hovering over this name, and the future driver of this is going to be its artificial intelligence and its AWS system.
Absolutely.
Right? So things will cool off in the e-commerce division, obviously, in my opinion, and then that's when you'll see this stock go to new heights.
All right, let's talk about Google. Alphabet. This is an interesting story, guys. It's not, market moving. Alphabet's the only Mag 7 negative on the day. I don't think it has anything to do with this, but let's talk about this because it builds more into the geopolitical tech stories that we often talk about. Google disrupted a hacking group, Randy, tracked as UNC 2814. They're codenamed Gallium. All right, I like that name. Gallium seems pretty, gallant. Tied to China, that breached 53 organizations across 42 countries. So, needless to say, they were at work. They were putting in work. Hey, casting a big net, says Randy. Absolutely. The group has nearly a decade-long history of targeting governments and telecom companies. Telecom companies seem to be easy to break into these days. That highlights the ongoing geopolitical cyber tension between the U.S. and China. Here's what happened. So Google terminated Google Cloud projects that were linked to hackers and disabled associated internet infrastructure. The group used, listen to this, Google Sheets to blend malicious activity into normal network traffic to evade detection. Clever little buggers, aren't they? Clever little buggers. Investigators found access to 53 unnamed entities across 42 countries. Stolen data includes names, phone numbers, date of births, ID numbers, telecom-related records. Analysts say, though, such operations are often designed for long-term monitoring, SMS interception, and tracking individuals. Good to see that actually Google took care of this, but this is more scammage.
Yeah, and more scam detection for phone calls on Google Pixel devices I'm finding available in Canada, India, and Ireland. So it's a lot of scams. Hey, man, you're a rock
These scammers,
star. This is why we need individuals, the companies, like, I don't know why we're tossing the PanWs and the CrowdStrikes and the Zscalers out the window when you have entities like this who are just constantly trying to destroy and sabotage Google, like some of these names like Google and everyone else has going on. So I think it's sad. I don't know. I think we see a big time spike in some of these cybersecurity.
Man, I hope so, bro. I didn't add into PanW yet, and I'm not going. I need to see some sort of technical bottom. Lost Pulse hurt me. Yeah, it is a rare earth, but hey, man, I'm not making it up. I swear, that's what they're called. I don't know. That's why they're called codenamed Gallium, Gallium. But I see the point. And Neil buy low, sell high. He says as well. I'm keeping an eye here on XWell. It's bamboozling. You see the candle? What it did at 115. JC Money, that probably stopped out a lot of people, broke trend, but look how it just resumed right back up there. Still putting in that curling pattern. I'm talking about XWEL. That's why I'm staying away from it, brother. But there goes MR into the day high. We're still holding here into 88s. There's 616. There's the high of the day. The curling pattern was operative here. Let's post at the $0.25. Let's post at the third of a dollar. Let's see what we get on this monster. Can we get a continuation above 6? Now that we've cleared 6 by 17 pennies, you know what your boy's going to do? He's moving up the stop into the high 90s. So let's go ahead and do that. And we're going to put it in for the last remaining amount, Joseph option. So let's see if we can get a little bit more here on LRMR. Shout out to A Day Trading. I know you were in that one, brother. Shout out to you. Hope you're printing up several storms on your side of the screen. Let's talk a little, Joey, about Lowe's. They had earnings this morning, and it was a good, let's look. LOW, where are they at? They're down 5 1/5. Okay, adjusted EPS of $1.98, beating the $1.94 expected by analysts on revenue of 20.58, beating the 20.34. Check, check. Top line, bottom line beat. Quarterly revenue rose more than 10% year over year. Comparable sales increased 1.3%, which beat the street's expectations by a lot. The street was looking for 0.2% comparable store increases. They got 1.3. That's a big beat. Net income, though, did decline. They brought in $1.13 billion in profit last year on the quarter. A tiny bit shy of $1 billion, $999 million. That's about $1.78 per share. Compare that to last year at $1.99. So not all sunshine and rainbows. Let's just pause for a second. White Tokyo 2CB, $10 super chat. MR has $181 million on their 524 S3 in cash only through Q4 26. Do you think with phase 3 starting Q2, is this run just exit liquidity? Okay, do you ever watch old S3 filings on these gappers? I know that that's what Luis does. I get that's kind of his move. That isn't really my move. I don't even really look at the headlines when I trade these intraday. I'm assuming you're probably holding it for more than intraday, which makes sense that you would dive deep into that. To me, it's an intraday trade based exclusively on technicals. I don't look at the story because I don't want to fall in love with the narrative. It is just an intraday trade for me. So I'm gonna, you have a very good technical question. I think it would be better suited for Luis Barbado. I wish you had actually tagged me when we asked for questions for Luis with that, because I think he would have been a great person to answer that. But sorry, brother, there's really not much that I can shed light on there. Let's just take more profits here, and I'm going to cancel the one above it. Sorry, I couldn't address that in a more guided way, but it's not something that I use as one of my tools with these small cap gappers. Let's continue on with the Lowe's earnings report. Fiscal year sales, they're guiding 92 to 94 billion in revenue for the entire year. That implies about a 7-9% growth rate. Adjusted EPS, they're guiding. There we go. $12.25 to about $12.75. That is, though, below consensus. So it does miss there on the guide, and likely what the market is focusing on, down 5 1/5. The street wanted $12.95, so even the range of $12.25, the high end, misses entirely. Higher mortgage rates, Joey, as well as slower real estate activity, is being blamed here as continuing to add pressure to the housing sector. It's basically the same thing we heard from Home Depot. They are, though, trying to gain share. They're trying to steal Home Depot's customers. They're trying to steal the do-it-yourselfers as well as the pro customers. A little bit of a different take than we heard from Home Depot. We heard from Home Depot that they were really trying to get away from focusing on the do-it-yourselfers because people weren't moving or renovating their homes, and they're really trying to focus on the pro customer, the contractor, the carpenter, the electrician. They're really trying to focus on that as opposed to, the layman. Shares are up, Joey. Well, they were in the pre, up 16% year to date, probably dropping a little bit now.
Yeah, Q4 sales up 10.9% year over year, not bad. But something that I found interesting, I like how you brought up the do-it-yourselfers and the pro. It's the same narrative, though, as you mentioned that Home Depot is trying to sway away from the do-it-yourselfer, but we noticed that the pro was really driving the earnings here, and that's the same narrative with Lowe's, all right? So that's what I'm looking at. The pro really drove comp outperformance in Q4. As for the category and segment, positive comps in the decor and appliances and kitchen and bath paint and appliances. What else do we have here? SG PPI program, ongoing perpetual productivity improvement is driving labor supply chain. Sales are now almost entirely U.S. focused after Canadian exit. So, oh, really?
What?
Canada's swaying away from Lowe's? No more Lowe's here?
I think, do we close them? Let me find out.
I know there's one on the Queensway, but that's what I'm reading. So sales are now entirely U.S. focused after the Canadian exit. So are we slowly closing down Lowe's?
I think so. I'm double checking, but I'm pretty sure. I remember we were talking about Target leaving, and technically Lowe's has already left Canada with physical stores while physical stores didn't vanish, the brand name has been retired. Here's the breakdown. So the brand transition, I don't know what the hell is taking so long. 23 to 24. Well, I guess we'll wait for that.
Yeah,
to
that's
generate,
interesting because there's still one, I believe. I don't know if it's still open on the Queensway or not. Aside from that, let's pull up lows. We know Home Depot has been performing pretty decent here, guys. Let's take a look at some of the technicals.
Rona, Joey.
Pardon me?
It's merging with Rona.
Is it? Okay, yeah, there it is. Yeah. It makes
Good call
sense there
brother.
with Rona. So see you later. Same with Target. Target's had a couple of stints in Canada. The first one didn't last too long. The second one definitely didn't last long either. But you are now down 10% off of that previous high and lows.
Well, that's tough. All right, guys, LRMR back into that 624. HOD, I'm looking for a continuation into a third of a dollar, so we're going to keep tabs on that. Let's talk a little HP. Margin pressure from memory cost was weighing on their forward guide. It's not the first time we've heard that from a tech company. HP did top revenue expectations. They brought in $14.44 billion in revenue. That's way ahead of the $13.94. And it's also up sequentially year over year to the tune of about 7%, 6.9 technically. Adjusted EPS came in at 81 pennies. The street wanted 77. So a beat on the top and bottom line. Net income though, Joey, kind of the same thing we've been hearing a lot with some of these companies. They're profitable, but they weren't as profitable as they were last year. HP, another victim, $545 million in profit, less than the $565 they brought home last year. And their personal systems revenue, though, bringing in the bulk of that revenue number, $10.25 billion. That rose 11%, and then it offsetted a 2% decline in their printing. Of course, they make printers. There goes LRMR into another high of the day there, 627 showing up. We're looking for the third of a dollar, and we're packing the patience. Moving on, shares did slide about 6%, pardon me, in the pre. Where are they at right now? They're up 1.25. Nice recovery. Okay, so yeah, definitely double bottom there at 17 and into basically yesterday's trading range at around 18.5. With respect to their full year outlook, they're expecting full year results to be at the low end of their prior guidance range, and they're forecasting EPS of $2.90 to $3.20. That is below generally the $2.99, the high end obviously a little bit higher. Management cited rising memory chip costs, guys, which are roughly double what they paid in the prior quarter. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to Adair at the big desk.
Couple different headlines here to mention. I'll start with IREN. This is IREN. This is, of course, a name that Brendan picked for our stock picks of the year. Capybara just announcing on X they picked up 80,000 shares of the company. So a little bit of a pop there. Also, just be aware, CME announcing that their Globex Metals natural gas futures and option markets are currently halted. So no CME, Globex Metals natural gas futures or options market trading as of right now. Back to you.
Yeah, I see that. Thank you, A Day Trading, for that. Yeah, interesting look there, guys. And there goes LRMR into the third of a dollar. It is at the day high. It is on the rampage here to the high side. It's up 71%. Be on the lookout here. What I'd be looking for as a possible dip trade into about 610 to 6. I like that buy zone because we had breached 6 on this occasion at 11:30, and then we dropped back down. So we know that there is selling between 6 to 610. Let's see if that now acts as support level, but it's all gas, no brakes right now in all LRMR. Moving on with the HPQ earnings report. Surge, Joey, they're blaming the management, management is blaming memory costs on AI data center demand, and they're saying it's just pushing up prices to no end. We know that, and I mentioned this one earlier. So HP plans to address the rising memory costs by selectively choosing their distributors. They want to work, apparently according to management, with lower cost suppliers, and they wanted to reduce the memory configuration that they're sending out on their servers. I don't think that that's a great look. You know, you don't really want to send an inferior product out for the same amount because they're eating into your margins. I don't think that that's the way to hold on to a customer. Anyway, CFO Karen Parkhill emphasized mitigation plans are underway. The company is also cutting, sadly, Joey, 10% of its workforce as part of the AI and efficiency push, and they're in the middle in the midst, I should say, of finding a new CEO with their outgoing CEO who went to PayPal.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the CapEx spend, pretty hefty here, Sharif, 208 million, including leases, which is around 25 million. Free cash flow around 175 million, sitting on about $8.9 billion, or net debt around $5.7 billion, which I found a little bit there. So leases costing them a little bit of money. Full year 2026, flat to 3% year over year. But that's including FX, or actually not foreign exchange. Their GAAP EPS to $2.47 to $2.77, non-GAAP $2.90 to $3.20. But as for the stock, down 55.55%. So a pretty tough look here in Asia.
Yeah, that's a tough look, Joey. Lucid, another tough look here. Where is Lucid at? Well, okay, it's up. It was down in the pre. It was certainly sold off. Up 3 1/3. Now this company, I think they make great cars. I'm just gonna, talk a little bit about the company and my perspective on them. I think they make fantastic cars. I like the different models that they have for both the Air and the Gravity. I think the Gravity, though, is a little bit, too big for some people. You don't have to get the third row, but it's a big boy. When I saw this thing IRL, I think they need something like Rivian's doing with the R2, because the R1S is a monster, right? And I kind of feel Gravity is in that same league. I know it's a bit of a different take, but just to be more mainstream, I think they need something a little bit smaller and a little bit cheaper. But I guess they're trying to do the premium thing first, trying to copy that Tesla model with the S and the X, and then going to the Y and the 3, or the 3 and the Y, I should say. But anyway, Joey, they're losing plenty of money, and they lost more money this time than the analysts were expecting. They lost $3.62 a share. The street was looking for maximum $2.62, so that's a significant miss. It's $1 lower or more than what the street was looking for in terms of a loss, but they did grow that top line number, $523 million in revenue. Compare that to the $468 expected. That's about a 12% beat, and maybe that's what the street's focusing on, right, as opposed to profitability. The results reflect, though, continued operating pressure despite the top line acceleration, and they did revise down their 2025 production. They were guiding 18,378 units. They revised that down to 17,840, so not quite 1,000 cars. But they were saying about 538 of those cars were not counted in the total deliveries because they were incomplete due to internal validation procedures, according to the company. Now for 26, they're guiding much healthier. 25 to 27,000 vehicles. That implies about a 40 to 51% growth rate from the current levels. I'm assuming a lot of that has to do now with the Gravity being launched all over the United States, and now it's available in Canada, as well as other jurisdictions. Company laid off, Joey, sadly, 12% of their U.S. salaried workforce, and management indicated layoffs are a one-time reset, not an ongoing thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a part of their 2026 strategy, as you mentioned. You're going to have to focus on autonomy and robo-taxi push, the workforce cuts you mentioned. So there's a lot, unfortunately, not going good. You know where I stand on this. The car business is too tough to get involved with. This is like my Aurora Cannabis position here. I know there was a split in between. I don't know if this is a reverse split, but it's like 0.1. I'm pretty sure it's a reverse split, maybe there or something along those lines. But if you've been a purchaser of Lucid from the IPO, sorry to say, but you'll never get that money back all the way up to it's dead. You'll never get it back. I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see. I wouldn't be surprised if this company's not around in 15, 20 years.
They got a lot of deep pockets.
They got deep pockets, man.
Saudi's been keeping this thing afloat for a minute, right?
For a while,
how long?
I mean, how long, right? Like, we've seen some pretty good car companies go underwater. Like what happened to the good old Pontiac and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
How about the Toyota?
Think about the Toyota. The Toyotas are still good up there.
Sky, bro.
The Toyotas are still good. The Mercury. Whatever happened to the Mercury?
Well, they had them in the States, right? Anyway, I think we have breaking news with Idera.
We do. I mean, we have vast data announcing partnerships with two public companies. One of them is CrowdStrike at day's highs, but not super exciting. SMCI, though, the real mover, Supermicro, pushing sharply higher after already a really strong session. Again, launching alongside Vast Data, a new enterprise AI data platform solution with Nvidia to accelerate AI factory development. So this is an Nvidia-related catalyst for SMCI. Again, SMCI and Vast Data launching a new enterprise AI data platform solution alongside Nvidia with regards to AI factory development. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, we were wondering why this thing was moving. Looks like maybe somebody knew something. So there, if you guys want more information on this headline, you can go ahead, pause the stream. This is what is being released, the entire kind of readout released by the company there. I'll even make it bigger for you guys. There you go. Oh, no, Assassino, I'm trying to show them the whole thing so they can pause it and then read it if they want, right? There you go. So if you don't have access for whatever reason to this news item, you can have a look at that, pause that bad boy, have a read through. But you know what I'm going to say, Joey?
What's that?
There goes LRMR into another high a day, 642. Watch out for prior bar low breach. We lose 624. That breaches prior bar low. Technical levels are as follows: 10 EMA on the 5, 612, and then we obviously have that $6 resistance level. But it looks like it's topping out a little bit over here. I just looked over to the Katina man and I said to him, "Are you looking short on Circle?" And he's like, "Look, no, I haven't really looked at Circle all day." And he was nice enough to get me some shorts on this monster. I haven't, and I don't plan on using them until I see substantially more, because we were just about to lose 79, but just as quickly as we dipped into the 79, Joey, here we are right back up 79.77. We're a couple of pennies away from the high of the day, and this feels like it's accumulating for an 80 break. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, I think it continues to climb higher right now. I don't think there's any form of a short in Circle right now. The price is telling us that it's not there.
Well, it cost me all of 3 pennies.
Yeah, exactly. I got some this morning.
You got some this morning?
Yeah. So I mean, that's how I got the short on it earlier. But I'm glad that I didn't re-engage on the short, because you just keep getting stopped out, and you have to be able to identify
new high day
grinding. Yeah, exactly. These grinding bids, right? It just was here. I thought we would turn around within the supply zone, but no, you've breached it, and then now you're just continuously grabbing higher. I should have posted up at 73.
Nice, going
20s or so, and grab the bottom end of this range, because it's still going at this point. And this is where we get out, and then we just don't re-engage on multiple occasions, and thankfully so. So the short did work out for us today.
Good job, Joe. All right, did you want to comment anything about Lucid, or should we go on?
You did. I already did.
You did. Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about Circle. Perfect timing. Circle reported fourth quarter revenue increase driven by what the company is saying is higher income from reserves that are being used to back its USDC stablecoin. Recall, they were forced by the new Stablecoin Act to actually put dollar for dollar shorter dated, well, most of them are using shorter dated treasuries to back up their USDC issuance. So you got to like that, and it looks like they made some money from those reserves. So revenue benefited from a 72% year-over-year rise in USDC circulation. 75.3 billion now. Total revenue from reserves climbed to about 733 million. Adjusted EBITDA got to 167 million. That is a stupid 412% increase year over year on that adjusted EBITDA number, with a total on-chain transaction volumes, Joseph, rose 247% year over year, now to a skosh shy of $12 trillion. And USDC, as we know, remains pegged to the US dollar and is backed by one of two things: cash and shorter duration US treasuries. We know that. Optimism, of course, around stablecoins increased following the passage of the Genius Act, which established the U.S. regulatory framework for these stablecoins, and the company received preliminary approval to establish a national bank charter, which could be game-changing for them. We know that there's been pushback from some of these other financial institutions into that. And this move could integrate their digital assets more formally into the U.S. banking system if they do, when and if they do that. And Circle expanded their partnerships as well, including ties with Visa to settle transactions using USDC. And the firm deepened their integration into the prediction markets via Polymarket. They have like a hand in every cookie jar, eh?
Yeah, it's pretty good, man. I like it. And this stock is clearly been undervalued for quite some time. Stablecoins, there's a lot you can benefit from them. It's just the transaction of money, and you're saving on fees, and that's why I think the street might. Wow, I was going to play the 80 break.
There
and
it
goes
goes,
like 20
bro.
pennies, just
Unreal.
20 cents, just like that.
Good job, Joey.
I didn't take it.
Oh, you didn't take it?
No, I was going to. Yeah,
Okay.
shoulda, coulda, woulda. But I didn't pull the trigger on that one. I think that we're going to see this name continue to run. That's not going to work for us now, is it? Let's get over here and see what we got going on from a daily. Oh, no. Okay, yeah, anyways, it's freezing. But I will note this, Obi, I don't know if it's good to stay short this name right now, as it's continuously...
It's not there, brother.
Well, I know, but no, I mean in the portfolio thing, our portfolio thing, right? Like this is a massive gap up, and then when you have those numbers, when you're coming in 77% year over year in transaction revenue, I think this is going to continue to climb, and this might be the start of a recovery here in Circle, because I think it's only going to continue to grow. As you mentioned, it's hitting $1 trillion and also backed by bonds. There's also a larger amount of money in longer duration bonds as well too. So.
All right, just before we go to Adira to get her take on Circle, I want to mention, guys, CDIO has been making a move. It's been making a move almost, basically all day. Really unbroken structure. Let me just put in the ticker CDIO. The ticker just breached through 5. It's a 525 high. Here comes that $5 retest. I'd be a buyer between 5 to 490. I perceive that to be the breakout area, with my ultimate out below that 480 if it loses the 10 EMA on the 5. But keep your eye here on CDIO. And it's done decent volume. I just want to double check over here what it's done. I don't have it. It's done 9.2 million shares, so ample amount, enough for you to get in, get out without issue. Adira, give us your take on Circle.
Yeah, not too much to say here. I mean, I think I actually want to touch kind of on what Joe said, because I thought it was interesting, the idea of like, maybe this is a time for Obi to close his short, just in the idea that like things might have changed from a fundamental and technical standpoint. And it's interesting because you obviously have the technical breakout. The fundamentals are strong, but it's always about like, what is your reason for being interested in something, right? And I think especially with these long-term calls, it's usually a combo of fundamentals and technicals. So yeah, I think there'll be something interesting maybe for if Obi wants to touch on that later, just in terms of how we come to these calls. But I liked that point that you made there, Joe, and I did want to touch on it. So for CRCL, I showed this visual earlier. I will show it again now that it is live on X at TTV Research. This just kind of shows the quarterly and then annual look here. This is in USD, like millions of dollars. So again, like revenue at 2.7 bill for the year. Nice look, 770 mil for the quarter. Now, as mentioned, we do have that $70 million loss here for net income for the year, just with the IPO and charges related to the IPO. But other than that, I mean, net income for this quarter was solid. And even if you look at the net income for the year, relatively flat. It could be worse. I think like the loss that they had in the quarter where they did report that loss, it was like 425 million. So clearly steadied out by other quarters. All in all, not a bad look here for CRCL. And you can find this visual on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Thank you very much. FSLR absolutely getting clipped. 14 3/4 in negative territory. I know, Katina, man, it's a tough one to look at. It's a tough business, man, this solar business. It's a tough business, man. FSLR, let's have a look at the weekly here. I think we're definitely off some lows. Yeah, oh yeah. We need to go a little bit farther, man. Oh, no, we don't need to do that. Yeah, it's actually not too bad. It's definitely not too bad. We're certainly off the 22 lows. And that was the funny thing, man. I figured when Joe Biden came into power that we would be rocketing up on solar, and that just didn't happen. Now, we did catch a bit of a bid, to be fair, to former President Biden. We did catch a bit of a bid in July of that year, and this one looked like it was moving up before the market recovered. The market ended up recovering in October, November-ish of 22. And then we had the AI boom in early 23. This one did move back up, to be fair, up into 200. It's been caught in a range. This is a weekly chart here on FSLR. So a little above 200, a little bit below. Looks like we tested 300 there, but we also did test 100. So definitely a wide range. Let's talk about that. Yeah, shout out to Anon Purse. Let's talk about their earnings. First Solar reported Q4 adjusted EPS of $4.84. That is up from the $3.65 they printed last year, and it beats what the street was looking for. Revenue rose 11% year over year, up to $1.68 billion, with net income at about $520.9 million. Despite the beat, the stock fell at 12.5 in the pre-market as investors focused, though, on that weaker guidance. We'll get to that weaker guidance when we get back from Adair with breaking news.
Nice push to the upside here for SCRV, making new intraday highs. Semaphore reporting that the U.S. government is going to be meeting with what they're calling robot makers amidst increasing competition with China. So once again, Semaphore reporting that some of these robotics companies are going to be meeting up with the U.S. government due to concerns about intensifying competition with China. Also worth noting, Fed's Muslim still talking, nothing major here. Most recent comment from him was about bringing inflation down to the target and how that will help with consumption and growth and could reduce the 10-year rate. Back to you.
Great look there for SERV, up 8.5% and looking to go more. SERV, Serve Robotics, keep an eye out on that. Let's talk about the guide here for First Solar, because one main reasons we're selling off. They guided, guys, 4.9 to 5.2 billion. Whatever part of the range you're looking at, it is below the 5.28 billion consensus expected by the street. They expect their module sales, their solar modules, to be between 7 to 18.2 gigawatts. That also missed the street's expectations of 18.5 gigawatts, so they're not going to sell as much. Analyst consensus revenue estimate of 6.16 billion highlights how far guidance undershot expectations. Geez, man, the key issue here, the company is saying, strategic underutilization of the Southeast Asian factories. That is according to the CEO, Mark Widmar. Management acknowledged customer headwinds, including permitting delays under current President Trump's administration. We know he's not a fan of solar. He's not a fan of wind. He likes nuclear, and he likes fossil fuels, okay? That's what he likes. I think he doesn't mind hydrogen as well. Otherwise, Bloom Energy wouldn't be rocketing up every day like this. The company expects $125 to $135 million in tariff impacts, Joey, in the year. And First Solar filed an action with the U.S. International Trade Commission, and they're alleging infringement of one of its patents by 10 foreign manufacturers. Get them, First Solar.
Yeah, get them is right, Sharif. Not good either. Margins pressured by RAM costs. A lot of backlog. Not really too good of a look right now. So backlog supports multi-year visibility, focus for model shipment execution, stability and policy risks. Also, cash conversions. You're down 31% here on FSLR. But it did rebound. I mean, we were talking about it earlier this morning, and I mean by 31%, that's off of the previous highs. We were talking about it being down 15% in the pre-market, getting multiple downgrades as well too. But at least it's finding somewhat of its footing and not being down substantially, but off of its high, Sharif, at the lows. From peak to where our current pivot was, down 31%.
All right, guys. Sorry, I was just trying to do something here, Joe. Let's talk about Kava. Not a bad look. Let's see where they are. We're up nice. Jeez Louise, bro. Kava is up 24 1/3. My days. Let's talk about this. Record-breaking, Joey, full year 2025 revenue surpassing $1 billion for the first time ever and up more than 20% year over year. Full year, same restaurant, I was about to say same stores, but same restaurant sales also rose 4%, with Q4 revenue climbing nearly 21% year over year, bringing in about $275 million, and that beats the $268 expected by analysts. And even EPS came, Joey, even though it's adjusted, and we know how we feel about adjusted EPS, but that still beat 4 pennies versus the 3 expected. It was up 10%. Yesterday in extended trading in the aftermarket, reported after the bell yesterday, but today it rocketed up plenty, especially at the open. It was up in the pre-market, but the open really rose up. Q4 trends, let's talk about this. Same store sales or same restaurant sales there rose 0.5%, outperforming. Foot traffic did fall though 1.4%, and that was offset by higher prices. So a little of this, a little of that. Management did raise prices about 1.7%. That was early last year in 25, with only, quote, very modest increases planned for 26. I think that that's the right move. Stop squeezing the customer, man, especially for food. We see way too much of that in this country. You buy steaks lately?
I buy steaks every week.
You buy steaks, so then you know exactly what I'm talking about.
But I only grab them when only certain ones, man. If they're too expensive, then it's chicken.
But you see, your eyes look at the prices, and
Dude,
are they not higher?
Yeah, it's like
big
30
time?
bucks for one strip loin. If you don't get
Crazy,
it,
bro.
that's what I was telling Katina, man. You got to be at Farm Boy early. You get the
Farm
two-in-one
Boy.
pack for like 18 bucks, and they're not thin. They're relatively
They're
thick
not bad,
quality
eh?
strip loins.
Can I say something else too? Because you've been bigging up Farm Boy for a while. I went to Metro the other day, and they got.
Why would you do that?
So I was about to say, they got great deals on the meats, man.
The meat isn't so bad, but it's just the other products.
I don't buy nothing from there. I don't buy nothing from there.
It's a rinse job.
Just meats.
Dude, if you go, say your budget's like, oh, wait, never mind the budget, but say you go and spend $150 at Metro and $150 at Farm Boy, it's not even close.
No,
It's not even close what you bring home.
I believe that.
So like, as from a bag standpoint, it's like 1 to 2, maybe with 2 with Metro max, you can bring home 3 with at Farm.
So I'm doing a three-store rotation.
That's good. You got to add multiple store.
No Frills,
Yeah.
and Metro.
Okay, what are you getting from each?
Okay, so I'm getting the produce and the fruits and everything like that from Loblaws. I feel I know it's the same company as No Frills, but I feel like
they get the higher quality. They get the higher quality.
Exactly.
Right?
So I get for all the packaged stuff, especially no name, and there's some things that I get, I'll get it from Frills. No problem. And then the meats, I get from Metro. So and they're not far from each other, but it just takes me
But that's good though. You have to do that, right? Like you can't buy cheese at Farm Boy. You have to go to Metro to get the cheese because you get the 2 blocks for like $12 or whatever like that.
Okay.
But Canadian, right? The majority of the products there are Canadian at Farm Boy, right? So that's where you're going to see an increase. Obviously, you're going to get. Yeah, I'm always cool with that as well too. But the cheese and some of those things are a little bit more expensive. But I grab from Metro. But the meats and the produce. Metro's produce is hot garbage.
Really, eh?
Hot
I've
garbage.
never bought.
From Metro's produce is hot garbage. I grab it from.
You got Loblaws?
No,
Farm Boy.
Farm Boy.
Gotcha.
I used to go to the Loblaws. Literally 10 years ago, before that Farm Boy was just around the corner from me, I used to go to Loblaws all the time on the Queen's Quay.
Yeah. That's a big one too.
That's a big one.
That's a big one. All right, let's talk about their expansion strategy. Assassino, they want to open. We're talking about Cava, guys. Sorry, they want to open 72 new restaurants, and that's going to bring the total to 439. That's what they opened. Sorry, they opened 72 restaurants in 2025, bringing the total to 439. And for 2026, they want to open a very similar amount, 74 to 76 new locations for Cava in 26. That's pretty aggressive strategy there. Their company's positioning itself, Joey, as a bridge brand in a K-shaped economy. Maybe that's why they're not raising prices aggressively in 26, and they only raised it 1 and change in 25. So they definitely want, to get the more price-conscious consumer on their side.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think what is interesting here, Sharif, is that the digital sales, right? Digital sales are relatively, I don't want to call them mixed, or they're definitely not mixed, but they're up 38.9%. So a lot of individuals going to the restaurants using the Uber Eats app, and then full year 2025, you're up 37.9%. Not bad whatsoever. I mean, it's typically the restaurant business a little bit tougher. You're up 94% off of those November lows of late last year. But if you zoom out a little bit, it's taken a substantial hit off of that $174 mark. You're still down 51%.
All right, let's move on to the next topic, Tempest AI. This was a good mover in the pre-TEM. Oh, it gave back. It was negative. Okay, it stayed negative. It just got more negative. Down 7 1/3. Q4 revenue did rise 83%, up to $367.5 million, driven really by strength in diagnostics and data platforms, according to the company, with their diagnostics revenue surging 121.5% year over year, and their data and applications only grew 25.1. I say only jokingly because I'm juxtaposing it to diagnostics. Their gross profit reached $237.7 million. That is up 94% year over year on that profitability, reflecting, of course, improving operating leverage. Their net loss, though, did narrow to about $54.2 million, with their adjusted EBITDA about 12.9. I'm not going to go through everything else because it's a company we don't talk about often. Hey, Rob, good to see you. Launch of Page Predict, which is their AI-powered pathology suite spanning 16 cancer types and 123 biomarkers. They're really looking at pumping that one this year, Joey. Anything you can tell us here technically on TEM?
Yeah, absolutely. I see Rob was limping there. I'm the only one around these who's allowed to limp around. Rob, hopefully you're okay, obviously. Being highly sarcastic. From a technical standpoint, you're down 48%. And I mean, is this the IPO in June of 24? Because that's all that's a weekly. Yeah, so, I mean, it's not looking too good right now in Tempest AI.
All right, shout out. Okay, so I just have to cover some of this super chats. Lela, love, cool, easy, free. I love these things, man. Member for 2 months, Sharif. I need to know how he, meaning me, how he identifies stocks like Xwell to find them before they spike off the open. Okay, so good time to do this. This is my scanner. This is a gapped scanner, okay? You can have scanners for so many different things. So let me just maximize this so you guys can see the entire thing here. Okay, so you can, a lot of these platforms, these brokerage platforms, they have pre-made scanners. One of the ones that most of them are going to have are top percentage gappers. That means what are they up on the day from 4 a.m. onwards, okay? And that's what I use here. It's super simple in theory to use. There's a couple of different, filters that I add. So I use the default gap scanner. Then I edit it a little bit. I say, you know what? Filter everything out south of 85 pennies. And the reason I put 85 pennies is not because I'm more prone to trading 85 pennies to $1. It's because I want to know about the ones that are on the way to the dollar, because I try to restrict my trading to the dollar. But sometimes, we have to trade ones south of the dollar. And then I also put a volume filter. The volume filter here is really more just to weed out the ones that are doing nothing. I put 251,000 shares as my volume filter, but realistically, it's time dependent and price dependent. One thing you're looking at is you're looking at the time of the day, the price of the stock, right? And the amount of, the time of the day, the price of the stock. Those are the things you're really looking for. And I'm looking for mostly above 1 million shares. Not a hard and fast rule, but I like to filter them out by price and by volume. And then separately here, I have different columns that I'll get to in a second, but we got to go to Adair. She's got news.
Keep an eye here on NFLX. Co-CEO of Netflix, Ted Sarandos, set to visit the White House on Thursday to discuss the company's bid for Warner Brothers. NFLX, back to you.
For that. So some of the columns that I have here, everyone is going to be different depending on the brokerage platform that you're using or whatever software you're using. But one thing, obviously, the price. You definitely want the price in there. And then I put change percentage. That's essentially what it's up from the closing print at 4 o'clock yesterday. So if it started making moves in the aftermarket yesterday, the percentage up will be reflected today. Then I like to have percentage change since open. That means what is the stock up from 9:30 in the morning, not from 4 a.m., not from 4 p.m. yesterday, but what it did after the bell rang today. And the reason I want to do that is because the ones that made the move in the pre-market, the ones that made the move in the aftermarket but are fading now, I want to weed those out. I want to know the ones that are still strong after that bell rang in the morning. Then the gap percentage as well, that's kind of self-explanatory. Then I have volume, then I have average volume and 5-minute volume. Let me make my case here. So average volume, I keep in there to kind of compare the daily volume, how much is it doing in daily volume relative to what it averages on a 365-day running total. And then the 5-minute volume I keep there because I want to know if it was doing volume now. right? Not in the morning and fading away. Is it live now? Is the volume coming in now? Because that's what I'm trading in the present. So 5-minute volume on there. Then I have shortable. And the reason I keep the shortable there, not that I'm looking to short, but I want to know, is it easy to locate shorts or is it difficult, right? It changes the trade for me. So that's why I have the shortable column in there. And then I have the spread and the range. This one is going to be software specific. So the spread is just telling you exactly what that is. What's the difference between the ask and the bid? And the wider the spread, the more I try to stay away from it, the tighter, the more I'm more inclined to trading. And then last but not least here is the range. This is showing you where the current price is relative to the high and the low on the day. So if the rectangle is all the way to the end, that means we're trading near highs. If it's like this one over here, it's on the way down. I'm talking about exactly BRAI. It's clearly a lot closer to the low. Like, for example, this one over here, ACHC, well off the high and a lot closer to the low. So those are the ones that I keep on my watch or my scanner. You know, every platform is going to be different. Every trader, Joey, as well is going to be different.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's that time, but we'll do a quick trade review here, guys. Only 3 names on the list here for me today. Circle being the best performer. We added here, got stopped out break even. This was our only loss on CRCL, I guess, other than the addition. So we did give a little bit back there, but still nicely on that trade. Now, as for the TQQs, still currently sitting in that one, as you can see. Oh, I thought that was me. I'm like, well, I'm long Palantir. Oh, no, it's Katina Man's thing. But we're still long the TQQs off of those 51.40 low. We had that slow curl over, and now we're going to go and test the high of the day. And then TSLL, definitely not too bad of a trade either right there. A nice pop off of the low 15.55 up into 15.80s on TSLL.
All right, guys, 2:02 less 10 minutes. 10 seconds, sorry.
10 seconds.
So then, you know.
Oh, wait, we'll hold 5 seconds.
We'll hold up a little bit more so we can get 2 in the bag there.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just thinking about
the question is,
no, you want, hold on now.
Is Obi going to be on the hook or Neil?
No,
because Obi's in right now.
I was going to say, the real question is whose spring roll am I going to be stealing?
I took Rams. I have an update on this. Katina Man's got an update on his spring roll. But needless to say, if Ram thought she was going to come in and there was going to be a plate waiting for her in the fridge,
got something else coming
she's sorely mistaken.
She got something else coming to her. She don't bring any snacks out in there anymore either.
All right, Assassino, we're going up to Adara? Okay, all right. So what did you say? I didn't hear you.
Going over it.
Okay.
It was a shot.
All right. Okay. All right, guys. Been real. I'll see everybody at the big screen momentarily. Stay safe.
Later.
Yeah, so what's up, everybody? Yeah, the big update I have for Joe is there are plenty of
a lot of
spring rolls.
They're good. The plum sauce.
There was plum sauce?
Yeah, there was like a plum sauce or something like that. But the thing about spring rolls, like I just said, it's just like you got to eat them hot. Otherwise, they get kind of rubbery.
Yeah, I mean, there's a microwave, but I get.
Yeah, but microwave kind of makes them. So you know what we need in the kitchen? We need an air fryer. Game changer.
Are you lowering your billable rate or?
What's that?
Are you lowering your billable rate?
I'm trying to push it up. What do you mean?
I know. I was just saying we could use some of those funds to fund an air fryer.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I can give.
You know, that's
give
not a bad.
minutes
Actually, you
to
know
that,
what? We could actually. That's not actually a bad idea.
Yeah, an air fryer. I mean,
all the food comes prepared. So what are you gonna?
No, I know, but like I think it's a kitchen. It's gotta have. It has a microwave, right? You gotta have a toaster. You gotta have an air fryer.
I think we
actually is a new thing in the household, which is like it's an air fryer.
Yes.
It's an oven bake.
Yes,
it's like it's from Culinart.
Okay.
Which is like it's like a lot of things all at once.
I think we have the same.
Absolutely solid, game changer for sure.
I am somewhat certain we have something similar.
Yeah.
In the old household over there.
We also have a Ninja, but you know.
Oh, you have a Ninja as well?
Yeah. Got the other thing much later, so.
All right, we're going to do this real quick, and then we'll get back to trading. Guys, it's been an unbelievable first few days for the Trader TV Academy. We spent so much time perfecting these step-by-step materials because we wanted to make sure you had the exact tools we use to find success. The doors are now open. The community is already growing, and we are now live. Go check it out and sign up at tradertv.live. If you haven't jumped in yet, now is the time to take that first step. Stop wondering how we do it and start learning for yourself. Scan the QR code and head over to tradertv.live before the day is out and start your journey. Yeah, and that's in reference, of course, to the Trader TV Academy, which is now live. And I've actually put some posts.
When it live?
Yeah, I put some posts in here right now. Oh, what I want to do is I also noticed that this does give you access exactly into our software. Directly into the same software that we're using right here, the P8. We always get questions about how do you know the imbalance locator? You know, what kind of stop orders are you guys using? And, you know, what about your charting and all that kind of stuff? So it's all one platform. So you can get, we already mentioned a bit, all the available markets that are there for you. Get your sign up right now. I went into Newsfeed and then just posted up some stuff today. I posted up Trader, my update on my coin 170 long, which is now $15 in the money, but we have so stupid amount of shares left. So we posted that up there. Brendan even posted a midday update in here as well. So go find that all out. And then I posted today my quick note about why we thought Nvidia could have been a long. So all this stuff is all now posted up in the Trader TV Academy. Go find it out right now. And it's not just that, it's learn the methods that we learned to get to where we are today and hopefully and beyond. What's that, to infinity and
Infinity and beyond.
Right there today. So. Yeah, go check it out, and thanks for the sponsorship. And like we had mentioned there, it's been a pretty good look here today in the last couple of days. So thanks, everybody, for the continued look on that. Wow. Coinbase is just like, the thing is, I didn't grab that many shares, and I should have grabbed more, but I grabbed them early, then was watching it bounce. Remember, we talked about the spread. The spread is actually much better now than it was earlier on in the day. We had 30 or 40 cents, and it was giving me a little nervous. So we kept getting out basically at 171, and then it bumps higher. We just keep getting pieces out. So right now, unfortunately, I only have that 5% left, and so that really does suck because we wish we had a hell of a lot more. And I was actually debating right now, thinking about getting out. My stop out is 182, the 200 period moving average, which if we just sort of, you know, we're riding that the first place there, Obi, we would still be in. And
You got a pyramid into that.
yeah, I got to do something into that. We did talk about what that is. Maybe I can jump off the top of a pyramid soon. But yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, I can't believe those Egyptians, man. Just those pyramids are holy crap.
Yeah, I mean,
Just how impressive they are to build those things. Unbelievable. I switched over to green tea. I've got quite a epic headache right now.
Me as well.
All right, Joe, you got the green in there?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I got green. But I'm short Amazon, but I should be maybe long Amazon right here.
The red and the green as well. Nice.
Oh, wow.
Did you pick the green cup
Christmas
because you
traders.
were getting green tea?
Christmas traders. Yes.
Nice.
I saw the green. I was like, I'm going to have green tea. And then I was like, I'm going to. All right. We are getting close to stopping out right now of Amazon, 210.10. That's the.
Michael
there it is.
Bernadette saying the Egyptians did not build them.
Oh, they didn't?
Which is interesting.
Oh, yeah. Aliens built them. I forgot.
You know, what's funny is that I think if you guys are into, you know, the ancient aliens and stuff like that, I think it was the pyramids are mentioned in some of the Sumerian texts.
I have no idea
like
what that means.
The cuneiform, which was basically like scratching on rock, like you scratch the letters on one of the first kind of recorded written languages, which is interesting. Way before the time of the Egyptians, but you know.
Okay.
It is interesting.
I don't know. I honestly don't know nothing.
They write about all of their accomplishments, but nowhere have they ever written about how they've actually built the pyramids. You know,
so how do you think
their walls are
built? So how do you
plastered
think
with.
They were built?
Oh, I have no idea, but I'm just saying that it is true that it was before their time. So.
Okay. Yeah, anyways, I don't know. Oh, because we're talking about pyramiding, and that is, we showed an example. I was like, where are we going? Yeah, because we showed that example of layering into a position and then using the top, the new levels as your new breakout zone and so on and so forth. And that's a way that you can get into many more shares and not, you know, not get stopped out. And yeah, pyramiding would have been a good example.
Yeah, I mean, it's great kind of structure there on Coinbase. I was just watching. It's just like
how it was
holding higher highs and higher lows. It's just like kind of like almost moving like clockwork. Similar, not really similar, but like Circle. After it gave up the chop, I saw this here. It finally caught a bid and broke through that 76. When was this? Around 11:20.
What is Amazon doing?
Yeah, this is absolutely solid. So I guess the earnings continuation. I was short before. But again, even if you have the short thesis, it works well into the 70, but it holds the $70 level pretty well. Once you break through any of those, the opening range high, which was 76s, we're off to the races right here. Currently trading at almost at 81. So we're pretty much back made a full circle back to those prices from January.
Good one.
Pretty much all in one day.
Oh, I wanted to ask you, so, obviously those plays that we made, you're in first place, great, you had the circle short. I wanted to ask you, and we don't go in and out, but based on like what we had, like, if this was real money, like your account type of thing, would you have a stop in there now? Is today's earnings, what have you maybe covered before earnings? Like what would, I know it's easy to say in hindsight, but I was just trying to get into your mentality, like, even if Circle was down 30%, like what would have you done? Because that position was in the money about 30% for you, I think, or so.
30, almost 40%, 30 to 40% at one point.
So if we had the option to, because people were asking, like, what would Obi do, if he was...
It's too late to...
Too late now, but I'm just saying, like, because I always say...
So I can pull it up. I can talk about...
I always say, like, into earnings, it is a good idea to clear out of a little bit of your position into earnings.
Of course.
We talked about that with Nvidia.
Here's the thing. So, in theory, how I would want to take this was like we talk about some of the best trades, they go right away.
Right.
And this was definitely one of those. And the idea was to take inventory into and through this opening rate, not only opening price, which was 60, I think it was 69s there. 69 flat. And then the lows were 64s. So we went through 69 into 64s and then kind of had like this wick bottom into 50. So yeah, you can see that right here, power bar break on that 61, probably taking a decent amount off for a potential reload. But I think the bigger picture idea for this one for me was I want to take inventory back into that underwriter price, which was $33. That's
what it was.
Right? And it's not going to be a clean path if we're even going to go down that way. I think they did amazing on their earnings, right? They did, what was it, over 150%, 161% surprise on earnings, which is really good. Now this could be setting up as something else.
It wasn't much wrong. It was just probably a pullback, like you were saying. Maybe there's something underneath now. I don't.
Yeah, of course. I think that's kind of what I'm looking at as well. It's just like, okay, like how much further do you really want it? This was if you're taking a swing trade, you got about 40 from here to here. You got about 43%. Right? And that's within a span of 21 days.
Can't.
I mean, you can't, you gotta, I mean, Neil says this all the time, you can't look a gift horse in the mouth. There has to be some point.
That one.
So, like, the sideways consolidation, like the selling was there, right? So, I think I might have it.
There was a gift horse one, that's why.
Yeah, hold on, where is it? It's somewhere in here. Right here, boom.
There it is, boom.
There it is.
He's looking it in the mouth, though.
Yeah, exactly. You don't necessarily want to do that,
but good for Neil there.
Yeah, I think here's the thing. It worked right away. It was good until it wasn't, which was started going sideways. The selling kind of dissipates. So I think you're definitely making decisions when it stops doing what you're looking for, right? Especially if you're looking for lower highs, it starts making higher highs and higher lows even in this consolidation. And yeah, before pre-earnings, yeah, definitely. I think it's definitely something to watch out for and consider. So that's kind of the idea there. And I think probably the best vehicle to kind of exercise that would have been, I would say, for me, a mixture of options and shares as well. So
okay, good stuff, man.
My opinion.
Yeah, so big trades. We're going to go over the trade list today. Sharif's going to run through the top 5 names. I'm assuming Nvidia is going to be on there. We nailed Nvidia today, so excited to talk about that one. Hopefully, we'll be able to. Obviously, Nvidia is up to 197 and change, but we bought that first move at 194. Then we bought the 195 break, and we had talked all about it all morning. And it's too bad that we got stopped out right there when it broke through VWAP or whatever it was at that time. Looks like the 50-period moving average. And, since then, nice upside play for NVDA. Congratulations to all who are trading NVIDIA today, especially to the long side. There's been some short opportunities, and we're going to go over everything, I think, right about now. Sharif, are you ready? All right, let's go. Back to the big guy. It's Sharif. Oh, Sharif, we talked about who exactly built the pyramids. I was giving all this credit to all these Egyptians. So, someone said it was that you put those stones on your back and started to build those. But that, to me, is one of the greatest accomplishments. Those pyramids, man, I saw some specials on them. Absolutely amazing. What a wonder of the world there. So that's one place that I want to travel to. I want to go there, check it out, see what's going on in Egypt, man. I mean, that's great land back there. So, all right, let's go back over to let's go back to Sharif.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we're talking about every single afternoon. The big boys, Sean and Obi, Neil's off. They're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way, of course, to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you have to join us in the chat and you have to vote. But the only way to vote is to throw in that $sign, then followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. But make sure to vote, guys, and we are bright and early on 8 a.m. every single day. Let's look at all four major averages before we get to the rundown. The Qs are leading the way today, and by a long shot here, up 1.35%, a skosh off the day's high. The SPY also faring quite well, up 0.8. The Dow, the ETF, the DIA, up 0.5, and the IWM Russell 2000 ETF, the worst performing of the bunch, up 0.43, but green nonetheless. The first ticker as decided by you guys, no surprise there, Nvidia, $197 and 2/3 high of the day. This one is reporting after the bell today. Make sure to catch that with us on the market recap show. It will be Obi, it will be Sean, it will be Brennan, and it will be Adara. They will be on the desk, and they're going to be covering all the results for you. And here's what the market is expecting, boys. We're looking for EPS of $1.54 on $66.1 billion in revenue, with that data center revenue expected to come in over $60 billion for the first time ever. This is going to be a very important report given what the market has been pricing in as possible AI trade weakness, guys. What say you on Nvidia?
Yeah, look, I mean, today it was quite simple for me. I mean, we've been sort of talking for a while about what we were thinking about for Nvidia and that kind of a trade and where we were going with it, right? And so for me, heading into earnings, we were only trying to look long today. We wrote down 193, which we didn't get. We got 194, and then we wrote down a 195 break long. So it was just like, for me, it's just a story of what happened last time. And if we're going to go over here, wow, crypto, man, 69,000. That's a good one. This was last earnings rate. Money lips right into here. So we did have, whoa, no ellipse. We did have a nice move. Oh, I got to get off of it. We did have a nice move into earnings the last time. Not as pronounced here, but nice move up. And now we'll wait to see where we go. So we were talking about being long for the last little while on Nvidia. Yesterday we got a story from AMD that wasn't great for Nvidia. I think it could have been up more if that was a little different with AMD and Meta. But yeah, it goes higher. We like the long here today. Join us tonight, right? There's going to be that big watch party, so we're really excited to have that, first of all. But second of all, up 2.5%. It's going to be dangerous if you are trying to predict what's going to happen with the Nvidia call tonight, right? But I believe in Jensen. I think the guy's done real well. If there was any warning shots to be fired, I think we might have heard something by now. It's up 2% heading in. I don't think a lot of traders want to be short. So for me, the next trade is not a break long there, but if we're able to get anything back near VWAP, I mean, VWAP's been so good all day. Just wish we were on it a little bit more there and held on. But that's okay. We traded it real well. It's my number one stock is going to be Palantir, but this is not far behind. So we really like Nvidia today. Was working out quite well until you made these moves back into the 200 period. Look, I like the stock. I expect a good report from them. There was something up that we had, what do we expect it to do afterwards? Names have been faded after their earnings report. So, unless this is the absolute greatest report of all time, I really do think that Nvidia pulls back a little bit after earnings. And honestly, if I could try to peg in a spot, I would say, yeah, look for 205 to 210 tonight on earnings, right? Right back to where we've been before. Stocks have memory, Obi, and I'd like to see some actionable trading around 210. And if we can break that and hold that tomorrow, then yeah, it's upside. But Nvidia's been disappointing investors for 6 to 8 months now, right? We're at basically the same level as names like, I don't even want to talk about the other names in this space, but what Micron's been doing, SanDisk, all these other names, Google, everything, been jumping, and people that have been holding on to Nvidia are saying when's next, basically, or when us, So I think today might be one of those days. Let's see if we can break through 210, but Anything you're seeing on the structure there?
Yeah, I think the trade was definitely a bit of the long in the morning session. We saw what it was doing in the pre-market, where you have these multiple weeks of resistance every time it got up into I guess the highs here I'm seeing from the beginning of February, 193.95s. We couldn't get past this level, multiple time tests, and then you can see here today we actually were trading above these levels, 194.5s, almost into 195, and also we saw that break of that 195. A lot of size there showing up right off of the opening drive. So the opening range high is exactly 195. That size and not being able to get taken out, even with some of that opening drive volume, it kind of pulls back into some of these pre-market lows right here into 194s, 193 halves. So once again, maybe that showing us that recent resistance has now turned into support. But I think this was the spot to really leverage into this, and we saw Sean take this trade 195 breakout as that size is getting taken out. Looking back at it, I should be participating in removing some of that liquidity for sure, right? That was a level hold, and that broke instantly, going almost about $1.50. 196 halves is when that really started to slow down for the first pullback into VWAP, and look how clean this is technically today, Sean. We had that 195 breakout, pulls exactly back into VWAP right there. That low being 195.15, never even pulls into 195, can't even print. Goes down to 15 pennies above it, can't even print the whole, and then steps up, and another breakout here, double top breakout arguably right here at that 196 halves, gives you a high a day of 197.60. So absolutely beautiful price action coming into earnings. We'll see how earnings really gets digested.
You like that break of the high of the day or not?
I mean, I like it. It's going to do more. It's doing more of the same. I don't think it's too late. We still got about an hour and a half here. Yeah. But we'll see. Obviously, breakouts later on in the day, maybe not the best. If it's this one was probably the best breakout that I saw in the market today. So in terms of leveraging and in terms of liquidity, I think there was over 7 million shares, right?
Yeah, more. That was just on ARCA or whatever.
Yeah, that was just on a single
dark
gate.
Pools, let alone
So you could have had infinite size.
Probably 10 plus million.
Technically speaking, but yeah, so 10 million shares.
That would be
that's a lot of dollar volume on Nvidia, right?
I want to bring up one more thing over here. We are now live on TikTok. I don't even know if you knew that. That was I think as of yesterday or a couple days ago. I want to thank Fabian and everybody for working that. I'm in the chat right now, so come over to TikTok. The chat's blowing up, my guy. So get over there on TikTok right now. We had over 4,000 likes or something yesterday on TikTok alone. Nice. So we want to say thank you, everybody. And your boys got it up right now. So we're going to be addressing both chats.
All right.
Plus trading.
Nice. I got to make an account.
TikTok. I had to make an account today too. I'm using Sharif's account. No, I had to make my own account today as well. There's a bunch of fake Trader TV Seans and all that stuff, so wah. I couldn't even register. I couldn't register TTVL Sean. I couldn't register Trader TV Sean. I couldn't register Trader TV Sean 1. I couldn't, yeah, exactly.
What did you end up going with?
Nothing. I said, make me one. And they just said, Sean Katina 309.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we in the 309.
That's the real one.
So if the 309 is your area code, man, I'm now repping that area code. 309. Where is 309 area? I don't know. Let me know if anybody in the chat. I should change it to Sean Katina 4. I'm going to change it to 416, but maybe I'll just keep the 309 right now. Oh, wow. Okay, we just doubled our viewers on TikTok right there. Okay, thank you. Keep them coming, guys. Right now. Joe, how's the
Western Illinois.
Illinois? No, I have to change it immediately then, because I'm all about
Bloomington, Moline, Rock Island.
Oh, come on. Wyoming? All right, I'm going to look this up, man. We're getting a lot of different things here. Peoria? Is it what? Okay, we'll get it all figured out. But anyways, let's go back to Sharif. That's Nvidia talk right there. Watch out for that day of high of daybreak, 197.63. What up, Sharif?
Rick Dan in the chat, man. You're watching us on YouTube and TikTok. You are a committed soul. Well, there you go. Over here, we're doing it live in the chat right here, guys. If you are not watching us on TikTok, then watch us on YouTube. If you're not watching us on YouTube, you got to be watching us on TikTok, guys. All right, Circle. Unreal price action today. There goes $80, and we are at the day high, 81.30. Circle really ripping faces off today. I was looking for a possible $80 short. It did not give me that sign at all. In fact, it looked like there was a whole bunch of buyers at 79, guys. They reported earnings in the pre-market today, really driving home that revenue beat. 72% rise year over year in USDC circulation. Total revenue from reserves, guys, $733 million. Adjusted EBITDA up 412% year over year. I could go on and on about the different elements of this report. Needless to say, looking at the price action, it was a blow off top at the day's high as I speak.
I tried Sean Katina 416, not available. That's not possible. Come on. Come on, TikTok.
416.
Yeah, there's something wrong there, Joey Options.
You tried the 905?
No, there's something wrong.
416.
TikTok is, these are all available. They have to be available. What stock was that again? I'm obsessed with this TikTok thing now. Shreve, remind me, what was that stock you just mentioned?
Which one?
The one you just mentioned.
The stock Circle, sir.
Circle gets Circle
Hey.
gets the square today. And Circle, the shorts get the middle finger today. I think that's for sure. And it's a big one, man. Like, this is the biggest move. I mean, I guess this was since bigger right there. But you know, since IPO, and yeah, I think it took us all a lot by surprise. I mean, Shreve just ran through the numbers there. It's only a 12%. I thought it was only a 12% short float that we looked at earlier. I don't know if that short's getting extended today or people are, CoreWeave, man. Something similar could be brewing for CoreWeave when that stock pops through. But here's Circle right here. Short float of, 12% right there for Circle. So this is, again, a big beat. I had it written down on the note today to get long at 70, but as you can see, actually, we did have an opportunity to get long at 70 right around 10 o'clock, $71 when it was pulling back in just a little bit right there. I just like 70 as a key level. It looks like the pre-market low there was 71. So, you know, to do it all over again, you know, looking at those pre-market lows, you would have had probably, you said Nvidia obviously on a breakout was one of the best ones today, but this just for support and resistance, like that's pretty clear, man. I mean, if you just used the pre-market low as your out, you know, you would have been rewarded handsomely there today. But I could have seen their nervous hands because as this was coming back in, you're like, okay, you know, another earnings name that's getting faded one more time. But no, for some reason, man, Circle really got going. And I do think that a lot of the problem, not the problem, but a lot of the, you know, sort of jet fuel behind it has been Bitcoin. And Bitcoin now with IBIT just being where that is right now, IBIT up $39, up 7%. Another one that we had talked about earlier. I mean, we're in Coinbase $14 in the money. We nailed that one early on, right? But Coinbase, Circle, IBIT, BMNR, OB, they all really got going today. And, you know, good on everybody for being able to pick those up because they really sang today, man. All these crypto names, what a good bounce back. We finally based out at 65,000. Is it the sort of the launching point? I'm not sure, but it looks so far so good for crypto names.
Yeah, I think, again, one of the other top names on the day today, I got a little chopped up taking the shorts there. And if you guys were watching some of the price action on Circle, off of the open, NY open, late open, absolutely nasty business. It was kind of ripping around 50 pennies to $1, anywhere between 74s and 75s. It did ping a high of the opening range right there at 76.01, pulls back into those opening range lows, false breaks the opening range low, swipes right back up to 75s. You can see this is very kind of trappy action if you're looking to chase into it, but if you were like, okay, I'm only going to take the opening range high or the low break doesn't work, gives you 2 tries. The opening range high break, when it does come in, works beautifully, does not look back at all, 76s. So if I were to look back at my trading and be like, all right, if I were to just sit down, I saw the craziness off of the open, where can I execute this in a very effective and precise way? I can just be simple and use an opening range and be like, if it gets above, I'm gonna hit it for the long. If it gets below, I'm gonna hit it for the short. You get stopped out once, maybe twice on the reclaim of VWAP. I think that's really where I'm starting to be like, okay, well, you know, maybe this is starting to get going. 75 and then 76 off to the races all the way up to 80s right here. So I kind of defined some of these levels that I found that I thought were important from the pre-market session. You can see here 70, 80s, just shy of 70, never really got down there, and a reclaim of VWAP plus some of these pre-market and opening range highs. That's what really brought that strong bid in, and we're still experiencing a lot of that bid. Very slow and steady buying right now. Very active buying in the lunch hour during, I would say, around around 11 to about 11:45, and since then we've kind of tapered off, but still buying strength is very dominant here. And again, with respect to the market is also bidding up pretty decently, so that tailwind is definitely on our side for the long on Circle today.
Tesla, guys, the next one on the list here. It doesn't really have much of a catalyst today, but there was this headline that British robo-taxi startup named Wave raised $1.5 billion, bringing its total valuation now to $8.6 billion. They have big backing here. We're talking about Microsoft. We're talking about Nvidia, SoftBank, Uber, all backing this British startup. The company's going to launch autonomous vehicles on the Uber app in 10 markets, starting with London this year. But unlike Tesla and Waymo, they're not going to actually build the cars. They're just building the software for the operating partners who own their own fleet. So Tesla, guys, up 1 2/3 on the day. Not much of a headline, though.
All right. Yeah, no, Softy was absolutely aggressive. I didn't even know they had such a decent catalyst on the day.
Yeah.
But I watched this go from the opening range high break. Another stock where you get that clean opening range high break. It does chop around a little bit, but 393s, 394s, that area is what I'm talking about. Even on the pullback, you do not breach any of those local highs, and you get an extension all the way up, 399s, 400s. But since then, since that buying kind of dissipated, you can see that was around 10 o'clock. We've pretty much been in this sideways action within a range here on Softy since then. So maybe some turbulence happening here in and around that 400 level. You just look back at it right here, say on daily chart, we can kind of see where we're headed into. A lot of headwind here if we are to kind of start trading back above into some of these prior levels. But it is Softy. We kind of talked about how this is still within range on a much higher time frame, even though it made that crazy double top, and that's where this selling kind of started to happen, where it tried to get above that 550. Slapped down, try to get above that 550 once again in October, slapped down once again. So that was July and October, and sellers have been dominant since then. So I'm curious, is this the buying that'll take us back to 400s, 500s, 550 all-time highs?
I mean, I think Microsoft is one of those names that people have been waiting for this kind of day to happen. I mean, we had a good day yesterday, and now it looks like you are taking over that 400, and that's obviously the next one right now. And I was actually going to say that, we focus, there we go, we just got stopped out of that Amazon position. I was going to say, like, we do focus on, names that have pulled back. For me, like, Google has pulled back nicely, and, you do get that bottom at $3 This actually looks a little bit cleaner. I like the sort of the moat that Google has around them and sort of some of the businesses and whatnot that Google's been looking at and working with more than Microsoft. I like the Waymo side of it. Obviously, I like the Google Cloud, but I know Azure's there as well with Microsoft. The YouTube business is monstrous, right? And so I really like Google here a little bit better than Microsoft for myself, and I would rather get longer on this name. And if there's going to be a rebound in the space, I think Google also participates there. So yeah, I do like Google for a rebound today or soon. It's only up 0. It's up nothing right now, and the Nasdaq's up 1.3%. So eventually Google gets it all figured out as well. So right now, the focus might be now on Microsoft, less on Google, which I think is good for those of us that are Google bulls and be able to pick up something a little lower. So I'm going to wait for $300. I think that's a scoop level there for Google. But yeah, exciting times right now in the Mag 7 space, as many names moving around. Google, I think, is a great swing trade at some point here to get back up to this 330, 340 area. So yeah, I like the space. We'll see tonight. I mean, if Nvidia goes again, Google should be up a couple points tomorrow as well. So yeah, that's that. All right, stock 5 now or 4, Sharif?
Number 4, Sean, Netflix up big today, 6.25% here for Netflix, close to the day high. It started out the day not that good of a look for Netflix as Paramount raised their takeover bid to $31 a share. The offer includes that $7 billion breakup fee if the regulatory approval fails, and they would also pay the $2.8 billion that Warner would be on the hook for Netflix for dissolving the deal. Now, Netflix has now about 4 days to revamp their offer and send it back. Separately, later on in the day, we got this headline that Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos visited the White House to discuss the Warner Brothers bid, so that it really underscores the political dynamics involved in the company's proposal. As we know, there are regulatory headwinds, but Netflix bucking all that today, up 6.25, boys.
Yeah, interesting. Very, very interesting stories there behind Netflix as you talk about, where potentially the stock wants to go. Ted Sarandos and the whole sort of management team trying to get this all figured out, because we do get that higher bid coming in there from Paramount. But yeah, up 6 and a bit. This chart is funny because our chart doesn't show the split adjust, right? So we got to go over here, go back into this and have a quick little look. This is really the first day, Obi, that we've seen, and you showed it before. It was what, 10 straight down weeks or something like that.
Yep.
And now finally, this is probably the biggest green candle since we've broken down. So that's really nice, man. A nice little move upside there from $75, breaking through to 80 and change now. What a great stock. This is where we bought, man. I bought some, it was 85, 86, something like that. I think when we snapped down in there, got a little excited in this area. So finally trying to make something of it right now is Netflix. And I think this is a sign that now we can go. So I a little bit beat up. You're not always looking for stocks near the bottom, but this one's shown us that $76 looks like it may want to hold. So this goes back to that story again, kind of with PayPal, where you have a bottom now. If you like the stock, you have an area where you can get out. So I sort of just equate this to swing trading or to what we do here live on the show, and that is that when you have support and resistance, use that as a shelf or a top. And when it breaks, you can just get out. So it looks like right now, Netflix has already chosen its direction. Looks like it wants to be up, and you got a nice little bottom there around $75. So I think it's worth the $7 or $8 worth of risk to hold on to this stock and see what happens from there.
I really liked the swing short thesis on this one coming into it, and I remember talking to Joe about it as well multiple times, and just looking at the weekly, I was just like, yeah, there isn't really anything until this like 82, 83, and even then it's down here, really the support around 70s to 75s, I'd say, and the low that we hit just a couple days ago was that 75.01. Funny enough, I remember having a conversation with Joe, and I'm like, yeah, talk to me again when it's at 75,
right.
And 75.01 ends up being that low there, and we are seeing some of that strength come in pretty decently here. So is this a trend break is what I'm asking, and it was selling off long before the WBD and the PSKY thing. So the sellers have definitely been on board all the way since June of 2025. The consolidation break happened on the week of October 20th of 2025. And then we started seeing some more methodic selling. Any sort of earnings that came out, any sort of news that came out, it was just selling on everything. And yes, this is the first week in many weeks where we are actually catching a bid and sustaining it. We still have 2 more days left within the week. I don't want to see necessarily a top wick, but we're pushing up into this prior support. The question I'm asking, Sean, is that does that support now become into resistance? We have pulled back quite decently here, almost about a 43.9% pullback from the highs within the span of 32 weeks.
How come I didn't hear that headline?
So,
yeah, interesting headline right there. Japan FTC conducts on-site inspection of Microsoft. What exactly are they inspecting? Let me see. Is that doing anything to the stock? I mean,
it's an
no.
inspection. I don't think they're, Is that really negative?
What do they expect to inspect? I mean, I don't. I don't know, what are they doing? Making sure that all the wires aren't crossed over there with their Azure servers or something? But anyways, definitely, you know, whenever we have FTC worries, things like that, man, we saw that weigh on Google for a while until the judge came in and said, no, we're good. So maybe something developing there with Microsoft. I don't know. I don't know much about that story. It doesn't look like the NASDAQ or the Microsoft here is too reflecting any sort of a downside trade or anything right now on that headline. So, all right, I'm starting a position in the Qs, but we're gonna go back over right now to Sharif and figure out stock 5, and then we'll go from there.
Palantir, Sean, a stock you know very well, tying the knot today with GE Aerospace announcing a new partnership to power a new U.S. military contract awarded by the Defense Logistics Agency. The contract announced on Tuesday. It tasks GE Aerospace with increasing readiness for the J-85 engine, which powers the Air Force's primary training aircraft known as a T-38. Palantir is named as a key partner in the deal, and today the market rewarding them up 4.5%.
Okay, look, I mean, I'm not trying to get too cute with this trade because the reason why I'm in it, I didn't even really know any of those stories, okay? The reason I was in it is when we came in today, we were going long on the market. We thought, even though I'm short now, we thought long in the market. Palantir was already up 1.3% or something like that. And yeah, I was thinking that, you know, this SAS, software as a service, IGV, a lot of these names have gotten hit, right? The IGV is a software index. And we were noticing just some strength in the morning. So I thought, okay, maybe Palantir here, key level of 130. So we wrote down on the sticky note, 129 to 130. It came right in, man. We bought some 130s, we bought some 129s, trying to like yesterday's support area, closing area as support. And then it just boomed all the way to the upside, and we're able to do really quite well on it. And we actually, our best out is actually higher than where it is right now. And I'm looking to stop out if and when we break through this 134, but we're still in this name. I like Palantir long here. And it's just like enough is enough sometimes, right? It's like, it's just, it reminding me again of Netflix a little bit here, or of any stock that's found a base lately. We just looked at Microsoft. We thought there could be a sort of a headwind now to the upside. So if the market wants to rebound, potentially Palantir here after a good day today, I could see, if we talk about tomorrow's trade today, I could see Palantir maybe even getting upgraded tomorrow. And then just good feels on hopefully a good Netflix, a good Nvidia number tonight. And yeah, this is not something that, oh yeah, let's go futures. We'll see if we can have diamond hands on that. I just want to see Palantir continue to go upside from here. I still think lower, you know, 80 or 90, maybe 90 to 100 is where I'm thinking about picking some up finally. But, you know, at some point there has to be a base, and not one day makes a rebound. So I still think Palantir definitely in the penalty box. The trade that I was going to talk about to a risk and a reward situation was we were just banging our head over the last half hour or so up near the highs here for the market. So my theory was we'll take the highs, we'll see if it goes back down, we'll take out a little bit when we take the 50-period moving average. We just got a 77 fill, we're waiting for a little lower. We'll see if we can put in some trades here to the downside on the futures, I guess, which is TQs. That's how I'm using it. So maybe we'll put another bid here at 79 just to sort of just take a little bit out. We did lose a little bit of money there, obviously on Amazon as well. So, okay, that's it for me on Palantir. Yep. Any thoughts? You want to go right to Micron? We can wrap it up.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I can talk about Palantir here. I do think a higher time frame was interesting. I was stalking this one quite a bit, being like, yeah, look at this thing. This thing, I did say, it reminded me a little bit of that ANF move. I know it's different sector, different kind of story there, but in terms of this action, very consistent bidding, pretty aggressive as well. Sure, you have more chop along the way relative to ANF, but once the structure kind of started to break down, we have been getting some decent selling with some increased volume. We sold off the week of, I guess the week of earnings just a few weeks ago. We sold off on that as well, pulling back into this 130. So that prior resistance, does it turn into support so far for the past 3 weeks, has been holding quite well at the lows of 126.23. So yeah, just kind of watching this. I do like that it's broken down off of this 150, 149 area, 142 if you want to count this bottom wick from August 18th. Right there, but if we do crack a little bit lower and get into this range, you can see we do have a lot further to go. But yeah, I'm watching it. Let's see if there's any sort of, slowdown or price acceptance at some of these levels here. But sellers have been dominant. That's the thing I want to point out since I would say about the strongest sell week on this name here is coming in on November 3rd of 2025. So since then, we have been a little bit more, I guess, seller dominant amongst across the weeks there on Palantir. So yeah, decent pullback. Let's measure how much that pullback was off of the highs there. 39-40%. So interesting stuff to say the least. I was looking at Micron here for some intraday stuff as of right now, but you know, kind of choppy, but once it does give up some of these levels, 430s, sure, you get a bounce to 431.5s, but take a look at how beautifully it holds VWAP after it's broken down some of these morning and midday, morning session lows right here at 10, was it 10:15-ish? So you make a low in and around 429s. You break below, sure, you don't get all the way down to opening range low or open, but you pull back into VWAP, and that's where sellers step right back in for another push down into some of these levels here. Sure, I don't know if I'd be holding through all of this chop, but it seems like we did get through that opening range low and found a bid once again where there were buyers earlier today. There were some strong buyers here at 9 o'clock at 420s, 423s, and then you pull into there as well. That's where we're getting some buying once again off of a break of trend as well. So I'm going to continue watching this one. There it goes back up into VWAP. What's up, Adara?
You guys watched the State of the Union address yesterday. You know that one thing that President Trump said fairly early on in the speech, and something he said before, is that the stock market has made 53 new all-time highs since his second term began. And that is true. That is 100% true. But it also, the fact that he says this a lot made me wonder how the stock market has performed in terms of new all-time highs for the SPY over the last several presidencies. So I went back 24 years. I did all of my own research and data collection to get you guys a complete list of all new all-time highs under each of the presidents. So with that in mind, I mean, I think it's interesting. President Trump's first term, actually the best in terms of new all-time highs during a president. It's worth noting George W. Bush and Barack Obama, they only actually had new all-time highs during their second terms, which is why I've kind of consolidated everything here, because all of these highs were only made during the one term. But yeah, interesting look at it. I think furthermore, it's interesting that Trump is excited about these 53 new all-time highs, because during the first 365 days of his second term, market made 51 new all-time highs. It's a great look, but it's actually an underperformance compared to the 70 new all-time highs the market made during the first 365 days of his first term. So interesting look there. Again, if you are interested in this way too much research, you can go on X at TTV Research. I do have some research notes kind of explaining my data collection process in there as well. Back to you.
Or George W. there had to go through the early 2000s and some economic situations there, plus some geopolitical situations. He only had 3 all-time new all-time highs, and part of it is sure, some of it's going to be policy and whatnot, and others just the way the market goes when you're elected. And we saw the market just really shoot up when Trump was elected, including names like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and some of those. If you go back and see the charts, I mean, we absolutely blew up because he kind of goes by the market. He's like a stock market president. Like he was. I heard that yesterday. It was one of the very first things that he was talking about was the importance of the market, and he blamed immediately the Democrats for that GDP number coming lighter and everything like that. So hey, when you're president and you're focused on it, it makes sense there. So congratulations to everyone that's been long during President Trump's reign there, both first term and now. He had that record, right? Trump was the most, right? 153 or something, the first time around there. So good one there.
I mean, it just goes to show. I guess the market goes up. A lot of times you see he's had
very favorable policies.
No, I understand it, but I think what that kind of what that is showing me is that regardless of who's in office,
right? Okay, yeah.
Regardless of whatever craziness that we may have, that was. COVID was during some of those times as well. We had some other strong sell-offs as well, but the market continued to make all-time highs. It's another testament to the SPY and the American markets. So I think it is a very beautiful thing that stonks go up.
It's not even just the emerging. Just to your point right there. obviously President of the United States, but the emerging markets are absolutely hot fire right now as well. EEM, EWJ, Japanese, everything like that really starting to pop out. I don't know, what did...
25-year, 30-year bull market.
Oh, yeah, you can look at those charts. I know last time we were on here, you called it up, and I was just like, yeah, man, you have age on your side, man. Just keep on buying the SPY and don't get too complicated.
It's rigged to do well.
Exactly.
It literally kicks out the worst performers and brings in the best performers.
Well, not just that. Also, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because everyone's, you have your drips going in every month. There's people that, they're buying mutual funds, putting 5% or 2% or whatever of their income away every single month, and it just keeps feeding the machine. And it's like we're all investing in savings. So well, not all of us, but those that are buying indexed funds, and that's why it keeps on going to the upside. I mean, there's obviously other reasons there as well, but I mean, here we have even oil. I mean, XLE is a name that I've recently looked at, and with some of the tensions drying up a little bit, thankfully, in Iran, we have oil now kicking back just a couple of days. We had some big moves recently in the energy space, but there's the pullback over the last couple of days. Now, that reminded me of looking at XOM, because XOM just showed up on one of my scanners, and it's because it made its way all the way back up, and it's right here on your 5-minute chart. It's now hitting your 200 period moving average. Generally speaking, this is a good short area for me that I like to do when we hit the 200 period moving average. So I'm thinking about a short right now, and that's why I wanted to look just quickly to see what exactly oil was doing. Obviously, it's on the way up, and you can see Exxon kind of doing the same thing there. Both relatively flat today, so okay. But yeah, I don't mind looking a little short area here for Exxon and friends. So maybe that's something that we'll look at moving forward here today. I'd have to basically, I feel like it has to break 149 back to the downside here so we can violate that 25 period right there. If we break through 149, I think that would be a good short trigger for me on ExxonMobil. So that's a trade that I'm trying to work with right now, Exxon.
That thing's still breaking out on the weekly, because the last time
it's already. Oh, you wait. Call it up, man. Look at that.
Yeah, the 120 breakout. Like this was big. This was absolutely solid here. You can see it kind of wound up and consolidated. Look at this beautiful flag here for over a couple of years. This flag was forming. You finally get a breakout with some decent volume here at that 120. So absolutely beautiful. Now another name I've been watching was USO. It hasn't necessarily, like it's in a bit of a range here. Take a look at this one, Sean. Would you look at that right here?
I love USO. Did you check out XLE? XLE broke.
Yeah, I'll look at that one next.
That's similar.
This is kind of similar here, where it's kind of starting to wind up. Maybe not as clean of a flag. You can see on XOM that this kind of price starts to edge up closer and really starts to compress before breaking out with some volume. We're not really seeing that much on USO, and then XLE. Let's take a quick look at that one there. That is State Street Energy Select. For that. Yeah, and I think one of their main holdings, I think, probably is XOM.
Yeah, it's all of them. Yeah, it's like a selection of them all. CVX, XOM.
So good stuff here. I think breakout. Talk about breakouts, right? On a multi-day, multi-week, multi-month time frame. Absolutely beautiful when all of those things align, and we're getting a strong push with volume as well. So I don't know if this move is over just yet, but I think it was someone in the chat last time I was on was talking about like how can they position for upcoming potential tensions, geopolitical tensions around the world in oil. I'm like, that trade is already on. That trade has been on already. I think.
I went long on that break, like 50 and change or whatever it was, right there. I've been long that name for a minute, so it's been a good run for sure. OIH, that's oil holders. That's another one there to look at. I just want to go over right now. Like I'm bidding some 79s here, and maybe we, just to get out of like, basically, what's the math there? 7% or something. If it comes back in, we just bounced off that level a couple times. I mean, I'll take the fill if we can get it right now. Okay, there it is. Printed some 79s. It's like, why didn't I get it? So we just ran through, then came right back up. Look, the reason why I'm feeling, and again, it looks like it might be possible here on the imbalance on the for this trade here today. I was going to say like Nvidia might. Let's see. Like if it doesn't take out, if it doesn't continue to go, I'll be out of the futures before this. I'm just wondering, like it's up 2.3%. I know no one wants to be short heading into the report, but we are also extending out past this area right here. Anybody that, and there are a lot of traders obviously that position themselves before earnings. You know, it's not like we're all just buying it right now. But if you were able to get something off of this 200 period or somewhere around down here, like 171's back up to 197, like right there, you're catching 10+% already, more than that, maybe 15%. In just a little while. So I want to see if there's maybe a little bit of a pushback here into the close on Nvidia, and if there's not, fine by me. We are getting stopped out at the high of the day. That's 86. So I actually put it to 87, I believe. No, I triggered out 91s. So give it a little bit more room, because like right now we're honestly like we're taking 5 pennies. So we'll get a little bit more at the high of the day. Then if it breaks through, we'll get out and we'll just be like, you know, bad trade. But I really do think that for me right now, this base high is just, it's giving us the opportunity to fade out just a little bit. Have we seen the 200 period today? No, we have not. Have we seen VWAP today? I mean, barring that move right there, no. I mean, we're way away from it. So this is definitely a healthy market. You know, just sitting in a short in a market that's up 1.4%, with my experience, has not really been a recipe for success. We're just gonna play a little small here, try to, well, we're playing good size, but small risk on the ins and the outs, and just to see if there is potentially a move down. And you know, you never know what the president or what anybody's gonna say at any time. So we'll hold this. We have a good aggressive stop. And if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. So that's the kind of trade right there that I'm talking about. We can go over Coin and Palantir. We have, like I said, 5% left of each, and just trying to see where we go on those trades. What's up, Adara?
We have our third new acquisition-related headline on PayPal in 3 days. Now, this one is a lot more speculative than the others, and it does come from the information, which, as we've mentioned, is a source that is sometimes known for kind of more speculation or restating of previously known facts rather than true news reporting. Regardless, they've put out this headline saying that Apple could be a buyer of PayPal. Now, that name in and of itself is pretty speculative, so just be aware here. But either way, information speculating that Apple could potentially be a buyer of PayPal here. We know PYPL reportedly an acquisition target from the likes of Stripe. There's also been some kind of rumor suggesting JP Morgan could be involved. But either way here, PYPL, again, the information saying that, hey, maybe Apple will buy PayPal. Back to you.
That's pretty interesting there, because like you see how it's been reacting over the past couple of days off of just rumors and speculation. Like the first time we talked about this morning was Monday of this week. I was alerted to this one after it had halted up. I was like, okay, well, this is going to be interesting after it opens. Funny enough, I did have it on one of my screens there. Just happened to be that way, and I was like, okay, well, this is halted up now. And then you saw this chop off of the open. 45 couldn't really hold held on the offer, but buyers couldn't really hold that 45, and then that came back in quite nicely. Next day, another one where it was just like Stripe might be looking into this one for 47 halves. Can't really hold. Coming into today, we do trade a little bit higher, 48 halves, but now not really reacting to. I guess it's maybe more of a rumor than some of the other couple of catalysts that it experienced over the past couple of days. But what I'm saying is, if the name Apple was used, it's a large cap association. And that's definitely playbook for me, but there's no reaction happening here on the stock. So we'll wait and see if it's maybe it's a late reaction, maybe the information hasn't really disseminated across the world there. But I'll definitely keep watching this one here. Maybe I'm thinking about honestly, if it's going to do something crazy, just having like an edge A or like a script at the day highs to catch a move.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
No, I like that,
because. Like, look at how it reacted every time. If you were like, okay, well, PayPal is now on watch because it's becoming a buyout candidate, and then the next day you're just like, okay, well, maybe I want to put a break of this, or even a break of that initial 45.68. Was that the high? 45.67s. nice on that initial day. If you had an order sitting there, you caught a decent, almost $2, over $2 move off of that level there. So interesting stuff. Here we go. PayPal catching maybe a little bit of a bid here as of right now, as that I guess a rumor starts to get passed around. Again, market tailwind definitely in step with longs here, but I'll be watching this one closely. Anything and everything that suggests that this can be aggressively bought up on that speculation, I do want to participate in. But that 48.5 is the high of day right now, Sean, on PayPal.
Not, you know, not to say that one day corrects everything here or anything like that, but SoFi's up 5%. So we talk about some, you know, fintech plays. So there's SoFi kicking it today a little bit higher. We have, you just mentioned PayPal. I wanted to go with Robinhood, as that was like 82 or 83 bucks. Sorry. The low was 72 bucks or something like that, not 82. Yeah, and that's now up to 78, so that's near the day's high, up 6% as well. And again, I don't know if everything's all good, but I think a lot of this is on the back of crypto. So we could sit here and say anything you want about where these stocks are going, but I think if we get crypto, then the rest will work itself out. I mean, Robinhood, their primary, I think it was like 38 or 39% decrease in crypto trading for them on the last quarter. And, you know, people don't get excited when they're holding the bag. You know, you got to have some moves to get back up to the upside. Probably a lot of trading in Bitcoin today. So, you know, Robinhood back to the upside, as many traders may have thought potentially they had missed some kind of a bottom. I want to take this opportunity, though, as we talk about, you know, our thoughts on the market, to bring this to everyone's attention again. This is the Trader TV Academy. You can sign, or scan that QR code right there. This is the page that's going to open up, tradertv.academy, right? And I'm just going to say, like, if you wanted to look in, you get enrolled into all of these classes. Basically, this is a platform. You click on First Trades if you want to know more about this. And then you're going to see in here 7 lessons, 15 topics. You get a course certificate. It's kind of like you're in an academy, right? So it's like in a class there. And this is going to be with all of us, Brendan, Sharif, myself, Neil. And if we just go, all right, the foundation of, let's go to this first one. You know, you click on it. It's going to load up right. Oh, I've already completed this one. Okay, go to watch the video. We can watch it again. Oh, here it is, scan up. Oh, wait a minute. Which the one that I had it all loaded up before and didn't see it. Here it is right here. So this is going to be the first one right now. You load it up, gets going. Come on, man, keep going. So here's Neil and I. We're talking right now about the simulator. We're talking about theory, practice, module 4. So it's all this, right? Let me see if I can move forward here. Just more as we talk. There's some charting examples here as well. As we have script orders, that's exactly here. Pause it. This is exactly what you were just talking about right there. If something breaks, right, have your order ready to go. Trailing stops, bracket orders, basket orders, 2-stop orders. All this stuff is all included. Right now as we go and talk about them as we move forward. So you can hear Neil and I talking about all this. It's been great talking about anything, foundation education, protecting your position, dynamic risk management, everything we talk about, right? The first cut is the deepest, that's true. It's like that first mistake that you make, and you're like, oh my God, like I can't believe I've just lost, you know, I would say $100. I was going to say a much bigger number than that, but a lot of you that are in the academy, it's you've burned through a lot of accounts, you know, not us personally, but a lot of traders have. You know, or maybe we have as well. And
I mean, I've blown up a few accounts.
Yeah, and so it's like we're learning in the fire, and this is an example and a platform that's been built to show you step by step what we teach all the new traders that come in. We had Wayne on yesterday, and we know, you know, he was a risk manager and hired lots of traders using a very, very similar platform to that of Trader TV Live Academy. So you got to get in there, check it out. We're really proud of it. We've spent a lot of time on all of that. So. Obi, myself, Sharif, Joe, Adara, Neil, all of us training on that, and as our new traders here at Real Trading. So very important in the campus program using it as well. So it's been an exciting development for us, and people are really checking it out. So we want to thank everybody for that. I have some posts up today as well, talking about that Nvidia trade, talking about the Coinbase trade. So it's been pretty good. And so far, we want to thank everybody for all of their help and excitement in building that and in supporting that. So Thank you to all on that one. Just quickly, 182 stop out. I had written down and still in. So you want to talk about stop orders, that's still in there right now. But you know what? Why would in the world, with only, now that we're in the power hour, and Bitcoin still looking like it wants to go higher, 184 right there. Let's stop out. That's the 200 period moving average. I just wish we would have respected that the whole way. We'd still be in this thing. 184. So we'll break down below that. We'll get at 183.89. You know, spread can be a little bit tricky. We'll give it 11 cents. So if that does come out, we'll stop out of that one. I wanted to get you, okay, here we go. A little bit of a move back in. I'm not bidding 77s. Maybe we'll bid a little bit there at 77, see if we can get some out as maybe now the market, okay, there it is. Maybe now the markets are trying to come back in a little bit. So we'll take a 77 fill there and see what's going on. The stop for Palantir, same thing as well. Let me see what I wrote down. I had 134 as a stop. Okay, so that's still respectable, I think. And yeah, there it is, 134. This could actually be a shelf break lower if we do get into there. So we'll take a little bit more out of that TQQ position, and then we'll go. People, what's up, Notorious Dinkelberg? Obi waiting patiently to strike.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that's always my game, man. I'm like, I do the best when I'm sitting on my hands and kind of focus. I'm watching PayPal right now. Right now I'm watching PayPal. I'm kind of charting some of the levels that I'm looking at. If I'm looking at my top screen here, I have all of the ones that I thought were in play today, and we can go through some of those. And I mean, I don't know. You guys tell me if you guys see anything on there. Oracle was great. I had Oracle on watch as well this morning. Strong bid. So it was kind of, I talked about it in the pre-market session where I was like, okay, we're gapping up once again after some aggressive selling on Monday. Citrini kind of brought in a lot of dollar volume to the sell side. And interestingly enough, it gets swiped the next day, right off of the open, consolidates near the highs in the upper quartile until the close, and then coming in today, another gap up consolidation. So sure, it doesn't give you the long right off of the open, but you can see here that 150.33, that was pre-market highs there, once 150.48 highs. Once that breaks, we get a nice beautiful push all the way up to 153.26, and that's been the high of day. So I was patient enough to kind of, well, I did get a little chopped here, but I waited. I was like, all right, well, no, this is definitely gonna go. I'm gonna wait for that reversion to come in. That reversion came in quite nicely, and we'll go through the rest of them right after we get back from Sean.
All right, in a world of gold and silver, volatility isn't necessarily a hurdle, it's an opportunity. But harnessing it requires the right tools. Beta Pro by Global X delivers that edge. As Canada's first and longest running suite of levered, inverse, and inverse levered ETFs, Beta Pro provides a decisive way to engage with metal markets. Through 2 times daily bull and 2 times daily bear exposure, these funds are built for the precision and momentum the modern markets demand. Designed for sophisticated Canadian day traders who understand the risks of leverage and the power of tactical response. Beta Pro provides the ability and agility to navigate market moves in either direction. Don't just follow the gold and silver markets. Position yourself for what's next. Discover the suite at betapro.ca. We want to thank them for their continued sponsorship as well. I actually wanted to ask you about silver a little bit, Obi, because we've had some big pullbacks, obviously, in silver, and recently, you know, a nice move up. We did hold the 50-period moving average right there. It looks like we're trying to take out this last little dump off here. Breakthrough. I mean, I wrote down a long today, wasn't able to get into it, but we did like the long. It was on the note today for a long near $80. It does pull back to 81 right off the open, but silver continues to go higher. Anything on a longer term frame here? Because I mean, it looks like silver is going to break right now through the high of the day, but anything on your mind there for silver or gold? Or?
I remember talking to Brian Shannon about this, about how some players were just looking for the short, kind of getting squeezed out on the front side of it, and he was just like, yeah, just throwing up some of those moving averages and even some anchors. You can see that it was still well within trend until January 30th, where we had this aggressive selling, and this aggressive selling makes a lot of sense. This is a 3-hour chart. I guess we can go to a 1 hour right here, so we can encompass a decent amount of some of this price action. That's on SLV, right? The real trade is happening on silver. silver futures, right? SLV is just an iShares vehicle to trade silver. But regardless, you can see some of the intraday action right here. So I drew this trend line in much longer. I guess much further back in time, and I was like, all right, this is kind of the bigger picture trend all the way down here from 44.20s on SLV. And I was drawing some of these levels here, and you can see kind of acceleration off of that trend, and then the breakdown. Not only does the breakdown pull back and retest some of the accelerated trend in the pre-market session, we pull back, break the dominant trend, retest that, and then trade even lower down into 60. So I want to see what this looks like on actual silver futures on, I guess we can just go by the ounce right here and take a look at some of this move. So this is the complete chart. So now I want to go, let's say, straight up a daily chart because it does trade a decent amount. You can see here distinctly different. Strong bid, strong bid, strong bid. Even holding, if you want to use a simple kind of a prior bar hold, one day might be a little choppy. I don't know if this will do like a 3-day. Yeah, okay, so it's not going to do a 3-day for me, but you can check out the weekly. You can see weekly prior bars we're holding until they weren't, and that happened at $90, right? If you look at a 3-hour chart right here as well, you can see nice little consolidation, and then the break of this is when that kind of flush, that waterfall of silver really starts to happen. You can see some decent volume as well. So I think potentially we are kind of on the backside, but we've already pulled back over 50%, Sean. The breakout, I think the breakout, really looking back at it, was this 54 area in November of 2025. You can see a nice little double top here. We broke above, started stepping up higher, and we really started getting some somewhat of a parabolic action starting in January of this year. Start to go straight up. Now, a lot of traders talking about how commodities rarely have crazy moves like these, and they were kind of anticipating that this is a little too far too fast, and that's exactly what happened. But again, you got to time it right. Great ideas, right? Anyone can have a great idea. Timing and execution is what's going to make the difference, right? So I think right here when it pulls back and breaking some of these structures, I know that if we throw on moving average on this one, let's just go with, I know you like to use the 50 and the 200.
Yeah.
Right, so let's just go moving averages, moving average weighted. I just want a regular exponential. We'll go to
I go SMA, but it doesn't really matter.
SMA. Yeah, I mean, right here. So this is currently a 9 SMA. Let's change that to a 200, see where we stand there. I like to use the 21 and the 50. You can see here, kind of, if you were to say that, okay, 200 is the dominant trend, we already extended past that very aggressively, and we pull back, and that is what became resistance on the first bid that did show up after the strong selling. But again, 200 might be a little too wide. You want something a little tighter that defines the trend a little bit better. And I think 50 to 21s might be a little nicer here. So we'll just go to the 50, and that's going to be much nicer. You can see here, distinctly different for multiple hours on end, breaking through that 50 EMA. The SMA is going to be in and around here as well. And since then, we were holding as resistance. But the reclaim is nice as well, right? The reclaim gave you an opportunity for the long scalp here as well, so 15% above there. So maybe you try it once, you get stopped out here, you try it again, and you're in for the ride. So, I think using those, Brent Shannon was definitely on the ball there. He was like, you use some of those higher time frame trend indicators to really time and get precise with when you think the sell is on, and the sell was definitely on. But we've pulled back. We've pulled back over 50%.
Yeah.
So I think, how much more are you going to look for, right? I don't think it's going to go to zero. It's silver.
No, but I mean, how far back will it pull back?
Yeah,
I mean, we never know.
back to 64s.
It's like your Bitcoin talk there. Like, is it a 70% drawdown possible? I mean, no one would have thought that, but you're halfway, more than halfway there now.
Yeah.
Bitcoin's from 128 top down to 64, or almost exactly.
I told you, I'm looking for 30s to 50s.
Yep,
right?
chopped in half right there.
If it can get there, I don't know.
So silver's just another one of those
buy it
games,
there.
right? I mean, I think it's possible for silver to make those kind of moves. Shout out to Google, guys. Good move, right? We said that this potentially is the next one. Not that that means that this was going to happen, today, but you can see the futures now pushing a little lower. I'm trying to bid again to get more out. Just this future, I'm just like literally scalping this for 5 cents to TQQs right now. You know, I know Luis just said in the chat, Luis Valencia said, that level that I was looking at there for Google is probably gone. I said, what about a pullback right into here, VWAP? And that's why I said 311.25, right? I was just thinking like, if we can get a pullback in for Google, we'll see if we can wind up holding. We have the 200 period right here at 311, nice little pullback in. But, you know, if the market is gonna fade out a little bit, then I'm already short the NASDAQ, but I will take this long, see if Google can do something if we do come back to VWAP. But that's the price that we want. We need to get that. Yeah, look, we're not getting even anything out. I can't even get filled at 78. It's come down into 78 a couple times and missed me here on the TQQs. So look, I'm only short this because I thought maybe Nvidia would pull back. And if I thought Nvidia would pull back, honestly, slap the fail, just short Nvidia if that's really what you think. And that would have been, like I'm sitting here, Obi, in these TQs not doing anything for the last little while. And meanwhile, like if we took that was at 230 right there. Here, let me move this so you can see and put this time up a little bit so I can even see it better. Right there, so we got involved at 230. If we had just flipped over into Nvidia at 230 right now, we'd be short at 197.30. It's at 196, so we have 40 or 50 cents in right now, and it doesn't looks like the market going one way, and unfortunately Nvidia going the other right now for us. So, all right, there it is, man. To wrap up the trade, finally, Coinbase breaks it. So there, oopsies. So there it is right there. Just, you know, for me, a face slapper there today, and we obviously we had done well on it, but there was the buy, and just to have waited for that 200 period for all of the shares, it would look so much better and so much more money there. But yeah, it's like President Trump said yesterday during the State of the Union. He's like, we're winning so much. We have so much winning that we're just going to keep on winning, and nobody knows about the winning that we've been doing. So this was a win, but it was a much, much bigger win that we could have had, and we don't. So we don't have that one. Good talk there about HIMS. Let's go over to HIMS and see that's been a mover recently. Obi, what a move!
I got a little clocked on that one yesterday.
Oh, did you trade it?
Yeah. I definitely did.
What was it? What was yesterday's move on this? Up. So you were short.
I was short off of the open. So I was short off the open, which worked until it didn't.
Oh.
And then I did stop out exactly where I was supposed to, but again, maybe risked a little bit much on that one there. Was it yesterday? No, it's yeah, it was yesterday.
It was
on
okay.
Earnings day one. Look at this one right here. So.
Oh, you played off that?
Yeah, because you know, I was talking to Wayne about this as well, because he was in a similar trade there. We were both kind of looking at it short, and sure, it doesn't really work out. But this whole initial first minute, it was not open. It opened like NY opens late.
I know.
And I'm like, I wanted to short off of 15 because I was like 15, beautiful place to get short, right? Doesn't really show us any sort of real levels here in the after hours off of the reaction. But I did like this piece right here. All of this was a 15 hold.
That's great.
After the reaction, and you can see what it did when 15 couldn't hold anymore. So coming in off of the open, I was like, all right, we're testing 15 again. I like it even better for the short. But the market doesn't necessarily open until it gets to like, I think it was 1450s.
And you went short then?
And like I got short down here, and I was a little bit of a tilty boy, and I was like, damn, I should have shorted. I should have taken less size because you can still throw in orders when NY isn't open.
You can hit ARCA.
ARCA, anything like that.
Gateway,
so kind of looking back at it, I can definitely be less sized here, expecting myself to get blasted on the 1510. And then size in aggressively on the pre-market low break. It only gets to 1375 and then kind of chops around and does nothing else for a decent amount of time, and then finally breaks that opening range high and then trends all the way up to 16. So I was just like, all right, just had to flip long, After I saw that, maybe it's capitulatory, but that 7.5, there was a buyer here at 4. Here's my biggest mistake.
Right, this is mine too.
So I noticed that I see the buyer. I noticed that 14 is absorbing. I'm like, this guy's absorbing. And so the trade is no longer me reacting, which was the initial trade, was reaction to the pre-market low break. Now I'm anticipating, which is not like, I don't want to anticipate, I want to react. Right? Now I'm observing this 14 buyer, and I'm like, yo, buddy's holding it up right here. I'm waiting for that bidder to drop. 100,000 shares on the bid, gets taken out. I'm like, 6 sellers are here.
Time to go.
Right? Absorbs. I'm like, okay, come on. There has to be some point where you have to kind of accept what you're seeing.
Yeah. Is it like an ego thing where it's like we know what we see, but we don't believe it because we want to have this.
Yeah, because I'm just like, this buyer's, the way it's moving around almost entices me into being like, because the way it's SSR, right? So the way it was selling was pretty aggressive. I'm like, okay, longs are selling.
So SSR short sell restricted if you're down 10% or more.
Yeah. So it hits I think it hit the SSR off of the open. This kind of drive hits the SSR. It becomes SSR, and then people are punching into the bid on an SSR stock. So I'm like very convinced that this buyer is probably going to drop because large bids are getting taken out. And then I see 100,000 on the offer get taken out. Oh, no. 70K on the offer start taken out.
Punched out, my guy.
No, that's where I'm like, okay, now it's done.
Right.
That's not what I want to see. Right, but it shouldn't take me, how long was this? I was in the position for about 35 minutes. It shouldn't take me 35 minutes of a held bid to realize that, hey, you probably should be at least piecing off or like getting, churning VWAP into that 14 buyer. Because this guy's apparently buying an infinite amount of shares. So I should be getting, I should be providing that liquidity to him, basically getting short and maybe buying with that buyer. If that makes sense. Not really providing liquidity, but getting with that buyer there. But
there's the story of hims and hers. We're going to go to Adair, then we're going to come right back and talk about some earnings.
Let's take a look here at GeoOGL. Now, I want to provide some caveats here for this headline. The headline is, Intrinsic is joining Google to speed up the future of physical AI. Intrinsic is an AI startup, but if you look at their website, it looks like they were already partnered up with Google. So unclear, I guess, specifically what this new collaboration means or what it's going to do in the grand scheme of things. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But either way, long story short, a company that already had a partnership with Google is partnering with Google. Back to you.
Very, very interesting there. Partnership extended, I guess, or who knows, increased there. Thank you, Adara, for that one. Here's the earnings that we're talking about, and there's going to be some good ones today, that is for sure. So everyone's going to join us for the recap show, and it's earnings recap today. It's going to be our post-market big watch party. Ooh, even Snowflake, Gobi, that's another SaaS name that, oops, I just typed in SaaS as I was trying to look up Snowflake again. Wow, that's up to 170. Okay, that's a nice move today for Snowflake. We could talk about that. Today's gonna be really interesting because IonQ, right? So you got some Quantum there, you got Snowflake there, you got Salesforce. So these are a couple names right into here that have been really disturbed by this whole Claude bot and Anthropic move, right? Nvidia, obviously, the king of the castle. We'll see the largest, most valuable company in the world now, $4+ trillion on that one. There, then the TTD, the trade desk. Wow, that's another name that's been absolutely crushed. So we'll have to watch for TTD. Pre-market today was Circle, and if we're gonna go over tomorrow, Celsius has been a big move. There's another quantum name, D-Wave, QBTS. So might get an answer tonight from IonQ to see what happens there. Vistra, love Vistra Energy, man. That's another big name there. We talk about GEV and what that's doing. So even though we're through the majority of the big names, there are so many names that there's a lot of you, Baidu maybe even as well, that are invested there. And then look what's happening tomorrow night. Wow, CoreWeave, Nebius, big name. CoreWeave, same spot as them. We'll see if they can produce a good name. You want to talk about a software name that's a service? Check out Duolingo there. Cute, really cute logo, but that's in trouble for sure. Zscaler, wow. This is like kind of a murderer's row of stocks that have been murdered lately. Like Zscaler, downside, man. That name there has been getting hit. Check out ZS, right? That's been a big one to the downside as well. Oh my, I didn't even see this one. Intuit there, another software name. INTU has been getting slaughtered to the downside. So there's going to be a lot of names, and I want to thank Adara. You guys can go check this out at Trader TV Research. And
I was going to say implied earnings moves for tonight to come.
Let's go.
I've been really busy.
Oh, no, hey, I wasn't even looking for those. But yeah, hey, there's Intuit there. Yeah. We talked about Zscaler, and this is another name that's been getting hit. We saw yesterday and a few days ago, we talked about CrowdStrike earlier. But, I mean, look how much this name, like this was, dude, this was $340 in November. Just took off 2 bills. It just touched 140 the other day. So, yeah, I'm surprised I don't have this as my yearly pick, how bad my picks are doing. But there it is, 340 down to 140 right now. Man, there is a lot of interesting names coming to report over the next 3 or 4 days, Obi. And wow, what a good one there, Zscaler. And then you have Intuit up.
I have
and
Intuit
I thought about that. I use TurboTax to file, but I don't know if many people are anymore because there's Intuit. Look at Obi's chart.
It's something that like it shows up on my daily scans here because it is part of one of my main lists. And I was just observing this here on the monthly because I usually look at multiple time frames when I'm going through my scans all at once. I know you guys have seen it. I always look at a monthly, a weekly, a daily, an hourly, and then some minute charts as well. But all at the same time, so it gives me a nice perspective of like all the different time frames. But you can see here getting absolutely rocked on the higher time frame monthly. The past couple of months has probably been the most aggressive selling this thing has ever done. I haven't really gone back to when was this 1993. But I don't know. I think percentage-wise, maybe what was this? This was in 2020. That was about a 38 to 40% pullback right here, but that took a few weeks. This one here as well, took a few months. This one's here roughly 7 months here with another 40% pullback. Let's see what this one is right here. So 50% pullback, but most of that has been in the prior 2 months, and that's about 47% down in the past 2 months here on Intuit. So will it catch a bid this week? That's the question. This is a bit of a key area here. Right, Sean? Right, like look, they consolidated here for about what, 13 months, so almost over a year. All of 22 to 23, it basically traded in this range before it broke out of this range, which was nice. We have that 50 EMA here, which you can see it held really well, but look at that break of trend once again on a much higher time frame. It's coming into this support level from before. I'm curious to know whether it's going to continue to act as a bit of support. So yeah, Intuit, one of those names.
And just a short float of 2%.
Yeah, 2%. I mean, which is
much.
decent for a large cap, right? But another one that you mentioned was I didn't even know that Duolingo was a $540 stock. I'm like looking at this thing like what is going on here? The original language learning model, I guess, was for humans. Duolingo, they're getting absolutely rocked here on the monthly. So back-to-back aggressive selling. You can see here increasing volume as well. So this is probably, I mean, looking at this trend with increasing volume, it seems like it's making a beeline to all-time lows, which are sitting at $60.50, and that's over 50% lower here to the downside. Currently trading at 111s here on Duolingo. So I did say I was going to go over all of the names that I did think were in play on the day and what they've been doing, because you guys were like, okay, well, why are you not taking anything right now? That's because nothing's really showing up. One of them, we've been watching this one, PayPal, still not really reacting to that I guess Apple rumor here. I did kind of draw in some of this trend line here, maybe on a shorter time frame, but you get the gist. That break of trend was nice. Here, we'll go to the 3-minute. That break of trend was nice, and I guess we're kind of starting to test the lower ends of some of this trend here underneath VWAP as well. I have it here, so I don't have VWAP on here just right now, but PayPal definitely was interesting. Silver, we talked about silver. It gapped up, so I did have eyes on it for a potential push higher, but all day long, bit of a consolidation, so nothing crazy. Workday was the next one here, and the earnings day one, and just swipes it all back, pretty much so it dropped down, about 10%, coming in off of the open. It pretty much got all of that back and then some, so about a 13%, 14% pop off of the open on Workday, definitely putting in some good work. And Oracle here, again, I didn't really see this one coming, but decent reversion, and then opening range high breakout was quite nice as well. I did have a bit of the reversion back down into VWAP. I did talk about potentially pyramiding into this, which I did into VWAP, but then didn't really continue it as it does continue to make, I guess, overall lower highs on a higher time frame on the intraday. So Oracle was good as well. Circle, we've been talking about. HPQ was absolutely aggressive off of the open. This one was crazy. Again, another one that sold off of earnings and then swiped it all back within the opening session there on HPQ. FSLR was another one here where I was watching that 200 level. I was like, okay, well, can I take some inventory into 200? Because it did sell off pretty aggressively there, almost about 12% on the initial reaction, trading much lower coming into the open on the day today. But another one that, you know, sold off on earnings and gives us a nice swipe. Doesn't really swipe everything back, but a decent swipe off of the open there. Let's see how much percentage that was right there. It was about 10% from the lows there. So could not really break below that 200. And funny enough, that 200 came in the pre-market. So that trade was kind of gone and gave you about $5 before bidding all the way back up to 215. So I guess the 200 long was definitely not wrong. VWAP hold has been quite nice as well on the day. What else did I have here? Circle, we talked about. Kava was the next one. Kava, this one was pretty nice. It gave you that earnings reaction breakout in the pre-market session at around 9.05. You can see here that pulls back into, what is that, 77.20s, 77 quarters for a push even higher. But since about, 12 o'clock, we've been trading sideways for about 3.5 hours here on Kava. So those were my main watches here. SLV tanking, saying a couple of people. Let's see what's happening here. Is that, oh, okay, all right. So some intraday selling happening here. But again, bit of a range here. I don't know if there's any sort of news, probably not. But we'll see if it can come back into these opening range lows here. Again, you gotta keep an eye on the actual silver by the ounce if you're trading SLV, because there's a lot of chart data that you'll be missing on the SLV. So that's kind of
nice move down there for so another name that we didn't talk too much about there. Snowflake was another one.
It reopened.
That was well beat up there from 280 down to 170. So they're coming tonight as well. We'll check out some Snowflake. What's up, Monica? Monica wanted us to talk about Tesla and where we think that's going. Look, I mean, I feel like this is the same story as Nvidia, to be honest with you. Not in a way of like, okay, market's moving down a little bit. Something about DeepSeek and Nvidia and AMD right now hitting the market a little bit. Okay, what does that mean for Alibaba? Because Alibaba's a DeepSeek, right? DeepMind. Here for, okay, nothing's going on for Alibaba. AMD, Adair, find out, I just heard something in my ear. You can clearly see that something's happening right now. Nvidia, AMD, there's some DeepSeek news. All right, so there it is. Nvidia falling down just a little bit right there now as well. Okay, might be nothing, who knows, but that gives us a little bit. Look, guys, honestly, we put on some shares here, and we're just scalping it out. So even if we make $50, man, we'll buy some steaks for Joseph or whatever, and then watch this move come to the downside. What's up, Adara?
The only headline I'm seeing is apparently the DeepSeek AI lab is restricting access to its new model for Nvidia and AMD, which implies that it doesn't want Nvidia and AMD to access its model. Weirdly worded headline, nothing big. If there's anything else, I'll let you know, but that's all I am seeing, and I'm continuing to see this headline. It's also worth noting this headline not popping up through any of the accounts I follow, so likely not being weighed as super market related as of yet. Back to you.
Okay, so yeah, not really doing anything to the market yet, but I just wanted to go over that. And then, well, you know, when we get that move down on the TQs, we instantly thinking about what's going on right there. I need a new chair, man. This chair is way too uncomfortable for me. All right, Tesla. All right, well, look, obviously the market's giving some up right now. So, okay, there goes Tesla. But what I was in the middle of saying here, when we're talking about where Tesla's potentially going, obviously earnings are in the rear view mirror now. And this just goes back to, I was going to say, and I was in the middle of basically referencing this to Nvidia, and then that Nvidia move happened. And what I want to talk about when I say that is it's been doing nothing since September. You know, obviously, I shouldn't say nothing. We made all-time highs. but it's giving you all the way back in. And so when we're talking about potentially what it's doing now versus what it has been doing, this is just looks like a good bottom there. I mean, we like to talk about, and Neil always says, I'm no chartered market technician or whatever he says, but I like to buy stuff on the 200 period moving average. So for me, Monica, you asked sort of where we might be going with this. I honestly think Tesla is worth, for me anyways, I like the robotic angle. I like the Cybercabs. I like the full self-drive. I do like the fact that the Cybertrucks are coming down a little bit in price. We did hear that it's going up on the all-wheel model version, but you know, they just dropped it to 69 or something like that. And yeah, I mean, I like the look of the smaller car. I think they can actually even put that, Europe could get some sales in that side. We do know that Optimus is around the corner as well. So for me, I like the levers that Tesla can pull. And you can go over a bigger time frame chart and look at it. These are just small little dips down at the end of the day. So for me to try to average into this, I think a good job starting a position, even something like this here, getting a little bit more. But like, let's not forget that like back like last year, March, April, we made moves into 240, 250. You know, it can really get going. I like the XAI push there. We have SpaceX coming on later on this year as well. So if you're worried about Elon losing focus, that could happen. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening for him this year. So I still think 200 period moving average, if there's a company that you can wrap your head around a little bit, those are good levels to buy. So for me, yeah, I think I'd buy some Tesla in and around that 400, and it is at that 200 period moving average. So I do like the little long look there for Tesla.
Yeah, we had a member in the chat asking for IONQ.
Yeah, they report tonight.
L20 Nardi. Okay, IONQ reports tonight. Decent hold of this 33.5 level here, pretty much all day long, 10 o'clock to about, so for 5.5 hours to about now. We've been holding this held bid here on IONQ. Let's see where this is relative to the rest of what it's been doing. Let's go straight to, I guess we can start off with an hourly here and get a gist of the recent price action. You can see here, every time we have come up into this 34.5 level over the past, I guess, month or so, you can see that we have been experiencing a little bit of supply, the supply zone right here. So selling, tries to hold, selling, and then consolidating here on earnings eve, once again, against that 34-35 area here on IONQ. But decent strength off of the morning drive there, morning session strength. Let's go up to a daily and see where it is relative to some of the highs that it previously printed. I know during mid last year, these quantum names were going absolutely crazy, and these were some of the moves that were happening. You can see that $50 breakout all the way up to 80s, and then decent reversion back down into 50, 40, and now even lower. So this is consolidating. I can see right here, it's consolidating. So seller dominance over the past few months, consolidating underneath prior support, turned more recently resistance. So that's kind of how I'm looking at IONQ here on the day. You can see that it is experiencing a bit of resistance at 3630s, 3625s as well, and then more recently into that $34 level. But earnings could change that. We're seeing a lot of strong and directional moves happening over the past couple of weeks on earnings day one for some of these names, even wiping the earnings reaction, even though the initial reaction may be a little aggressive, you know. So maybe someone thinks that it's mispriced and they kind of wipe it all back on earnings day one in the open market.
All right, we are we're just, I mean, back down in the 200 period. Hopefully this can break, man. We have 25% left, maybe 30% left. Okay, so we'll see. Right into this area. And this is a trade that I know we've been sort of light on the trades, but we've been good on the talk. So I really think that this 51.85, like we talked about why I like that area. I thought it was well worth the risk. And if anything, we did put on good risk. We put on 3 or 4 units. So for me, it was almost a full TQ position, actually, based on what we would have normally had in the morning. I just thought the risk to reward there really panned out. And we had mentioned panned out. I was going to mention Pan W there for a second. But no, it was more like Nvidia, what would have been the much better short. but we'll take it. Well, you won't cry over spill milk here, and we'll take that trade. Take a little bit more out here and watch to see where it goes from here moving forward. Of course, it is the futures. Yeah, Samsara there, Commodity King. I really like IoT. And of course, this technology company, connected cloud operations. So, you know, putting multiple data sets together, you know, for clients. Another name that is big. This is Internet of Things. So connecting physical objects together. They do have a good business as well in the transportation side of things. So connecting, you know, you with drivers and, you know, data sets as far as locations, shipments, things like that. Logistics, construction field. I was just reading construction is a big one for them. They have a fleet of truck, their heavy machinery, complex sales, everything like that. So obviously, I am not going to sit here and be like, I absolutely love this stock. I mean, look what's been happening to it. Obi, it's been getting crushed to the downside. But we had bought this name here, got a little bit out when it popped on the last earnings call. This call, I believe, is another March 3rd. I just looked up, that's into it, sorry, IoT is March 5th. So yeah, a good couple days here for IoT, looking like it wants to break through this level. And again, on worries of, you know, all these businesses collapsing, another software name that again is at a decent level. I like IoT, and I do think that they could be coming close to turning a profit. And when they do, on their EPS, if you go over here to their calendar, you're gonna see 15 cents, like getting bigger and better, right? If we can just start to make a little bit more money here, good business model. We'll see if it can get going. IoT, I like the stock. And a thing that might make you like it a little bit more, the short float is 10%, 9%. So good opportunity there to also blow to the upside. We saw Circle today turn a profit that a lot of traders weren't expecting. That stock up 33% today. You just need a little bit of a bounce back, similar to Big Bear AI. So IoT, I could have made IoT or Big Bear AI one of the choices for myself, but I like both of those names in the space. So, all right, TQs. Good outs there, right? Right back up. I'm actually going to stop out on a break of 85. So I'm going to change my stop right now. I'm not going to average into this. We do have, so let's just go 86, stop it out. Be a profitable trade. We talked about that. Like the stock here at these levels. So far, so good for the TQs. We talked about having 25, 30% left. If we get stopped out, we get stopped out. It's still going to be a profitable look there for me today on that one. So we talked about IoT, some Tesla. We talked a little bit about some Snowflake, some Intuit. If there's any other names you guys want us to talk about, let's do that right here, because we do have this stock sort of accumulator here. We call it the visualizer. These are things that have all the votes that you guys have put in. So if you type in $Google or $SPY, it'll come into here. And I think we've done pretty good talking about all of these. Big winner today, though, Netflix, man, up 6%. So that's going to be a nice little hot one there. And here's Circle. We talked about that as well. That's up 33%. Palantir's had quite the nice move. We just got out of our Palantir trade, actually, before we went on there. And this gives us a good idea of things to talk about with you. Man, my head is not getting any better, man. I have this crazy headache today. I don't know what it is. Drinking lots of water and went to the gym, did our best there. We tried anyways. But yeah, there's the break through for Palantir. We got stopped out there. So not stopped out, that was a trailing stop that we put in on purpose. So nice out for Palantir off of these good longs. So Palantir is going to be my number one stock today, PLTR. So yeah, I do like the way that one's looking there. Breaking through VWAP to the downside. Wow. Like, I shorted the TQs, man, and all these other names that we should have been focusing on are really tanking. Like, that was 230. We put the trade on the futures on at 230, and it looks very, very similar, man, to what this looks like, doesn't it? Like, where you have a top and then a drop. Well, that's what we were expecting with the TQQs, and we could have done that with Nvidia as well. There's the top, there's the drop. We did take advantage of it, but just not as much. We're going to stop out very, very soon on a break of 85. So if we see an 86 on here, then that will trigger out. So pay attention to see if that one winds up coming through. I'm just going to keep on drinking the water, man. I think that's the key to solving this riddle. We don't have too much planned tonight.
Oh, we've got to watch your earnings.
Yeah, well, we have the earnings show, so that'll happen. And then just family-wise, not much going on. There are no big commitments ice-wise or anything like that. And then my kid that has, my boy Baron, has chess on Thursday, but it is not chess on Thursday because he has his high school orientation day.
Oh, okay.
So he's going from grade 8, obviously, into that was nice. I like that there. The imbalances coming out there. You get that reminder.
Soon, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going from grade 7 to grade 8. So his high school, there we go. We get stopped out of the queues. We'll fire off a hot dog cannon for that. It was a good trade. I'm okay stopping. I didn't even really notice it there. But he wants to do robotics. So following his older brother there. So I'm really proud of him for doing that. And we'll see what the course load looks like for robotics. I think that's a great space to be in
for sure. I think, especially in today's day and age, I think it's a pretty solid place to. Robotics is the future.
There's so much there, right?
For sure, yeah, definitely. There's a lot there. I think that that's a solid choice here. I'm watching silver as it kind of comes into its day lows here. So we'll see what it does with this 81. 81 was a bit of a hold earlier today, and kind of watching some of these futures at the same time. But so silver coming in, and people in the chat were talking about how the CME, the metals exchange was kind of closed earlier, and then they kind of reopened here as well. So and then we got this strong aggressive selling here coming into the end of the I guess the U.S. The New York trading session here. So just watching this one as we come into the close. It's only about 15 minutes here, Sean. So we'll see if this 81 holds with any sort of distinction. We held in the morning as well. I'm watching that. And let's see if that comes in. So yeah, 81's holding. Thank you for calling it out in the chat, guys. I didn't really have a close eye on it, but now I definitely do.
The imbalances or
no, on SLV, on silver.
Oh, silver, yeah.
We'll
good look at there. Yeah, we have the best. We had the best viewers there. And the viewer also asked to see the imbalances. So these are the market on close imbalances. And again, we are now like 30 minutes away. As I think it was Finch Jane there said, the Super Bowl is almost upon us there. So as Obi says, yay sports, this is the Super Bowl for earnings today. And it's maybe not, it's just the one individual earnings report that we're most excited about. That's going to be at Nvidia. So join us. We do not go dark at 4 o'clock today. No, we spin around. We talk to Adara and to Brendan, and we'll get you all the earnings, including CRM. We talked about Intuit, IonQ. They're all going to come through, and it should be a good experience for all. We love doing those shows. AT&T with a little bit of a sell here coming into the close. Again, on New York names, it's not like a big, huge thing or anything, but that's a good sell there. CVE, I don't really see much on here. BAC as a buy, then you have WFC as a sell. So at 350, these will all become public, and that's when you'll see much bigger moves in the market at that time. So that's what we'll wait for to see where those fills come from and if there is anything actionable. There's ZSL as a buy, which would also indicate the short side of things for silver. So yeah, look at the size on here. You have millions of shares just on the bid and on the offer of ZSL. So a lot of these get pulled, right? All this action is happening in between right now. There's nothing even coming off of level 1 or 2 right now. So I wish I had like an order that I could just like, oh wow.
Dang, let's go.
There it goes. You just had it. Yeah. Look at that nice move right there.
Wow.
We are doing more work here. Yeah, go over. Are you in silver? Yeah, you're in it. Yeah.
It was pretty aggressive.
It's funny. We were just looking at that, and all of a sudden, whack.
Day break. And I was like, okay, let's go. I did size. I would say a decent amount there.
So why did you get in again? It was just that break of that candle.
Just a breakdown. Yep. I mean, here, like it was kind of making a beeline for this. This was a pretty much all-day support level. And again, we can take a look. Some of my silver charts are going to be slightly delayed here. So I'm going to continue watching this. Very, very liquid on SLV. Yeah, oh yeah. So you can take. Maybe not whatever you wish, but
you can take whatever you wish.
Decent. I can definitely max out very comfortably. Let's say that I can max out into a few levels very comfortably. So yeah, thank you for that one there. So let's see if it does. It's not
Were you
showing
short?
up on
80,
my-
yeah, that's a great level. That is also the 200 period moving average. Where you're
Oh,
short.
wow. Okay. All right. So, yeah,
good one.
a lot of different maybe potential players coming in here. Where's my chart? I was trading it on the side here on a different screen, but I can pull it up so we can all take a look at it here together at the same time. So, boom. Wow. I should have definitely held more of that size as it just pukes to the downside. Absolutely beautiful. That 80 potentially coming in here as well. So you guys were talking about, oh, you know, why are you not in the trade? Guess what? Sometimes you just got to wait for opportunities to fall into your lap, just like silver is falling into 80 right now, 80 half. So decent little swipe down there. I did cover a little too aggressively. I was posted just underneath for a little bit, and then yeah, it just drops down 50 pennies right there. So absolutely beautiful, beautiful move here on SLV. Continuation of that selling. Again, thank you, chat, for bringing that up, bringing that to my attention, saying that, oh, silver is falling. And I'm like, okay, maybe I don't know why. And then someone was like, oh, this the CME, the metals trade was like closed for some reason, and they opened back up. I don't know what was going on there. Regardless, the price action, it was a little enticing.
I have very few details on that as well. I just know kind of what they told us.
So thank you for that. So we kind of bounced, we came back in, and I was watching it here, Sean, where it made a bit of a double bottom, but no bounce, right? This is where buyers were in the opening, off of the open, and then it came in and it started to kind of bleed back into that 81. I'm like, all right, of course, I want some inventory to take through that 81, and it comes in very beautifully here as well, and now I'm out of the trade there on SLV. I like those ones.
I like those ones too. I mean, any trade that you're able to make that kind of cash on, a great trade there, Obi. And as you can see, man, you know, very aggressive there. I like that. And I actually like what you said too. Like, you don't need to be in something all of the time. You need to wait for something to happen. You get those sniper positions. We had a couple this morning. That was a great one right there as well. And gold also, you know, making that move lower here as well. So it looks like it's going to be like a broader metals move, I guess. We can see what's going on with copper. Yeah, that is strange about like, I don't know. I'll just wait for that story, but it's all the metals right now coming back in a little bit here. Copper's downside, NIKL, nickel, we could have a quick little look at that. The Sprott, Eric Sprott nickel ETF. Okay, that's not really doing anything. Not very much volume on that like the others, but yeah, there goes silver, man. Great trade on that one, and good cover down there near the bottom. Oh man, like normally I hate hearing myself talk, but even more now as my head feels like it's gonna blow up very, very soon. All right, Nvidia right now. Welcome to the Nvidia party, man. It's gonna be a good one. Not much going on right now with Nvidia, but we should be able to watch out for Broadcom tonight. We should be able to watch out for AMD on those moves. Maybe I'll come get some because I've been having some Advil. Maybe I'll come grab a Tylenol quickly. But Marvell, good trade there for Marvell. I really like this one.
Another one.
I just need BBI to go up because their other stock is Eli Lilly. So right now, Marvell, good stock, man. And I really like Marvell. I like the story behind Marvell. Again, more of the like sort of guts behind the data center. Oh, shoot. The market on close and bounces are now out. We do have a buy side happening right now. So here, I got to get rid of the source. I'm not even ready for this. As 350 just hit there, let's have a quick little look. There it is, man. Kenvue, okay. Kenvue is 7 million buy side. That must be an imbalance because there's sort of a index swap or something because nothing's going on there. Microsoft catching a bid, so that's a nice move, breaking through 400. There's Circle with a buy. Oh boy, Circle going to go out at the high of the day up 35%. Man, we wrote down $70 long on that one. Yeah, Circle 35% Adara, unbelievable. Wow. Meta down right now as well on their little imbalance there, but not much. There's Nvidia. Nvidia hits with a sell. So nice move there, Nvidia to the downside. All right, Obi, I'm gonna go grab that Tylenol and I'll be right back.
Definitely gotta stay hydrated and take care of that headache for sure. Circle coming in with a buy imbalance right now, so I'm watching that one. Look at that, silver brings it right back almost as fast as it dropped it down. That was pretty nasty there, some selling, but you know, it was quite nice. Swipes it right back up. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy on some of these Amex imbalances. But yeah, we can take a look at some of the New York and the NASDAQ. Ken View here, well, like it is almost always, circle with a 790K buy. I'm not really seeing anything too aggressive happening here just yet. Let's see, what else do we have? We can take a look at Nvidia here. Nvidia with a strong sell imbalance, NVDA in the NASDAQ. Let me pull up my Mag 7s here as well to see if anything's going a little crazy. At the same time, Tesla's up here as well on price, but not really on the imbalance scanner there. We got another clip of that 400 on Softy as well. But yeah, let me know what you guys are looking at in the last 10 minutes of the day. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. AMAT maybe. Let's take a quick look at AMAT and see what that's up to here on the day. Is that almost 1 million imbalance doing anything? That's a buy imbalance, nothing crazy there. RNA, I like to, just kind of run through the list. RNA has done absolutely no volume right here. AVGO, that was an interesting one I was looking at in my evening scans there. AVGO is where'd it go? Sell imbalance. Okay. Cool. Some interesting action there. We'll go down to a 1 minute. That 50 reaction, you can see 331 down, 331 70s down to 331s there on AVGO. What else do we have? Nothing crazy, man. I'm seeing, what is this? TNY, that's AT&T?
T, yep.
Right, and Y.
That's always a big one as well.
Yeah, we can see it comes up quite often. So yeah, nothing crazy here on the American markets. So yeah.
All right, everybody is going to join us, Obi, for the market recap show. Today, it's a watch party. It is an Nvidia watch party, but it's not just Nvidia. And I want to thank Adara for putting this because she's now got it out right here. The trade desk hitting right at 4 o'clock. That's a 15%, so watch out now. That should be a juicy one for sure. Salesforce, 8%. I mean, these are going to be big movers. Both of these very, very disrupted as SaaS names and as Anthropic and Claude and all that. So we'll see if there's any talk moving forward about those and how, something like a Claude bot or whatever would affect these names. So we'll see that. Snowflake, 12%. Wow. Synopsys, lots of IonQ. We have D-Wave coming tomorrow morning as well. So we've got some quantum love there. Zoom. I don't think that's really too much affected by AI. I mean, they were, people using Zoom, but I think maybe we could see like Teams for Microsoft, Google Meet, things like that. And we'll see if Zoom can work itself out. And I actually haven't been following Zoom's chart at all. Pure Storage, that should actually be a good name, you would think, in this environment. And then, of course, right there alone at 420. Nvidia. What do you think, over under 6%?
Oh, on the reaction?
On Nvidia, its expected move is 6. So if we go, what's Nvidia's price? 196. Add 10%, that's 19, so about $10 on. Yeah, that puts us right up to where I think we could go. 204, 205 would be its expected move. You think over, under? I'm gonna go over.
You're saying it's gonna move over
more
6%?
Than 6%.
Either way.
Well, yeah, it's implied move. So if you're buying or selling options on a day like today, you need a move or writing, whatever you're doing. Yeah. You need a move of 6% to make a little bit of money there.
No, I think you know what? If I were to just to kind of
just random ass,
I'd say under. I'd say we've had a pretty big move today, and I think maybe people positioning in with a lot of options. I mean, I could very well be wrong, but it seems like maybe it'll just kind of take everyone's premium.
You think it's going to go under? Okay.
Yeah, under 6.
What I'm thinking here, look at this, man. Like, we went short the market thinking of Nvidia short. Like, come on, my guy, man. Next time you're doing something like that, just take the underlying, just take the stock, man. Don't worry about what the chart looks like on the futures. If you think it's going to go down, just take it, man. There it goes, Nvidia. Like, I should be short this name up here, like 197.50, 196.20 right now, printing out. Let's check out the broader market as well. Advanced Micro Devices. Okay, they're trying to go near the lows here. They're down 1.5% and getting worse as we speak for AMD. Look at that. Oh boy, that's a great level on AMD, like flat bottom break right now. So it's actually not looking the greatest heading into the report there tonight for Nvidia. But hey, buckle up. We are now 4 minutes away from the closing bell. It's been a good day for the market, I think, overall. Like ES up 0.8, NASDAQ up 1.4. As we look at the broader market here and get a little bit of a look on our heat map, yeah, lots of good action in the tech space, right? Amazon retail space coming through. Tesla with a good day, up 2% there as well. It's the healthcare names that aren't really doing the greatest. Eli Lilly downside. We had health care names. Where are they at? They're here somewhere. I don't know where they're. I can't find them right now. But healthcare names were also downside. Why can't I find them? They're always on. There it is. Health services, sorry, is what we're looking at. Actually, they're upside. It was downside yesterday. UNH up 3%. So some good moves happening right there in the health services spot. So what's bad today? I mean, energy. We saw oil relatively flat. XOM. Oh, we didn't take that XOM breakdown. I wonder what that wound up doing. They're pretty flat today as well. But I guess it's the energy space that's down today. Other than that, it was nice to see finance making a move back upside. You don't get 2% moves often in JP Morgan or Bank of America, Goldman, Citigroup as well. Oh man, I need to get some rest, I guess, here. Didn't sleep the greatest last night, but all good there. All right, look, 2 minutes away now. I think we can probably get ready. You've never done this before. You can actually flip around.
Yeah, no.
We'll turn on those screens behind us. We'll have our level 2s up. We'll have our charting up, and we'll get that all set up. So, Brendan, if we're ready, all right, let's throw it back. It's Brendan and Adara. Obi and I will flip around. Thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolutely bang-up show. Thank you for all the questions that were in the chat. Great trading over there, Obi, on silver. We did really well on the Qs as well. So we'll go sort of 2 for 2 here in the afternoon, and we're really happy about that. But hey, the big trades might be getting ready to get loaded. It's Nvidia earnings, it's CRM, it's Intuit, it's IonQ. Back over to the big desk. See you in a couple seconds.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, welcome in. The big one has arrived here. We are still positive heading into the close for the overall markets. We'll take you into the close, first of all, and then bring you. It's going to be jam-packed right out of the gate here, potentially anyways. Again, CRM, 4 o'clock. The trade desk, 4 o'clock. Snowflake, we got to wait a few minutes, 4:05. But that could come right away as well. And then just so everyone's on the same page, Nvidia is not until 4:20, so we'll get there, but it's going to be a lot of numbers really, really quick, all at the same time, and then we'll get to Nvidia coming up. Do you want to maybe tee up Salesforce here first? Because typically in the past, that one doesn't wait around as we get to the close here.
No, it gets there right at 4 p.m. usually, Brendan. I don't have a preview for this one, but I do have a recap of their last report, so we can get into that. Last quarter, they actually did miss on sales, guys, so they beat on EPS. So Salesforce, actually a sales miss. Last quarter, revenue growth only 9% year over year. RPO, remaining performance obligations up 11% year over year. Their guidance was actually a lot better than expected, so that's one thing to look forward to, specifically for fiscal 2026, though their quarterly sales guide also beat estimates. So again, guys, Salesforce, not the greatest report last quarter. A lot for them to maybe live up to and improve.
This has been one of those ones, if you go to a daily chart here, that has been sucked into the software sell-off. With everything else, including Microsoft, to name a few. But yeah, I mean, nice bounce here past couple of days for Russ is over here again, making noise as he has in the past. We have more improvements. We have more work happening. Just bear with us, guys. We appreciate your patience anyway. So let's keep an eye out. Adara's got her eyes peeled for what is going to come here right at 4 o'clock. Again, keep in mind, Nvidia is 4:20. We'll get CRM, we'll get the trade desk, we'll get Snowflake in a few minutes, among others coming out here. What I was going to say as far as Snowflake is concerned, Salesforce is concerned, couple of days worth of a bounce going into this report on the back of this steep, really ugly software sell-off. Sean and Obi, just real quick here before we get anything coming across. Being that we are still in an environment where software is just not popular, period, this is going to have to be something special, I think, for Salesforce to get this thing higher.
I don't know. I was actually thinking Potentially even the opposite, maybe, Brendan. I mean, all they sort of have to do is sort of quell some of these fears. I'm okay. Here we go. It must be out. I was going to say we could just get a decent. So there it goes, up to 198 right there immediately, and coming right back down. So it looks like Salesforce is out. What I was going to get at there, so we have a $6 spread right now. We're going to have to figure that out. But my idea with Salesforce was, do they actually have to show that much? It's more about the guide. Let's see what's going on here with the guide. We're going to get that out in just a minute. They're seeing Q1 revenue, so it is all out. Adair's going to parse through right now. But where could we go if we're going to look on a daily chart right here quickly? Looks like we're trying to break through 200. That would be real good. If we could break through 200 bucks, it goes all the way back to early February. So, you know, that destruction of SAS may be overdone right now for Salesforce. Looks like they're going to the upside. Okay, Adair, what you got?
Yeah, it looks like they posted revenue of $11.2 billion. That's just above estimates. Earnings per share, $3.81. Guiding fiscal 2020, I think for them, 2027 revenue between $45.8 billion and $46.2 billion. I'm not seeing how that compares to estimates. Okay, I have Q1 guidance here compared to estimates. So Q1 guidance for CRM for revenue, $11.03 billion to $11.08 billion. That is going to narrowly beat estimates. They also increased their share buyback authorization to a whopping $50 billion. So again, here, CRM, most of what I'm seeing people circulate is the outlook. It looks like kind of a narrow sales beat and a nice little beat on EPS. But again, $50 billion buyback, nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, this was iffy to say the least. I think as far as the numbers I was seeing coming across, as you were saying, kind of in line with expectations to a little bit higher, which in this day and age, just not going to cut it. It looks like, again, 50 billion guys on the share buyback here for CRM. I mean, chopping around so far.
Because they have a good revenue beat. They have the buyback is in there right there, so that's good. They increased their buyback program, so they already had one scheduled, but this is a nice increase there. Revenue, you know, the EPS 177 to 179. It doesn't actually look too bad here for Salesforce. They liked it early and they don't like it late right now. But yeah, a lot of choppiness coming through right now for those numbers on CRM. As there it goes right here, trying to make new lows on the day. Where did we start the day? This might be something to look at, 184 right there for CRM. And yeah, it's been a little bit of a problem, needless to say. I wanted them to break through that 200 and hold it, but it looks like right now Salesforce is making those moves lower, up, then down and around here. I'm just trying to find some more numbers out for them, but yeah, Dare just brought those to us. Q1 revenue, 103 to 108, with an estimate of 1099. So looks like they're going to guide forward a little bit and put that buyback on, but traders don't believe it, man. It's making a move lower right now. There goes Salesforce lower, guys.
Big time move downside here for the trade desk. Remember, this is ad based, so yeah, this could be a little bit of something to. Sorry, I'm just keeping my eye on numbers flying through here. Dare, if you have those, go for it. But this could be a little bit of a preview on a softening ad space.
Yeah, since when was this a $22 stock also? Oh my God, I'm seeing revenue of $2.9 billion. That's up 18% year over year. Net income of $443 million. Adjusted EBITDA, $1.2 billion, implying a 41% margin. Apparently this is their 12th straight year of roughly 95% customer retention. So that's where that was the fiscal year. For Q4, revenue here, $847 million. That's up 14% year over year. Their quarterly EBITDA here implies like a 47% margin. Their guidance for Q1 2026 revenue of greater than $678 million. I'm not seeing how any of that compares to estimates. Also, AMD reportedly buying $150 million of Nutanix stock in a new partnership, much more likely to move NTNX than it is to move AMD.
All right, 500 million. I don't know if you mentioned that, but 500 million on the share buyback program there for TTD as well.
I didn't see that one.
But that's not helping at this point. That's kind of ugly, guys. Yeah, $22 now for the trade desk.
$40 at one point. When Adair said $22, I was kind of like, $20, like, what are we even talking about right here? EPS 59 cents versus 58. That looks like that would have been a good number there. Revenues slightly higher as well. We'll wait to see here. This is based on the research coming through, but EBITDA margin 47%. The 500 million buyback, maybe that's a little light. I don't know, but it seems like they beat both top and bottom line, but downside right now for trade desk, like $25, down 12%. This is like that whole shoot first, ask questions later, man. I mean, trade desk definitely getting hit right now. Nice downside play, and I don't think there is a bottom for this one, to be honest with you. You know, we saw AppLovin get hit. This advertising business seems to not be a good one right now. There goes AppLovin.
Snow as well, guys, going here. Snow to the upside so far. It's hesitant, however. 5.6 billion versus 5.54 billion. That's on the 2027 product revenue forecast. Do you have the rest there?
Yeah, I do have their Q4 and fiscal year 2026 product revenue for Q4, 1.23 billion. That's up 30% year over year. Net revenue retention rate of 125%. Apparently, 733 of their customers have trailing 12-month product revenue above $1 million. That's up 27% year over year. They have a cute little infographic for me, but we're going to skip past that so I can give you guys the main numbers here from SNOW. Yes, I am literally on their earnings report. But yeah, so fiscal year 2027 guidance implies 27% year over year growth. That's for, it looks like, for Q1 and for the fiscal year. So that's kind of an interesting look. Margin looks like non-GAAP product gross margin for fiscal year. They're implying roughly 75%. Not sure how that is, but interesting look for the company. Teladoc also reporting earnings just now, guys. And Zoom apparently too.
TDoc downside so far. Not a huge move, however. They did report a loss, I am seeing, a loss of 25.1 million and EPS negative 14 cents per share, guiding full year revenue 2.47 billion to 2.5, also downside. EBITDA 266 million to 308. So TDoc to the downside. There's a couple more details coming through for CRM. Let's just flip back over there real quick to see how CRM is doing. Yeah, still in the red here. Agent Force, ARR, 800 million. That's up 170% year over year. Share repurchase program, again, as we said before, 50 billion. But Agent Force annual recurring revenue, 800 million. That's a little bit of an uptick, guys.
I wonder if there's a lot of people, Obi, that are thinking about, like, instead of trying to fight with Salesforce, you just implement it into your platform there. And if it's working out for you, I mean, sure, we can all build these these agents and you know, get it all sorted out. It's just customer relation management. So if you can build it into your platform, I'm sure it's fine. But I think it takes a minute to start to build these things, right? So it's not like you're all of a sudden going to get, which camera am I looking at? This one? All of a sudden, it's not like you're going to be able just to implement it immediately into your back end, right? So I think what's happening to Salesforce is they're getting a lot of contracts that are maybe, instead of being 5 years out with like a 7% increase annually, they're not going to be able to do that anymore, because people, I would assume that enterprise will start to sign up 1 year, 2 year deals just to see where this software game winds up going. So yeah, Salesforce in a little bit of a problem. Zoom also right now down that 5%. But what kind of chart you got up right now?
I think another matter is just like, yeah, sure, the Claudes can kind of mimic some of these things, but another thing is safety.
Right.
Sure, customer relations as well, but safety. Like who, like will the softwares that are made by these bots, are you going to have that? Are you going to be willing to give them your money?
Right.
Right. Whereas these are established companies with established, reputations, where it's more likely, like you said, they're going to start adopting into some of those models rather than
It's just like you have everything already built out for you, right? So it's like do you just throw in the towel and say, okay, AI's got us now, or do you just let a name like Salesforce and Mark Benioff build you the platform that you need, and you pay for it? And I think Salesforce can work from here, but right now the market is kind of saying, let's wait a minute. It was up 4 or 5% heading into this, so now you're about down 3 points here on Salesforce. So I don't think it's the end of the world.
Yeah. Okay. So we teed it up coming into this. We had a mad rush at 4 o'clock. There's going to be maybe a little bit of a wait and see now, as we've gotten, I think, the main ones out of the way here that came between 4 and 4:05. We'll keep an eye on all of those. Again, 4:20, guys, for Nvidia. If you're just joining, hi, thanks for coming by. We're probably 10 minutes away or so from Nvidia. Do you want to recap or jump into what we're expecting here for Nvidia?
I do. I'll just mention here IONQ reported as well, because I know people care about that one. They reported $130 million of annual revenue. That is their revenue for the year. Guys, this is a small company, but that's up 202% year over year. So if you are an IONQ fan, those are your IO and Q earnings. In the meantime, though, Brendan, I do want to talk about what we're expecting from Jensen Huang and co. over at Nvidia. I have this helpful infographic on X at TTV Research. So this has the revenue estimate for 2026, the revenue estimate for Q4 of 2026, and then just kind of a recap of both last quarter and the year-over-year quarter. So, I mean, the company posted record quarterly revenue last quarter, but then also for the year-over-year prior quarter, they've basically been beating records like every quarter they report. What's interesting here, so last quarter revenue was up 62% year over year. The estimates for this quarter run imply 67% year over year growth, so not bad here. For the fiscal year, for fiscal 2026, we're expecting roughly 63.5% year-over-year growth. So that's an interesting look. We're going to have to wait and see what all comes of this, but not a bad look here for Nvidia. Again, data center revenue going to be the other thing to watch here. Last quarter, that hit a record of $51.2 billion. That was up 66% year-over-year.
So we'll watch that 51.2 billion number, going to be important. I think the key here as well, the market really going to be keying in on, as we've been talking about in the morning a little bit, we've heard from all their customers already, and all of their customers upped their spending for the coming year. Whether that translates into the same rate of uptick on that 51.2 billion number, or I think even a flattening of that number, of that curve, is going to be a negative.
Yeah, I think the flattening is huge.
If we start to see things slowing down a little bit even, that's going to be, I think, a bit of a red signal. Guys, what do you think?
For me, I'm looking at the data center revenue. I mean, if that data center revenue right now expecting plus 66% year over year, if that is weak, then I worry about that. I mean, we are now looking at data center. And I have, right here, I have Adara's post that I'm reading. You guys come over to the screen, you can just quickly check this out. Everything's right here, right now. So if you go over to Trader TV Research, you can find this. Everything that we're talking about, these implied moves, and what we're looking for here in earnings. So when that number spikes, we could get a good look at what's going on with Nvidia. IonQ saving the day a little bit here for some of the quantum names, up 14% for IonQ. We have D-Wave tomorrow. QBTS could also be a beneficiary of that one. And IonQ is another name down here. And we still have Check's watch, still have 7 minutes. IonQ, another one that might be basing out and starting to get back up to the upside. So we'll see if some of these quantum plays want to get going here. As we saw, IBM got beat up for COBOL yesterday. I like that quantum play. Just checking in on Salesforce. One more time as well, holding steady. But yeah, what do you think about some of that expectation there for Nvidia there, Obi?
Yeah, I think you guys are definitely on the nose there. The data center revenue is definitely going to be something interesting. We know that they're going to be the past 4 quarters they've done better than expectations. But the thing is, how much longer will the market continue to give us an aggressive move off of them beating? Now, I think the better question is, are they really starting to, are they going to do anything different to blow past expectations? Right. Because I think I was looking at, it was either Polymarket or Kalshi, a 99% for a beat. So it's just
I think they're going to beat it. It's really just the guide.
But right? Guys, is it even, is a beat still, or does it have to be an absolute monstrous blowout? And that's what I was kind of alluding to. Like, even if we get a better number, if it starts to flatten out a little bit, does the market look at that as not good?
Yeah, we always look for the worst in things, right? And I think that, yeah, to your point, if there is a slowdown, right, that's what the market is, a forward-looking mechanism, right? So if the traders are thinking that Nvidia things are slowing down, plus, Brendan, we did get Meta doing a deal with AMD. Yeah. We know Broadcom's there. We have these TPUs going with Google now. And Meta's working on their own chips. A lot of these, mega cap, big spenders, big CapEx spenders are now looking elsewhere. So can Nvidia keep that momentum forward here into, what's going to be an interesting 26? Brendan, it's been sideways for 6 or 7 months. So I think the market is definitely waiting for some sort of a shock. This is not like that big OpenAI shock that we had seen when they outpaced it. I think it was November of 23 or something, when they had that crazy quarter that just blew, or maybe 24, that blew everything out of the water. Yeah. Right now, Nvidia is a story from yesterday. I'm just hoping it's a story for tomorrow, because we already know what Nvidia is all about. Let's see if they can put up or shut up right now. And I think even if they beat, man, it's only a 6% implied move, getting us back to all-time highs, and we'll see what the action is after that.
Another one off a cliff here. C3 AI just coming across 53.3 million. Estimate was 75.9 million on the revenue side. That was a loss of 40 cents versus 29 cents on the loss side. So everything amiss here for C3 AI, how the once popular AI names have fallen.
Here's the thing, we always joke about this. If you have no idea what they're doing or how they can, if you can't explain what a company does, probably not in the right space right now, because we can get all this, like an AI name in an AI revolution period is down to $8. Like, where was this thing even coming from? 20 down to there's just so much wrong right now in this space. I mean, we saw Palantir making moves lower, and many of these other sort of AI-based names, Big Bear AI. If you have AI in the name, and it's not going to be good. I didn't even hear those numbers that Brendan said because I was stuck on the fact that this was an $8 name right there, but there goes C3 AI. We are now moments away. We want to thank everybody for joining us. Everybody that's joining us live on TikTok, everyone that's joining us live on YouTube, you're now in the best spot. We're going to have live level 2 movement here coming for Nvidia very, very soon. So it should be an interesting call, that is for sure. C3 AI, downside, big time. Salesforce still holding though, guys.
The AI trade at one point was all the rage. I mean, BBAI probably downside on this as well, but pick one. Anything that had AI in the ticker, yep, negative. Anything in the ticker going to be under pressure on that. I mean, I don't know if you want to run through these, Adara, but some of these numbers are pretty ugly. For C3 AI.
Yeah, we can talk about it. I mean, revenue, $53.3 million. That is well below estimates of $75.9 million. Losses of 40 cents per share. That is going to be wider than the expected loss of 29 cents per share. The revenue guide for Q4 2026, unfortunately, atrocious. Between 48 million and 52 million, well below estimates of 77.7 million. Now, their revenue guide for the fiscal year, they actually cut a little bit as well. Their prior guide was 289.5 million to 309.5 million. New guide, 246.7 million to 250.7. As Brennan said, pretty yucky.
Ugly.
What's not yucky is, generally speaking, Nvidia's year-over-year revenue growth. So you mentioned growth expansion is going to have to be really huge for Nvidia. Yeah. What we're expecting here is like a slight increase there on a sequential basis in terms of their growth. They've been kind of flat, growing roughly 60% year over year every quarter.
Fabian, you want to grab that? That's a great chart. Just heading into this number on Adara's screen.
Year over year revenue growth for Nvidia each quarter.
So that's going back to last quarter.
Yeah, well, this is going back like from Q1 2021.
Yeah, so you can see, as I was saying, a little bit of a slowdown already underway as far as the revenue goes. Thanks so much, guys, for stopping by. If you're just joining, lots and lots of people just coming in. Welcome. Couple minutes away here for Nvidia. Again, 420 scheduled to be released. We'll bring it to you live as it happens. That's how the chart looks right now. As far as Nvidia goes, it's been a couple of days back to the upside here for Nvidia. Guys, about 90 seconds here. Give me your final thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it's dancing around right now. I mean, what we're looking for is that 6% move. That 6% implied move does get us right back into here. Last time we had that report, we faded right back in. So we're going to pay attention to what Nvidia does. I'm not worried about a key $200 level. I'm not worried about anything like that. This is going to be an absolutely great opportunity to watch a live earnings call right here. Watch the level 2, man. We closed down at 195. We've already made a move back upside just a little bit. We could watch names like Broadcom. We can watch names like AMD, but ultimately it's Nvidia. And the story says it all. That was a great graphic. We've seen a slowdown. What do they say about that? Conference call, I believe, 5 o'clock, Adara. So that's when, you'll hear Jensen and he'll start to justify everything that we're about to read. But yeah, we're looking for a bigger.
5 o'clock.
We're looking for, thank you, 5 o'clock, says Adara. We're looking for a bigger number I'm looking for 66% plus on the data center revenue.
Well, I think I'm just going to be looking. I mean, for that 195 area had been holding, and maybe there's some sort of something to say with that action that we had today. About a 2% range on the day today. So if we do get that upside move, I'm looking for that 200. So anybody who's trading this earnings report or even the conference call, I think guidance is definitely going to be something you want to look for. Kind of like Trade Desk. Trade Desk beat on everything, but they kind of guided lower. So that's the market's not really digesting that extremely
I mean, this revenue number is going to be an absolute monster. So, you know, get ready to type a couple zeros behind whatever number you're thinking, because it's going to be huge. And we are now moments away. Now Adair keeps refreshing.
Oh, yeah.
It should be dropping very, very soon. But 196.40 right now. It looks like we're getting ready to make quite a move here for Nvidia as everybody's waiting for this. Remember, the story's been rip then fade. So best to probably watch out, see what happens right now as Nvidia moments away again from reporting. They've had a nice move higher here in the after hours, but it's only about $1. We're expecting at least a $10 move here. So here we go, Brendan. I mean, you asked us the same thing. I think we're all looking for that flattening or unflattening of that curve and see if we can get back up to the upside. It's been a minute, man. We've been waiting around for Nvidia. No dividend, no nothing. Let's see if it can get back to the upside. Same prices now as we were back in the summertime.
It feels almost similar, eerily similar to the past few times that we've been sitting here talking about it. Numbers are out, go for it.
Yeah, so I'm just checking to make sure they're all the same. I'm seeing a couple different posts on social media. I haven't seen the report itself yet, but these are all consistent, so we'll go with these. EPS, $1.58 per share. That's above estimates of $1.53. Revenue, $67.4 billion, beating estimates of $66.2 billion. Data center record.
That's what we're
AI
talking
data
about.
center revenue, $61.3 billion. Gross margin, 75.2%. Q1 revenue guide, $74 billion. That is, of course, another record, or it will be if they make it. And it's above the consensus estimate of $72.5 billion, guys.
Cue the stock. We need that like spinning Windows thing.
Are we sure? No, come on. Shout out to Tony there in the chat. Your chat is always so entertaining. We're glad for that. But
I'm hoping that that's accurate and that is correct. There is an Nvidia logo on the release, so.
Yeah, I'm seeing several. This is
the stock says different, however, because absolutely nothing is happening currently with Nvidia shares. So whether or not the
I'm not sure where. I don't see it on Benzinga here or anything like that. But
it's on X, and it's all the exact same numbers.
Okay, so. All right. I mean, maybe we can review some of those numbers because the stock again is not really doing anything.
No,
we had that
15 pennies. It's like it's between 196.50s to 196.60s.
This was moving more at 330, like when I was just playing around with it for fun.
There's no increase in flow that you usually see. You see kind of the book going crazy. It's just doing absolutely nothing. Like it's as if like no one's really participating.
Well, it's past 420
in this trade here. But yeah, maybe we're just waiting for a delayed response here. 196.60s again. It just keeps knocking 15 pennies at 196.50s to 196.65. So absolutely nothing. No increase in flow. No size showing up either. So I guess maybe not that much confidence in this trade.
I don't know. Any thoughts on this, Brendan? I've never really seen anything like this before. We've had such a huge expectation and absolutely nothing going on. So I don't know. I'm still refreshing.
I think just bear with us, guys.
Yeah.
We'll make sure that these are in fact accurate and these are in fact the legitimate numbers, because some of the accounts that I typically do trust and follow and understand to be correct have not released anything yet. So we'll stay with this and see if we can't get additional numbers, because I mean the market reaction is zero.
I agree. I'm just telling you guys what I've seen, and what I'm seeing is consistent. So again, like as I said earlier, this is just what I'm seeing online right now. I'm checking for this report, and yeah, again, like no major accounts seem to be posting this as of yet. But again, every number has been very much like they're all posting the same stuff. So if I get more, I'll let you know. But either way, there's at least some kind of a reacting here. Not reaction,
I think that's what it is. I think maybe an official report hasn't really been released, and again, the price action is very telling. It's just like there's no reaction, there's no participation. So maybe we are waiting for something to really come in and drop. But yeah, they've been on time. They've been on time for the past few quarters, right? So I think it's almost 4:25 here, and we're still kind of just churning, consolidating, nothing crazy.
I'm going to say something. This is not. I don't feel like these earnings are out or something's happened, because this does not make any bit of sense to me at all. I mean, Salesforce is just like a baby stock compared to Nvidia, and we saw
it's on their website.
That stock, stock absolutely moving around Salesforce, right?
It's November.
But you know what?
Yeah.
Hey, look. I think it's a bad sign if we're not moving around at all. Because what we're seeing is 158 versus 153. That was good. Revenue 67.4 versus 66. That's good. Data center AI surging demand, record demand on data center. Gross margin 75.2 above forecast. I'm just reading what I see. Now we're maybe starting to move a little bit. But really, like $1 on this, implied move 6%. We're going to get like 0.1%. I'm not convinced, but hey, it is what it is. Maybe everyone's just waiting for the call here, as someone in the chat just said. Maybe everyone's waiting for the call. Are we getting a move in its brethren? AMD doesn't look like that wants to move around either right now. Is Broadcom doing anything? I'm just doing a broader market check right now. No, I don't even see any volume happening in Broadcom. So for me, man, it's Nvidia, and it's a snooze fest, everybody.
I mean, people in the chat are saying, like, yeah, maybe the AIs are on strike. The AI algos, sorry, the algos are on strike there. I like that. Yeah, no real participation. That was some selling, but nothing aggressive, no follow through.
I've been doing this for 20-something years. I've never seen an earnings report this highly anticipated. We have over 10,000 people watching.
They've never been late.
Right now, and I'm not sure they're late. I heard Brendan say it's on the website, isn't it?
I'm seeing a couple other channels talking about the same thing we're talking about. So I feel like it might actually be legit, but we're just getting absolutely zero reaction, which makes no sense.
Can we go over the numbers that you have again? Because what I read.
I want to clarify, as I said when I first saw them, this is just what I'm seeing on social media, so I always like to give that caveat every time I read any numbers that I see on social media without a report backing them up. Some people are saying that the numbers aren't out yet, and they might not be, but either way, the numbers that are circulating here that people are talking about do imply an EPS and revenue beat. They also imply data center record revenue. Like, none of these numbers, based on the reading I was doing, are completely, like, they're not crazy numbers. We don't have any confirmation yet. Right. So we're just going to wait and see what happens.
I think the thing we have to do is trust the market at this point.
Agree.
And the market says this is not the actual thing. So again, the call is at 5, which or theoretically, the call is at 5, they have said. So whether or not we get something between now and then remains to be seen, or maybe they just do both at the same time?
They could pull an SMCI. So what SMCI did is they released earnings right at 4:52 on the dot. It was clearly a pre-planned release. It was just later than we were expecting. And then they had the call a couple minutes later. Now, Nvidia, again, they are incredibly timely. They're like Apple in terms of how timely they are with releasing the numbers. But unlike with SMCI, there weren't other numbers spreading around.
There's more people talking about it now, essentially saying, yeah, it's late. Nvidia appears to be slightly late reporting earnings pending release. A lot of people thinking that this is, guys, not good for what is to come.
Yeah. No, I think delayed release is almost never good. I think the market's never really taken delayed release too well, but we'll have to wait and see.
I just wonder. I don't want to jump the gun and say it's a bad thing. I don't really know. Remember that one time we had Palo Alto report on a Friday night, and we were all like, "Oh my God, this means that they're like going to declare bankruptcy or something." And they had like a record quarter, and the stock shot up 20% or so. I'm just uncomfortable because I don't see it. Obviously, I'm a big holder. Well, we all hold probably Nvidia shares. I don't want to say big, but it is part of the portfolio as a part of a lot of ours. So it is strange, I guess, to see no movement here. So I would say for me that the release is definitely. I don't want to say definitely, but I would say not out yet. And people are just not.
It's not out yet.
They're not convinced because this move does not make any sense whatsoever. Like I said, we've been doing these shows now, especially these release parties for Nvidia. This must be our 10th one. And every single time we're moving more than 20 cents, man. I mean, this is an AI period right now that we're trying to figure everything out. Even if the report came out exactly as we described it, that would be movement, man. I mean, I record revenue on data centers is what we reported.
Oh, 100%.
158 versus 153. I mean, this is a solid beat for Nvidia on the numbers that we see. But now you're making a move a little bit down to 196. I don't know. What you got? You guys got dinner plans or anything?
Sadly, yes.
I don't know. Sadly, okay. Well,
you know what? I've been doing this a long time, and my first instinct here is saying someone front ran them.
I think so
too. With fake numbers, and maybe they're holding back.
And they're double checking.
Because think about it. If they release numbers that are not that, like that's bad.
Yeah.
I have another theory. I wonder if this is like what happened with the SEC situation where they announced the ETFs, then we were hacked, that wasn't the number. So I wonder if these are actually legit. But because they were leaked, the company's kind of, that's my theory, because again, just the numbers are realistic for like, you know, the research I've kind of done into this.
Yeah.
And again, guys, like as I said when I first read it, I was just reading numbers circulating. We didn't have any confirmation. I said that at the time as well. But if we get any confirmation, I'll let you guys know. But again, like sometimes you get fake numbers, Brendan, they're so out of the place fake. Like people are also spreading a rumor that Jensen Huang is late because he spilt Chick-fil-A sauce in his leather jacket. Like that's obviously fake. But these numbers don't smack of that same, like it's interesting.
No, from day one, I have always trusted the market, and the market is saying right now,
it does not care.
This is not real. So, yeah.
I actually believe the Chick-fil-A story.
I mean, it could be.
But it would more likely be Denny's, because that's where he co-founded Nvidia, was at a Denny's. So I wouldn't
he's
it be
waiting for
Denny's
his grand
sauce.
slam.
I love
To
Denny's.
come through right there. But yeah, so I don't really, I mean, have you have any opinion there? You were just talking about accumulation
I mean,
right
I was
now.
just making a joke. I was like,
Yeah,
maybe
no, I
someone's
know.
but no, I think it is interesting that, you know, someone potentially we got some numbers from I guess legitimate sources, and yeah, it could be.
Well,
I mean,
you know, the funny thing is this year's Super Bowl kind of sucked. And this year's Super Bowl of earnings, unfortunately, thank you for being with us during all of this. I mean, we can stay a little late. There it is, it's out. Something has to be out.
Okay.
There goes Nvidia right now, 199, 200. There it goes. Let's go, Nvidia. Let's moon. Adara, what you got? There it goes.
Okay, so $68.1 billion of revenue. So some of these numbers were correct, some of them weren't, the ones that were circulating online. The data center revenue was spot on. $62.3 billion. That's up 22% quarter over quarter, 75% year over year. Record full year revenue, $215.9 billion, up 65% year over year. It's a little bit above the estimates that I was providing for you guys. Quarterly revenue, $68.1 billion. So it's funny that data center revenue number that circulated was exactly in line with what the actual number was. And gross margins were also in line with the numbers that were circulating online, Brendan, 75.2% non-GAAP gross margin. So this is, my theory was that I thought the numbers were right and it was kind of, you know, someone front ran it. They're not 100% accurate, but just the way this is circulating, it's kind of an interesting thing. I'm going to get all these ready for you guys on a post on social media, but either way here, that data center revenue, nothing to snuff at.
I wonder if it's what you, if
I think
it's what you said.
thought.
Yeah, like someone leaked it.
Data center.
It was the actual numbers. And then they took a pause and said, everybody breathe, and then, actually released it. So, guys, thoughts here on price?
I mean, that's exactly what we thought there. The data center, we like that build out there. Gross margin, 75%, bang on that one. Net income, $42.96 billion right there. Good job for them, man, as they continue to just outpace everything. Look, it's last highs there on the daily chart. We got up to 205 or so. Right now we're touching 202. We'll see what happens. Like a little spike above this 211, and we may be gone. So watch out here for Nvidia. 201 right now coming through. I mean, we can break through the numbers. Adair's going to have that all down very, very soon. Quarterly dividend, 1 cent per share there now. So that's good. So we'll see. I mean, it's not going to be anything, but 1 cent per share, kicking it back there. Does Nvidia right now, I ask a question, has they just saved the whole entire market? I mean, you are getting a nice little upside play here. We can see if the NASDAQ wants to do anything with this. Yeah, there it goes. Nice move up there for the NASDAQ. There goes Nvidia. Nice move. Is Advanced Micro Devices. I'm just going to change it on this one. 212 for AMD. Broadcom right now as well. Probably upside for Broadcom. What does Google say about this? Nothing. All right, it's Nvidia day, and we're all living in it. Talk about a boring Super Bowl. It was good for the first quarter, then the second quarter started to really kick out. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I have sales guidance, so maybe third quarter of the Super Bowl or the halftime show. Q1 sales, $76.44 billion to $79.56 billion. That is well above estimates of $71.963 billion. They did, guys, they had a beat here, double beat, and their Q1 sales guidance above estimates. Not a bad look here for NVDA.
Everything I am seeing absolutely monstrous right across the entire list here. I'm trying to find anything that is just
stuff on China.
In line with expectations even. There's absolutely nothing. Again, if you missed it, data center 62 billion versus 60. I mean, we talked about 51.2. Like, what are we even talking about? Talk about China.
Yeah, so I mean, the stuff with China is kind of what we already know. They said they're not assuming any data center compute revenue from China in Q1 2027, but I mean, that probably means also if they do get any revenue from China, it's going to be a good look. They've actually strategically secured inventory and capacity to meet the demand beyond the next several quarters. So, Brenda, they've also covered any demand concerns here. They do expect supply constraints to be a headwind to gaming in the first quarter of the year, so the quarter we're currently in. But again, gaming not in any means at this point one of their biggest aspects of business.
Sean, you asked the question, did they just save the market? The market, I would think, agrees. Here's the NASDAQ just about to take out not only the highs from the day, but aftermarket highs here as well.
250.
I don't actually even expect this to pull back, man. 202.50, 202.60, 203 coming in right now. Their Q1 guide is 76.4 billion to 79 billion with an expectation of 72.7. So they're not even like, they're just laughing at analysts right now. And the craziest part about this, Obi, is the analysts have already took their numbers up. And now they're beating those numbers. So, like, this is just wild. There it is, man. 203.50 just got printed.
This is for 205.
Yeah, that 205 number is what we're looking at, right? We're looking at that 205 number right now. And then you're looking at 211, all-time highs for Nvidia, 212 and change. We'll see what winds up happening tomorrow, but that's a big move, a big number. And I do think it's quelled the market. It's calmed it down a little bit. Has it saved it? I don't know. The NASDAQ was only off 6% heading into today. We got another 1.5% from the NASDAQ today. You're going to get another 1% here after hours. So the NASDAQ almost at all-time highs. Thank you, Jensen. Thank you, Nvidia. I guess that Chick-fil-A sauce did not get on the jacket after all. But nice move higher there. Does it pull back? I mean, that's been what's been happening, Obi and everybody. We had Meta with a monster number come out. They were up, what, was it 14 or 15% the very next day, and they pulled back in. So Nvidia being up 4% here, I don't think it's like, oh my God, we win, but it's better than, than what could have happened.
Within the 6% that we were kind of
right in line.
So I think we'll see how far it kind of pulls back. And again, the earnings call at about 5 p.m. I think that's going to matter as well coming into tomorrow. Definitely one of the top names on the list. And yeah, you're right. A lot of these names that we've been seeing in recent earnings, they have the aggressive directional move on the initial reaction, and then during the intraday or something, they might, some of them we've seen kind of wipe it all back. But it is the market leader. It could very well act differently. They have blown past all of their expectations, and their guidance is also pretty solid here as well. But a little bit of a healthy pullback back down to 202s. Let's see if it can break that 203 half highs as of right now.
Just zooming out a little bit, we had a monstrous day yesterday from AMD on a couple of deals over the past couple of days. But here's AMD, guys, kind of struggling, in fact, to get going. I mean, it had an initial move higher along with the numbers from Nvidia. We're coming back in, actually, in a hurry. I mean, Sean, you asked the question, is this good for the overall market? Did we just save the overall market? I mean, I think we need to see a few of these, at least, trying to participate in this.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice for AMD to get going there as well. But AMD did have a nice move up. They went from 210 there. Well, I mean, not great, from 210.50 all the way to 212.50 there. You can have, like, one to rule them all. I think that's maybe the problem with AMD right now. If there's so much business floating through Obi and Brendan and Dara over to Nvidia, where does that leave a name like AMD? But thing is, AMD's already sort of stamped out some of their roadmap, right? I mean, we know that they have the Meta deal there. They actually took an investment as well, I believe, in Intel. I know Nvidia did as well. But AMD, I don't know. It's just strange because it's the two names that are just so big right now in the market. Nvidia, to Brendan's point, Nvidia's cheaper PE than AMD. So if you're going to buy one or the other, what could be happening is just a rotation out of AMD because their numbers were fine, but they weren't Nvidia, and into Nvidia. Maybe that's what's happening right now. Get into the cheaper name. And I mean, just right here, if we even go into the Benzinga, I'll just show you guys right here. AMD's, right? Their PE, and maybe we can zoom in on this, but it's 81 right there for AMD. Nvidia right here, their PE, just 47. So you're getting almost half the value if you're going to value the whole enterprise. AMD, 81 PE, Nvidia, 47. Nvidia can't even hold back on their report. I mean, they're just like, oh, that's nice, analysts. You want to, give us these crazy numbers? We're going to beat that and go higher. How do you have an estimate on your revenue of 72.7, and they go out and say our low end is 74.7? you know, with the high end of 79. So some of these guys aren't even close. Nvidia shutting up all the critics for now. We'll see what winds up happening tomorrow.
Here's another interesting point. Hyperscalers, guys, this is coming from the statement, I guess. Hyperscalers accounted for just over 50% of Q4 data center revenue specifically, versus a much more, you know, significant uptick than I think a lot of people were expecting on that side specifically. Yeah. Essentially saying for data centers, the big spenders are only making up just half of that.
We know what that was last quarter, or we don't know?
We'll grab it, but
I can pull it up at some point.
I did see a couple of people saying that that number should be significantly higher than that.
Yeah, I mean, they say it's not easy being green, Brendan, but it certainly is for Jensen Huang and NVDA, because, I mean, this company's been killing it. This infographic isn't even up yet. It's going to be posted right before the earnings call, but I'm giving you guys like a fun little sneak peek. This is fiscal 2026 revenue. This company, yes, is posting like a fifth of $1 trillion on the year for last year, but nice growth across the sectors, Brendan, which I think is really important. Like their gaming center, their professional visualization revenue actually growing better than their data center revenue. Now, it's worth noting that apparently their Q4 gaming revenue growth, Brendan and everybody, was driven by strong Blackwell demand. So it's interesting that this Blackwell demand even actually pushing their gaming sector to the upside, because I think we usually associate that with some of their other like sectors, specifically data center, but Blackwell helping them out across the board.
So yeah, ho-hum, nothing's changed. Nvidia is still the king and leading the entire market, and as you were, I guess, as far as this rally is concerned.
I mean, they're even talking now, I mean, you just had a good point there too, but fourth quarter gaming revenue growth outpacing by strong Blackwell demand. Data center revenue up 13x since ChatGPT has come. Hyperscalers, there's that 50% number that he's talking about. And Grace Blackwell, apparently king of inference, coming from Jensen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading that same post here. He's basically saying that, you know, computing demand is growing exponentially. The agentic AI inflection point is here. Blackwell and NVLink is, the king of inference. And I think an important point is, like, they're delivering an order of magnitude, which is much lower cost per token, right? So he's also saying that, you know, factories powering the AI industrial revolution and their future growth, those customers are racing to invest in AI compute. So I guess, more of the same.
There's I don't see one bad point to this.
Zero.
Right now.
Yeah.
So
everything's fine.
Everything I think is fine. Okay, here's a question. Are we buying it up here? I'm not.
No chance.
You gonna take the all-time high breakout? We were talking.
Oh, I might buy. I mean, on the show tomorrow, you know, maybe I will.
Buying higher and selling even higher.
Yes, on the show for a day trade. I think this is going to be. I mean, we've done 20 million shares here in the after hours alone. It's done over 200 million shares today. So I think that we're going to see something happen, and especially if we hover around this $200 key level. We saw what Tesla did at 400, blew it up, got to 415 or so today. Let's see if $200 can hold there. But pretty impressive, Adara, I must say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great look here for NVDA. Guys, get ready for more infographics just breaking down all of this revenue growth and various other things on X at TTV Research over the next 24 hours. I think it's certainly like a report that it's good to analyze on a lot of different aspects. But as you were mentioning here with revenue growth, we didn't quite get that acceleration we really wanted. We're still in like the mid 60%. So I think, you know, and it's hard to be like, oh, you have to grow faster, NVIDIA. Like I did this, I went back like 10 years for Microsoft's Azure growth because we were complaining about Microsoft's Azure growth. And like, of course, something is going to slow down when you started at like 200% year over year. You just can't sustain that, right? So it's like, are we asking too much of NVIDIA, or should we really be seeing that acceleration? That's going to, I think, maybe have a lot of impact here with the whole bubble conversation.
I think Sean just made the point. You know, it's trading cheaper than AMD still, and that's really all we need.
Other Zinc had a good point, though. I don't think we've got China in these numbers.
No,
we don't.
It even said it accounted for 0% of this. So
lots of upside
more potentially to come. Well, they made it interesting. They made it a little bit dramatic just to help things out. It was good TV, if nothing else. But thank you, Jensen. If anyone's sticking around for the earnings call, it will be, I'm sure, loaded with more goodness for tomorrow. So make sure you come back, join us 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll bring you the reaction after the fact. We'll bring you all the ideas and all the tee up for tomorrow's session with not only NVIDIA, with all of the semiconductors, with all of tech, because I feel like this is going to be a very, very big positive for tech specifically.
Oh, boy.
So great stuff as always. Ms. Adara, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Obi, thanks for filling in for Neil today. Appreciate it as always. Sean, great stuff. Great show. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hope that was worth the wait. We'll catch y'all tomorrow at 8 a.m. Have a great evening.
Ciao, everybody.
Yeah.
You guys.
Bye.